Chapter 1. Activation of the Black Basketball System. 60:89. The score glaringly illuminated on the arena's massive screen. The ongoing contest was the sixth game of the 2008 NBA Finals, pitting the Boston Celtics against the Los Angeles Lakers. After 5 matches, the series stood at 3:2 in favor of the Celtics. This sixth game had shifted to the Celtics' home ground, the North Shore Garden. With the third quarter now concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a staggering 29 points. Such a vast deficit rendered the outcome devoid of suspense. It seemed merely a matter of time before the Celtics would secure the championship title for this season. The audience had begun to celebrate this effortless victory in anticipation of witnessing the Celtics hoisting their 17th championship trophy, a trophy they had awaited for a full 15 years. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere enveloping the arena, the Lakers bench was steeped in a palpable sense of despair and oppression. The players sat in solemn silence, their spirits crushed. Deep down, they all understood the daunting challenge of overcoming a 29-point gap in the final quarter was akin to scaling a mountain. Kobe Bryant, the team's star player, occupied the second-to-last seat on the bench, gasping for breath, his body trembling, his expression cold, with eyes tinged red. Anger and resentment churned within him as the dream of championship glory threatened to shatter once more. This was the most agonizing moment of his illustrious career. Seated in the first position on the bench, mockingly referred to as the water cooler guardian, was a Chinese player named Jiang, who observed the painful score and felt the anguish radiating from Kobe, leaving him with little more than a bitter smile. Jiang was a time traveler and an ardent NBA enthusiast. Just days prior, he had stood up against a superior, harassing a female subordinate, only to find himself unjustly dismissed when she turned the tide against him, becoming involved with the very leader he sought to confront. Disheartened, he spent the night gaming on NBA titles, ultimately dozing off, only to awaken reborn as a bench player for the Lakers. Coincidentally, the original host also bore the name Jiang. Now, having traversed this world for merely 2 days, he faced the prospect of unemployment once more. Through the memories of the original host, he discerned that the Lakers had merely offered him a short contract worth $450,000 for a year, a meager salary for an undrafted player. His skills were unrefined, and while his athleticism was exceptional among his compatriots, it remained insufficient to withstand the rigors of the NBA's competitive environment. His only notable proficiency lay in his ability to shoot three-pointers, yet even that talent faltered upon entering the league. Consequently, he found himself relegated to the bench for an entire season, never once taking to the court. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the original host remained unbroken. Throughout the season, he devoted himself to relentless training, ultimately leading to his untimely demise, thus granting Jiang the opportunity to inhabit this new existence. The disparity in talent is insurmountable even with relentless effort. One may still find oneself deprived of the opportunity to take the court. Jiang murmured, feeling a twinge of regret for the original host. However, this sentiment did not linger long, as he was soon to face an even more disheartening predicament. It was certain that after this match, he would be unemployed. Thus, he could not afford to miss any chance to showcase his skills, that if he could deliver an outstanding performance in the finals, there would be a possibility of signing with another NBA team. Even securing a minimum salary contract would be preferable to languishing at home. As a fervent basketball enthusiast, he yearned to pursue his basketball dreams within the NBA. Becoming the next Yao Ming was his aspiration. Though it seemed elusive as long as he remained in the NBA, hope persisted. Now, Jiang's expression was taut, his gaze frequently darting toward the team's head coach, Phil Jackson. He sensed that his opportunity was approaching. For a player like him, appearances typically occurred only during garbage time. Moreover, equipped with the memories of his past life, he was aware that the Lakers would capitulate in the fourth quarter of this match, substituting their entire starting lineup. Indeed, with less than 2 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter, the point differential had already swelled to 33. Phil Jackson called a timeout, replacing Kobe, Gasol, and other key players. His gaze swept back and forth across the bench before finally settling on Jiang, who stood beside the water cooler. He held a favorable impression of this player. Though his talent was modest, he compensated with diligent training and a readiness to step onto the court. Today marked Jiang's final day donning the Lakers jersey, and it could very well be his last game in the NBA. It was time to grant him an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, to experience the atmosphere of the finals, that it would not be in vain that he had spent an entire season warming the bench for the Lakers. With this thought, Phil beckoned to Jiang. Jiang, it's your turn to take the court. Upon hearing this call, the tense Jiang sprang to his feet, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. At last, the moment had arrived. Nervously, Jiang followed the other substitute players toward the court. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking the court. The black basket system is now activated. Ding! Successful binding of the black basket system. New player rewards are now available. Would you like to claim them? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang's excitement surged. It was unexpected that at this pivotal moment in his basketball career, the system had finally made its appearance. As a standard feature of a transmigrator, the system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. What is the black basket system? Jiang pondered, somewhat perplexed. It is a basketball system based on the anime Kuroko's basketball, the system replied. Jiang stood in stunned silence, his expression swiftly transforming into one of unbridled joy. This system was truly extraordinary. Having watched this anime in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the characters within. Each character possessed basketball skills that transcended the realm of reality. Claim the rewards. Jiang declared without hesitation. He envisioned the dazzling passes of Tetsuya Kuroko, the meteoric dunks of Daiki Iman, the unparalleled mimicry of Ryota Kai's, and the unpredictable shots of Akashi Sejiro. Among others, the array of characters and their skills flashed vividly in his mind, amplifying his anticipation for the system's rewards. Then, he felt a luminous screen materialize in his mind, revealing a wealth of information. System: Kuroko's basketball system. Host: Jiang. Height: 201 centimeters. Weight: 98 kilograms. Overall physicality: 79. Skills: none. Items: Atsushi Shihara's physical talent perfect. Level: Tomoki Tsukuwa's strongest wall advanced Daiki Amin's basketball skill experience card, including super fast dribbling, unpredictable shooting, wildness duration 5 minutes. Shintaro Midorima's ultra high arc 3-pointer, full court shooting, alley-oop 3-pointer. Choose one, all advanced. Achievement points: 0. Gazing at the novice gift pack in his inventory, Jiang stood rooted to the spot. This was an incredible start with astonishing skills. Chapter 2: Merging extraordinary skills and system tasks. Jiang was ecstatic. With a mere thought, descriptions of each skill began to materialize in his mind. Atsushi Shihara's physical talent. A member of the generation of miracles, endowed with physical abilities and reflexes far beyond the ordinary. Upon merging, one would acquire Shihara's static physical talent, emphasizing strength and reflexes, currently at the highest perfect level, with a fusion rate of 100. Tomoki Tsukuwa's strongest wall. The ace defender of Siren High School, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Upon merging, one would gain his defensive abilities, currently an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60. Within an appropriate range, it could reduce the opponent's hit rate by 10-20, with a chance to provoke the opponent into committing fouls. Shintaro Midorima's ultra-high arc 3-pointer, full court shooting, and alley-oop 3-pointer. A member of the generation of miracles, an exceptional 3-point shooter. Ultra-high arc 3-pointer. Upon merging, the shooting range extends to half the court, currently at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and a 3-point success rate of 60. Full court shooting. Upon merging, the shooting range extends to the entire court, currently at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 40 and a 3-point success rate of 40. Alley-oop 3-pointer. Upon merging, one would gain the ability to execute alley-oop 3-pointers, currently at an advanced level, with a fusion rate of 60 and a success rate of 60. Daiki Amin's basketball skill experience card. The ace of the generation of miracles, a scoring machine from Taiko Middle School, endowed with super fast dribbling, unpredictable shooting, wildness, and the ability to freely enter the zone. Upon use, one would acquire all of Amin's skills for a duration of 5 minutes. As Jiang gazed upon the descriptions of these skills, he realized that they had been somewhat diminished or modified by the system. Nonetheless, these abilities were still extraordinarily formidable. In the realm of anime, Aozura Atsushi possessed a physical talent that ranked among the very best. He chose to conceal his powers out of a reluctance to harm others. However, when faced with the chosen one, Jason Cyber, he unleashed his full potential and subdued Cyber with ease. Tsunagawa Tomoki's ultimate wall could be regarded as the most formidable single-player defense in anime, effectively thwarting the offensive maneuvers of the players from the generation of miracles. This elite defensive capability matched the prowess of those within the generation of miracles. Though originating from a seemingly inconspicuous character in the anime, this skill proved to be exceedingly powerful and remarkably practical. Next was Midorima Shintaro's skill, which had undergone the most significant alterations by the system. After all, in the anime, Midorima possessed a range that spanned the entire court, boasting an astonishing 100 accuracy, true game-breaking ability. As for and Daiki's experience card, it undoubtedly became Jiang Chen's trump card. The combination of ultra-high-speed dribbling and an unorthodox shooting style rendered him invincible within the anime, let alone in the real world. System fuse Aizura Atsushi's physical talent, Tsunagawa Tomoki's ultimate wall, and Midorima Shintaro's ultra-high arc three-pointer, Jiang Chen declared, utilizing all these skills available for permanent fusion. After careful consideration regarding Midorima Shintaro's three skills, he ultimately decided to fuse the most practical ultra-high arc three-pointer. The other two skills, while impressive, were less applicable, who would routinely take three-point shots from the backcourt. The alley-oop three-pointer was even less feasible, as it required not only exceptional passing from a teammate, but also a high skill level to execute. Conversely, the ultra-high arc three-pointer was precisely the offensive skill Jiang Chen required at this moment. With a 60 accuracy rate from half-court, this shooting ability was indeed terrifying. Even Stephen Curry, the sharpshooter who altered the trajectory of the NBA, did not surpass a 53-point shooting rate at the peak of his career. Ding! Congratulations, host, fusion complete. The system's voice echoed. Jiang Chen felt the transformation within his body and could not suppress a laugh. He distinctly sensed a tremendous force surging through him, as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. His physical attributes were undoubtedly among the elite in the league, and they possessed a unique character. Imagine, when a perimeter player wields the terrifying strength akin to that of Shaquille O'Neal, what would it be like to engage in physical confrontations with opponents during a game? Surely, he would effortlessly overpower all challengers. Jiang Chen glanced once more at the system interface, discovering that after assimilating the physical talents of Atsushi, his overall physique had surged to an impressive 89, a remarkable increase of 10 points. Suddenly, the sharp sound of the referee's whistle drew Jiang Chen back to reality. Although he had engaged in an extensive mental dialogue with the system, only a few seconds had elapsed in the real world. His teammates stood on the sidelines, poised to serve. Jiang Chen hurriedly took his position, radiating an aura of formidable confidence that he could hardly contain his excitement to witness the terrifying prowess of skills from Kuriko's basketball manifest on the actual court. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding dong, the host is about to commence the match. A task has now been issued. Task: lead the Lakers to reverse the game. Reward: 3,000 achievement points, 50 skill fusion shards. Note: accumulated achievement points can be used for a lottery. Accumulated fusion shards can be utilized to upgrade skills. Since this is the first task issued by this system, a special privilege will be granted upon completion: a single lottery draw. The system's voice echoed again, and Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to the large screen. 60:93, a staggering 33-point deficit. With only 10 minutes remaining in the game, they had reached a dire situation. A frenzied offensive was imperative. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the CCTV broadcasting studio, the commentators Yang Jian and Yang Yi were discussing the match. Our player Jiang Chen has taken the court. It appears the Lakers have completely conceded this game, Yang Jian remarked with a hint of resignation. As the Lakers' water boy, Jiang Chen had barely seen any playtime throughout the season, and during the finals, he had hardly left the bench. His appearance now seemed merely to let him experience the atmosphere of the finals. Indeed, being down by 33 points leaves little suspense in the match, Yang Yi added with a sigh. Now, let us see if Jiang Chen can seize these final moments to deliver some noteworthy performances and enhance his market value. Despite his words, he held no expectations. After all, the higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. The two exchanged glances, neither optimistic about Jiang Chen's prospects. They were acutely aware that this might be Jiang Chen's final NBA game, and the next chapter of his career remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 3. The Mockery of Netizens. Jiang's three-point shot. In the XL live streaming chat room, viewers began to express their thoughts on the live broadcast. Letting Jiang Chen play? Has Phil lost his mind? I'm done watching. Alas, this is the global broadcast of the finals. What a disgrace for us Chinese. With the time spent watching Jiang Chen play, I might as well play a couple of rounds of Dota. Can Jiang Sanfen make a three-pointer? I hope Jiang Sanfen seizes the opportunity and does not disappoint. The fans exchanged playful banter, their words laced with irony. Jiang Sanfen is the nickname the fans bestowed upon Jiang Chen, mocking his performance. Throughout the entire season, he managed to make only one three-pointer while playing for the Lakers, after which his contributions dwindled to nothing. Thus, the moniker was born. In fact, when Jiang Chen first entered the NBA last year, he was met with high expectations. Fans in Huaxia celebrated with exuberance, closely monitoring his progress in the NBA. However, as his performance plummeted over the course of the season, he ultimately became a mere bench warmer, and the patience and faith of the fans gradually eroded. In the end, Jiang became the subject of their mockery, embodying a sense of disappointment and frustration akin to that of a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. Certainly, there are still those who continue to support Jiang, albeit with little hope. Although the comments from netizens are rife with mockery and ridicule, their eyes remain glued to the screen, harboring a faint glimmer of expectation. At the North Shore Garden Arena, the Lakers are poised to inbound the ball. After receiving the pass, Farmar dribbles past half-court and opts for a bold drive to the basket. The disparity in scores is substantial, and the Celtics' defense has grown lax. Farmar effortlessly penetrates the paint and scores with a layup. In several consecutive plays, the Lakers' bench players resort to isolation tactics. Devoid of any teamwork, each eager to showcase their individual prowess. After all, no one believes the Lakers can stage a comeback, not even the players themselves. Thus, they resort to playing for their own glory, scoring when possible, and simply enduring until the final buzzer. Having been on the court for over a minute without touching the ball, Jiang feels a pang of anxiety. He has a mission to fulfill and cannot afford to remain passive any longer. If he fails to make an impression, Coach Phil Jackson might substitute him, and that would spell the end of his aspirations. "Hey, pass the ball," Jiang calls out in English, not settling for the corner but instead making his way to the top of the arc. Just as his words fade, the basketball comes soaring towards him. Farmar casts a disdainful glance at Jiang, as if to say, "I'll just sit back and watch your performance." Does he really think he deserves the ball with such limited skill? He can expect nothing less than embarrassment. Farmar is well aware of Jiang's capabilities, having witnessed his lackluster performances in practice games, to the extent that he was often benched. With such mediocrity, he dares to aspire for prominence in the finals? It's truly a case of ignorance regarding one's own limitations. With this thought, Farmar positions himself in the corner, granting Jiang ample space to showcase his skills. Facing his defender, Jiang notices the gap of nearly 2 meters between them. "Where did you come from?" "I was aware the Lakers had a player from Huaxia." A Celtics player scoffs, his eyes filled with disdain. Jiang's expression hardens as he bends his knees slightly, grasping the ball above his head with both hands. With a surge of energy, he leaps into the air. At the pinnacle of his jump, he flicks his fingers, sending the basketball soaring with a delicate touch. The Green Taro's high-arc three-point skill is activated. This Huaxia player's shooting form is quite exquisite. The spectators present could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After incorporating Shintaro Midorikawa's remarkable high-arc three-point shooting technique, Jiang's shooting posture underwent a subtle transformation, now resembling a picturesque scene. The basketball, upon release, traced a lofty arc through the air, soaring significantly higher than the three-point attempts of his peers, as if it aimed to breach the ceiling and escape the confines of the arena. Subsequently, the ball began its descent, following a parabolic trajectory, plummeting towards the hoop with alarming precision. Swish! The crisp sound of the net reverberated throughout the venue. It was a flawless shot. Jiang beamed with confidence, feeling quite pleased with himself. Farmar's pupils constricted in mild surprise. He hadn't anticipated such success, deeming it a stroke of luck. A few fans erupted in cheers, though it did not stir a significant reaction. After all, it was merely a single three-point shot, inconsequential to the course of the game. Furthermore, with the Celtics' lax defense, anyone could have seized the opportunity to make that shot. On the Lakers bench, Kobe wore a grim expression, still engulfed in his anguish. The other players exhibited vacant expressions, their minds clearly elsewhere. Meanwhile, on the Celtics bench, the trio of stars engaged in casual conversation, entirely disregarding the unfolding drama on the court. In the live broadcast room, Yang Jian remarked in surprise, "That three-pointer actually went in." Jiang seems to be in good form. He chuckled, acknowledging that making a three-point shot was commendable, at least ensuring that the statistics displayed something other than zeros. He hoped that the shot might open the next door to the NBA for him. Yang raised an eyebrow, considering it of little consequence. In another online broadcast room, someone quipped, Making a three-pointer, Jiang must be having a stroke of luck today. After an entire season in the NBA, if he's made his second career three-pointer, we might as well rename him Jiang Fan. Laughter followed. Do not underestimate that three-pointer. Even a three-pointer in garbage time counts. If he can sink another one, I'll eat my keyboard. Fans continued to comment, mixing jest with playful jabs. It was evident that some still held on to a glimmer of hope while watching the game. "Kid, that was merely me not defending you. Next round, do not even think about shooting another three. I will block you mercilessly," declared the Celtics player guarding Jiang with fierce determination. Why is there always a fly buzzing in my ear? What is your name, buddy? Are you also just a bench warmer for the Celtics? Jiang retorted casually. When it came to exchanging trash talk, he had never been outmatched, even as a newcomer from Huaxia. Huh? Does the loser dare to be so arrogant? Are you proud of being the runner-up? The Celtics player possesses a rather sharp tongue. He gestures emphatically for the ball from his teammate, determined to reclaim his pride. Engaging in a verbal duel is essential, yet mastery of basketball skills is equally imperative. He dribbles incessantly, preparing to break through Jiang Chen's defenses. Jiang Chen, with piercing focus, swiftly activates his ultimate skill, the unyielding wall of Tsukigawa, effortlessly identifying his opponent's vulnerabilities. In a flash, his reflexes, as quick as lightning, enable him to seize the moment and execute a perfect steal. What the? The Celtics player stands bewildered, realizing his hands are empty. Turning to glance back, he sees Jiang Chen charging ahead uncontested towards the front court. He then abruptly halts at the three-point line, unguarded. What is happening? The entire audience is left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 4. Consecutive scoring ignites attention. What is this player attempting? Is he going for a fast break layup? It appears he is aiming for a three-point shot. Perhaps he is overly confident. After just sinking a three-pointer, does he consider himself to be Ray Allen? It is rather amusing. Opting for 3 points instead of 2? Is he truly attempting to close the gap? They are still trailing by 30 points. I am curious to see how he plans to catch up. The fans in attendance are rife with disdainful murmurs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen has already released the basketball. The high-arching three-point shot from Ryoma Mitarima is unleashed once more. The basketball traces a terrifying arc through the air. Swish. The score is now 66-93, narrowing the gap to 27 points. What on earth? He made it again? This player from Huaxia has an impressive accuracy with his three-point shots. A trailing three-pointer during a fast break is truly a rarity. It is hard to believe he has now scored 2 consecutive three-pointers. Is this player really just a water cooler attendant? Some fans gasp in disbelief, their eyes wide open. On the court, the players of the Celtics wear expressions of utter bewilderment. Another three-pointer has been made. The touch of this Huaxia player is undeniably scorching. My friend, we must intensify our defense against him and prevent any further three-point attempts, Tony Allen remarked, his brow furrowed. At this moment on the court, he stands as the most significant player for the green team. The player nodded, a fierce expression crossing his face. Why should he, a mere water boy, display such prowess? The Celtics initiated their offense, as a perimeter player casually launched a three-point shot. Clang. A miss. The Lakers swiftly seized the defensive rebound, igniting a rapid counterattack. Farmar dribbled the ball forward with alacrity, his eyes darting about in search of Jiang Chen's silhouette. Although he was unsure why Jiang Chen's shooting touch had suddenly ignited. The fundamental principle for a point guard is to pass to the teammate who is on fire. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Chen stationed in the corner. Without hesitation, he passed the ball directly to him. Jiang Chen received the basketball and, without pausing for a moment, leaped to take the shot. The defender soared high, attempting to intercept the ball. Yet, with his exceptional athleticism and elevated release point, how could he be easily blocked? The ball traced a magnificent arc through the air. Swish. It found the net once again. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The arena erupted in astonishment. The fans, who had already begun to celebrate a victory, paused their cheers, gazing in disbelief at the replay on the big screen. In less than a minute, he had made 3 three-point shots. This is somewhat exaggerated. What a splendid play. Famar exuberantly waved his arms, his previous prejudices towards Jiang Chen cast aside. Even though the outcome of the match seemed inevitable, one cannot deny the morale-boosting impact of the 3 three-pointers made by this promising young talent from Huaxia. On the Lakers bench, Gasol, Odom, and others gasped in astonishment. Kobe's eyes sparkled, his once dormant heart revived, pounding vigorously as a bold thought flickered through his mind, and his breath quickened. Perhaps this Huaxia rookie might emerge as the unexpected hero of the game, aiding the team in narrowing the gap. He hastily glanced at the clock. Just over 8 minutes remained, with a daunting 24-point deficit. Although catching up seemed arduous, it was not entirely impossible. His gaze burned with intensity as he focused on the court. If Jiang Chen could maintain such fiery form, they must fight valiantly for the remainder of the game. What are you doing? Haven't you eaten? Guard that Huaxia player, bellowed Rivers, the Celtics head coach, his countenance darkening. The championship was within reach. They could not afford any further mishaps. Hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers. He truly knows how to seize the opportunity, exclaimed Yang, somewhat astonished. This is intriguing. In the midst of the finals and the din of the fans, Jiang Chen's explosive performance attests to his formidable mental fortitude. Yang Jian remarked, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jiang Chen might deliver an even greater surprise. The NBA playoffs are indeed a birthplace for miracles. Anything can happen. Is this to be a night belonging to Jiang Chen? His most glorious moment in his career could be unfolding right now. Yang mused, striving not to harbor excessive expectations, yet unable to suppress a sense of hope. Perhaps this is the depth of love and the sting of disappointment. In the XL live streaming chat room, the comments section erupted. Am I watching a fake live stream? 3 consecutive three-pointers. Could this really be the Waterboy, Jiang Sanfen? Incredible! I just took a break, and Jiang Chen has already scored 9 points. Has he not already set a career scoring record? Quite impressive. Those 3 three-pointers are indeed uplifting. Even if the Lakers have relinquished the game, Jiang Chen has not given up. For this, I truly admire him. What about that keyboard warrior? He said he'd eat his keyboard if Jiang Chen hit another three-pointer. Now that he's made 3, does he need to consume 2 keyboards instead? I must say, this wave of reverse psychology has proven remarkably effective. Now I shall partake as well. If Jiang Chen continues his spectacular performance and leads the Lakers to reverse this match, I will film a video of myself eating excrement and upload it. My friend, you are taking quite a risk. Nevertheless, I appreciate it and offer my support. Are there any female fans around? Let us indulge in some playful banter. If Jiang Chen remains exceptional, do share a photo or 2. Oh, you old lecher. Focus on the game. A stream of comments rapidly cascaded down, each one quickly submerged beneath the tide. Although many remarks continued to tease and even ridicule Jiang Chen, the undeniable truth is that his performance has ignited the fervor of the fans. The relentless banter serves as a testament to their expectations of him. At the North Shore Garden Center, Jiang Chen excitedly sprinted towards the backcourt. His defense had been truly formidable. The steals were particularly sharp. Even though the skill description of Tsukagawa Tomoki, the strongest wall, lacks any mention of stealing capability. When faced with a player of lesser caliber, this skill becomes a decisive advantage. Jiang Chen effortlessly dismantled the opponent's offense, enabling him to secure those steals with ease. Incredible! One can only say that the skills depicted in Kuriko's basketball are truly extraordinary. With just these 3 exceptional skills, one could easily establish a presence in the NBA. As the Celtics initiated their offense, Tony Allen seized an opportunity to shoot from mid-range. He is not inherently an offensive player and does not excel in scoring. The shot came about as the game slipped into garbage time, rendering complex strategies unnecessary, and he wished to showcase his abilities. Clang. Unfortunately, the basketball failed to find the net, ricocheting off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and launched a vigorous counterattack. However, the Celtics' defensive response was swift, continually ramping up their intensity. Farmar dribbled past half-court, orchestrating the team's offense and signaling Turiev to move to a higher position to set a screen for Jiang Chen. After completing the screen, Jiang Chen received the pass and unleashed another 3-point shot. All the Celtics players watched the basketball soaring through the air, and for some reason, their emotions grew tense. A singular thought flashing through their minds. Can it go in? Chapter 5. The Lakers' spirit revives. Jiang Chen amazes the entire court. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The Celtics players collectively exhaled in relief. The extraordinary performance of this Chinese player has reached its conclusion. Just now, it was merely a moment of false alarm. Yet, there was no time to catch a breath. Turiev of the Lakers seized the offensive rebound and passed the ball back to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced down, finding himself just beyond the 3-point line, and launched another shot. The basketball soared through a terrifying arc swish. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent, with everyone gazing in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Again, it went in. This is truly extraordinary. On the sidelines, Kobe rose from the bench with fervor, his fists clenched, glancing at the giant screen displaying a 21-point deficit. He turned to Coach Phil, his eyes pleading for a chance to step onto the court and give one last push. Phil responded with a knowing look, signaling him to remain patient. Gentlemen, make every effort to pass the ball to Jiang Chen, Phil exclaimed, blowing his whistle and calling out loudly to the players on the court. The substitutes, including Farmar and Luke Walton, nodded in agreement, their earlier despondency replaced by a newfound excitement. The atmosphere shifted, invigorated by Jiang Chen's presence. As the team rekindled their fighting spirit, how could they allow the Celtics to claim the championship so easily? Even if the outcome seemed inevitable, they would not let their opponents have it without a struggle. Pierce, go and limit that player from Huaxia, commanded Coach Rivers from the Celtics bench. beckoning for Pierce to enter the game. Pierce was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that he was needed on the court, especially to guard a player who had previously been relegated to the sidelines. This is somewhat unbecoming. However, for the championship that has been long awaited for over a decade, sacrificing a little dignity is inconsequential. Moreover, it is time for this Chinese player, who dares to be arrogant at North Shore Garden, to learn who truly reigns supreme on this court. Pierce rose and removed his training attire, striding purposefully towards the technical area. Alongside Pierce, Rivers also substituted in key players Ray Allen and Rajon Rondo, aiming to widen the lead further and extinguish the Lakers' final glimmer of hope. Rivers patted several shoulders, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. As the three mainstays of the Celtics took the court together, the arena erupted in fervent cheers. The audience understood that the Lakers' moment of resurgence had come to an end. The Celtics initiated their offense. Pierce approached Jiang, tilting his head with a hint of a cruel smile. "Young man, your performance has been commendable. It's an honor that the coach has summoned me to defend against you. Not every benchwarmer is privileged to face me." As he spoke, he positioned himself against Jiang, signaling to Rondo for the ball. Rondo, understanding the cue, lofted a pass into Pierce's hands. The fans in attendance erupted with excitement, eager to witness Pierce imparting a lesson to this Chinese player. Jiang's expression turned serious as his strongest defense skill, the wall of Tomita, activated once more. This time, he faced one of the league's premier small forwards, uncertain whether he could achieve any significant impact. Pierce, with his back to Jiang, attempted to inch closer to the basket. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished to find himself utterly unable to budge, as if confronting an unyielding iron wall. No matter how much effort he exerted, he remained immovable. Damn it, what kind of physical prowess is this? It feels even more formidable than LeBron's. Pierce inwardly lamented, his brow furrowing slightly. Observing this, Jiang felt a surge of excitement once again. Such is the formidable strength of Aoi Haru's physical prowess. It is utterly exhilarating. Not only has it endowed him with extraordinary physical attributes, but he also possesses a power that rivals, and perhaps even surpasses, that of Shaquille O'Neal. How could the likes of Pierce contend against such might? After several futile attempts to assert himself, Pierce was compelled to pivot and attempt a jump shot. Clang! The sound of the iron echoed, as Tsukuwa Tomoki's impenetrable defense proved effective. Under the influence of Tsukuwa's supreme defensive prowess, Pierce's shooting percentage plummeted to a meager 20%, an absurdly low figure. The Lakers seized the defensive rebound and swiftly transitioned to a counterattack. However, with the return of three key players, the Celtics have elevated their performance on both offensive and defensive fronts, exhibiting remarkable speed in their retreat. As they settled into formation, Pierce clung to Jiang like a tenacious adhesive. The audience gasped in astonishment, witnessing the Celtics star player actually defending a mere water cooler player. This scene appears utterly incredible from every angle. Even Kobe, seated on the bench, displayed a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes, his face radiating a sense of satisfaction. The player from Huaxia, whom he seldom paid attention to, suddenly emerged as the savior of the Lakers, gaining the recognition of their opponents. On the court, Jiang disregarded who was defending him. In other words, it was futile for anyone to attempt to guard him. He exerted himself to maneuver into position, utilizing his teammates' screens to reach the three-point line. Just as he received the basketball, Pierce swiftly closed in, his speed remarkable. He had but a fleeting opportunity to shoot. Without hesitation, he leaped and released the basketball. The motion was seamless and exquisitely executed. Even Ray Allen furrowed his brow in that instant, unable to suppress his admiration. Swish! The net rippled with white waves once more, the ball sinking effortlessly through the hoop. The Lakers bench erupted in fervent cheers, wildly waving their towels. "Well done, my friend. You are the savior of the team. Keep up this performance." Fisher roared, his shining bald head reflecting the lights. "Goodness, we are merely 18 points behind. With 6 minutes left in the game, I can see the glimmer of hope for a comeback," Gasol exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rivers called for a timeout, keenly sensing a hint of crisis, a foreboding feeling swelling within him. "Gentlemen, this is the finals. We must take this seriously. We once led by 33 points, yet in a mere 4 minutes, we have been reduced to an 18-point deficit. What will be the consequence if this continues? Do you wish to engage in a Game 7 with the Lakers?" Rivers thumped the strategy board, roaring in anger. "Pierce, I don't care how you do it. Keep a relentless eye on that Huaxia player. He must not be allowed to make another three-point shot. Ray Allen, seize the opportunity and shoot decisively. You are one of the greatest three-point sharpshooters in NBA history. How can you allow a benchwarmer to outshine you? Garnett, you will join the game shortly. Secure the rebounds. Rivers rapidly outlined the strategy, his expression dark and foreboding. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Phil was also diligently preparing his plan. Gasol, Kobe, Fisher, Odom. You will be on the court soon. Jiang has granted us a chance for a comeback. We must seize it. When you step onto the court, make Jiang the focal point of our offense. Phil spoke, his face brimming with delight. Who could have imagined that this player from Huaxia would suddenly burst forth with such brilliance? Initially, the intention was merely to allow him to experience the atmosphere of the finals during garbage time, yet he surprised the entire team and startled the opponents. Now, let Jiang be the core, with Kobe and Gasol providing support. Let us see if he can sustain that miraculous performance. Chapter 6. Jiang as the offensive core. Kobe in support? Listening to Phil's words, everyone exhibited expressions of astonishment, and their gazes quickly converged upon Kobe. The Lakers are indeed Kobe's team. Yet now, Phil unexpectedly suggests that Kobe assist a role player, akin to one who merely fills the water cooler. This situation is rather perplexing. Even though Jiang had just made 5 three-pointers, igniting a flicker of hope for a comeback, he remains merely a benchwarmer. When Kobe and Gasol, the pivotal players, take the court, the ball will undoubtedly be entrusted to their capable hands, relegating Jiang to the role of a stationary three-point shooter. Yet, Phil has made a bold decision, even choosing to go against the grain. But will Kobe acquiesce to this? Many thoughts raced through the minds of those present, and their expressions grew increasingly animated. Absolutely. The hope for a comeback in this match has been ignited by Jiang, and he should be allowed to continue his offensive efforts. Kobe stated firmly, as the pain and despair within him transformed into a driving force, fueling his eagerness to rejoin the fray. Once again, astonishment swept across the faces of the onlookers. Is this still the same obstinate and proud Kobe? Very well. Let us make one final, audacious attempt. Phil exclaimed, offering encouragement to the players. The determination in the eyes of all the Lakers players renewed, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the timeout to execute this astonishing comeback. In the CT5 studio, with a remarkable 5 out of 6 three-point shots, Jiang truly embodies the spirit of Ray Allen. Yang Jian exclaimed, his emotions surging with excitement. Since Jiang had been relegated to a benchwarmer, Yang Jian had lost hope in him. Yet now, his heart, once silent regarding Jiang began to beat with renewed vigor. A secret weapon, Jiang has transformed into the Lakers' unexpected hero. Regardless of the outcome of this match, Jiang has already achieved legendary status in this game. His future endeavors are now secure. It is believed that by the end of the season, many teams would be inclined to offer Jiang a respectable minimum contract. Yang Yi remarked with satisfaction. After waiting an entire season, in the final moments of the championship, during what seemed like garbage time, this player, once so eagerly anticipated by fans in Huaxia, has finally erupted. It is truly a case of rain after a long drought. Many fans in Huaxia, like Yang Yi, are likely experiencing a torrent of emotions, recalling memories, and rejoicing for Jiang. If Jiang can secure a position as a rotation player next season, it would be considered fulfilling expectations. After all, his situation differs greatly from that of Yao Ming. They are not of the same caliber. Simply establishing himself in the NBA is the greatest desire of the fans. However, during Jiang's rookie season, that wish was shattered by his underwhelming performances. In the XL Live broadcast room, the audience exclaimed, "Brothers, that's 5 three-pointers. Jiang is truly formidable." Indeed, I was about to turn off the stream, but Jiang's three-point shots drew me back in. Incredible. This is even more exhilarating than being high on drugs. Could it be that Huaxia is about to welcome a three-point sharpshooter? Jiang Sanfan has truly become Jiang Sanfan. This shooting percentage is terrifying. I'm fired up. I feel my blood boiling, and I want to head to the arena to shoot some three-pointers myself. Go, Jiang. Strive to shed the identity of a benchwarmer, and let Huaxia's players astonish the NBA, bringing glory to our nation. And what about that foul-mouthed netizen? When do you plan to upload that video? I'm ready to feast. Is it really that risky? I'll continue to jinx it. If the Lakers manage to turn this game around, I'll upload a nude photo. Buddy, that's illegal. And who would want to see an old man's nude photo? Then I'll upload my wife's bikini picture. The comment section was uniformly flooded with ellipses, followed by a brief silence. Countless netizens, seated before their computers, gazed at the game footage, fervently cheering for the Lakers, yearning for a miraculous comeback. After all, Victory promised a glimpse of a bikini. The Boston North End Garden Arena. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. It was evident that both teams had deployed their starting lineups. The Celtics initiated their offense. After dribbling past half court, Rondo once again passed the ball into Pierce's hands. This is also one of Rivers' strategies, utilizing his star player to overpower Jiang. After all, in their eyes, Jiang, a mere role player, represents a vulnerability in the Lakers' defense. Sometimes, prejudice can be quite formidable. Once a label is affixed to you, even if you undergo transformation and evolve, it remains challenging to alter others' entrenched perceptions of you. The last time Pierce shot poorly while being guarded by Jiang, it was merely attributed to a lack of rhythm. With no connection to Jiang's defense. Come on, annihilate this player from Huaxia. Let him return home to his mother. Garnett roared from the paint. Having long held disdain for Jiang, taunting is part of his competitive style, and he is renowned as one of the league's foremost trash talkers, simultaneously dishing out barbs while vying for position against Gasol. It is precisely Garnett's overwhelming dominance over Gasol in the paint that has caused the Lakers to struggle throughout this series. Gasol is certainly giving his all. Yet in comparison to Garnett, they are simply not of the same caliber. That is the reality. Without Gasol's support, the team is left to rely solely on Kobe. For the Celtics, it suffices to contain Kobe. However, they must now remain vigilant against this suddenly ascendant player from Huaxia. Pierce, spurred on by Garnett's taunts, finds his competitive spirit ignited. This time, he opted for a frame attack. After a series of probing steps, realizing there was no room for a shot, he began to shift directions incessantly, then executed a step back to create distance, effortlessly releasing a mid-range jumper. Pierce's lips curled into a subtle smile, feeling that this shot was exquisite. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. The basketball did not find the net. Instead, it ricocheted off. Odom scrambled to secure the rebound and passed it to Kobe. Kobe swiftly advanced the ball while searching for Jiang's position. As the Celtics regrouped, their focus was entirely on Kobe. To them, this relentless man would undoubtedly choose to take the shot himself. In crucial moments of the game, Kobe has always trusted no one but himself. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Faced with Rondo's mismatched defense, Kobe, despite having the opportunity to shoot, chose instead to pass the ball to Jiang, who had maneuvered around a screen to position himself at the high right side 45-degree angle. Pierce, Garnett, and others were taken aback. Kobe actually passed the ball? Chapter 7, Collision. Is Pierce acting? Originally intending to assist in defending against Kobe, Pierce hurriedly retreated, pivoting toward Jiang. Yet, it was too late. Receiving the basketball, Jiang launched an exceptionally high-arc three-pointer. Swish. It continued to swish through the net. That marked the sixth successful three-pointer. The score was now 78-93. The gap had widened to 15 points with only 5 minutes remaining in the game. Kobe let out a roar, spittle flying as he animatedly waved his arms. In his eyes, Jiang had become the savior of the team. The entire Lakers' momentum surged to a new intensity with this three-pointer. Phil, whistling, remained as calm as a Zen master, yet could not suppress his excitement. This truly is a divine intervention. It seems that even the Almighty does not wish for this series to conclude so easily. Damn it, Pierce, pay no heed to Kobe. Your sole focus should be on this player from Huaxia. Rivers bellowed in anger, stamping his feet in frustration. Pierce nodded, his countenance darkening under the coach's reprimand, his gaze towards Jiang brimming with lethal intent. It was this obscure benchwarmer who had instigated a significant shift in the game's dynamics and caused him to be scolded by the coach. He must pay the price. Pierce thought to himself, signaling Rondo to initiate a one-on-one play. Rondo passed the ball to Pierce from the backcourt, allowing him to handle the offensive maneuver independently. Pierce dribbled past half-court, charging directly at Jiang, who stood resolute in his path without the slightest hint of retreat. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint appeared in Pierce's eyes. His physical prowess was among the elite for small forwards. In the second round of the playoffs against the Cavaliers, he had never faltered even when facing the king, LeBron James. And now, a seemingly frail player from Huaxia dared to challenge his strength? This provoked Pierce to a furious rage, compelling him to charge recklessly towards Jiang. Since it had come to this, let them engage in a clash befitting men. Let us resolve this matter through the most primal means. With all his might, Pierce collided with Jiang. In his mind, he envisioned that Jiang would be toppled by the sheer force of the impact. However, the moment he collided with Jiang, It felt as though he had struck an iron wall. Subsequently, his body was uncontrollably propelled backwards. He staggered several steps back, ultimately unable to withstand the tremendous force, and fell to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the arena fell into an immediate silence. All spectators exchanged bewildered glances at Pierce, their expressions rife with confusion. Was Pierce merely performing? How could he, who had stood his ground against James, be overpowered by a seemingly frail player from Huaxia? This is utterly impossible. Hoot! The referee's whistle sounded promptly, signaling a blocking foul against Jiang. No. Kobe, clutching his head, was the first to express his dissent, approaching the referee to argue. Jiang's defense was entirely legitimate. This is evidently an offensive foul, while Pierce is merely feigning injury. However, the referee's explanation claims that Jiang collided with Pierce, categorizing it as a blocking foul. Kobe, expressing his frustration, approached Jiang, offering words of consolation. Hey, don't be disheartened. Your defense was remarkably tenacious just now. Keep it up. Jiang nodded gently, a slight smile gracing his lips. Disheartened? Not at all. He felt nothing but exhilaration. The collision with Pierce showcased the formidable physical prowess of Ziyuan once again. It was indeed overwhelming. With the strength bestowed by Ziyuan's physical gifts, he could undoubtedly thrive in the NBA, should he choose to play football. He is confident that this strength would propel him to stardom in that realm as well. The overwhelming power that surpassed O'Neal ignited in Jiang a fervent impulse to strike down a bull with a single blow. Meanwhile, Pierce lay on the ground, absorbing the arena's jubilant cheers, still bewildered by the unfolding events. He felt somewhat dizzy and his entire body ached, particularly in the areas where he had collided with Jiang, which felt as though he had been pierced by a sharp object. This is utterly outrageous. Does this player from Huaxia harbor a beast within? How could his strength be so immense? In that fleeting moment of collision, he felt as though he were a mere sheet of paper, experiencing a sensation akin to being torn asunder. At that moment, the teammates gathered around, lifting Pierce from the ground. Buddy, you were absolutely phenomenal. Your performance was extraordinary. The screen you set was truly uplifting for the team, exclaimed Ray Allen, filled with excitement. Such remarkable acting. It is astonishingly lifelike, devoid of any flaws. Had he not been aware of Pierce's physical prowess, he might have been easily deceived. This is the attitude we must embody. To secure victory, we must spare no effort. Garnett patted Pierce on the head, his expression one of bewilderment. Acting? A blocking foul? After a brief moment of contemplation, he comprehended the situation. He had been misunderstood. The esteemed Pierce felt a surge of exasperation. It seemed that after being knocked down, everyone presumed he was merely acting. He yearned to clarify, but ultimately decided against it. Otherwise, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. He would allow this misunderstanding to persist. Yet, as he glanced at Jiang, a newfound wariness flickered in his eyes. Next time, he would certainly avoid colliding with this Chinese player. Otherwise, his frail body might just fall apart. The Celtics continued their offensive. Rondo orchestrated the play, directing his teammates' movements with strategic finesse. Ray Allen broke free for an open shot, sinking a three-pointer. The deficit widened once more to 18 points. This marked the first scoring play for the Celtics in a half-court set since Jiang took the court, eliciting a thunderous ovation from the crowd, reminiscent of a tidal wave. While the Lakers boasted an explosive player from China, the Celtics had Ray Allen, a sharpshooter of unparalleled caliber. Competing in three-point shooting with Ray Allen was a distant dream for others. After scoring, Ray Allen raised his arms in jubilant celebration, mirroring Jiang's earlier gesture, casting a pointed glance in his direction, laden with provocation. Damn it. If it weren't for the referee's blunder, that would have been our scoring opportunity, Kobe exclaimed, his frustration evident. Rarely did he express discontent with officiating, yet this time, he could not contain himself. In such a pivotal moment, every offensive possession and every point could dictate the outcome of the match, a contest that held the fate of the championship in its balance. It was arguably the most significant game of the NBA season, and yet the officials had erred. Kobe, maintain your composure. We still have a chance, Jiang reassured him, his tone gentle yet imbued with resolve, helping to calm Kobe's agitation. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Kobe exerting himself fully to set up Jiang. However, this time, Jiang found himself tightly guarded by Pierce, with no opportunity to receive the ball. Consequently, Jiang made a strategic move, sprinting towards the logo at midcourt, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 8. A frenzied pursuit of points. Jiang's performance explodes. What is this operation? Is he running to the logo at midcourt to receive the ball? What should be the next step? The audience watched in curious anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama on the court. Kobe too was perplexed, yet he passed the ball into Jiang Chen's hands. After all, Jiang Chen was in exceptional form, the most reliable player on the offensive front. Pierce positioned himself 2 meters away from Jiang Chen, arms wide open, a mocking expression on his face. After running so far to catch the ball, wouldn't he have to return? There was no need for Pierce to apply pressure. Otherwise, the space would widen too much. And if he continued to defend closely, it would be easy for this Huaxia player to break through. Jiang Chen stood firm, casting a glance at the hoop, and immediately assumed a shooting posture. The audience gasped in astonishment once more. What was this Huaxia player about to do? A three-pointer from the midcourt logo? How audacious. This unknown player has become rather arrogant after sinking a few threes, unaware of his limitations. Indeed, even Ray Allen, one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history, would not dare attempt such a shot. What audacity does this Huaxia player possess? Quite well, if he continues in this reckless manner, the Lakers will have no hope of catching up. I can only imagine how devastated Coach Phil must feel right now. Fans were abuzz with chatter, all mocking him. Ray Allen stood beside Kobe, unable to contain his laughter, and remarked to Kobe, "Buddy, passing the ball to this Huaxia player will be your greatest blunder. Look at what he is doing. Is this street ball performing tricks?" Beneath Kobe's stern facade lay a glimmer of fury at Jiang Chen's choice of shot. "Jiang, don't be impulsive," his teammate Odom shouted anxiously. Yet, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the voices around him, his eyes intensely fixed on the distant hoop. In that fleeting moment, the entire world faded away from him. All that remained in his eyes was the basketball hoop. He vividly recalled that the skill description of the exceptionally high arc three-pointer by Jintaro Mitarima had emphasized this very point. The arc of this skill's three-point shooting range encompasses the entire half-court. Thus, on this occasion, he positioned himself at the logo. Provoked by Ray Allen, he decided to respond with an even more fervent and resolute approach. He bent his knees, leapt into the air, raised his elbow, and flicked his wrist. The basketball soared forth, enveloped in tremendous energy, ascending towards the heavens. The trajectory remained exceptionally high. However, as the distance increased, the arc also expanded, causing the ball to ascend to extraordinary heights, as if striving to transcend the very sky. A subtle smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The sensation of the shot was exquisite. As if the basketball were an extension of his own being, he could distinctly perceive the arc of the ball and its destined trajectory. The basketball soared through the air, and Jiang Chen resolutely turned his back to the hoop, raising his hands high and forming an OK gesture. Then, the ball, akin to a cannonball, thundered into the net. The mesh erupted in a tumultuous splash. A logo three-pointer made with precision. The entire arena erupted in uproar. Wow, this Chinese rookie has indeed executed a logo three-pointer. And it went in. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Did this player from China know beforehand that he would make this shot? Such confidence in his shooting ability is truly remarkable. Unbelievable. It is utterly astonishing. I have never witnessed a three-pointer executed in such a manner. It has completely redefined my understanding. The fans were in a frenzy. Even though this was the home court of the Celtics, waves of astonishment echoed throughout. On the court, all the players were left speechless. Then, Kobe let out a furious roar, tearing at his jersey as if the shot were his own. Excitement, exhilaration, and madness surged within him, as if his chest might burst. The other Lakers players rushed toward Jiang Chen in a frenzy, their excitement palpable. Pierce stood frozen, feeling as if he might explode on the spot, his composure utterly shattered. How is this possible? It is utterly inconceivable. This is indeed the arena of the grand finals. How could any player dare to attempt a three-pointer from the mid-court logo, and yet succeed? What is the true origin of this new prodigy from Huaxia? Has he wielded some form of magic? Why did he suddenly erupt with such extraordinary prowess on the brink of eliminating the Lakers in the finals? A series of questions flashed through his mind, yet none bore answers. Should the Lakers stage a comeback in this match, Pierce would have no choice but to attribute the defeat to fate. At this moment, Ray Allen's emotions were equally intricate. This new talent from Huaxia possesses quite the temper. Did he not merely make a three-point shot to provoke a reaction? Was it truly necessary to respond with a three-pointer from midcourt? This is truly remarkable. As the most formidable three-point shooter in the league, Ray Allen found himself devoid of the resolve to compete with Jiang Chen, for he introspectively acknowledged his inability to execute mid-court three-pointers with the same composure as Jiang Chen. Beep. Rivers called yet another timeout. At this juncture, he was no longer consumed by anger. Rather, he began to feel a sense of panic. The players' confidence had been shaken. Although the Celtics still held a 15-point lead, the situation was poised to become increasingly challenging. CT5 Studio. Extraordinary. Jiang Chen's logo three-pointer was nothing short of astonishing. I never imagined that a player from our homeland could deliver such a miraculous three-point shot in the NBA. Yang Jian exclaimed, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. This match was undeniably exhilarating. From the outset, the Lakers found themselves trailing, while the Celtics surged ahead with an impressive lead of 33 points. Just when it seemed that the game would culminate in a disheartening defeat for the Lakers, the Chinese player Jiang Chen made his entrance. Suddenly, the tide began to turn. Jiang Chen appeared to be in a league of his own, sinking a series of precise three-point shots that dismantled the Celtics' reserves, gradually narrowing the score gap and rekindling the Lakers' hopes for a comeback. Reflecting on the entire sequence, one can only describe it as miraculous. Moreover, in a display of remarkable confidence, Jiang Chen celebrated prematurely. What audacity! Good heavens! Jiang Chen's performance in this game was nothing short of spectacular. Within a mere 5 minutes, he scored 7 three-pointers, a feat that may very well be an NBA record. Yang Yi, overwhelmed with emotion and tears in his eyes, felt an intense surge of pride and uncontainable spirit. He wished to pose a question to the entirety of America. Did you witness this? This exemplifies the prowess of Chinese players. When they refrain from making a sound, their sudden brilliance can propel them into the skies. Following this match, which American media dares to mock Jiang Chen? Which one would dare to belittle the Chinese players? Chapter 9. Fans engage in heated exchanges. With the fusion of the Qingfeng Dehui experience card, the hunt begins in the live streaming room. The comment section is nearing a state of paralysis. A three-pointer from Jiang Chen? Celebrating prematurely? That three-pointer was utterly spectacular. Who else? I ask, who else? What is Jiang's three-pointer? This is Jiang's three-pointer, regardless of position. Once he shoots, it finds the mark. He truly brings honor to our Chinese heritage. Observe the dazed expressions of the players, all left astounded. It is simply exhilarating. Is this still the Jiang Chen we know? Remarkable indeed. Was he merely acting throughout the season? Is this his true capability? Let us reverse the game with a stunning display. Let the entirety of America witness that our Chinese players are not solely defined by the prowess of Yao Ming. Just 15 points remain. I am a mere 15 points away from glimpsing a certain netizen's wife in her bikini. The majority of fans have shifted their stance, now rallying in support of Jiang Chen with immense anticipation. Yet, a minority of detractors persist in their ridicule of him. Is this it? He sinks a few three-pointers and is suddenly elevated to the heavens? You people truly lack worldly experience. Celebrating too soon for a three-pointer? Such arrogance. Our traditional virtue as Chinese people is humility, which he has completely discarded in America. Even a pig can score a few three-pointers when on fire. In the next game, Jiang's three-pointer will undoubtedly fade into obscurity. Such performance is merely ephemeral. Support him when he excels, criticize him when he falters. Truly, they are fickle, unlike me, who remains a steadfast critic. Observing these comments, some netizens could not contain their anger and began to retaliate. The comment section erupted into an epic battle of words, a spectacle of utter disgrace. North Shore Garden Center. Celtics bench. Silence envelopes the team. Who could have anticipated that a bench warmer would outshine them? What Kobe could not achieve, this bench warmer from China has accomplished. Double team. Let us implement a double team. We must contain that Chinese player's three-point shooting. He only excels at shooting three-pointers. If we can neutralize his long-range shots, he will be rendered ineffective. Rivers asserted fiercely, his tone resolute. Pierce and others exchanged glances with Rivers, astonished. A double team on. A bench warmer? This is an utter disgrace. Is there not a better solution? This player from Huaxia has nearly overwhelmed us with his prowess. He has already sunk 7 three-pointers. Rivers could not contain his frustration and erupted in expletives, his mood plummeting. Pierce and others shook their heads. After witnessing Jiang Chen's logo three-pointer from midcourt, they had lost all confidence in their ability to contain this Huaxia player. If he were to land another couple of long-range shots, who could withstand that? If we must double team, so be it. The only priority is to secure victory. In the face of the championship, pride is but a fleeting concern. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics prepared to inbound the ball. Once Rondo dribbled past half court, he drew the defense with a drive and passed the ball back to Ray Allen. Allen rose to take a three-pointer. Yet, a fleeting image of Jiang Chen executing his logo three-pointer flashed in his mind, causing a momentary tremor in his hand. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Gasol exerted every effort to secure the rebound in the backcourt. The Lakers counterattacked. Fisher brought the ball past half-court, passing it to the advancing Jiang. The moment he received the ball, Pierce and Rondo converged upon him. Reluctantly, Jiang had to pass. After receiving the ball, Kobe attempted a series of drives to the basket, but his force was lacking, and he failed to convert the shot, having not taken a shot in a long while. His touch felt icy. Moreover, Kobe had struggled throughout the game, making only 7 of 19 attempts in the first 3 quarters, with a shooting percentage below 40%. The Celtics seized the opportunity, executing a fast break and scoring 2 points. The score stood at 81-98. The deficit had swelled to 17 points with just over 4 minutes remaining in the game. Rivers roared with excitement. Indeed, double-teaming this Huaxiao player had proven to be a sagacious decision. As long as they contained his three-point shooting, they effectively curtailed the Lakers' offense. Thus, this player's remarkable performance had come to an end. Although Kobe was formidable, regrettably, he was off his game in this match. Gasol was stifled by Garnett's relentless defense. The Lakers had no players left to step up and score. The championship, after all, was destined for the Celtics. Rivers thought, his earlier unease dissipating. As long as they maintained their rhythm and controlled the clock, victory was assured. The fans in the arena erupted in exuberant cheers once more. The chant of defeating the Lakers reverberated throughout the venue. On the court, the Lakers' morale plummeted. The fervor ignited by Jiang's consecutive three-pointers had vanished. Everyone understood that if Jiang was contained, their chances of salvaging the game were slim. Kobe wore a pained expression, lamenting his poor performance. Would he truly allow the championship to slip away from his grasp? He yearned to erupt, to rise and dominate the game at the crucial moment as he had done countless times before, transforming the tide with a series of precise fadeaway jump shots, sealing the victory like a hero. Yet, in this match, he found himself powerless. That wretched basketball simply refused to find its way through the damned hoop. Come on, guys. Let us rally our spirits. We still have time to turn this game around, Jiang encouraged, clapping his hands. The others looked at him in astonishment, captivated by the resolute tone and expression that seemed to radiate a luminous aura. But you're being restricted, Odom exclaimed, filled with indignation. The Celtics are so despicable. Employing a double team on a rookie. That's of no concern. Do they truly believe I am limited to shooting three-pointers? Jiang replied, his voice imbued with unwavering confidence. Kobe, Odom, and the others were momentarily taken aback, a singular thought echoing in their minds. Isn't that the case? They all vividly remembered that Jiang's draft report highlighted his three-point shooting as his most prominent attribute, and beyond that there was little else of note. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Soon, however, he would shatter that preconceived notion. Only a three-point shooter? That was a relic of the past. System. Activate the basketball skill experience card for Ao Haradaiki. Jiang mentally proclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. Let me witness the prowess of a champion from the era of miracles. And let the Celtics learn that a double team cannot confine me. How navi. Ding. Activation successful. The host will acquire 4 skills: super high-speed dribbling, unconventional shooting, wildness, and free entry into the zone, effective for 5 minutes. The system's voice resonated in Jiang's mind. His demeanor grew intensely serious, his gaze imbued with a predatory intensity. The hunt was about to commence. Chapter 10. Super high-speed dribbling, unconventional shooting. Dominate the court. Pass me the ball. Allow me to conclude this match. Jiang instructed his teammates as he turned and sprinted towards the front court. Odom, Fisher, and the others stood momentarily stunned. Is this the moment to seize control of the game? What audacity does Jiang possess, a player who can only shoot three-pointers? Furthermore, he dared to utter these words in the presence of Kobe, which is quite absurd. Who truly commands this team? The crowd turned to Kobe, seemingly awaiting his response. They would not foolishly heed the words of a rookie, even if he had just made 7 three-pointers. Perhaps this game would erupt with intensity, but what about the next? Kobe pondered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to another. Yet, recalling Jiang's astonishing series of unreasonable three-pointers was indeed impressive. Perhaps this newcomer from Huaxiao is worth the anticipation. He nodded, signaling his stance. With his own performance at a low ebb, he could only hope that this young talent could sustain his miraculous display. If he could elude the Celtics' double-team defense. The Lakers initiated their offense. After crossing half-court, Fisher passed the ball to Jiang Chen, who boldly positioned himself at the arc, embodying the demeanor of a team leader. Upon receiving the basketball, Rondo swiftly approached, joining Pierce to form yet another double team. Observing this, Jiang Chen decisively activated his skill, wildness. Though termed a skill, it signifies an acute sensitivity to the game, an accuracy in ball handling, rapid reflexes, and explosive energy, a distinctive playing style. In the anime, Amin Daiki's wildness is akin to that of a Black Panther, characterized by unparalleled speed. His style is solitary, never relying on teammates, firmly believing in his capability to secure victory for the team. Then, Jiang Chen unleashed his ultra-high-speed dribbling. The basketball danced gracefully at his fingertips, its velocity dazzling, akin to a fleeting comet. Rondo and Pierce stood dumbfounded, momentarily bewildered. In that instant, they could not even see the basketball in Jiang Chen's hand. Only hearing the rhythmic sounds of the dribble. The speed was astonishing. Jiang Chen executed a series of swift changes in direction, his body swaying, effortlessly breaking through the double team of Pierce and Rondo. He then sidestepped back, retreating to beyond the three-point line. Simultaneously, he employed the high-arching three-pointer of Kuriko Tetsuya and the unpredictable shooting style of Amin Daiki. His body contorted in an unusual arc midair. The basketball launched at an uncanny angle. It traced a magnificent arc swish. The eighth three-pointer found its mark. 84-98. The deficit narrowed to 14 points. The arena was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. What had just transpired? Why was the speed of this Huaxia rookie so extraordinary? And what kind of dribbling was that? Such a style had never been witnessed on the professional stage before. Whether it be changes in direction, dribbling between the legs, or behind-the-back maneuvers. None of it adheres to the conventional standards. One might even assert that there are no rules. Yet, the aesthetic appeal is undeniable. With movements that are remarkably fluid and executed at an extraordinary speed. This is rather absurd. After a brief moment, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The large screen continuously replayed Jiang Chen's recent breakthrough and goal. Even though it had been slowed down several times, two of his dribbling maneuvers remained elusive to the eye. This left the players of the Celtics utterly astonished. What level of dribbling speed is this? It's astonishingly fast. This rising star from Huaxia is evidently not limited to just shooting three-pointers. A sudden realization struck Pierce and others, thinking to themselves that trouble was brewing. Kobe, Odom, and the rest also displayed expressions of astonishment, yet predominantly, their faces radiated sheer ecstasy. This seemingly inconspicuous Chinese player has truly demonstrated remarkable prowess, reaching a level of strength that commands admiration. This is truly a treasure discovered. What kind of ball handling is this? It resembles street basketball to some extent. There seems to be absolutely no logic or rules, and the form and execution of the movements are utterly bizarre. Yang Jin exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. In the final moments of the match, Jiang Chen's astonishing feats have been so plentiful that one might feel somewhat numb to them. His skills are truly exceptional. The dribbling techniques he just displayed are undoubtedly the result of over a decade of dedicated practice. It is utterly incredible. How has he achieved this? Yang Yi shook his head in wonder, filled with curiosity. Jiang Chen's performance today has completely transformed his understanding. Is this the same undrafted player who was unable to step onto the court for the entirety of the game? What kind of undrafted player can sink 8 three-pointers in less than a quarter on the grand stage of the finals? It is simply incredulous. Perhaps from this match onwards, Jiang Chen will undergo a remarkable transformation, astonishing everyone. With such a performance, is there any reason to worry about finding a position in the NBA? What Jiang Chen should truly be pondering is which team to choose. Numerous franchises will undoubtedly vie for his talents. Yang Yi continued, unable to suppress his laughter, pride radiating from his face. On the court, the Boston Celtics launched their offense. Rondo and Garnett executed a pick-and-roll. Garnett stood at the free-throw line and released a mid-range shot. Gasol desperately rushed to defend. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen provided additional support, effectively disrupting Garnett from the side. Clang. The shot clanged off the rim. Jiang Chen charged into the paint, seizing the rebound, and immediately initiated a lightning-fast dribble, propelling himself towards the front court. Rondo attempted to defend. With an exceptionally low center of gravity and a significant change of direction, he slipped past him in a single step. Pierce came rushing in. Jiang Chen abruptly halted, changed direction, pulled back, and spun, effortlessly shaking off Pierce. Ray Allen positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, ready to intercept Jiang Chen's path. Fearlessly, Jiang barreled forward. At the critical moment just before their collision, he suddenly halted, dribbling behind his back, maximizing his speed, leaning forward to the left, and effortlessly evading Ray Allen. Leaving only an afterimage. Breaking into the paint, Jiang leapt high, executing a thunderous, axe-like dunk. The pace of this offensive surge was remarkably swift, taking less than 10 seconds from seizing the rebound to executing a resounding dunk. The deficit narrowed to 12 points. With merely 3.5 minutes remaining in the contest, on the sidelines, Rivers felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, his entire body trembling. His eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and astonishment. How is this even possible? This player from Huaxia, who seemingly only excels at three-point shooting, has just exhibited astonishing dribbling skills and an incredible burst of speed. Furthermore, he accomplished the remarkable feat of taking on 3 opponents simultaneously. How infuriating! Where did this Huaxia player, who failed to be drafted, emerge from? Rivers glanced at the team's remaining timeouts, only one left. He would have to wait until a critical moment to call for one. For now, all he could do was hope that the team could maintain their current lead. But could they indeed hold on? Chapter 11. Entering the zone, a surge in performance. Rivers found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. As he observed the confidence of his players gradually fading from their faces, replaced by unease and despondency. All of this was instigated by Jiang. With a commanding 33-point lead, everyone believed the outcome of the game was no longer in question. Yet, a tempest was brewing. This draft selection from Huaxia, akin to a chosen one, spearheaded the Lakers in a fervent pursuit. His displayed prowess and skills eclipsed all players present, including superstars like Kobe and Garnett. This is quite disheartening. Slow down the pace of the offense. Do not grant the Lakers any opportunities for fast breaks. Rivers bellowed. He must ignite the players' passion for the game. This is indeed the grand final. The outcome of this match could very well determine the fate of the championship. Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and others have regained their composure, having been momentarily stunned by the unfolding events. The speed at which this Chinese undrafted player moves is astonishing, particularly his dribbling, which is so rapid that it defies comprehension, making it nearly impossible to anticipate the trajectory of his movements. It is truly perplexing. The expressions on the faces of the 3 opponents reveal a palpable lack of confidence, tinged with fear, a fear rooted in the unknown. They are uncertain of the extraordinary feats this undrafted player might unveil in the ensuing 3 minutes. The game proceeds. The Celtics are on the offense. Under the relentless, high-intensity defense of the Lakers, Ray Allen's shot clangs off the rim once more. Gasol, his face contorted in determination, fiercely battles for the defensive rebound. Then immediately begins searching for Jiang. The Celtics players are also on the lookout for Jiang, who, in their minds, has become akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of detonating at any moment. Upon receiving the basketball, the wild instincts within Jiang awaken once more, akin to a black panther, swift and solitary. The moment he secures the ball, it signifies his intent to pursue a personal offensive rather than pass. As he crosses half-court, encircled by 3 Celtics players, Jiang resolutely opts for an individual attack, launching a high-arching 3-point shot. Clang! The sound reverberates throughout the arena, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the audience. Watching this Chinese undrafted player attempt a 3-pointer is incredibly tense. It feels as though every shot he takes is destined to succeed. Even more exhilarating than witnessing Ray Allen's 3-point attempts. The basketball soars through the air. Garnett and Pierce position themselves, ready to seize the rebound. Jiang stands beyond the 3-point line, his brow furrowing. Unable to make the shot? Then he will enter the zone. In an instant. He senses his body transcending to another level, the very speed of the basketball's flight appearing to slow. Simultaneously, his mind conjures the precise location where the ball will land. With no time for further contemplation, Jiang, propelled by instinct, dashes forward like a cheetah, leaping high within the paint to snatch the basketball from above Garnett's head. In a moment of sheer astonishment from all onlookers, Jiang dribbles intentionally back beyond the 3-point arc and launches another shot from the top of the key. Swish. This time, the basketball effortlessly swished through the net. A look of exhilaration spread across Jiang's face. Is this the ability that comes with entering the zone? It is utterly remarkable. His strength, leaping ability, speed, vision, reflexes, and shooting touch have all been profoundly enhanced. This made Jiang feel as though his body was on the verge of surpassing the limits of humanity. In the realm of anime, the number of players capable of entering the zone state is exceedingly rare. Even one of the miraculous era's legends, Mitarima Shintaro, lacked this ability. Yet now, under the influence of Aomen Daiki's skill experience card, Jiang Chun has transcended into the zone, signifying that all his abilities have been significantly enhanced, including Mitarima's exceptionally high arc three-point shot and Sugawa Tomoki's formidable wall skill. Thus, it can be said that Jiang Chun, at this moment, surpasses even Aomen Daiki's prowess when he enters the zone in the anime. In this match, a reversal is certain. There is no denying the overwhelming strength on display. Such confidence abounds. The arena is alive with fervor, a cacophony of voices rising in excitement. What just transpired? I find myself somewhat bewildered. This emerging talent from Huaxia is formidable. He is no mere benchwarmer. He embodies the prowess of Michael Jordan. No. Having witnessed Jordan's gameplay, I can assert that this Huaxia prodigy surpasses him by leaps and bounds. Hurry. His speed is astonishingly swift. Moreover, it seems he has leaped even higher than before. This is utterly terrifying. Oh God, let time hasten its course. If this continues, the Celtics may very well lose this game. The spectators buzz with anxious chatter, restlessly agitated. Just 7 minutes ago, they reveled in the joy of the Celtics' impending championship victory. Yet in the brief span of those 7 minutes, laughter has vanished. On the court, Pierce and his teammates finally display expressions of despair. Even though they lead by 9 points, they appear as if they are trailing by 9. The performance of this emerging talent from Huaxia has been nothing short of astonishing. With each passing round, they continuously redefine their understanding of Jiang Chun. Most remarkably, this undrafted player from Huaxia is exhibiting an increasingly formidable prowess. What, then, is the extent of his potential? How much longer can this continue? In stark contrast to the palpable frustration among the players of the Celtics, the atmosphere within the Lakers camp has surged once more. The bench players are bouncing energetically, nearly wearing out their towels from vigorous waving. Icons like Kobe and Gasol are animatedly shouting in excitement. In their most desperate moments, Jiang Chun emerges like a beacon of light in the overwhelming darkness, illuminating and redeeming the Lakers. During a Celtics offensive possession, Rondo dribbles past half-court, only to have the ball intercepted by the swiftly advancing Jiang Chun. Enhanced by the zone state, his speed and reflexes reach astonishing heights. Upon perceiving Rondo's passing intentions, he is already poised for action. Following the steal, Jiang Chun embarks on a breathtaking fast break. No one can match his speed, leaving them to watch helplessly as he vanishes into the distance. He halts just beyond the three-point line, executing a high-arching three-pointer reminiscent of the legendary skills of Kuriko Tetsuya in the zone state. The basketball, seemingly ablaze, arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. The players of the Celtics reveal their despair, yet they refuse to concede defeat, instead launching into a frenzied final struggle. They resort to desperate double-teaming tactics against Jiang Chun, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. In this scenario, the defensive pressure on the other Lakers players diminishes significantly. Seizing the moment, Kobe capitalizes on this opportunity, confidently sinking 2 mid-range shots for a total of 4 points. 96-98. As the game enters its final minute, the Lakers have narrowed the deficit to just 2 points, tantalizingly close to completing the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. Having already achieved a miraculous feat, Jiang Chun is on the path to creating an even greater legacy. Chapter 12. The Crucial Moment. A decisive offensive and defensive encounter in the CT5 studio. The two Yangs exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the disbelief in their eyes. Jiang Chun's recent performance was akin to that of a superstar. Frankly speaking, it reminded me of Michael Jordan, Yang Jian remarked with a wry smile, feeling a sense of surrealism. After a season of silence, Jiang Chun's explosive performance in this game is quite overwhelming. Isn't it? Initially perceived as a sudden breakout role player, he has forcefully transformed himself into the team's ace. With such physical gifts, dribbling skills, offensive capabilities, and explosive power, he may indeed surpass Michael Jordan. Yang exclaimed. It is utterly unimaginable. There were moments when Jiang Chun's performance left me questioning his humanity. Yang Jin expressed that he has run out of words to convey his emotions. Now, I find myself eagerly anticipating his future career. Given Jiang Chun's displayed tenacity in this match, the scales of championship favor have tipped towards the Lakers. The Celtics are not devoid of strength, rather, they have simply been unfortunate, Yang Yi remarked, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. In the XL live streaming room. Explosive. Is this still Jiang's three-point shooting? Isn't he merely proficient in three-pointers? Why is he so formidable in dribbling, rebounding, and initiating offense. Such prowess is truly a shame if he is not the star of a team. I hope that following this match, the Lakers will reinstate Jiang as a key player. If he is relegated to merely being the water cooler attendant, it would be a clear oversight by the head coach. The outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. Although the Celtics still lead by 2 points, I am certain the Lakers will mount a comeback. Thus, shall we expect to see videos featuring beauties in bikinis? Where is that netizen? Step forward and respond. Please bear with me. I am currently filming a video. On the court, the Celtics are on the offensive. Rondo drives into the paint and passes to the cutting Ray Allen. In a critical moment, Ray Allen withstands the pressure, executing a smooth jump shot to secure 2 points, widening the gap to 4 points. In this instance, he dared not provoke Chen as he had previously. Instead, he merely let out a furious roar before turning to return to defense. The atmosphere within the arena was taut with anticipation. What would be the outcome of the game? The resolution was imminent. The Lakers initiated their offense. Chen began to receive the ball from the baseline, deftly maneuvering past the double team of Pierce and Rondo, and upon reaching the paint, executed a remarkably challenging aerial fold with a reverse layup, all while contending with Garnett. His unorthodox style of play was both graceful and utterly commanding. The Celtics launched a counterattack. Pierce circled to the top of the arc, receiving the basketball beyond the three-point line, preparing to engage in a one-on-one against Chen. Although his statistics against Chen were dismal, 0 for 4, yielding no points at this critical juncture. As the team's star player and leading scorer, he was expected to take charge and shoulder the offensive burden. Pierce made a series of swift directional changes, gearing up for a drive. Chen activated his formidable defensive skill, Tsunagawa Tomoki's wall, enhanced by his zone state, elevating his defensive prowess to an even higher tier. Seizing the moment, he executed a precise steal. The sound echoed sharply, clean and decisive. What the? Pierce was left flabbergasted, a wave of regret washing over him. He realized too late that he should not have attempted to take on Jiang alone. At that moment, he comprehended that the defensive capabilities of this young prodigy from Huaxia had been grossly underestimated. His critical blunder could very well cost the game. He turned to chase back in defense, hoping to rectify his mistake. Yet, Chen was nowhere to be found. He had already sprinted to the front court, completing a layup with remarkable speed. 98-98. The score was tied. The arena fell into a hushed silence once more. The arena has fallen into an unsettling silence once more, an echo of despair emanating from nearly 20,000 spectators. Rivers, drenched in sweat, calls for the final timeout of the game. Gentlemen, we must focus our offense on penetrating the paint, entrusting the ball to Garnett or passing it down to Perkins. Avoid attempting three-pointers from the perimeter and do not challenge Chen's defense. This damned rookie has been concealing his true prowess, Rivers bellowed. The most significant blunder of the Celtics in this match has been their underestimation of this young talent. Had they opted for a double team when Chen sank his third or fourth three-pointer, perhaps the game would not have reached this critical juncture. A 33-point lead has vanished into thin air. Regret lingers, too late to voice. In the final defensive stand, the Lakers will undoubtedly place the ball in Chen's hands. And with his burgeoning confidence, he will likely choose to go solo. Thus, we must concentrate on defending against Chen's three-point shots, forcing him towards the paint. If he attempts a jump shot or layup, we must foul him. Better to send him to the free throw line than allow him to score. Our fate hinges on this moment. Let's rally. Rivers passionately concluded his final tactical briefing. The ensuing 33 seconds would reveal the player's true mettle. On the other side, at the Lakers bench, Phil gazed intently at his players and succinctly stated, "Get the ball to Jiang. What could be a more effective strategy?" The players nodded in agreement, devoid of doubt. Even Kobe, at this moment, placed all his hopes on Jiang, who had earned his trust and respect through extraordinary performances. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated their offense. Rondo executed a pick and roll with Perkins, penetrating the paint before feigning a pass to the trailing Perkins. Yet, the ball spun in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, it soared in a different direction. Garnett caught the ball and launched a jump shot. Swish. It found its mark. 98-100. The Celtics regained a 2-point lead, sending the crowd into a frenzy, releasing the pent-up emotions suppressed by Chen's dominance. What does it matter that they bridged a 33-point gap? Now, the Celtics stand poised with one foot firmly planted at the threshold of championship glory. A single successful defensive play away from seizing the title. With merely 24 seconds remaining in the match, Phil refrained from calling a timeout, allowing his players to resolve the situation on the court independently. Jiang received the ball from the baseline and dribbled past the half-court line. Kobe, Fisher, and others spread out to the corners, providing Jiang ample space for a one-on-one play. Fans around the globe, watching the live broadcast of this game, held their breath in anticipation. This final offensive maneuver will determine the outcome of the game. How will Jiang respond? Chapter 13. The foul-inducing 2-1 game winner. Who truly is the prey? Nearly 20,000 spectators fixated their gaze upon Jiang, their breaths becoming measured and cautious. The players of the Celtics on the court also watched Jiang's every move with intense scrutiny. This one offensive play could potentially alter the entire series or perhaps change nothing at all. With just 20 seconds remaining on the clock, there was only one chance left to score. Jiang stood at the top of the arc, quietly observing the seconds slip away. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, 13 seconds. The Lakers players started to grow anxious. Are we not going to make a move? Will we truly let the clock run down to the final second? Yet, if the shot fails, this game will be lost. Although everyone was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess Jiang had displayed just moments prior, this last offensive play requires not only technical skill, but also a formidable mental fortitude to withstand the pressure. Can this young player from Huaxia, who has never participated in a pivotal match, rise to the occasion? Many harbor doubts. Kobe, yearning to position himself for the ball, could no longer restrain himself and resolved to take the final shot himself, regardless of the outcome. It is his duty as the leader of the team to shoulder the responsibility. At that moment, however, Jiang sprang into action. With an astonishingly rapid dribble, he unleashed his full potential in his own state. Pierce lunged at him, only to be deftly maneuvered past by Jiang with a quick change of direction. Rondo rushed to provide support, but Jiang elegantly spun past him. Now, Jiang found himself charging into the paint, confronting the last line of defense, Garnett. This is the most formidable defense he must confront. After all, Garnett is the Celtics' most formidable defensive player, and he has even been honored as the Defensive Player of the Year this season. With a fierce roar, Garnett charged forward, secretly reveling in the moment. He feared that this young talent from Huaxia would attempt a three-pointer, but to his astonishment, the player surged into the paint, an act akin to stepping into a trap. The coach's predictions proved accurate. This Huaxia rookie was excessively self-reliant, utterly unwilling to pass the ball. Now, all that remained was to commit a foul, significantly increasing the Celtics' chances of victory. Even if both free throws were converted, the score would merely be tied, leading to overtime. However, should he miss even one shot, the championship would undoubtedly belong to the Celtics. As Jiang barreled into the paint, the entire Lakers team was left in stunned disbelief. Wasn't the three-pointer Jiang's most proficient offensive weapon? Why had he not attempted a three? Is this heading towards overtime? Oh my God. The intentions behind this young talent from Huaxia's offensive maneuvers remain utterly perplexing. Kobe, Gasol, and Odom shared a sense of despair, clutching their heads in disbelief. To challenge the formidable defender Garnett? Even Kobe lacked absolute confidence in scoring within Garnett's guarded paint. Within the key, Jiang had already leapt, arms raised high with the basketball, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the approaching Garnett, seemingly poised for the impending clash. Suddenly, Garnett soared, exerting every ounce of strength to strike Jiang's arm. A resounding smack echoed through the arena. Jiang lost his balance, plummeting towards the ground at an alarming speed. In that fleeting moment, he executed an unconventional shot, a skill capable of being unleashed from any angle and under any circumstance. As his body neared a horizontal position, perilously close to crashing to the floor, Jiang launched the basketball high into the air. The entire audience held their breath, eyes fixed on the soaring sphere, their minds momentarily blank. The basketball struck the rim, bounced back, and then struck the rim again, repetitively ricocheting. With a swish, it settled into the net. The crowd erupted in jubilation, 100-100. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Garnett for hitting Jiang's arm. A free throw was awarded to Jiang. The 20,000 spectators collectively mirrored one another, their hands clasped atop their heads, eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the court. A 2-1. This ruling from the referee proved pivotal and indisputable. For all had heard the unmistakable sound of Garnett's foul and witnessed the excessively brutal nature of his actions. Yet, even amidst such adversity, nothing could hinder Jiang's ability to sink the basketball. How could this Huaxia player, having lost his center of gravity and on the verge of tumbling to the ground. Still managed to release the ball, and remarkably, he succeeded in scoring? This is utterly absurd. On the sidelines, Rivers furrowed his brows as he gazed at Garnett, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry, seemingly questioning the situation at hand. He had clearly articulated the strategy moments ago. It was to commit a foul to prevent Chen from scoring, not to foul him in a manner that allowed for a three-point play. At this moment, the fate of the Celtics rests in the hands of Chen. Garnett stands frozen, reflecting on the entire sequence of events, recalling the subtle smirk that graced Chen's lips just before the foul. His expression shifts dramatically, and he stumbles back 2 steps, gazing at Chen sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. This newcomer from Huaxia is deliberately enticing me to commit a foul. Upon this realization, Garnett was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought himself the hunter, with Chen as the prey. Little did he know that Chen was the true hunter, while he himself was merely the prey already ensnared. What manner of confidence is this? To dare to entice an opponent into a foul during the decisive final offensive play for the championship, resulting in a 2-1. This is truly playing with fire. Is there no fear of missing the shot? A plethora of thoughts flashed through Garnett's mind. Alas, no answers remained. For Jiang had made the basket and successfully drawn a foul. Garnett felt a tinge of despair, experiencing an unsettling sense that losing this match was somehow justified. That was a magnificent shot. The players of the Lakers rushed over to Chen, lifting him up, patting his head and thumping their chests, their excitement beyond words. The doubts that had briefly crossed their minds were now completely obliterated. The free throw must be made. Kobe firmly patted Chen's shoulder, his eyes brimming with expectation. Chen gently nodded and stepped up to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, he effortlessly sank the shot. 101-100. The Lakers had secured a 1-point lead. Meanwhile, the Celtics had no timeouts left and could only inbound the ball from the backcourt. Rondo passed the basketball to Pierce, who hurled it forward with great force. As the final whistle blew, the ball sailed out of bounds. The game was over. With a decisive 2-1 play, Jiang had clinched the victory. Pandemonium erupted. All the Lakers players went wild. The bench players surged onto the court, joining Kobe and others in encircling Jiang, jumping and celebrating this hard-earned triumph. On that fateful night, in the final 10 minutes of the match, they bore witness to the miraculous unfolding of events. Jiang, with sheer determination, propelled his team to overturn a staggering 33-point deficit, clinching a dramatic game-winning 2-1 shot, thus securing victory in the 6th match of the series. The overall score now stood at 3-3. Consequently, this riveting series would continue, leading to a decisive Game 7. Chapter 14. A single quarter of 35 points. After this battle, who in the world would fail to recognize him? The players of the Celtics departed the court in desolation. They could scarcely fathom that the outcome of this match would be so astonishing, leading by 33 points, only to be reversed and ultimately succumb to a last-second free throw. Even as the game concluded, a sense of disbelief lingered, rendering everything surreal. Who could have anticipated that a rookie, merely a water boy, would unleash such formidable energy during garbage time? Despite their discontent, the result was irrevocable. Lamentation would yield no benefit. Their immediate focus must shift to preparing for the impending Game 7. The greatest challenge they faced would be how to contain Chen's prowess. Oh, divine! It is simply inconceivable. Even now, I struggle to accept this outcome. The Lakers have accomplished a 33-point comeback, marking the most significant turnaround in NBA Finals history. This Chinese rookie has thoroughly shamed the Celtics, creating an extraordinary miracle. The Lakers have truly struck gold. If Jiang performs with such explosive energy in Game 7, what chance does the championship hold for the Celtics? In the final 10 minutes, Jiang shot an impressive 12 out of 16 attempts, including a remarkable 10 out of 13 from beyond the arc, while also contributing a decisive free throw. He amassed a staggering total of 35 points, 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 1 block. He shattered records for single-quarter scoring, finals single-quarter scoring, and points scored by a bench player, among others. This Chinese rookie has set innumerable records. The two commentators on site spoke with fervent excitement, their emotions soaring. As they listened to the commentary, fans furiously slammed their support placards. The bold letters proclaiming defeat, the Lakers glaringly prominent, yet painfully piercing. Heartbroken, they lamented for the Celtics. The fourth quarter had once seen them leading by 33 points. A gap so vast that the entire arena had begun to celebrate the Celtics' championship victory. Yet, unexpectedly, the tides turned as a Waterboy player emerged to shatter this illusion. They felt anger. Anger at the Lakers' fortuitous luck, and even more so, at the sudden eruption of this Chinese rookie. It seemed as though the Celtics were ensnared by the very throat of fate, while the Lakers basked in divine favor. Chapter 15. The Lakers' Revelry. In a thrilling lottery. Yasan Shout-Aro dazzled with his thunderous dribbling at the North Shore Garden Gymnasium, within the confines of the Los Angeles Lakers locker room. Cheers echoed from within, as everyone basked in the euphoria of an incredible comeback. Even Kobe, the stoic player who believed the job was far from finished, wore a smile, his excitement still palpable. Brother, your performance was nothing short of miraculous. The enigmatic East indeed harbors mysterious powers. You delivered an extraordinary game, and we take immense pride in you. This is utterly insane. Man, you are the savior of the Lakers. Trailing by 33 points, we were all in despair, but you transformed into a deity and rescued us. I swear, this is the most astonishing playoff display I have ever witnessed. Hooray! I adore Huaxia and its people. The Lakers players erupted in excitement, fervently praising Jiang. The Celtics were left bewildered by his prowess. Yet, in truth, the Lakers themselves were equally stunned. Typically, Jiang was the most reticent player on the team, often overshadowed and lacking in presence. Even when stationed as the water cooler attendant, he seldom contributed, hardly even offering a towel during his teammates' remarkable moments. Throughout the playoffs, Jiang had not been afforded a single opportunity to play, as if he were entirely disconnected from the grand narratives the Lakers were weaving. He was, in every sense, an outsider. In this context, as the Lakers teetered on the brink of elimination, a miracle transpired. Jiang, akin to a deity, took to the court and delivered an explosive performance, illuminating the Lakers' hopes. He astonished not only his teammates, but also the Celtics, the audience present, and indeed the entire world. No one could fathom the sudden eruption of Jiang's extraordinary talents, yet everyone was acutely aware of the significance of his emergence. After the match, Jiang was no longer the same person he once was. In just 10 minutes, he transformed from being overlooked to the center of attention. Buddy, I must express my gratitude to you. You have pulled the team back from the brink of despair and rekindled our hopes for the championship, Kobe exclaimed, his emotions running high. The championship he had longed for seemed to be within reach. He had initially succumbed to despair, conceding defeat for the season. But Jiang salvaged everything. You're welcome. As a member of the team, it is my duty, Jiang replied with a smile, though his mind wandered elsewhere. Preoccupied with thoughts of the system. When would the system release the rewards? It had been over half an hour since the match concluded, and there was still no update. Just then, the system's voice resonated in Jiang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. You have received 3,000 achievement points and 50 skill fusion fragments. Note, accumulating 10,000 achievement points grants 1 lottery draw. Upgrading skills to intermediate requires 500 skill fusion fragments. Upgrading to advanced requires 1,000 fragments. Upgrading to maximum level requires 2,000 fragments. And upgrading to the highest perfection requires 5,000 fragments. You currently have 1 opportunity to draw. Would you like to proceed? The system inquired. Let us proceed with the draw. Jiang replied without hesitation. This was a critical time for the team's championship aspirations, and enhancing his abilities was paramount. He eagerly focused on the spinning wheel in his mind, where various skills appeared, igniting his excitement. Ding! The lottery begins. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Thunder Dribble skill from Yamashita Kotaro. With an initial level of advanced, Jiang felt a surge of exhilaration. He was in dire need of a dribbling skill, after all. His scouting report indicated that his only strength lay in 3-point shooting, while his other skills paled in comparison to those of NBA-level players. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Thunder Dribble, which could create deafening sounds and incredible speed using merely 3 fingers. Once the dribble fingers reached 4, the basketball could glide past opponents with astonishing swiftness. At 5 fingers, the dribbling speed would be akin to a flash of lightning. With a mere thought, the skill description of Yamashita Kotaro's Thunder Dribble materialized in his mind. Yamashita Kotaro's Thunder Dribble, one of the 5 champions without a title, possessing extraordinary dribbling skills. Upon fusion, one can attain remarkable dribbling abilities, initially rated as advanced, with a fusion rate of 60, thus acquiring exceptional dribbling techniques, currently lacking breakthrough capabilities, and a probability of being intercepted set at 10. It is noteworthy that this skill necessitates the use of 3 fingers upon subsequent upgrades. 4 or 5 fingers may be employed. The system integrates the dribbling skill of Yamakotaro, Thunder Dribble, Jiang Chen decisively stated, simultaneously accessing the system interface. System: Black Basket System Host, Jiang Chen height, 201 centimeters weight, 98 kilograms overall physique, 89 skills, Aim Daiki's physical talent, perfect level, Tsukuwa Tomoki's ultimate wall, advanced. Murasakibara Atsushi's high arc three-pointer, advanced. Yamakotaro's Thunder Dribble, advanced. Items: none achievement points. 3,000 skill fusion fragments. 50 Jiangchen couldn't help but smile. With the Thunder Dribble skill of Yamakotaro, his prowess has indeed escalated. He redirected his consciousness back to reality, where his teammates were still in celebration. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the changing room. A staff member entered, visibly taken aback, and announced that it was nearly time for the post-match interviews, with the NBA officials and several media outlets requesting Jiang Chen's presence. The others in the room displayed expressions of astonishment, turning their gazes toward Jiang Chen, who appeared equally bewildered, pointing at himself in confusion. When had he last been interviewed? Jiang Chen could hardly recall. Perhaps it was during the press conference upon his recent signing with the Lakers. Undoubtedly, Jiang was deserving of this attention, Kobe remarked with a smile, gesturing for Jiang Chen to follow him. Accompanying them was head coach Phil Jackson. The trio traversed the lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the interview room. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. The spacious room was teeming with people and cameras, nearly at a point where individuals were shoulder to shoulder. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least over 200 media representatives present. Even Kobe seemed somewhat astonished. The spectacle is truly magnificent. Undoubtedly, all the media is converging towards Jiang Chen. This remarkable young man from Huaxia once again becomes the focal point of the entire venue. The 3 individuals take their seats, and all cameras are directed towards Jiang Chen. Hey, Jiang, this evening you have performed a miracle. In the final quarter, with your team trailing by 33 points, you orchestrated an astonishing comeback and delivered the game-winning shot. What are your feelings at this moment? Chapter 16, Post-Match Interview. I am merely speaking the truth. In response to the reporter's inquiry, Jiang Chen pondered for a brief moment before calmly stating, I feel quite at peace. I simply seized the opportunity to play and delivered the performance that was expected of me. The reporters appeared somewhat bewildered. Expected performance? A player who had scarcely seen any court time, having made only 1 three-pointer throughout the entire season, managed to score 35 points in less than 10 minutes during the most critical moment of the finals. Is this the expected performance? This is utterly brazen, isn't it? How pretentious. This player from Huaxia is undoubtedly putting on airs. Do you truly have the confidence to replicate such an extraordinary performance in the next match? To sink as many three-pointers as you did in this game? The reporter continued to press, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. After merely 1 explosive game, this Huaxia rookie considers himself akin to a superstar like Kobe? Has he forgotten his role as a team player? Of course, without a doubt. I believe my performance in the next game will surpass this one, perhaps even with more three-pointers, Jiang Chen replied calmly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. The reporters, upon hearing this, exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Chen's assertions. Achieving 10 three-pointers in a single game is already remarkable. To expect to replicate that feat in consecutive matches, or even exceed it, this is no longer mere pretension, it has escalated into sheer boastfulness. It is no wonder that journalists express skepticism, for in the annals of NBA history, the record for the most three-pointers made in a single game stands at a mere 12. This record is a rarity, a fleeting moment that can only be seized when the stars align and one feels an exhilarating surge of inspiration. The confluence of timing, environment, and personal prowess is indispensable. It is evident that the journalists believe tonight's Jiang Chen has reached a transcendent state of shooting, enabling him to astonishingly sink 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. Logically speaking, after such an explosive performance, one is expected to revert to their average level. Sustaining such an extraordinary display is exceedingly difficult, particularly for a role player. Hence, skepticism surrounds Jiang Chen's assertions. After all, since the inception of the three-point line in the NBA, no player has ever managed to achieve the feat of scoring over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games. Even the legendary three-point sharpshooter Larry Bird could not accomplish this. Nor could the historical three-point record holder Reggie Miller, and the current three-point king Ray Allen also fell short. Hey, buddy, you hit 10 three-pointers tonight. Do you really expect to surpass that in the next game? Surely you jest? A reporter inquired, his tone laced with incredulity and a hint of derision. Is 10 three-pointers a lot? I managed that in just one quarter. In the next game, I could have 4 quarters to play. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The reporters collectively gasped in astonishment. Is 10 three-pointers not a considerable feat? In the annals of NBA history, no player has ever succeeded in sinking 10 three-pointers in a single finals game, until now, as Chen becomes the first. They yearned to refute his claim, yet found themselves confronted with undeniable truths articulated by Chen, leaving them at a loss for a counterargument. Beside them, Kobe displayed a look of astonishment. This new talent from Huaxia truly exhibits an audacious spirit, perhaps even more so than in his own youth. Jiang, your remarkable performance tonight. Hitting 10 out of 13 three-point attempts is simply astounding. It is noteworthy that the current sharpshooter, Ray Allen, also managed to sink 7 three-pointers this evening. Might I inquire how you achieved such an impressive feat? The reporters are increasingly curious about the catalyst behind Chen's eruption. Surely there must be a turning point. A shift in mindset, a release of pressure, or an insatiable desire to prove oneself. The answer is rather straightforward, he replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of humility. I merely stood on the court, seized the opportunity, and made those three-point shots. The reporters remained rooted in place, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. This is rather absurd. Simple? Is there a distinction in our understanding of simplicity? Is making a three-pointer from the logo truly simple? Is executing a strong three-point shot while facing defense simple? Is it easy to consecutively sink 5 three-pointers? Why is it that every word Chen uttered was comprehensible, yet when strung together into a sentence, it left everyone somewhat baffled? A hush fell over the venue. The journalists were momentarily thrown off balance by Chen's remarks, rendering the interview somewhat stagnant. After a brief pause, someone finally resumed questioning. Jiang, tonight you clinched the victory with a last-minute free throw. May I ask why, on your final offensive play, you opted for a drive to the basket instead of a three-point shot? Were you aiming to take the game into overtime? One reporter inquired, clearly intrigued. Everything was within my control. I never contemplated extending the game into overtime. My intention in driving to the basket was solely for the purpose of achieving a conventional three-point play, Chen replied, his tone still brimming with confidence. At that moment, he genuinely thought and acted in that manner. The journalists exchanged glances, their expressions revealing yet another instance of bewilderment. This is utterly frustrating. Can we not conduct an interview properly? To suggest that Chen is merely a role player is absurd. Would anyone dare make such a claim even about the legendary Michael Jordan? In a decisive offensive play that determined the championship, he had the audacity to penetrate the paint, draw a foul, and complete a 2-1 to seal the game. What kind of confidence could achieve such a feat? It is utterly absurd. Moreover, Chen faced none other than Kevin Garnett, the league's premier defensive player, making the challenge exceedingly daunting. A mere coincidence. The final offensive play must have been a stroke of luck. It was simply a chance occurrence that led Chen to express such sentiments. After all, the events that transpired are now established facts. Chen can articulate his thoughts as he pleases, rendering any attempt at discerning the truth moot. Kobe's eyes mirrored astonishment. He had unwavering faith in his offensive prowess, believing it to be among the greatest in history, capable of altering the course of the game. Executing a game-winning shot with such precision, however, was beyond his reach. Hence, he too found it hard to believe Chen's claims. Yet, considering this was Chen's first interview of the entire season, let him indulge in his whimsical expressions. The reporters shook their heads, and Chen realized that his audacious 2-1 play had indeed been extraordinary. He then suggested, you may later visit the Celtics interview room to speak with Garnett. Perhaps his insights will satisfy your curiosity. The reporter's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Indeed, as a key figure in the situation, Garnett would undoubtedly possess a clear understanding of the events. A simple inquiry to him would reveal whether Chen was merely posturing. Jiang, due to your remarkable performance, achieving a historic 33-point turnaround in the finals and bringing the series to a decisive Game 7, what are your expectations for this crucial match? A reporter inquired. Without a doubt, the championship. Chen replied with a composed tone, exuding immense confidence and an air of authority. The reporters were taken aback. Is this, perchance, a mere water cooler player? Is this the demeanor one would expect from a mere benchwarmer? Yet this rookie from Huaxia is undeniably an undrafted player, merely a benchwarmer. How utterly absurd. In Chapter 17, Let Time Prove It, River's sarcasm momentarily quieted the room. The reporters exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. The recent interview with Jiang had completely reshaped their understanding of arrogance. Even the legendary Larry Bird, often hailed as the epitome of bravado in the 1980s, would likely find himself outmatched by Jiang. Bird, known for his countless moments of bravado cherished by fans, had left an indelible mark on the league. Yet, in those brief few minutes of the interview, the reporters sensed that Jiang might be on the cusp of becoming the new king of swagger. The difference, however, lies in Bird's ability to transform his bravado into tangible accomplishments. This is true prowess. What about Jiang? Will he continue to shine brilliantly in the future as he claims, or will he, like a shooting star, blaze brightly for a fleeting moment in this match and then fade into obscurity, remaining a peripheral figure in the league? This answer can only be validated by the passage of time. However, at present, most journalists harbor skepticism regarding Jiang's professional career. The ephemeral nature of performances in the NBA is indeed striking. Numerous players, much like the Rockets, rise to prominence only to subsequently fade away like shooting stars. Perhaps tonight's remarkable display, scoring 35 points in a single quarter, sinking 10 three-pointers, and delivering a game-winning shot, marks the pinnacle of Jiang's entire career. Phil, under your guidance, the team orchestrated a remarkable comeback. What do you believe was your most astute decision during this game? The reporters shifted their focus. Undoubtedly, it was to ensure Jiang took to the court. If I had allowed him to play sooner, perhaps we would not have fallen behind by 33 points. Phil remarked with a subtle smile. What is your perspective on Jiang's earlier comments? Do you think he could become the Pippen alongside Kobe? One reporter inquired, clearly intrigued. Well, some of Jiang's statements are indeed hard to believe, yet the young man's spirit deserves commendation. Let us see what the future holds. As for whether he can become the Pippen next to Kobe, I wouldn't dare to claim that, after all. Pippen never achieved the astonishing feat of scoring 35 points in a quarter with 10 three-pointers. Perhaps he might evolve into another Kobe. Phil shrugged, unreservedly praising Jiang. The reporters were once again taken aback. Another Kobe? This player who merely serves as a water cooler attendant? Could it be that Phil has been so awed by Jiang's performance that he lost his usual discernment? While Jiang's display is certainly praiseworthy, to suggest he could become another Kobe may be an overstatement. Kobe, as the face of the NBA, is an epic-making superstar with influence that extends across the globe. What remarkable qualities does this Huaxia player possess to be compared to another Kobe? Aside from Yao Ming, no other NBA superstar has emerged from Huaxia. Kobe. Do you share this sentiment? The reporters turned their attention to Kobe. Indeed, Jiang is an extraordinary player, and his future accomplishments in the NBA are immeasurable. Kobe calmly affirmed this. What lies ahead does not concern him. His focus is on the present, specifically the impending Game 7. If a few words of praise can ignite Jiang's confidence and enable him to excel in the decisive match, why not offer such commendation? Upon hearing Kobe's words, Jiang turned and smiled. Kobe, I must say, you truly have an eye for talent. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. This teammate is truly lacking in modesty. The reporters are equally astonished. This rising star from Huaxia certainly does not miss any opportunity to flaunt. After all this posturing, I am eager to witness your performance in the decisive Game 7. Following the interview, a multitude of media reporters flocked to the Boston Celtics press area. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the Lakers' interview room, the Celtics area appeared somewhat desolate, with barely 100 media outlets present. Doc Rivers, how do you perceive the defeat in this match? Do you believe this game signifies a turning point in the entire series? One journalist inquired. I never anticipated our team would succumb to defeat. When we held a 33-point lead, we had already begun to prepare for a celebration of victory. Yet, who would have imagined that a benchwarmer from the Lakers would score 35 points in a single quarter, leading his team to a comeback, culminating in a last-second shot? The sensation is quite disheartening. We had envisioned the championship trophy in our grasp, only for that Huaxia newcomer to shatter our dreams. I do not consider this a turning point, since we were capable of establishing a 33-point lead over the Lakers today. I firmly believe we can achieve the same in Game 7. After all, A benchwarmer cannot consistently deliver such explosive performances. The Lakers cannot rely on a mere benchwarmer to secure the championship, can they? Rivers remarked, shaking his head. His face reflecting a sardonic expression, both a critique of his own misjudgment for granting Jiang, Chen too many shooting opportunities early on, which ignited his subsequent torrid shooting streak, and a scornful jab at the Lakers for relying on a player earning a mere pittance to turn the game in their favor. Ironically, that benchwarmer is indeed a member of the Lakers. This is quite disheartening. During the decisive Game 7, will you implement a targeted defense against Jiang Chen? A reporter inquired. No, there is absolutely no necessity. I am aware that the Lakers will undoubtedly increase Jiang Chen's playing time in the decisive match. Yet his most notable skill is merely his three-point shooting. 13 attempts with 10 successful shots? I find it hard to believe he will maintain such a terrifying shooting percentage in the next game. Rivers replied with a calm demeanor, though internally he was fervently critiquing. Is there any need to inquire? Targeted defense is undoubtedly essential, even if this rising star from Huaxiao experiences a decline in shooting accuracy. Allowing him to score 3 or 4 three-pointers remains unacceptable. How could such a matter be articulated? It is imperative not to display any sign of weakness before the Lakers. Athletic competition transcends mere physical prowess and technical skill. The psychological struggle holds equal significance. The journalists in attendance nodded in agreement with Rivers' remarks. Garnett, could you elucidate the circumstances surrounding the final defensive play of the game? What prompted you to commit a foul? Why did you allow Jiang Chen to achieve a 2-1? A reporter, having shifted from the Lakers press area, eagerly inquired. Our defense was unequivocally sound. We forced Jiang Chen into the paint, and then I committed a foul, allowing him a free throw. Yet, I was taken aback that, even under such intense pressure, this Chinese rookie managed to sink the shot. One detail that stood out was that, as I fouled him, a slight smile appeared on his lips, leading me to suspect he was deliberately waiting for me to foul. He had seen through our strategy and executed that 2-1 flawlessly. Chapter 18, a hot topic across the internet. The most potent three-point shooter in the league. Garnett's expression was one of anguish, reluctant to revisit this humiliating moment. He was acutely aware that he had been outmaneuvered by that Chinese rookie. The sensation of becoming prey is truly unsettling. The reporters fell into a profound silence, their faces a portrait of bewilderment. It dawned on them that what Jiang Chen had stated was indeed true. He had genuinely orchestrated the final offensive, eschewing the notion of overtime, intent solely on securing a 2-1, deftly manipulating the Celtics at his whim. It is lamentable that the Celtics had devised a strategy, inadvertently presenting this foul as a gift. Reflecting on this, the reporters could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Celtics. It could be said that their own tactical design had doomed them to lose what was nearly a championship trophy within their grasp. Now, as the series heads into a decisive Game 7, any outcome is conceivable. The crowd couldn't resist speculating. If they were to falter in this final confrontation, what emotions would the Celtics experience? Would they regret the tactical arrangement in the last moments of Game 6? Yet, one must ponder. Amidst the critical offensive that determined their fate, how could this prodigious talent from Huaxia still manage to smile? Is he truly just an undrafted player and a water cooler attendant? It seems utterly absurd. Following the post-game interviews, the throng of reporters returned to their respective organizations, diligently embarking on an intense writing spree. The abundance of reportable content surrounding this match is truly staggering, and the post-game interviews are brimming with intriguing topics. Early the next morning, a cascade of news articles flooded major sports media websites, igniting a fervor across the internet. A miraculous comeback. The bench players scored 35 points in a single quarter, leading the Lakers to a nail-biting victory over the Celtics. Did they squander the championship? The Celtics, leading by 33 points, experienced an inexplicable reversal. A staggering 35 points and 10 three-pointers shattered numerous finals records, showcasing the astonishing performance of an undrafted player. The undrafted rookie, who had not set foot on the court all season, rescued the Lakers. Was this divine intervention? Beyond the match coverage, the content of the post-game interviews continued to be reported by the media. A legendary performance in a single game? Has the Lakers found their heir to Kobe? Phil openly declared that Jiang Chen is another Kobe. Will he sink 10 three-pointers again in a decisive Game 7? The audacious remarks of the undrafted rookie in the post-game interview. Mastering the final shot, Jiang Chen executed a game-winning 2-1, entirely in accordance with his own strategy. Garnett personally acknowledged that Chen deciphered the Celtics' tactics and deliberately waited for a foul to secure the victory at the free throw line. Rivers candidly stated that the Lakers were fortunate, relying on the bench player to turn the game around, asserting that they would not target Chen in the decisive Game 7. A dazzling array of reports emerged, yet without question, Chen was the focal point of the coverage. Following the revelations, an immense wave of discussion swept across the United States. Oh my God, did this truly happen? Can a bench player be that formidable? 35 points in a single quarter? 10 three-pointers? Is this not something achievable only in video games? If one merely glanced at the statistics, one might assume it was Kobe himself. Astonishingly, it was a rookie from China, truly unbelievable. My interest in this Chinese rookie has only grown. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performances. Will he be a fleeting phenomenon or deliver sustained excellence? This is utterly extravagant. Scoring 10 three-pointers in a Game 7? I can only say that ignorance has led this bench player to become audacious. Indeed, this Chinese rookie is too arrogant. I hope the Celtics will teach him a lesson in the decisive Game 7. I concede that this bench player's performance was terrifying. But let us not forget, it was merely one game. Throughout his career, he has scarcely had the opportunity to play. I am waiting to see how he falters in the Game 7. Amongst the fans, there are those who praise and express astonishment, as well as those who belittle and mock. However, most remain skeptical that Chen can consistently deliver such extraordinary performances, believing he will regress to the level of a typical role player in the Game 7. Across the vast ocean in China, reports concerning the Lakers and Chen have equally swept the internet, sparking fervent discussions among fans everywhere. Goodness, 10 three-pointers in a single quarter? Is this truly Jiang Sanfan? I deeply regret not watching the final quarter of that match. I have watched Chen's highlight videos dozens of times, yet I find myself insatiable, each viewing igniting a fervor within me. This is precisely the caliber of performance we, as representatives of Huaxia, should aspire to. I must ask, who else can match this? Incredible. From the moment Chen entered the NBA, I held high hopes for him. After a season of silence, he has finally erupted. Are you serious? You're only praising Chen after a single stellar game? News and commentary related to Chen have continued to gain momentum on Huaxia's internet, swiftly ascending to the trending searches within mere hours. It has indeed captured the attention of the entire online community. Individuals from various sectors have expressed their congratulations to Chen and the Huaxia basketball scene. Simultaneously, the Huaxia Basketball Association issued a statement lauding Chen's performance in the NBA, commending his resilience and unwavering dedication to his dreams, ultimately seizing the opportunity to prove himself and embodying the true spirit of sportsmanship. Even numerous esteemed media outlets have reported on Chen's explosive performance that led the Lakers to a dramatic comeback. In an instant, Chen has become the most talked-about sports figure in all of Huaxia, even eclipsing athletes preparing for the Olympics. He has truly achieved fame overnight. In Boston, USA, within the Lakers' dedicated training facility, the team is preparing for tomorrow's decisive Game 7. At this moment, a 10-minute inter-squad scrimmage is underway, featuring the starting lineup against the reserves. With just 1 minute left in the scrimmage, the reserves trail by a mere 6 points. Every player is drenched in sweat, their spirits soaring. This is due to Chen's astonishing performance in the practice match, where he scored 5 three-pointers in just 10 minutes, requiring only 8 attempts. His shooting percentage is nothing short of remarkable. This also allowed Kobe and Gasol to collaborate within the bench lineup, preventing the point gap from widening significantly. Beep. The assistant coach's whistle signaled the conclusion of the practice match. The players gathered around Chen. Jiang, your three-point shooting is truly impeccable. With your offensive prowess, we are certain to triumph in the decisive Game 7 against the Celtics. It's hard for the outside world to fathom that you can sustain such fiery form after your explosive performance. I can hardly wait to see the astonished expressions on the Celtics' faces. Secret weapon, you will once again be our team's ace in the hole. Buddy, your future undoubtedly holds the potential to become a three-point sharpshooter like Ray Allen. The players exchanged enthusiastic remarks, brimming with excitement and warmth towards Chen. He had earned the recognition and respect of his teammates through his prowess, a stark contrast to the previous indifference they had shown toward him, where few even acknowledged his presence. No, there's no need to look to the future. I am already the strongest three-point shooter in the league. And please, do not compare me to Ray Allen, as it belittles my abilities. Chen replied coolly, his words dripping with confidence. Chapter 19. The Butterfly Effect. Multiple teams scout Jiang. What an international joke. Is Mitarima Shintaro's high-arc three-point skill merely a jest? Forget Ray Allen. Even Curry would falter. I possess transcendent, otherworldly basketball abilities. Who could rival me? His teammates looked utterly bewildered. The strongest three-point sharpshooter in the league? This is rather audacious, isn't it? What might Ray Allen think of this? Kobe raised an eyebrow, recalling the post-game interview from the previous night. Is it already being installed? This teammate hailing from Huaxia certainly exudes an enigmatic confidence. However, Jiang Chen's demonstrated prowess in three-point shooting is indeed astonishing. I hope he can sustain this shooting form into tomorrow's decisive Game 7. Kobe mused, his heart ablaze with fervor. This time, the opportunity to seize the championship shall not slip through our fingers. All right, gentlemen, let us commence a new round of training, striving to vanquish the Celtics tomorrow. Phil stood at the sidelines, clapping his hands and unable to suppress a hint of a smile, his mind already strategizing for the forthcoming match. Indeed, the players responded with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring, filled with unwavering confidence for the impending game. For they possessed a secret weapon. This undrafted talent from China is destined to become a nightmare for the Boston Celtics. At this moment, in the office of the Miami Heat's president, Pat Riley is meticulously perusing every piece of information available on Jiang Chen. Jiang's performance has not only created a sensation among American basketball fans, but has also astonished the entire NBA league. How peculiar. The scouting reports are unremarkable, and his season performance has been dismal. It was fortunate that he was not assigned to the development league by the Lakers. Why then did he suddenly explode in the sixth game against the Lakers? As Riley flips through the documents, he mutters to himself. Bang! Just then, a tall figure pushes the door open. It is none other than the Heat star player, Dwayne Wade. Hey, did you catch yesterday's finals? That Chinese rookie was truly phenomenal. I can't help but become a fan, Wade exclaims, his expression animated and full of excitement. Of course. Look at what I am currently engaged in, Riley replies, gesturing toward the documents on his desk. Wade nods and gives Riley a thumbs up. He has come here with the intention of discussing Jiang Chen. Once the finals conclude, Jiang will become a free agent, and when the free agent market opens, the Heat may have a chance to sign this future star. I understand your thoughts. I am contemplating this matter as well. However, we cannot define this player based on just one game. Further observation is necessary, Riley states. His gaze steady and his demeanor calm. Years as president have honed his ability to remain composed and think critically in the face of situations. Further observation? There is only one game left this season. Instead of mulling over it here, we should go witness the decisive Game 7. Wade exclaims urgently, his concern growing that Jiang might be snatched away by other teams. That's a valid point. Let us purchase tickets to Boston immediately, Riley agrees, tossing the documents onto the table as he and Wade rush to the airport. In the office of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager, Kupchak is still online, browsing news about yesterday's game, elated by Jiang's miraculous performance. It is worth noting that he was the one who brought Jiang to the Lakers with a contract. At the time, he merely believed that this Chinese player's three-point shooting ability could benefit the team, thus signing him for a minimum salary. Little did he expect this undrafted Chinese talent would spend the entire season on the bench. During the regular season, he contemplated cutting Jiang multiple times, but ultimately refrained. To his astonishment, Jiang exploded at the most desperate moment for the Lakers, saving the team and preserving their championship aspirations. In this particular match, the expenditure of several $100,000 proved to be exceedingly worthwhile. The more Kupchak reflected on this process, the more he felt a sense of pride. What does it mean to possess a discerning eye? His judgment was indeed exceptional. If he continued to operate the team in this manner, might he not be on the verge of creating a Lakers dynasty? As Kupchak reveled in these thoughts, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. It was Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers. Hello, boss. What can I do for you? Kupchak inquired, a smile gracing his face, already anticipating praise for his efforts. You did a commendable job signing Jiang Chen. However, his contract is about to expire, and I need you to fly to Boston immediately. Spare no effort to ensure Jiang Chen remains with the team, Jerry Buss stated, his tone tinged with urgency. Spare no effort? Is there a limit to the contract? Kupchak found himself momentarily bewildered. This was indeed a difficult judgment to make. There is no limit, as long as it complies with league regulations. You can sign any contract of any magnitude. This undrafted talent from Huaxia possesses immense potential. I trust my judgment, Jerry Buss exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Regardless of Jiang Chen's future, he was willing to pay a hefty price to secure a favorable outcome. Even if Jiang Chen were to fade into obscurity and become merely a water cooler attendant, he would accept that. This is the essence of Jerry Buss. His inherent gambling instinct often leads him to make audacious decisions. It is precisely this audacity that has transformed the Lakers, under his stewardship, into one of the NBA's premier franchises, garnering numerous championship trophies. Indeed, Mitch Kupchak's excitement was palpable. Working under such a proprietor is simply exhilarating. After hanging up the phone, Kupchak instructed his assistant to procure the earliest flight, and he hurried to the airport, his mind already conjuring images of the moment after signing Jiang Chen. Surely Mr. Buss would be elated. One cannot deny the fortune of this overlooked talent from China, who has caught Buss's eye. Even if his performance tomorrow were to falter, he would still secure a commendable contract. At the very least, his job would be safeguarded. In addition to the Heat and the Lakers, several other teams' managements were also boarding flights to Boston overnight, intent on observing Jiang Chen's performance. A single game of brilliance does not substantiate much, but consecutive standout performances could indeed affirm Jiang Chen's potential as a formidable player. Should Jiang excel in the decisive Game 7, it would undoubtedly ignite the free agency market this summer. Conversely, if he performs mediocrely or poorly, it may deter many teams interested in him. Thus, Game 7 is not only pivotal for the Lakers' championship aspirations, but also represents the optimal opportunity for Jiang Chen to showcase his value. Chapter 20, Pre-Match Interviews. The decisive Game 7 approaches the following day. The NBA Finals culminate in a thrilling Game 7. 3 hours prior to the match, the North Shore Garden Arena was teeming with spectators. The venue was filled to capacity, and even the plaza outside was a sea of fans, heads bobbing in a dense crowd. The fervent supporters had completely overtaken the arena. Despite the Celtics' previous game, where they faced a staggering 33-point turnaround against the Lakers, the fans remained undeterred in their faith. They staunchly believed that their resilient green team would not be vanquished by such a setback. In this match, the Celtics were poised for an even fiercer counterattack, and the Lakers should brace themselves for the impending storm. As lifelong rivals, the Celtics fanbase harbored an intense disdain for the Lakers. Even before the game commenced, some fans had begun chanting slogans to defeat the Lakers. Inside the arena, both teams were undergoing pre-match interviews. In the Lakers interview area, head coach Phil Jackson and star player Kobe Bryant were present. Phil, in the last match, Jiang Chen exhibited an extraordinary performance, aiding the Lakers in their comeback. Will you assign him a crucial role in this game? A reporter inquired. Perhaps, was Phil's response. I shall grant Jiang Chen a few minutes on the court, subsequently observing his performance, with hopes that he can sustain the fervent momentum from the previous match, Phil remarked. His eyes narrowed, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. The reporters nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Chen had exuded bravado during the post-match interview, skepticism lingered among the crowd. Phil's words now resonated with a sense of normalcy. What was that absurdity in the last game's post-match interview? Claiming Jiang Chen could become another Kobe was utterly ludicrous. In this unforgiving realm of the NBA, performance dictates tenure on the court. Excel and remain, falter and be replaced. The stakes are even higher in a decisive Game 7 of the Finals, where a coach must exercise utmost caution in player selection. Ultimately, it is the prowess of stalwarts like Kobe and Gasol that will dictate the course of the match. As for this undrafted player, he might only grace the court for a few minutes, perhaps sinking a couple of three-pointers before being benched. Of course, Jiang Chen could replicate his previous game's astonishing feat, sinking several three-pointers in succession and delivering an extraordinary performance. Yet, deep down, everyone comprehends that such a likelihood is exceedingly slim, more improbable than winning the lottery. Phil, in light of the Celtics' formidable performance in the last game, do you have any adjustments to make? A reporter inquired. It is well known that the Lakers were thoroughly overwhelmed in the last encounter, trailing by as much as 33 points. Had it not been for that sudden outburst from the undrafted player, the Celtics would likely be parading the championship trophy through Boston by now. What need is there for a Game 7? Certainly, I have made adjustments to the team's lineup, and I firmly believe that this new configuration will lead us to victory. Phil replied with his characteristic calm. The reporters furrowed their brows. A new lineup? What does that entail? Speak up. This cunning old fox perpetually shrouds himself in a veil of ambiguity, revealing not a shred of valuable information. Kobe, your performance in this series has been notably inconsistent. Might it be the injuries that have hindered you? Or perhaps the Celtics' defense has taken its toll? As we approach the impending Game 7, do you harbor concerns regarding your condition? A reporter inquired, shifting the focus of the interview. No, not at all. Kobe replied with a steely demeanor. I yearn for victory. Regardless of my state, I shall exert every ounce of effort to secure the win. In the post-game interview from the previous match, you heard Jiang Chen's remarks. Do you believe he can fulfill those promises? Another reporter asked. Absolutely. He certainly does not appear to be jesting. Kobe responded, shrugging his shoulders, a hint of a smile gracing his face. The thought of Jiang Chen's performance in the scrimmage filled him with excitement. This Chinese player, though not selected in the draft, may still deliver a stunning performance that captivates the world during tonight's decisive Game 7. The reporters are left in utter bewilderment. Is it madness to yearn for the championship? The illustrious NBA superstar Kobe Bryant is actually counting on an undrafted player to aid the team? It is utterly inconceivable. By the way, did Phil not just state that he would only grant Jiang Chen a few minutes on the court? Whose words hold greater credibility? The journalists found themselves rather perplexed. After much inquiry, they realized they had gleaned little. The only recourse was to venture to the arena and uncover the truth. In the Celtics interview room, a reporter posed a question to Rivers. In the upcoming match, which player do you perceive as the greatest threat to your team? Without a doubt, Kobe Bryant. Rivers responded, his tone imbued with admiration. He is undoubtedly one of the greatest scorers in history, and we must devise strategies to curtail his effectiveness. Even as an adversary, Kobe commands respect. And what about Jiang Chen? Another reporter inquired. Are you kidding me? Rivers exclaimed, his expression dramatically conveying his astonishment at the question. I do not believe Jiang Chen's performance can surpass that of Kobe. He continued, a confident demeanor gracing his features. In the previous game, inadequate preparation allowed this undrafted talent from Huaxia to wreak havoc on the court. This match has been meticulously planned with a defensive strategy. The moment this undrafted player steps onto the court, the defense must make him question his very existence. The reporters couldn't help but chuckle at this. This inquiry is indeed superfluous. How could Jiang Chen possibly be compared to Kobe? Ray Allen. Jiang Chen boldly proclaimed his intent to sink 10 three-pointers in this match. What is your perspective on this? A reporter inquired. As a seasoned three-point shooter with over a decade in the NBA, I am acutely aware of the formidable challenge presented by the prospect of making 10 three-pointers in a single game. No player in the annals of NBA history has achieved the feat of consecutively hitting 10 three-pointers in 2 games. It is an immense challenge. I have not accomplished it, nor has Reggie Miller. As for Jiang Chen, Lady Luck has smiled upon him once. If she were to do so again, would it not be rather unjust for the rest of us? Ray Allen stated solemnly, his meaning unmistakable despite his lack of directness. If he could not achieve it, nor could Reggie Miller, then it stands to reason that Jiang Chen's chances are even slimmer. Should Jiang Chen indeed make 10 three-pointers, it would be attributed to fortune rather than skill. Do you harbor confidence in surpassing Jiang Chen's three-point count in this game? The reporter pressed on. Undoubtedly. The three-pointer is my weapon for survival in the NBA. Ray Allen responded with robust confidence. After a few more questions, the reporters concluded their pre-game interview. Following this, the Celtics and Lakers, having donned their uniforms in the locker room, dashed down the player tunnel onto the court. Under the glaring spotlight, every player bore a serious expression, their eyes burning with a fiery determination. Amidst a sea of green, the Lakers' purple and gold colors appeared somewhat solitary, as if encircled. The clamor surged. In this suffocating atmosphere, the decisive Game 7, which would determine the champion, was on the brink of commencement. Chapter 21. Jiang Chen takes the starting position. Reactions from all sides, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the North Shore Garden Arena for the climactic Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Who will emerge victorious in this decisive battle and claim the championship title this year? The tension is palpable, and anticipation is rife. The commentator, Chuck Barkley, exuberantly proclaimed. The atmosphere has reached a fever pitch. We await the splendid display that the Celtics and Lakers will provide. His fellow commentator, Reggie Miller, echoed his excitement. Both are esteemed commentators from the renowned TNT network, holding high status in the commentary realm, each boasting illustrious NBA careers. Old friend, who do you personally believe will triumph in this Game 7 and seize the championship? Barkley asked with a raised eyebrow and a playful grin. I have great faith in the Celtics. After all, they have demonstrated overwhelming prowess in the previous 6 games. Moreover, the Game 7 is being held on their home turf. It can be said that they have the advantage of time, place, and personnel. The Los Angeles Lakers' ability to engage the Boston Celtics in a decisive Game 7, I believe, can largely be attributed to fortune, remarked Reggie Miller with considerable confidence. Even aware that Barkley was laying a trap, he unhesitatingly stepped into it, curious to see who would ultimately be embarrassed. Oh, fortune? Are you referring to that undrafted player from China? In the previous match, he managed to sink 10 three-pointers in just 10 minutes. Do you think he will maintain such a formidable performance in this game? Furthermore, do you believe he has the potential to become one of the NBA's premier sharpshooters? Barkley continued to inquire, his curiosity piqued and excitement palpable. This topic has become the focal point of discussion in the American basketball community over the past few days. After all, Jiang Chen's astonishing performance of sinking 10 three-pointers in a single finals game has captivated everyone's attention. The discourse surrounding Jiang Chen's three-point shooting prowess has sparked a fervent debate, with opinions divided and discussions ongoing. Reggie Miller, the current record holder for three-pointers in the NBA and one of the greatest shooters in the history of the league, holds significant authority on the matter of three-point shooting. It is indeed a challenging assessment. I watched the live broadcast of Game 6 and later reviewed the footage. Many of the three-pointers made by this undrafted player from China were high-difficulty shots that could be attributed to sheer luck. However, my friend, as you know, not every game can be graced with such fortune. As for the second question, my outlook is rather skeptical. The scouting report on this undrafted player notes his proficiency in three-point shooting, yet he has not demonstrated his capabilities throughout the season. Can one game truly validate his potential? Reggie Miller articulated this sentiment with a hint of disdain in his tone, suggesting that Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance was merely a stroke of luck. Jiang Chen himself had remarked in an interview that he aimed to make 10 three-pointers in this match, claiming it to be his standard performance. Barkley continued to provoke Reggie's emotions, and indeed, Reggie's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "It's all just hype. Who would believe his words? Anyone can boast. The crux lies in execution. Forget about making 10 three-pointers. If he can sink 5 in this game, I will regard him with newfound respect." Achieving 5 three-pointers in this era, where the importance of the three-point shot is often overlooked, is an exceptionally rare feat, Barkley chuckled, deftly shifting the topic, neither endorsing nor opposing, thus ensuring his stance remained unassailable. Regardless of the game's outcome, he would not be left with egg on his face. As for Reggie Miller, Barkley could only silently wish him luck. To be proven wrong in such a globally scrutinized Game 7 would indeed be a bitter pill to swallow. On the court, the players had completed their pre-game warm-ups and returned to the bench, listening to the coach's final tactical arrangements. Concurrently, the assistant coaches from both teams submitted the starting lineups to the statistics table. Almost immediately, the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams, and Jiang Chen's name prominently appeared among them. A wave of astonishment erupted in the arena, quickly followed by derisive laughter. To have a mere water cooler attendant start in a Game 7? Had Phil lost his mind? This was bordering on absurdity. It seemed Phil had taken to heart the words spoken by this undrafted player in his post-game interview. A lifetime of wisdom can be overshadowed by a moment of folly. It appears that Phil Zen Master Jackson's reputation may be at stake. Quite well, it seems the Celtics should secure an effortless victory, and the championship is within reach. The arena buzzed with the excited discussions of fans. Jiang Chen as a starter? That is somewhat absurd. In a VIP viewing lounge, Pat Riley remarked in surprise, "We traveled thousands of miles to witness this. I hope this undrafted talent from Huaxia does not disappoint us," Wade stated, his gaze fixed intently on the court. Similar scenes unfolded in various VIP lounges, as celebrities in attendance also expressed their astonishment. "Oh my God, Jiang Chen is starting? Phil truly possesses remarkable audacity," Barkley exclaimed. "Humph, digging his own grave," Reggie Miller retorted, his tone laced with disdain. It is indeed a long commentary, and one encounters all sorts of situations. To have an undrafted player, who made but a single three-pointer throughout the regular season, start in a Game 7 of the finals is surely unprecedented in NBA history. Regardless of the outcome, Phil has etched his name in history in this manner. The reporters on the sidelines wore expressions of utter bewilderment. That old fox Phil certainly was fabricating tales during the pre-game interview, claiming he would only grant Jiang Chen a few minutes of playing time. The anticipation is palpable as the game unfolds. Across the ocean, in the CT5 studio, the esteemed commentators Sun Zhengping and Zhang Weiping are tasked with narrating this momentous match. Jiang takes to the court as a starter for the first time in the history of Chinese basketball, gracing the NBA Finals stage. Sun Jinping, brimming with excitement, exclaims, "Hey, Phil Jackson has an eye for talent. This arrangement is astutely made. Jiang Chen's breakout is no mere coincidence. I have high hopes for this young man to deliver an extraordinary performance once again." Zhang Weiping, with a smile that betrays both anticipation and a hint of nervousness, concurs. The comments section of the live stream erupts with astonishment. No way. Did Jiang Sanfin really start? This move is impressive, regardless of how he performs. I'm already feeling proud. Yet, the reminder follows. You may feel pride, but Jiang Sanfin must remain humble. He needs to strive for excellence. Letting the light of China shine in the North Shore Garden. A bold proclamation comes forth. If Jiang Sanfin matches his previous astonishing performance, I will do a handstand and eat something unthinkable. To which another replies, "You're brave, but that's rather distasteful. How about filming your wife in a bikini instead?" Apologies are offered. Alas, I am still single. I can only perform the handstand. A moment of understanding arises. Now I see why you'd resort to such extremes. Being without a girlfriend is quite the handicap. Chapter 22. The system issues another task. The game commences with a three-pointer. North Shore Garden. The Lakers bench is filled with focused players, all eyes on Phil Jackson. With a voice full of conviction, he proclaims, "As this series has progressed, we have often been the underdogs, yet I know we are the strongest. Now, let us seize victory and claim the championship." A resounding yes echoes from the players, their spirits high as the five starters stride onto the court. "Jiang," Phil suddenly calls out to Jiang Chen. Turning back, Jiang looks on with a hint of confusion. "I look forward to your three-point performance," Phil says earnestly, placing great expectations upon him. Jiang feels a stir of emotion. The sensation of being trusted is quite pleasing. He gestures an okay sign, exuding a touch of confidence as he replies, "Rest assured, having me start is your wisest decision. 10 three-pointers will be a breeze for me. I will surpass my previous performance and help the team secure this victory." With that, he turns and strides toward the court like a soldier heading into battle. Phil is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. This Huaxia's failure in the draft truly reflects a youthful audacity. This brought to mind the illustrious players like Jordan and Kobe, who, in their youth, were brimming with confidence and ambition. They possessed undeniable charisma. The question remained whether they could sustain the remarkable performance from the previous game. To be honest, Phil had contemplated deeply before assigning Jiang Chen to the starting position, bearing an immense burden of pressure. Should the team falter in this decisive Game 7 due to Jiang Chen's performance, he might find himself fishing back in his hometown next season. Thus, this was not merely a gamble, it was a high-stakes wager. The stakes were nothing less than the championship trophy itself. Phil endeavored to maintain his composure, recognizing that this was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking match of his coaching career. As Jiang Chen stepped onto the court, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! The host is participating in the decisive Game 7. A mission has been issued. Mission: assist the Lakers in winning the Game 7 and clinching the championship. Mission rewards: 5,000 achievement points, 100 skill fusion fragments, and a one-time experience card for the imitation skill of Ryota Kai's, valid for 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated the mission arriving so swiftly. Moreover, the rewards were exceptionally generous. At this rate, it would not take long before he could upgrade his skills and draw for new abilities, enhancing his strength and versatility. Additionally, the experience card for Ryota Kai's imitation skill could serve as a potent weapon in his arsenal. As a member of the Miracle Age, the ability to mimic and enhance any move after witnessing it just once was indeed formidable, a super skill that bordered on the extraordinary. This match, driven by emotion, reason, and the allure of victory, must be won. A fierce determination gleamed in Jiang Chen's eyes as both team starting players took their positions. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Gasol, Odom, Jiang Chen, Kobe, and Fisher. Jiang Chen replaced Radmanovic, stepping into the starting role as small forward. The Celtics' starting five comprised Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo. Except for a slight disadvantage at the center position, the remaining four players were undeniably formidable. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the start of the game. Perkins and Gasol faced off for the jump ball. With a decisive move, Gasol, taller and with a longer wingspan, effortlessly tapped the basketball away. Fisher secured the ball and, after dribbling past half court, passed it to Kobe. At the arc, Kobe held the ball, preparing to execute a pick and roll with Gasol, who had moved to the high post. This exemplifies the classic pick-and-roll collaboration of the Lakers. Due to Gasol's proficiency in mid-range shooting, the offensive options following the screen are abundant. Kobe can either drive for a layup, execute a quick stop-and-pop jumper, or pass the ball back to Gasol, who can then opt for a mid-range shot or follow up to the basket for an easy score. In this moment, following the screen, Kobe surged directly towards the basket. Instantly, three players from the Celtics converged into the paint, launching an unprecedented and ruthless double team against him. No matter the circumstances, they could not allow Kobe to unleash his formidable offensive prowess. The ramifications of his potential explosion could be dire. Throughout the entire series, regardless of the game's dynamics, at least two Celtics players remained fixated on Kobe, ever ready to ensnare him. It is often proclaimed that during the 2010 NBA Finals, Kobe faced the most tenacious defense in NBA history. However, the intensity of the defense he encountered in this year's finals was equally terrifying. As three players charged towards him, Kobe remained unfazed, leaping into the air to execute a pump fake, and with a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball. Jiang received the basketball at the right corner. An open shot. A fleeting wave of tension swept through the audience at that moment. Jiang's previous performance had haunted them like a nightmare, instilling a lingering sense of dread. Before Jiang could even take the shot, Kobe raised both hands, signaling an okay gesture. The Celtics had previously dared to double-team him recklessly because their perimeter lacked a reliable three-point shooter. The most accurate, Bujasic, had proven to be of little use during the playoffs. However, the situation had changed with the addition of Jiang, a consistent threat from beyond the arc. Each time the Celtics attempted to double-team, they would pay a heavy price. Observing Kobe's celebratory gesture, Jiang smirked and effortlessly released the basketball. "Boss, your prowess is stealing the spotlight." The ball traced a terrifying parabola through the air, descending into the hoop like a missile. Swish! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Horrific memories surged forth. Could this undrafted player from Huaxia be commencing his performance once more? What a stroke of sheer luck. A coincidence. This three-point shot was undoubtedly fortuitous. What an exquisite three-pointer. Since Jiang joined the starting lineup, he has shown no signs of intimidation. He opened the game with a successful three-pointer. Moreover, Kobe had already begun to celebrate in advance, clearly exhibiting his confidence in Jiang's shooting prowess. Barkley exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. Years ago, he faced humiliation for his bias against Yao Ming, having been forced to eat humble pie. Now, confronted once again by a player from Huaxia, he dares not mock or discriminate any longer, burdened by the weight of past shadows. How absurd. Come on, you are being overly dramatic. It was merely an open three-pointer. Any shooter worth their salt could have made it. If Jiang cannot convert such a simple three-pointer, he might as well be a water boy. Oh, I nearly forgot. He was indeed a water boy before. Reggie Miller remarked disdainfully, infused with intense personal sentiment. Is that so? Perhaps Jiang is the greatest water boy in NBA history? Barkley mused with a hint of anticipation. Reggie paused, then replied, well, that still makes him a water boy player. Chapter 23. The Magic Unfolds? A long-distance three to respond, 3 o'clock. The Lakers started with an early lead. The Eastern team launched their offense. After crossing half-court, Rondo raised his hand to signal the play he intended to execute. Garnett moved to set a high screen. The Lakers chose not to switch, but rather to pursue defensively. A switch would have made them utterly ineffective. Although they were pursuing, the aging Fisher could not keep pace with Rondo's speed. In fact, throughout Fisher's career, he struggled against quicker guards. Rondo drove to the basket, drawing Gasol's help defense. He then lofted the basketball high into the air. Perkins leapt, catching the ball with both hands and powerfully slamming it through the rim, executing an impressive alley-oop. The rim resonated with a thunderous sound. The arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Fans proudly held aloft their signs supporting the defeat of the Lakers. Rivers, standing on the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction. This is the team that has been meticulously cultivated, the Celtics. Boasting not only a triumvirate of exceptional talent, but also a tactical acumen and player synergy that rank among the elite in the league. What can the Lakers possibly offer in comparison to the Celtics? Is it merely Kobe? Or perhaps that unexpectedly explosive undrafted talent from Huaxia? Victory in the decisive Game 7 undoubtedly belongs to the Celtics. Fellows, bolster the defense. Let's expose this undrafted player for what he truly is, Rivers passionately declared. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Fisher dribbled past half-court before passing the ball to Kobe. Although he held the title of starting point guard, Fisher resembled more of a mere facilitator, tasked solely with advancing the ball due to his rather pedestrian passing and organizational skills. Kobe, at the top of the arc, penetrated the defense, while Jiang, utilizing a cross-screen, maneuvered to the left corner at a 45-degree angle. The basketball soared towards him. Kobe swiftly delivered the ball, showcasing his formidable passing prowess. Jiang received it, only to find Pierce barreling through the screen with fierce determination. Ignoring the defense, Jiang launched a contested three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find the net. Pierce, raising his arms in triumph, shouted at Jiang, "Kid, last game was merely a stroke of luck. There's no way you're sinking another three under my watch." Jiang shrugged, dismissing the taunt, and turned to retreat on defense. The crowd collectively exhaled. What a false alarm. It seems the wonder of this undrafted player has reached its limit. He can no longer make three-pointers. On the court, he has become ineffective. Finally, he has missed. Let us see him try again. As the defensive intensity escalated, this role player was rendered powerless. Yet, in the previous game, his dribbling and mid-range shooting were exceptional. That was merely a fleeting display of brilliance, a moment of sublime performance. It was clear that under normal circumstances, he would not replicate such feats. The fans buzzed with excitement, their chatter reflecting their fervor. It appears that the words spoken by this role player in the post-game interview were nothing but empty boasts. In the VIP lounge, Wade wore an odd expression. What profound psychological burden has this undrafted player imposed on the fans of the Celtics? Each attempt at the basket incites such vehement reactions within the arena. It is simply unreasonable. Jiang's recent three-point shot was nothing short of a reckless endeavor. It was evident that the opportunity was far from ideal. As a three-point shooter, if one cannot even accurately gauge the timing of their shot, they become a liability to the team, merely squandering precious offensive opportunities time and again. When the Celtics ramped up their defensive intensity, many of Jiang's fortunate shots clanged off the rim. Reggie Miller remarked, with a hint of satisfaction, for Jiang's performance validated his suspicions. The previous game's outburst was merely a fluke. How could a mere waterboy suddenly transform into a savior for the team? To claim that his prowess exceeded that of the legendary Kobe is utterly ludicrous. When the magic fades, an undrafted player remains an undrafted player. Establishing oneself in the NBA is no simple feat, particularly in the realm of three-point shooting. One cannot rely solely on luck. As the all-time three-point leader in NBA history, he will not permit the sanctity of this skill to be sullied. This is also the reason behind his stance towards Jiang. A lucky shot will forever remain just a stroke of fortune. It cannot stand the test in crucial matches. On the court, the Celtics are on the attack. Ray Allen breaks free, receiving a pass from Rondo. Facing Kobe's defensive pressure, he remains composed and effortlessly releases a three-pointer. Swish. Gentleman Ray slightly curls his lips, concealing the essence of a killer beneath his stoic facade. The entire arena erupts in excitement. This is truly a three-point sharpshooter. Consistency is an essential quality that a true marksman must possess. The elegance of Ray Allen's three-point shooting form forever captivates and enchants those who witness it. In contrast, when faced with defensive pressure, Jiang's shooting proficiency falls significantly short. Ray Allen undoubtedly deserves his title as the reigning three-point king. Providing a valuable lesson to this undrafted player, Reggie Miller exclaimed with excitement, while Barkley appeared somewhat despondent. Has all the pre-game preparation been in vain? As the game progressed, it became evident that the Lakers were becoming increasingly overwhelmed, reminiscent of their previous contest where they struggled to mount any effective response. During an offensive possession, Kobe Bryant skillfully dribbled past half-court and delivered the ball to Pau Gasol. Gasol, unable to find an offensive opportunity in his one-on-one situation, passed the ball to Lamar Odom on the perimeter. Jiang scurried to find space, yet was closely guarded by Pierce, ultimately positioning himself 2 meters beyond the three-point line to receive the ball. Clearly, the Lakers' initial offensive strategy revolved around Jiang as the focal point of their attack. Odom passed the ball back to Jiang, who immediately assumed a shooting stance and, while being closely defended by Pierce, launched a three-point shot. Again, this attempt was even more audacious. Not only did he take a contested shot, but it was also from an extraordinary distance, squandering yet another offensive opportunity. Such reckless shooting could severely dampen the team's morale and disrupt their rhythm, Reggie Miller lamented with an expression full of disappointment. However, before he could finish his thought, he fell silent, his face displaying sheer astonishment. The basketball, akin to a precision-guided missile, swished effortlessly through the net, sending ripples across the hoop like beautiful waves. It went in. Can that even be? Surely it was luck. Chapter 24. 3 consecutive three-pointers. Was it truly luck? Charles Barkley couldn't help but interject, recalling Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range shot from the previous game, strikingly similar to the recent success. If it was merely chance, then such fortune was indeed extraordinary. Yet, if it were not luck, then the shooting range of this undrafted talent from Huaxia could be deemed quite formidable. A flicker of disbelief crossed Barkley's eyes as his anticipation for the remainder of the match intensified. Reggie Miller remained silent, his expression now grave. The audience erupted in gasps, their previously relaxed demeanor turning tense once more, filled with concern. "Buddy, you've been fortunate to sink another difficult long-range three-pointer, but this ends here. I won't allow you another opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc," Pierce remarked coldly, his countenance darkening. It was rather embarrassing to be outplayed by a benchwarmer who consistently drained deep threes over the course of 2 games. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, forgiving Pierce for his ignorance. "How many can I make? If I so desire, I could convert every three-point attempt from near the half-court line. Keep in mind that the range of Kuroda Shintaro's high-arching three-pointer extends from half-court. Once I cross the midline, I have a 60 shooting percentage." The Boston Celtics initiated their offensive play. Upon crossing half-court, Rondo signaled to his teammates, prompting them to position themselves strategically. In no time, Ray Allen found himself unguarded at the right 45-degree angle. Rondo promptly delivered the basketball to him, clearly indicating that this tactic was meticulously crafted for Allen. Given that Jiang Chen had just sunk a shot, it was imperative for Ray Allen to respond. With precision, Allen unleashed a swift three-point attempt. Unfortunately, the shot lacked a bit of force, and the ball clanged off the rim. Gasol secured the defensive rebound and quickly passed the ball to Kobe. A counterattack ensued, with Kobe once again relaying the ball to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dribbled, crossing over the mid-court line and halting at the iconic logo, striking a familiar shooting pose once more. At this very moment, the audience was struck with a wave of astonishment. Pierce's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the scene. Reflecting upon his earlier words, an unsettling chill crept over him. Could it be that this water cooler attendant was truly about to attempt yet another extraordinary long-range three-pointer? The thought had merely flickered through Jiang Chen's mind when he leapt and released the basketball. It was neither a forced shot nor one born of desperation, but rather a perfectly executed three-point attempt. As Jiang Chen soared through the air, his body unfurled gracefully, his wrist flicking delicately as the ball soared forth, tracing a high and lengthy arc swish. It burst through the air like a bomb detonating beneath the surface of the water, creating a cascade of waves. A brief silence enveloped the arena, as all eyes remained wide with astonishment, some fans oblivious to their snacks dropping to the floor. Then, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. Wasn't it said that shots like these wouldn't go in? How could he have succeeded with 2 consecutive long-range three-pointers? Am I blind? Is it truly possible for a human to achieve such a feat? Whether by luck or skill, it was beyond belief. No, this is a do-or-die game. How could an undrafted player dazzle the entire crowd? The fans were utterly bewildered, with 4 successful three-pointers out of 3 attempts to start the game. This hardly resembled the performance of a mere water cooler player. This is truly the level of a superstar. After all, Ray Allen, renowned as the most formidable three-point shooter in the current league, has never exhibited such an explosive performance at the outset of the playoffs. In the VIP lounge, Wade, who was initially prepared to sip champagne, leaped to his feet upon witnessing Jiang Chen's three-pointer, spilling his drink all over the floor. Pat Riley, seated beside him, mirrored his astonishment. The two exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. "President, perhaps we are indeed on the right track," Wade murmured, thoroughly impressed by the remarkable display of this undrafted talent from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Riley clenched his fists, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes as he contemplated the most cost-effective method to secure Jiang Chen's signature. "It went in again," Barkley stammered, a chill of sweat running down his back as he recalled his earlier speculation. "Is this sheer luck?" "Nonsense. What do you think, my friend?" Barkley turned to the side, gazing at the wide-eyed and utterly astonished Reggie Miller. "Well, Jiang Chen's 2 three-pointers have genuinely left me in awe. I must reassess his three-point shooting prowess." It is hard to fathom that he could consecutively sink shots from the logo. It is truly extraordinary. Reggie Miller stammered, overwhelmed by the profound shock. Words failed him, and all he could think of was the word magical. Throughout his entire basketball career, he had focused on three-point shooting. Yet he had never witnessed such a remarkable feat of hitting 2 logo three-pointers in a single game. This achievement is not merely the result of luck. This selection process for the Huaxiao team reveals a remarkable level of talent. I thought you would attribute this to mere luck again, Barkley remarked with a subtle smirk, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. It seems that my predictions were indeed accurate. The match had only just begun, and already the tables were turning. Such an outrageous occurrence is scarcely explicable by luck, Reggie commented, his expression somewhat awkward. Reflecting on the pre-game discussions, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. He distinctly remembered that if Jiang were to score 5 three-pointers in this match, he would regard him with newfound respect. In the opening 2 minutes, 3 three-pointers have already been made. How far can the 5th one be? Reggie felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have spoken so boldly, leaving himself no room for retreat. Now, he would have to endure the mocking laughter of the hefty companion beside him and face the embarrassment before the entire world of basketball fans. Adding yet another illustrious anecdote to his commentary career. On the court, Pierce watched in utter frustration as Jiang celebrated exuberantly. You dared to shoot a three-pointer from the logo, and you actually made it. In a mere minute, he was dealt a humiliating blow by sheer prowess. This is unacceptable. He must reclaim his dignity. Rondo skillfully dribbled past the half-court line. Pierce proactively approached for the ball, feigning twice before attempting a three-point shot despite Jiang staunch defense. Jiang had already activated the formidable barrier skill of Takaki Tsuchiya, thereby diminishing Pierce's shooting accuracy. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and swiftly launched a counterattack. Kobe maneuvered into the paint, foregoing an opportunity to score in favor of passing the ball to Jiang on the perimeter. Jiang, like a blade drawn from its sheath, unleashed another three-pointer. Swish! 3 consecutive three-pointers. The score escalated to 12-5, granting the Lakers a 7-point lead. Observing this unfolding drama from the sidelines, Rivers felt the veins on his forehead throb and promptly called for a timeout. This is completely different from the script I envisioned. If Jiang continues to play like this, we will enter garbage time before the end of the first half. How can we even talk about winning the championship? Chapter 25 Tactical Adjustments? Anticipating your anticipations. Pierce, what is going on? You are aiming for the finals, Rivers said solemnly, rubbing his temples. I never expected my worries to manifest into reality. The Chinese player has truly erupted in this draft. Reflecting on it now, Jiang remarks during the post-match interview were not mere alarmism. Fortunately, last night, he devised a defensive strategy specifically aimed at countering Jiang. One can only hope this strategy proves effective. Currently, the Los Angeles Lakers' offensive linchpin is Jiang, whose predominant method of attack is the catch and shoot. Hence, if we sever his connection with teammates and prevent him from receiving the ball, we can thwart his three-point attempts. Rivers, while articulating the strategy, sketched diagrams, inwardly praying for its success. Otherwise, if we resort to double-teaming Jiang, the Lakers still possess another formidable scoring threat yet to unleash. It truly is a challenging predicament. On the Lakers bench, Phil stood amidst the players, swiftly outlining a new tactic. The strategy centered around Jiang as the offensive core was executed flawlessly at the start. Jiang did not disappoint, demonstrating formidable prowess and assisting the team in gaining a lead. It is predictable that the Celtics will intensify their defense against Jiang following the timeout. Therefore, it is time for Jiang to draw defensive attention, allowing the dynamic duo of Kobe and Gasol to initiate their offensive onslaught. The decisive Game 7 is not merely a contest of players. It is a battle of wits between the coaches. One wonders how Rivers would react upon discovering Phil's tactical foresight, given that Phil has accurately anticipated Rivers' anticipations. In the CT5 studio, Jiang erupted once more with 4 three-pointers at the outset. It is hard to fathom that he endured an entire season on the bench. Had Phil been willing to grant him opportunities during the regular season, he might have already established his worth. Sun Jinping remarked, both astonished and somewhat regretful. Timing and fate play a crucial role. If opportunities had arisen during the regular season, perhaps we would not witness his current explosion in the finals. I, for one, am enamored with this narrative arc. Having languished throughout the season, he now bursts forth, astonishing the world, truly embodying a legendary tale. Old Jiang Weiping chuckled. Indeed, Jiang Chen is the first Chinese athlete to grace the NBA Finals stage, etching a new chapter in the history of Chinese basketball. Previously, Botter had secured a championship with the Spurs, but did not see any playing time in the playoffs. Sun Zhengping remarked, even with palpable excitement. Life is indeed astonishing, brimming with transformations at every moment. Who could have predicted that Jiang Sanfan, often derided by countless fans in Huaxia, would emerge as the savior of the Lakers? It is worth noting that during previous gatherings within the commentary circle of Huaxia, not a single commentator or basketball professional held a favorable view of Jiang Chen. Consequently, it was widely believed that Jiang Chen would not secure playing time in the playoffs. Yet now, everyone has been proven wrong. In the live commentary section, one exclaimed, "Wow, that's the fourth three-pointer. Jiang Sanfan's prowess remains undiminished. Haha, well done, shocking those Americans who mocked Jiang Chen. Now they face their comeuppance." To be honest, upon reading the news, I too believe Jiang Chen was merely boasting, but it appears this was a message to the opponents, who failed to take it seriously and are now left dumbfounded. To the gentleman who claimed he would stand on his head and eat excrement, it's time to prepare. At this rate, Jiang Chen could easily sink 10 three-pointers in this match. Rest assured, I will keep my word. I am currently preparing in the restroom. The scene is too beautiful, utterly beyond imagination. I still wish to see some bikinis. One who isn't single? Raise a paw. The comment section fell into silence due to this remark. At the North Shore Garden Arena, after the timeout, both teams retained their starting lineups. After all, only 3 minutes had elapsed in the game, and it was not yet time for substitutions. The Celtics initiated the offense. Rondo held the ball at the arc, searching for teammates, only to find them closely guarded, while Fisher, tasked with defending him, maintained a distance of nearly a meter. Due to Rondo's poor shooting ability, the Lakers' strategy was to allow him to attempt mid-range shots. Faced with this, Rondo did not hesitate. He clasped the ball with both hands, gathered himself, and launched a long-range jumper. Clang! It ricocheted off the rim. Rondo shook his head in frustration, lacking any confidence in his shooting touch. Odom secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Kobe. Kobe dribbled past half-court, clearly noticing a shift in the Celtics' defensive stance. As Phil had surmised, the defensive focus had shifted towards Jiang Chen. At least 2 players were concentrated on the passing lanes directed towards Jiang Chen. Observing this, Kobe decisively opted for a personal attack, penetrating the paint before executing a pump fake and completing a mid-range shot. Swish! The Lakers continued to extend their lead. In the ensuing minutes, Jiang Chen found himself tightly guarded by the Celtics, with no opportunities to receive the ball. Nevertheless, the Lakers' offensive rhythm remained unbroken as their star player, Kobe, began to showcase his formidable scoring prowess, racking up points consecutively. This rendered the Celtics' defense somewhat neglectful. Under the immense defensive pressure exerted by the Lakers, the Celtics' offense became akin to a state of constipation, erratic and unstable. As the first quarter drew to a close with merely 2 minutes remaining, the score stood at 29-18, with the Lakers boasting an 11-point lead. Rivers, standing at the sidelines, watched in dismay as both the offense and defense of his team sank into a quagmire, his frustration boiling within him. After such an extensive period of play, he was not oblivious to the tactical adjustments made by the Lakers. Phil was indeed cunning. Rather than utilizing the on-fire Jiang Chen, he chose to employ him as a decoy to create opportunities for Kobe. Meanwhile, Rivers foolishly focused the defensive efforts on Jiang Chen. How utterly misguided. "Double-team Kobe," Rivers shouted, swiftly altering the strategy. One could surmise that this promising rookie from Huaxia, having gone nearly 6 minutes without touching the ball, would have cooled off by now. Chapter 26, Reggie's Change of Heart. The Lakers in distress with Rivers' commanding shout. The Celtics decisively shifted their defensive tactics. They resolved that whenever Kobe received the ball, they would apply pressure, compelling him to pass. The basketball found its way to Fisher, who positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Before Rondo could close in, Fisher confidently unleashed a three-point shot. Clang! A miss. Garnett secured the rebound. Rondo swiftly dribbled down the court and passed the ball to the trailing Ray Allen. Upon receiving the pass, Ray Allen stepped back beyond the three-point line and decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish! It found its mark. This marks Ray Allen's 3rd successful three-pointer of the match. Magnificent. Ray Allen epitomizes the confidence of the premier three-point shooter in the league. Despite receiving the ball inside the arc, he did not opt for a straightforward shot. Instead, He retreated a step to attempt a more challenging three-pointer. Reggie Miller exclaimed with excitement. Barkley cast him a sidelong glance, pondering whether Jiang Chun's consecutive long-range logo three-pointers were not also a display of confidence. However, it is worth noting that Jiang Chun has not had the opportunity to shoot for quite some time. When will he provide another dazzling performance? Barkley gazed at the court, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation. For Jiang Chun, it was the first time he experienced a surge of adrenaline from watching a three-point shot. On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive. Kobe faced another intense defensive assault from the Celtics. Gasol was thoroughly contained in the paint by Perkins and Garnett, leaving him with no chance to shine. Fisher was ice-cold, currently 0 for 3 and scoreless. After a spectacular start, Jiang had not made any notable contributions on the offensive end for a while, though he had effectively curtailed Pierce's performance defensively. The Lakers' offense stagnated, concluding several successive possessions with missed shots and turnovers. The Celtics seized the opportunity, with Garnett dominating the paint and scoring consecutively, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Beep. Phil rose to call a timeout to reconfigure the strategy. Upon resuming play, Odom inbound the ball. Kobe ran to the top of the arc to receive it, immediately facing a double team. Rather than engage in a physical battle in the paint, Gasol positioned himself high to assist Kobe. After receiving the ball, he flicked his wrist, delivering it to Jiang Chun, who darted past him. After more than 7 minutes, Jiang Chun finally touched the basketball once again. Without hesitation, he glanced at the hoop, activated his exceptionally high-arching three-point shooting skill, and launched a shot. Pierce, momentarily hindered by Gasol's screen, was caught off guard, helplessly watching as the ball slipped from Jiang Chun's fingertips. The basketball traced an elevated arc through the air. Swish. The fifth three-pointer. It may be delayed, but it will undoubtedly make its presence felt. Jiang Chun raised both hands in celebration, his eyes radiating confidence. Another one in. Jiang Chun's three-point shooting is astonishingly accurate. Buddy, the first quarter isn't even over, and Jiang Chun has already sunk 5 three-pointers. What are your thoughts on this? Barkley remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. He vividly recalled what Reggie Miller had said prior to the game. To score 5 three-pointers in a single quarter of a decisive Game 7 speaks volumes about this undrafted talent's mental fortitude. And one must concede that his shooting prowess is indeed remarkable. I was initially skeptical of Jiang Chun's abilities, yet now I find myself utterly captivated by his performance. Reggie Miller underwent a transformation in his demeanor, his eyes betraying a look of astonishment, while a terrifying thought loomed in his mind. Could it be that this player from Huaxia will indeed sink 10 three-pointers in a decisive Game 7? Yet, there were several occasions when Jiang Chun's three-point attempts seemed rather ill-advised. Barkley jestingly employed Reggie's earlier remarks to poke fun at him. The true brilliance of Jiang Chun lies in his ability to convert these questionable shots. Reggie Miller began to extol Jiang Chun's prowess. Barkley was momentarily taken aback, left at a loss for words. This old chap certainly has a thick skin. Just moments ago, he was relentless in his sarcasm and criticism of Jiang Chun, and now he has begun to sing his praises? The change in demeanor is astonishingly swift. On the sidelines, Rivers clutched his head, unable to bear the sight any longer. Did he just make it again? After nearly 7 minutes without touching the basketball, the moment he got the ball, he lifted his hand to shoot, and it went in? What an exhilarating sensation it is. After a hard-fought effort to secure a 5-point lead, Jiang Chun has just struck a three-pointer, extending the advantage to 8 points once more. This is quite demoralizing. One can only hope that Ray Allen will respond by sinking some morale-boosting three-pointers. The Celtics are on the offensive. Rondo dribbles past half-court and passes to Ray Allen, who unfortunately misses the three-point attempt. Rivers, witnessing this, can only shake his head in resignation once more. Ray Allen's performance from beyond the arc has been entirely overshadowed by Jiang Chun. The Lakers launched a counterattack as Kobe dribbled past half-court. Noticing Pierce's indecisive defense, he decisively opted for a personal offensive, executing a series of crossovers culminating in a fadeaway jumper. Swish. It found its mark. In the final 2 minutes, both teams entered a stalemate. The first quarter concluded with the score at 38-28, the Lakers leading by 10 points. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded their bench players. Lakers' Famer and Walton faltered, struggling to find their shooting rhythm. In such a critical Game 7, they appeared somewhat apprehensive. Meanwhile, the Celtics' formidable substitutes, James Worthy and P.J. Brown, relentlessly chipped away at the deficit, narrowing the gap to 4 points in under 2 minutes. Reluctantly, Phil Jackson had to reinstate the starting lineup. Observing this, Rivers also began to introduce his starters. A fresh wave of battle ensued between the two teams. The audience was filled with anticipation and tension. With the atmosphere in the arena growing stifling, every breath taken with utmost caution. The Lakers' downward spiral did not abate with the substitutions. Much like the previous game's sudden blackout, the team found itself in an offensive drought. Seizing the opportunity, the Celtics unleashed an 18-4 run over 6 minutes. Not only reversing the score but also establishing a 10-point lead. It seemed the Lakers were at a loss, with the scales of victory tipping decidedly in favor of the Celtics. The crowd erupted in frenzied cheers. What miraculous water cooler player! What superstar Kobe! Under the suffocating defense of the Celtics, all seemed futile. The championship was destined for the Celtics. Indeed, there remained a significant disparity in strength between the two teams. The Celtics could have concluded this series in Game 6, but Jiang Chen's explosive performance extended it to a decisive 7th game. Although Jiang Chen's play was still extraordinary in this match, it could no longer alter the overall outcome, Reginald Miller lamented. This situation aligns closely with pre-game predictions, thus somewhat salvaging their dignity. After all, evaluating Jiang Chen's three-point prowess has proven to be quite embarrassing. Chapter 27. Thunderous dribbling astonishes the crowd. The Lakers beacon once again. Alas, the Lakers' Bynum is sidelined by injury, rendering him unable to return, which has led to their interior defense being utterly overwhelmed. Gasol has exerted himself greatly, yet remains firmly subdued by Garnett and Perkins, unable to provide any support for Kobe. The entire Lakers team seems to have reverted to last season's form, relying solely on Kobe for offensive efforts. When Kobe is not at his best, the team finds itself in dire straits. As for Jiang Chen, can the Lakers realistically expect this surprise player to turn the tide for the team? Such a notion is rather unrealistic. His performance in this match has been commendable enough. Barkley expressed his sentiments with a tone tinged with helplessness. In the live-streaming chatroom, netizens expressed their outrage, anxiously watching the game unfold. What on earth is happening with the Lakers? Why are they playing so poorly? Let us not waste Jiang Chen's 5 3-pointers. Pass the ball to Jiang Chen. Let him explode like he did in the previous match. Alas, the hope seems slim. Jiang's performance in the last game was indeed remarkable, but we all know he is merely a water boy. For fans from Huaxiao, witnessing Jiang Chen shine in the finals brings a certain comfort. No, I believe in Jiang Chen. Go Jiang Chen. Curse it. It's all that guy's fault. Why eat such disgrace? Now, we're prepared for failure, yet it seems futile. Fans debated fervently, with some passionately supporting Jiang Chen, while others analyzed the situation rationally. Naturally, there were those who resorted to vitriolic language to disparage Jiang Chen. He deserves it, after all. A waterboy remains just that, a waterboy, truly pathetic, bringing shame to Huaxia. Seeing the team lose with Jiang Chen on the roster brings me joy. Kudos to the Celtics. Such comments are unbearable. Observing the Lakers languish in turmoil, these detractors revel in their unfounded arrogance. At the North Shore Garden Arena, on the court, the Lakers appeared despondent, with Kobe, Gasol, and others wearing expressions of utter frustration. This damned basketball simply refuses to go in. What can we possibly do? Come on, guys. Let's lift our spirits. We are only 10 points behind. We will turn this game around and seize the championship. At this moment, Jiang Chen clapped his hands in encouragement, his face radiating confidence. Gasol, Odom, and others wore expressions of bewilderment, unsure of the source of Jiang Chen's audacity in making such a statement. Could it be that they were relying on him to ignite a similar explosion as he had in the final quarter of the previous game? This situation is rather absurd. The goddess of fortune may bestow her favor once, but to believe she would do so consecutively is simply implausible. The players of the Celtics displayed expressions of derision, as if gazing upon a fool. After all, in the previous match, they had allowed this benchwarmer to deliver an extraordinary performance due to their own carelessness. Did they truly think they would continue to commit such a fundamental error? How naive. Observing the skeptical glances from his teammates, Jiang Chen smiled and remarked, "Just pass the ball to me." The players of the Lakers appeared even more perplexed, caught in a state of ambivalence. Yet, recalling Jiang Chen's astonishing display in the last match, where, despite lacking any offensive prowess, he had single-handedly overwhelmed the Celtics, one might ponder if it were indeed possible for him to replicate such miraculous form. As the Lakers commenced their offensive possession, Fisher dribbled past half-court and delivered the ball to Jiang Chen, who was eagerly requesting it at the top of the arc. This marks his inaugural attempt at an autonomous offensive play during the match. As he received the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Pierce's expression turned grave, and he braced himself for what was to come. Although the scouting report indicated that Jiang lacked dribbling and individual offensive skills, it was evident that he had demonstrated both abilities in the previous game. Even if it were merely a fluke, one could not afford to underestimate him. A faint, chilling smile crept across Chen's lips as he unleashed the thunderous dribbling technique of Yamakotaro. This skill serves as his greatest asset in the match. Coupled with Shintaro Midorikawa's extraordinarily high-arc three-point shooting ability, it is sufficient to reverse the team's current disarray. He folded 2 fingers, utilizing solely his middle finger for dribbling. In doing so, he could unleash the true power of the thunderous dribble. The resounding sound seemed to emanate from Chen's fingertips, and the speed of his dribbling suddenly accelerated. Upon witnessing this, Pierce was left utterly bewildered, his entire worldview shaken to its core. Dribbling with just 3 fingers? This is utterly inconsistent with the principles of physics. How unscientific. Could it be that the knowledge I acquired in high school physics is fallacious? And what is the source of that faint, rumbling thunder? Am I hallucinating? In a moment of astonishment, Chen sprang into action. After a swift change of direction twice, he retreated to the 3-point line and launched a shot. The basketball traced a magnificent arc through the air. Swish. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. The audience rendered speechless, followed by an eruption of astonishment. Surely, my vision is not deceiving me. Am I imagining things? Was that young Chinese undrafted player dribbling with 3 fingers? My friend, your eyes are indeed not deceiving you, for I witnessed it as well. What on earth? What sort of basketball skill is this? It is something unheard of, unseen. My worldview has once again been upended by this water cooler player. Can dribbling truly be executed in such a manner? The spectators were abuzz with incredulity. My God, what have I just witnessed? Dribbling with 3 fingers? What kind of basketball stunt is this? It feels as if it belongs in a cinematic special effect. Barkley stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in disbelief. I have never seen a player dribble with 3 fingers. The difficulty is unfathomable. This is truly astonishing. Reggie Miller shook his head, unable to comprehend. In the previous game, he showcased a street ball style of dribbling and an utterly unorthodox shooting technique, and now he has unveiled the ability to dribble with 3 fingers. One can only wonder what other extraordinary basketball skills this young Chinese talent possesses. The more Barkley spoke, the more he felt an aura of mystery surrounding Chen. What left everyone most astounded were his 3-point shooting skills and that terrifying range. Reggie Miller chimed in, feeling as though his understanding of the 3-point shot was on the verge of being completely transformed. Each time Chen shot from beyond the arc, a singular thought flashed through Reggie's mind. Can 3-pointers truly be executed in such a manner? It was as though a new world had been unveiled. On the court, Kobe, Gasol, and others raised their arms in jubilant celebration, more thrilled than if they had scored themselves. The bench erupted into a frenzy, wildly waving towels. Phil, momentarily taken aback, saw a spark of brilliance in Chen's eyes. Recalling the confidence he displayed prior to the game and his assertion, I will deliver an even greater performance than before and help the team secure victory. Perhaps he was not exaggerating after all. This overlooked talent from Huaxia has once again become the beacon for the Lakers. Chapter 28. Are you even playing basketball? With merely a single 3-pointer, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The morale of the Lakers soared as they witnessed Chen's extraordinary skill of dribbling with 3 fingers, placing their hopes squarely upon him. Conversely, the players of the Celtics wore grave expressions, an ominous premonition welling up within them. Should this overlooked talent from Huaxia replicate his astonishing performance from the final 4 minutes of the last match, the challenge would prove formidable. Pierce glanced towards Rivers on the sidelines, his eyes questioning. After a brief hesitation, Rivers shook his head, deciding against double-teaming Chen. The ability to dribble with 3 fingers was simply too astonishing. He leaned towards the belief that Chen's earlier display was merely a fortuitous occurrence. The focus of the defense in this match must remain on Kobe. The toll of Chen's eruption is one that the team can bear, but should Kobe ignite, it would spell disaster for the team. The Celtics advanced their offense. Upon crossing half-court, Rondo found that all his teammates were tightly marked, leaving no opportunity to execute their strategy. Thus, he passed the ball to Pierce. As the team's ace, Pierce's individual scoring ability ranks among the elite in the league. However, this year, Facing Jiang Chen, his shooting touch has been rather lackluster, currently shooting only 2 for 6 for a mere 4 points, the poorest performance among the big three. He executed a series of crossovers, shaking off Jiang Chen's balance, before stepping back for a jump shot. Jiang Chen closed in, simultaneously activating the formidable defensive skill of Suji Tomoki. Although he did not block Pierce's shot, it significantly affected his shooting percentage. Bang! The basketball once again ricocheted off the rim. Pierce shook his head, visibly frustrated. It seems he is truly cursed today. In such a critical match, why does one's touch feel so frigid? The performance on the offensive end is utterly disappointing. He merely seeks reasons within himself, completely overlooking Jiang Chen's formidable defense. For every one-on-one, Jiang Chen effortlessly creates opportunities for shooting, which is indicative of his defensive prowess. The Lakers counterattack. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Chen once again unleashes the thunderous dribbling skill of Yamakotaro. His three-finger dribbling resonates with a subtle rumble, as though assisted by divine forces. After swiftly crossing half-court, he abruptly halts 2 meters away from the three-point line, lifting his gaze to shoot. In this crucial moment of narrowing the score, Jiang Chen holds nothing back, maximizing the advantages of Kiryu Shintaru's exceptionally high arcing three-point skill. The basketball traces an extraordinary arc swish. The deficit is now reduced to 4 points. Here it comes again. Is it never-ending? Jiang Chen once more sinks a long-range three-pointer. I can now assert with utmost certainty that this is no mere stroke of luck. His shooting range extends to the half-court. Once he crosses the midline, he can launch three-pointers from any position. Barkley exclaimed with great excitement. What kind of extraordinary three-point shooting is this? Should anyone dare to claim that Jiang Chen's shots are merely a stroke of luck, he would throw a basketball at them, wishing for a change in their perspective. Reggie Miller stood in awe, as if struck by lightning, utterly speechless. Initially, I too harbored doubts, but now, with each astonishing three-pointer Jiang Chen sinks, my skepticism has been shattered. It is beyond my imagination that a player can extend their three-point range to the half-court line. I must apologize for my previous foolish remarks. Jiang Chen's marvelous performance in the last game was not a matter of fortune, but a testament to his prowess. I am beginning to believe that Jiang Chen's statements during the interview were not mere boasts. He truly had the opportunity to score 10 or more three-pointers in this match. Reggie Miller, now exuberant, has completely transformed his stance, becoming an ardent admirer of Jiang Chen. One could say that Jiang Chen's remarkable three-point display has utterly captivated him. Charles Barkley shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, isn't that obvious? With the first half not yet concluded, Jiang Chen had already made 7 three-pointers. Scoring 10 three-pointers in total seems almost effortlessly achievable at this rate. In the VIP lounge, his 7 three-pointers have indeed left an impressive mark, especially his three-point shooting ability, which has reached an almost supernatural level, evoking a sense that he may surpass Ray Allen. Pat Riley exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with visions of the Miami Heat signing Jiang Chen and the promising future that would unfold. This extraordinary three-point skill undoubtedly instills trepidation across the entire league. Based on current performances on the court, Jiang Chen indeed surpasses Ray Allen. His three-finger dribbling technique has truly astonished me. It is exceptionally unique. Wade shook his head, expressing a profound interest in Jiang Chen. Let us observe what kind of spectacular display this overlooked talent from Huaxia can unleash in this pivotal Game 7. Perhaps the outcome of this match will hinge not on superstars like Kobe or Pierce, but rather on this waterboy, Riley remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen through the glass. Wade was momentarily taken aback. If Riley's assertion holds true, this year's finals would be exceedingly dramatic. And it must be said that the Celtics' defeat is profoundly unjust. On the court, Pierce was utterly bewildered. He desperately wanted to inquire of this overlooked Huaxia talent. Are you truly playing basketball? Why does your basketball technique diverge so drastically from that of a typical player? Would a normal person dribble with 3 fingers? Would a typical player frequently attempt long-range three-pointers? Isn't this absurd? The crux of the matter is that actions taken by ordinary individuals are precisely what this Huaxia team, despite being overlooked, has accomplished remarkably well. This is utterly absurd, even leading Pierce to briefly question reality with a sense of enchantment. Simultaneously, a terrifying thought resurfaced in his mind. Could his low shooting percentage truly be linked to Jiang Chen's defense? The thought flashed through Pierce's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing it. After all, he felt no sense of pressure or threat emanating from Jiang Chen's defense. Double team Jiang. Rivers gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How could this absurd dribbling technique, executed with such finesse by an undrafted player from China, be so well mastered?" Now, this undrafted player from China was once again showcasing formidable ball handling skills, and merely defending the passing lanes was no longer effective. A double team was the only option. But what about Kobe? Rivers felt a headache coming on. This dilemma seemed insurmountable. It was impossible to double team both players simultaneously, so they had to focus on the one performing better. Kobe's offensive prowess was already formidable, but the offensive capabilities of this undrafted player from China were even more astonishing. Just in terms of three-point shooting, he had become the highest scorer on the court. Damn it, where did this undrafted player from China come from? Truly a bane for the Celtics. Chapter 29, Ray Allen's explosive performance. Let Jiang take the primary defense. In the last 2 minutes of the first half, the Celtics' offense became stagnant. Meanwhile, the Lakers, spurred on by Jiang, launched a counterattack. The first half concluded with a score of 62-62, placing both teams on equal footing. As the thrilling first half came to an end, the fans remained on edge, even too anxious to focus on the cheerleading performances, eagerly awaiting the start of the second half. After a lengthy halftime, the decisive Game 7 surged into its tumultuous second half. Just as it began, Ray Allen found his rhythm, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers from the same spot, helping the Celtics regain a 9-point lead. Much like Game 6 of the series, the Celtics seemed poised to seize the victory. Ray Allen had already made 6 three-pointers in this game, just one shy of Jiang. "What a thrill," Barkley exclaimed. Witnessing 2 of the league's premier sharpshooters exchanging three-pointers in a Game 7 was an unprecedented visual delight. It appeared that Ray Allen was secretly competing with Jiang. As the league's acknowledged greatest three-point shooter, he could not bear to watch Jiang flaunt his skills before him. Reggie Miller felt the fire of competition burning intensely within him. This contest not only determines the champion, but may also ascertain who reigns as the league's most formidable three-point shooter. On the court, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Phil promptly called a timeout. "Kobe, you must find a way to contain Ray Allen. His three-point shooting poses a significant threat to us," Phil stated with utmost seriousness. "I apologize, Coach. That was my oversight. That damned Ray Allen is simply on fire," Kobe replied, his tone laced with frustration. Despite his relentless efforts on defense, he still allowed Ray Allen to seize the opportunity to sink those three-pointers. "This is quite disheartening." Phil furrowed his brow. Kobe has already established himself as the team's most formidable defensive asset, having been selected for the NBA's all-defensive team for several consecutive years. If even Kobe cannot contain Ray Allen, then the game will prove to be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Pierce is currently underperforming. Otherwise, the match could easily mirror the narrative of Game 6, with a potential lead stretching to 20 or even 30 points. Wait, an epiphany struck Phil as he turned his gaze to Jiang. After being guarded by Jiang, Pierce's performance on the offensive end plummeted drastically. Yet, it is evident that Jiang possesses no defensive prowess. His slender physique offers no resistance, and his speed pales in comparison to that of elite athletes. But could it be that following his explosive three-point shooting in the last game, he has suddenly unlocked the secrets of defense? This is rather peculiar. Yet, we can only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Jiang, do you possess the confidence to contain Ray Allen, as you were tasked with his defense? Phil Jackson inquired tentatively. Absolutely. I shall ensure that Ray Allen is rendered incapable of self-sufficiency, Jiang replied with firm assurance. His teammates looked at Jiang with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. At this moment, do you still dare to boast? Even Kobe, the most formidable defender among the league's guards, could not contain the explosive Ray Allen. What gives you the confidence to believe you can defend against Ray Allen as if he were incapable of taking care of himself? His three-point shooting is exceptional. Yet there's no need for such arrogance. The crowd displayed skeptical glances, and even Kobe cast a cold stare in his direction. Very well. After the timeout, you shall take on the primary responsibility of guarding Ray Allen, Phil remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he began to anticipate whether this overlooked talent from China could deliver a surprise. He also sought to validate his hypothesis. Was Paul Pierce's underperformance somehow related to Jiang's defense? The players were once again bewildered. Jiang's own bravado might be excusable, but why was the coach indulging in such folly? Hey, is this for real? This is indeed the decisive Game 7 that will determine the champion. Is this truly a jest? On the other side, the Celtics bench was filled with tension as Rivers bellowed. urging his team to pass the ball to Ray Allen to let his three-point shot seal the game. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court, their expressions rife with uncertainty. Jiang sprinted directly to Ray Allen, while Kobe positioned himself beside Pierce. Oh, it appears Jiang has taken on the primary assignment to guard Ray Allen. If Kobe cannot contain him, does Phil truly expect an undrafted rookie to restrain Allen? Although Jiang's three-point shooting is remarkable, relying on his defensive prowess to surpass that of Kobe seems rather absurd, remarked Reggie Miller. During the pre-game preparations, he had reviewed extensive materials on Jiang, noting that aside from his shooting, he possessed no particular strengths, and his defensive capabilities were, in a word, lacking. Yet Jiang has effectively contained Pierce. I believe his defense against Ray Allen may yield promising results, countered Barkley. He understood well that Jiang's phenomenal three-point performance had overshadowed his contributions on the defensive end. Is it not Pierce's own poor form? What does that have to do with Jiang's defense? Reggie Miller remained skeptical. My friend, do not assess Jiang based on scouting reports or other documents. Did you anticipate he would consistently shoot three-pointers from the logo? Did you foresee him dribbling with 3 fingers and doing so with such finesse? Barkley asserted, his tone imbued with conviction. Reggie Miller fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed this undrafted rookie from China consistently delivered unexpected performances surpassing all expectations. But what about this time? On the court, Ray Allen smirked, exuding an air of arrogance. You intend to guard me? Has the Lakers conceded this game? He scoffed. No, quite the opposite. We are poised to win this match, Jiang retorted, his words sharp and defiant. Let me send you home with a three-pointer, Ray Allen proclaimed, brimming with confidence. In the next defensive possession, I shall land a three-pointer from the logo right over your head. Jiang replied calmly. Not a chance. I will not grant you that opportunity, Ray Allen hissed through gritted teeth, finding this Chinese undrafted rookie utterly presumptuous and insufferably arrogant. Is it truly remarkable to sink a three-pointer from the logo? It feels more like mere showmanship, lacking practicality. Be cautious, my friend. This undrafted rookie's defense is peculiar. Every time I have a chance to shoot, I simply cannot find the basket. Pierce, feeling somewhat disheartened, approached to remind his teammates. Ray Allen cast a sidelong glance at Pierce, seemingly implying, come on, can you really blame the opponent's defense for your own shortcomings? Although this was an immensely critical Game 7, it hardly warranted such self-exculpation. In the Celtics' offensive possession, Rondo executed the coach's strategy, penetrating into the paint before delivering the ball to Ray Allen, who had adeptly positioned himself at the right wing 45-degree angle. As Jiang rushed to defend, Ray Allen, undaunted and with a steely gaze, elevated his hand and launched a three-pointer. As soon as the ball swished through the net, Allen celebrated, raising both hands in triumph and forming an OK gesture. The sensation of this shot is truly delightful. It is destined to succeed. This is the confidence of a three-point shooter. However, the basketball traced a high arc. With a resounding clang, it ricocheted off the rim. Ray Allen was momentarily stunned. Chapter 30. Bragging? The modest goal of 10 three-pointers has been achieved. Ray Allen raised his hands triumphantly, suspended in midair, forming an OK gesture with his fingers. This is truly awkward. Damn it, how could a shot that felt so right not go in? He gazed at his hands, disbelief etched across his face. He has been contained. Jiang has successfully restricted Ray Allen's three-point attempt, exclaimed Barkley with fervor. It's merely one play. It doesn't signify much. Let us continue to observe. Reggie Miller maintained a calm demeanor, still skeptical of Jiang's defensive prowess. Barkley huffed, eagerly anticipating Jiang's forthcoming performance. Eager for everyone to witness the defensive capabilities of this undrafted talent from Huaxia. On the court, the Lakers initiated their offense. Jiang proactively requested the ball from the baseline, executing a thunderous dribble as he sprinted towards the front court. Ray Allen closely shadowed him. Echoing in his mind were Jiang's words, his resolve solidifying. He absolutely could not allow Jiang to bask in success, for that would be a severe blow to morale. Crossing half court, Jiang passed the ball to Kobe, then circled around the baseline. Eventually positioning himself near the logo at the three-point arc, Kobe swiftly relayed the basketball back to him. As Jiang received the ball, he eyed the advancing Ray Allen and launched a three-point shot with precision. Upon landing, he emulated Ray Allen's celebratory gesture in advance. The basketball traced a long, graceful arc. Swish. Then, Under the dark, furious gaze of Ray Allen, Jiang Chen pointed to the logo beneath his feet. Well, Jiang Chen has once again sunk an exceptionally long three-pointer. What an astonishing shooting ability. To date, Jiang Chen had successfully made 8 three-pointers, amassing 24 points. And he had become the highest scorer on the court solely through his three-point shooting. Barkley marveled, at a loss for words to describe Jiang Chen's remarkable performance. Furthermore, he pointed to the logo, undoubtedly taunting Ray Allen. It remained uncertain whether Ray Allen could deliver an answer ball, noted Reggie Miller, beginning to feel the tension rise. On the court, Jiang Chen remarked, "See, I told you I would shoot a 3 from the logo, but you still couldn't defend it. Who can you blame? I gave you a chance, yet you faltered." As he retreated on defense, Jiang Chen addressed Ray Allen, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Ray Allen's lips twitched slightly. Feeling offended, his chest ablaze with fury. He had exerted every effort to defend, yet this undrafted talent from Huaxia had still managed to land that three-pointer from midcourt. Damn it! Why was his shooting range so extensive? It is truly astonishing. The need to reclaim dignity is imperative. Ray Allen actively maneuvered, utilizing a screen to create an open position, and received a pass from Rondo. Jiang Chen swiftly navigated around the pick and closed in. In reality, the opportunity for a three-point shot had already dissipated, yet Ray Allen, with an impatient stubbornness, launched the attempt. Clang! The sound of iron echoed. There was no answer ball. At this pivotal moment that could determine the course of the game, Ray Allen faltered. Reggie Miller remarked with a hint of bitterness. He felt a profound sense that Ray Allen was drifting further away from the title of the league's premier shooter. Come on, admit it. Jiang Chen is not only formidable from beyond the arc, but his defensive prowess should not be underestimated. In this highly anticipated Game 7, it was not Pierce, Garnett, nor Kobe and Gasol who dominated the match, but rather Jiang Chen, the water boy at the far end of the bench. He ruled both the offensive and defensive ends. Barkley exclaimed with excitement, pride swelling within him. Indeed, he had not misjudged Jiang Chen. The mysterious eastern land of Huaxia was indeed brimming with wonders. Reggie Miller fell silent, suddenly recalling his pre-game prediction of a Celtics victory in this decisive Game 7. It now appeared that he might be facing a harsh reality check. While the two commentators engaged in their dialogue, the Lakers transitioned between offense and defense. Kobe dribbled swiftly down the court, and upon crossing the halfway line, he directly passed to Jiang Chen, who had positioned himself at the right side 45-degree angle. With no hesitation, he took the open three-point shot. There was no suspense. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed once more as it swished through. 2 consecutive three-pointers closed the gap to just 3 points. The Lakers players erupted with fervent cheers, while the bench wildly mimicked Jiang Chen's shooting motion. Meanwhile, the Celtics players displayed expressions of resignation. That marked the 9th three-pointer. Who can withstand this? Jiang Chen is merely 1 three-pointer away from his boastful claim of 10. With 9 successful three-pointers, how far can the 10th one be? All eyes turned to Ray Allen. They vividly recall his pre-game assertion that he would surpass Jiang Chen in three-point shots during the match. Ray Allen raises an eyebrow, acutely aware of the immense pressure he faces. Had he known, he would not have made such a boastful statement. The Celtics initiate an offensive play under Jiang Chen's defense. Ray Allen attempts another three-pointer. Clang. Another miss. Jiang Chen is elated. Indeed, the formidable wall of Tomizawa is impressive, truly capable of stifling the offensive prowess of miraculous-era players. Diminishing the opponent's shooting percentage is ruthlessly effective. The Lakers transition to a fast break. Jiang Chen navigates around a screen, positioning himself just a meter from the three-point line. He receives the ball and launches a three-pointer. Swish. A total of 10 three-pointers. Jiang Chen has indeed accomplished what he claimed in the post-game interview. His words were not mere bravado, but a reality. Remarkably, he has turned his boasts into achievements, which is truly commendable. Barkley exclaims with excitement. Who now dares to question Jiang Chen's three-point capabilities? Reggie Miller? He has long since begun to praise Jiang Chen. Ray Allen? He has already been thoroughly outmatched by Jiang Chen. My goodness. Achieving 10 three-pointers in consecutive games. No player in NBA history has ever done this. Moreover, this is happening in the finals. Jiang Chen has gifted us with a magnificent three-point display, and his extraordinary performance continues. Reggie Miller stares in awe, his very soul trembling. He is utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's three-point exhibition. Reflecting on his earlier disdain for Jiang Chen, he wishes he could slap himself twice. It was an incredibly rash judgment. In the VIP lounge, with 10 three-pointers, Jiang Chen has set yet another remarkable record. Astonishing. This is the most insane three-point performance I have ever witnessed in the finals. Wade remarks, his face displaying an exaggerated expression. Not only that, but he also managed to defend against Ray Allen, and prior to that, he successfully guarded Pierce. It's simply because his three-point shooting has been so dazzling that we have overlooked his defensive skills, Riley states, his voice slightly trembling. From player to coach, and from coach to team president, he has traversed the NBA for decades, witnessing countless storms. Yet today, he too is awestruck by Jiang Chen's performance. Regardless of the cost, we must sign this overlooked talent from China. A supernova in the NBA has begun to rise. Securing Jiang Chen will ensure our return to greatness and restore our status as a championship team. Chapter 31. Do not engage in battles without assurance. We all call him Jiang Chen, the pride of our Huaxia from across the ocean. Coach Zhang, 10 three-pointers. How do we call this? Sun Jinping remarked with a smile, a sense of pride illuminating his face. In the thrilling Game 7 of the NBA Finals, it was our Huaxia players who shone the brightest. As expected. When Jiang Chen uttered those words during the post-match interview, I believed he could achieve it. We, the Huaxia people, never engage in battles without confidence. I read numerous articles from American media questioning Jiang Chen's abilities, and Ray Allen's pre-game interview displayed a blatant disdain for him. Hey, I was infuriated. Can American players attain legendary status in a single battle while we, the Huaxia, cannot? What do they say now? Who dares to underestimate Jiang Chen? He has truly brought honor to our Huaxia. Elder Zhang Weiping chuckled, his excitement palpable, his aged face aglow. Indeed, I believe that all Huaxia fans watching this match from their television screens are feeling the same way. Our players have shown brilliantly on the grand stage of the NBA Finals. Sun Jinping nodded, his eyes glistening with emotion. In the comment section of the online live stream, wow, 10 three-pointers, absolutely incredible. Jiang Chen is truly formidable, having become the standout star of this Game 7. What strength is this? Which foreign player dares to belittle Jiang Chen now? They must be eating their words. Are there still any internet trolls with the audacity to criticize Jiang Chen? I have become a devoted fan. Anyone who dares to slander him will face my wrath. As a seasoned keyboard warrior, I guarantee I'll make you cry home to your mother. Jiang Chen, I adore you. I want to bear your children. Wow. There's actually a female fan? Why have you only just surfaced? Female fans, let us see some good luck charm. That way, the Lakers will surely clinch the championship. Just a simple request, a few bikini photos will suffice. 1-1 get lost. A bunch of old lectures. Only Jiang Chen is worthy of seeing my bikini photos. I'm also named Jiang Chen. May I have a look? How coincidental. I'm also named Jiang Chen. 1. In the arena. Rivers called for a timeout. Guys, I must reiterate. This Huaxiao undrafted player has exceeded our expectations. He is the damned X factor. We must devote 100% of our focus to counter him. Rivers bellowed, his inner frustration seeking an outlet. This team has not secured a championship for nearly 2 decades, and the current roster of players has never tasted victory in their professional careers. Garnett and Ray Allen, willing to part ways with the teams they once steadfastly represented, joined forces with Pierce to form a formidable trio in pursuit of the coveted title. Now, the championship is tantalizingly within reach. Yet, it appears that an unexpected player from the Chinese league threatens to shatter this dream. Is it truly possible for a mere undrafted player to extinguish the aspirations of a championship? This is absolutely unacceptable. Double team. Continue to trap this player at the water cooler. Even if it means allowing Kobe to unleash on the offensive end, we must restrict Jiang Chen's three-point shooting. Rivers, having overcome his previous hesitation, has finally made up his mind. No matter what, Jiang Chen's three-point shot must be blocked. The players all nodded in agreement. Garnett's expression turned fierce. He had yearned for the championship for 13 years, and no one could take it away from him. After the timeout, the Celtics launched their offense. Pierce seized an opportunity, executing a sidestep jumper that found its mark from mid-range. He exhaled deeply. Finally, it went in. It was time to step up and conclude this game. The Lakers began their offensive play. As Jiang Chen crossed half court and received the ball, he was immediately besieged by Pierce and Rondo. He swiftly passed the ball to Fisher. With 2 meters of space in front of him, Fisher raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. Swish. It was a success. In critical moments, true heroes reveal their mettle. Fisher's ability to deliver in clutch situations is eternally trustworthy. Rivers' lips twitched slightly. This is the price that must be paid for double-teaming Jiang. For now, it is still bearable. He cannot believe that Fisher's three-point shooting percentage could reach a level as outrageous as Jiang Chen's. The Celtics are on the offensive. Ray Allen lurks in the corner, and upon receiving the ball, he attempts a three-pointer while enduring Jiang Chen's defense. Clang. A missed shot. After experiencing a slight mental collapse, his three-point attempts have become increasingly erratic. Buddy, try not to shoot when Jiang Chen is defending you. It's truly difficult to score. Paul Pierce, drawing from his own experiences, promptly offers this advice. Ray Allen nods, ultimately setting aside his anger and stubbornness for the greater good. The Lakers are now on the offensive. Fisher, from the same position, sinks a long-range two-pointer just inside the line. Rivers' veins bulge with frustration. What has transpired? Has the Lakers transformed into a battalion of three-point sharpshooters? This is utterly absurd. Following Jiang Chen's double team, the defensive pressure on the other Lakers players has significantly diminished. Not only has Fisher been hitting shots consistently, but Kobe has also ignited his scoring prowess. While the formidable interior duo of Odom and Gasol has been relentlessly attacking the rim. Although Garnett, as the premier defensive player, imposes considerable intimidation in the paint, alas. Two fists cannot contend with four hands, and he is unable to provide adequate help defense. As the third quarter concludes, the score stands at 91-82, granting the Lakers a 9-point lead. The Celtics' offense in the closing minutes relies heavily on Garnett and Pierce, who struggle to hold the fort. With Jiang Chen absent from the defensive scheme, Pierce has regained some of his rhythm, sinking two mid-range shots. Meanwhile, Ray Allen, one of the triumvirate, has been rendered ineffective under Jiang Chen's watchful eye, managing only 3 out of 9 attempts for a total of 9 points in the quarter. Allen has been thoroughly stifled by Jiang Chen, currently shooting 6 out of 15 from beyond the arc, having missed 6 attempts in this quarter alone. Such a performance has profoundly impacted the Celtics' offensive strategy. Reggie Miller shakes his head in dismay. Do you still question Jiang Chen's defensive prowess? Barkley inquires, reveling in the misfortune. It seems you seek to dig a pit for yourself, only to leap into it willingly. Whom can we blame for this? A slap in the face indeed. Yet, it is evident that Jiang Chen possesses formidable defensive skills. After all, even Kobe could not contain Ray Allen's performance, but Jiang Chen succeeded. I must retract my pre-game statements. The Celtics are unlikely to secure the championship. Initially, their prowess appeared superior to that of the Lakers, but Jiang Chen's remarkable emergence has altered the landscape entirely. I can only assert that he is truly the savior of the Lakers. Reggie Miller shook his head, promptly adjusting his perspective. One can only hope not to be proven wrong again. Should the Celtics manage a comeback victory, it would indeed be an utter embarrassment. Yet, in light of Jiang Chen's extraordinary dominance on both ends of the court, the likelihood of such an outcome is exceedingly slim. In this pivotal moment, Reggie opts to wager on Jiang Chen. Chapter 32, The Strategy for Breaking the Deadlock. Utilizing the elevator door tactic, the fourth quarter of the match commences. Both coaches promptly deploy their starting lineups, entering the final showdown phase. In competitions of this caliber, the playing time for substitute players is significantly curtailed, with their roles limited to brief intervals to provide the primary players a moment to recuperate. The Celtics initiate the offense. Rondo, dribbling at the top of the arc, orchestrates his teammates' movements. Following a screen, he delivers the basketball into Garnett's hands, who promptly executes a mid-range jump shot. Swish. The score now stands at 91-84, narrowing the gap to 7 points. As one of the Celtics' big three, Garnett possesses formidable offensive prowess, ranking among the most versatile power forwards in NBA history. During his tenure with the Timberwolves, he averaged over 20 points per game for 9 consecutive seasons. After joining the Celtics, he willingly made sacrifices on the offensive end, dedicating more energy to defense. However, in light of his fellow Titans Ray Allen and Pierce underperforming, the season big ticket rises to the occasion, leveraging his offensive abilities to aid the team. The Lakers mount their offense. Jiang Chen, upon receiving the basketball, is immediately besieged by the tenacious defense of Pierce and Rondo. He is forced into the corner, deprived of any opportunity to pass. With decisive intent, Rondo executes a steal, knocking the ball away. The Celtics swiftly transition into a fast break. Upon receiving the basketball, Pierce, confronted by Fisher's defense, promptly halts and launches a three-point jump shot. Swish. The score now reflects a 4-point deficit. Having learned from this experience, the Lakers are reluctant to allow Chen any easy opportunities to receive the ball. Even while moving without the ball, Securing a shooting opportunity proves exceedingly challenging, as the Celtics' defense is exceedingly stringent. Kobe, dribbling at the top of the arc, emanates an aura of determination, intent on harnessing his exceptional offensive skills to clinch victory. He engages in a pick-and-roll with Gasol. After executing the screen, Kobe drives into the paint, only to face the combined pressure of Ray Allen and Garnett. This is the audacious strategy employed by Rivers. He prevented Jiang from receiving the ball for a three-point shot and curtailed Kobe's offensive maneuvers. It can be said that the entire defensive focus of the Celtics was fixated on Kobe and Jiang, completely disregarding the other players on the Lakers. Rivers gambled on their inability to score. In a timely moment, Kobe passed the ball back to Gasol, who, positioned near the free throw line, attempted a mid-range shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Gasol, visibly disheartened, shook his head. Throughout the majority of the game, he had been engaged in a physical battle in the paint with Perkins and Garnett, exhausting his energy considerably, and he was utterly fatigued. With the Lakers' primary center, Bynum, sidelined for the season due to injury, the burden of the interior defense fell squarely on Gasol's shoulders. Perkins seized the rebound and promptly passed it to Rondo. Rondo pushed the ball down the court with remarkable speed. Faced with Fisher's defense, he abruptly halted beneath the basket, executing a feint behind-the-back pass before effortlessly pulling the ball back and making a smooth shot. The deficit shrank to a mere 2 points. Within less than 2 minutes at the start of the fourth quarter, the Celtics unleashed a 7-0 scoring surge. The indomitable Green Army demonstrated their formidable resilience and showcased their profound strength. In another 2 possessions, the Lakers remained scoreless, while Garnett of the Celtics sank 2 consecutive mid-range shots, turning the tide and securing a 2-point lead. The frequency with which the lead has shifted between the two teams in this contest is beyond counting. The Lakers' offense appears to have descended into a state of stagnation. With both Jiang and Kobe being effectively contained, the Lakers seem utterly bereft of options on the offensive front. Barkley, visibly anxious, expressed his concerns. At heart, he harbors a certain affinity for the Lakers, which amplifies his worries. In this decisive final quarter of the 7th game, securing even a slender lead could prove pivotal for victory. After all, the likelihood of errors from either side is exceedingly minimal. The Celtics' defense is formidable, living up to their reputation as the team that ranked first in defensive prowess during the regular season. And they are exhibiting a suffocating level of defense in these final moments. Each time Kobe attempts to navigate the court, he finds himself surrounded by no fewer than 3 defenders. Scoring under such intense defensive pressure is an exceedingly daunting task. If this trend continues, the Celtics' advantage will only continue to grow. Reggie Miller also shared his apprehensions, lamenting inwardly. As the third quarter concluded, he promptly rectified his pre-game statements, shifting his allegiance to the Lakers. However, at the commencement of the fourth quarter, the Lakers' performance was utterly disappointing. Was it truly inevitable that he would face humiliation today? On the court, Jiang observed the drastic turn of events with growing anxiety. If this continues, the championship will remain elusive, the mission will remain unfulfilled, and the rewards will evaporate. A solution must be devised to break through the offensive impasse against the Lakers. It would be splendid if he could receive the ball and seize the opportunity to attempt a 3-point shot. As he contemplated swiftly, an epiphany struck him. He recalled a tactic frequently employed by the future Warriors to set screens for Curry, known as the elevator play. This tactic can undoubtedly be regarded as a classic strategy for creating open opportunities for 3-point shots. Jiang's eyes sparkled with determination as he hastily glanced at Phil, signaling him to call a timeout. Phil appeared perplexed. Every timeout was immensely valuable, and should he squander this opportunity for Jiang? After a moment's hesitation, he rose to request the timeout. The players of the Lakers returned to the bench. "Coach, I require a strategy that can generate 3-point shooting opportunities for me. This way, I can break our scoring drought with a 3-pointer," Jiang exclaimed urgently. The players turned their gazes toward Phil, whose face bore an unusual expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his graying hair. A strategy? What strategy? His mind raced through all the tactics he knew, but none were specifically designed to create 3-point shots. The only viable option was the triangle offense. Very well, let us devise a variation of the triangle offense, he thought. For that was indeed his forte. Phil maintained a facade of composure, while internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang took the initiative to grab the tactical board, beginning to sketch his ideas. Everyone stared in astonishment at Jiang. Is this about devising tactics? Creating strategies independently? This is simply absurd. It turns out that this overlooked talent from China is not only a concealed sharpshooter, but also a tactical maestro. This is remarkable. Jiang was engrossed in his drawing. Drawing upon his prior experience as a seasoned basketball enthusiast, he was exceedingly familiar with the elevator door tactic. Originally conceived by Mark Jackson and later refined by Steve Kerr, it has become a classic strategy for the Warriors. As everyone observed, their eyes lit up with a sense of enlightenment. This tactic is rather intriguing. Phil opened his mouth in astonishment. With just a glance, he comprehended the strategy and recognized its remarkable practicality. What astonished him even more was that the architect of such a powerful tactic was none other than a player. A benchwarmer, no less. It was simply unfathomable. Indeed, this tactic is quite commendable. We shall execute it upon resuming play, Phil remarked with a calm demeanor, concealing his astonishment. The players all nodded in agreement. Kobe, brimming with excitement, gave Jiang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Buddy, having you on our team is truly the Lakers' greatest fortune." Indeed it is. Jiang chuckled, though he inwardly scoffed. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants, acting as a mere porter. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. This young man from Huaxiao was remarkably unassuming, yet he undoubtedly possessed the audacity to be so. He understood that the tactic Jiang had devised could save the Lakers. Chapter 33. The Significance of Tactics. Who is at the end of their rope? On the Celtics bench. Gentlemen, the Lakers have reached a deadlock. Our strategy has completely stifled Kobe and Jiang, their two strongest scoring threats. Now, let us muster our strength to seize this victory and claim the championship trophy. Reflect on why we have come together. Show your fervent desire for the championship. Rivers bellowed, unable to contain his excitement. Having been disrupted throughout the game by Jiang's incessant interference, the Lakers seemed to have finally stalled. One must admit, the Lakers were indeed fortunate, but to what end? The Celtics were undoubtedly the stronger team, far more deserving of the championship. Victory was within reach. Garnett and Pierce's eyes glowed with intensity as they roared in exhilaration. Their thirst for victory had reached an unparalleled height. 12 long years of waiting for this moment. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Fisher positioned himself in the right corner, drawing Rondo's defense, while simultaneously creating space on the court. Kobe dribbled at the top of the arc. Jiang initiated his move from the left 45-degree angle, sprinting toward the left corner. Midway through his run, he suddenly veered right, slipping past Gasol's screen and racing toward the basket. Abruptly halting midway, he reversed course, dashing from Gasol's left side toward the 45-degree three-point line. Meanwhile, Odom moved alongside Gasol, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. As Jiang dashed between the two, they swiftly closed the gap, effectively blocking Pierce and Garnett from pursuing him. Jiang found himself with an open opportunity beyond the three-point line. At the arc's summit, Kobe delivered a timely pass. Jiang received the ball. With no one within a meter in front of him, and without any unnecessary movement, he unleashed his extraordinary high-arc three-point shooting technique, propelling the ball skyward. The basketball traced a breathtaking arc reminiscent of a rainbow. Swish. A subtle smile graced Jiang's lips as he raised both hands into the air, resembling two pistols, and mimicked the act of blowing on them. Such commanding presence. The elevator door tactic. Truly, it is remarkably effective for a three-point shooter. Wow. Jiang successfully netted his 11th three-pointer of the match, surpassing his previous game record and establishing a new finals benchmark. Reggie Miller exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Lakers' strategy was nothing short of spectacular, creating a perfect opportunity for Jiang to shoot uncontested. What kind of tactic is this? I've never witnessed anything like it before. Could it be something Phil just devised? Barkley remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's highly likely. As someone who has spent my entire career shooting three-pointers, I've never encountered such a tactic. Had it existed in my era, I would have made even more three-point shots. Reggie Miller stated, his tone laced with envy. A hint of bitterness creeping in. I was born in the wrong era. The Zen master truly deserves his reputation as one of the greatest coaches in NBA history. This tactic will undoubtedly influence the course of the game, completely dismantling the Celtics' defensive strategy. What a game-changing play. Barkley reflected, deeply impressed. This final match is truly a classic, showcasing not only the players' high level and quality performance, but also the intense intellectual duel between the coaches, each refusing to yield. At this moment, it appears that Phil has gained a slight advantage. The focus now shifts to whether Rivers can devise an effective counter-strategy. Reggie Miller and Barkley exchanged glances, both directing their attention towards Rivers. At this juncture, Rivers appeared dazed, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just endured a tremendous blow, exuding a sense of despondency. Reflecting on the previous timeout remarks, Rivers felt an overwhelming impulse to despair. It dawned on him that the true jester was himself. The team in dire straits was not the Lakers, but rather the Celtics. The recent tactics had rendered all of the Celtics' defensive strategies utterly futile. Jiang had been fully activated. Should they fail to crack this tactic, they would be mercilessly annihilated by this undrafted player with three-point shots. Conversely, if they committed to double-teaming Jiang, Kobe would once again be liberated. Thus, the butterfly effect was set into motion. The influence of this tactic extends beyond just this round. It permeates the subsequent matches as well. Thus, to regain the initiative, it is imperative to unravel the strategy employed by the Lakers moments ago. Rivers swiftly regained his composure and began to contemplate a countermeasure. On the court, the Celtics' offense faltered. The Lakers once again executed the elevator door tactic. This time, at the apex of the arc, Jiang received impeccable cover, creating an opportunity to shoot. There was no doubt about it. He effortlessly sank another three-pointer. With Jiang's two successful three-pointers, the Lakers extended their lead to 4 points. With 12 three-pointers made, he has equaled the single-game record set by Kobe during the regular season. However, achieving this in the finals makes it an even more formidable feat than what Kobe accomplished. This bench player has truly become the most formidable bench player in the annals of NBA history, Barkley exclaimed, his voice filled with awe, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This thrilling seventh game serves as the very stage for Jiang's rise to fame, featuring an astonishing 12 three-pointers. This is undoubtedly one of the most remarkable individual performances in NBA Finals history. Witnessing such a magnificent game in person is simply exhilarating. The VIP lounge was astir. 12 three-pointers. It has surpassed the limits of my imagination. Wade exclaimed. On the basketball court, there are performances you cannot fathom, yet no player is incapable of achieving them. This is the birthplace of miracles. Anything can happen here. The extraordinary display by this overlooked talent from China will ensure that this game is etched in history. Pat Riley's gaze radiated wisdom. After the initial excitement and fervor, a sense of calm has settled in. No matter how beautiful the fantasies may be, they remain mere dreams. Only by officially signing Jiang to the Heat with a contract does everything we do now hold significance. On the court, the Celtics launched their offense. Upon realizing that Jiang was guarding him, Pierce immediately became cautious. After a series of dribbles and drives, he passed the ball to Ray Allen in the corner. Ray Allen decisively took the shot from beyond the arc, clang. The ball hit the rim. This marks his first attempt in the fourth quarter, and it is evident that his shooting touch is somewhat cold. The Lakers seize the rebound and initiate a counterattack. Once more employing the elevator door strategy, Jiang sinks another three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 7 points. Guys, adjust our defensive strategy. Do not wait for Jiang to possess the ball before double-teaming him. I want relentless pressure on him at all times, Rivers commanded, his fury simmering just beneath the surface. How can we not contain this undrafted talent from Huaxia? I refuse to accept this fate. The Celtics' subsequent offensive efforts resulted in no success. The Lakers sought to implement the elevator door strategy yet again, but Jiang was tightly guarded by Pierce and Rondo, leaving him no opportunity to move or receive the ball. Without hesitation, Jiang passed the ball to Kobe. Kobe drove into the paint, overcoming Garnett's defensive pressure to execute a challenging layup. The lead was once again extended to 9 points. In the ensuing moments, the Celtics could not restrain the Lakers any longer. Fortunately, the Celtics' offensive firepower remained at a consistent level, preventing the score from widening beyond 9 points. Time swiftly elapsed, and before anyone realized, only a minute and a half remained in the game. The atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense. Who would ultimately claim the championship? An answer was imminent. Chapter 34, Sealing the Game. Lakers championship. Rivers paced anxiously along the sidelines, his restlessness palpable. 9 points to catch up in a minute and a half posed a considerable challenge. Furthermore, the Lakers were adeptly managing the clock, compounding the difficulty of narrowing the score. This cannot continue. It can no longer be a methodical approach to offense. It is imperative to start launching three-point shots immediately. Rivers, resolute in his decision, glanced at the statistics and noted he still had 2 timeouts remaining. He decisively called for a timeout, beginning to strategize. A frenzied barrage of three-point attempts would be the Celtics' final, desperate counterattack. The outcome hinged on this singular moment. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics were poised to inbound the ball. Rondo held possession at the arc while the other players executed their movements with fervor, mirroring the elevator play recently employed by the Lakers. After all, the Celtics boasted three-point sharpshooter Ray Allen and the league's premier screen setter, Garnett. Thus, this elevator play was equally applicable to the Celtics. With the tactical screen in place, Ray Allen seized the opportunity for an open shot. Receiving the ball, he leaped and released the shot in a seamless flow, a stark contrast to Chen's aesthetically pleasing three-point form, which bore a hint of grace and fluidity. Ray Allen's three-point shot, however, resembled a textbook model, akin to a cold, mechanical shooting machine, each step executed with precision. Swish. Ray Allen netted his seventh three-pointer of the game. Catching up to Chen's 12 three-pointers was now improbable. His hope was merely to narrow the score through three-point shots. The Lakers initiated their offense. Kobe controlled the ball at the top of the arc, managing the clock. With only 7 seconds left before a 24-second violation, Kobe sprang into action. A series of swift dribble changes led him to break through, pulling back to execute a difficult fadeaway jumper. Swish. After the Celtics' defense had focused on Chen, Kobe rediscovered his offensive rhythm and began to take over the game. With just 51 seconds remaining, Rondo swiftly dribbled past half court. Eschewing the elevator play, he directly passed to the trailing Ray Allen. The execution of an elevator play typically required around 12 seconds, and the Celtics were in dire need of time. They had to launch three-point shots rather than slow the pace to run a play. Spotting Chen in front of him, Ray Allen decisively abandoned his shot and passed to Pierce in the corner, who, despite Kobe's defensive pressure, launched a challenging three-pointer. Swish. The offensive maneuver was executed in a mere 5 seconds, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. With a calm demeanor, Pierce refrained from celebrating and swiftly transitioned to defense as the Lakers launched their attack. Kobe continued to manipulate the clock, deftly weaving through defenders until, with only 9 seconds remaining, he penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of 3 defenders. Everyone anticipated that Kobe would attempt a forceful shot, yet he unexpectedly delivered the most exquisite pass of the night. An aerial behind-the-back pass found Chen stationed in the corner. Pierce's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped back and pivoted toward Chen in a desperate defense. Chen, undeterred, elevated to launch a three-pointer. Swish. He made his 13th three-point shot of the game, extending the lead to 8 points once more. Oh my God, Chen can still score. It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. 13 three-pointers. Especially this last one, a decisive blow that sealed the game. Who could have imagined that Chen would vanquish the Celtics with his three-point prowess? Barkley exclaimed with fervor. What a magnificent display of three-point shooting. Chen is destined to become the NBA's greatest sharpshooter. No, Chen has already ascended to the pinnacle of NBA sharpshooters. This night, he outshone Ray Allen, Reginald Miller stated excitedly, feeling a sense of relief. Finally free from the embarrassment of defeat. With merely 24 seconds left in the game, the Celtics' hopes of erasing an 8-point deficit were utterly implausible. Throughout the series, the Celtics had performed admirably and were poised to clinch the championship in 6 games. But unfortunately, Chen's emergence shattered those aspirations and snatched away their championship dream. Barkley lamented. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with many spectators' eyes brimming with tears. Countless fans remained unwilling to accept the Celtics' impending defeat, clinging to a final glimmer of hope for a miracle. On the court, the Celtics did not relent, making one last stand. Ray Allen and Pierce each had opportunities to score three-pointers, but both attempts resulted in failure. With just 6 seconds remaining, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Garnett stood together at the three-point line, a palpable sense of despair hanging in the air. They had surrendered. Kobe, clutching the ball, gazed intently at the countdown clock. His eyes reddened. As the final whistle blew, he hurled the basketball high into the air, unable to suppress a smile as he began to celebrate wildly. The score was 113-105. The Lakers triumphed by an 8-point margin in the decisive Game 7, reclaiming the NBA championship after a 5-year hiatus. Kobe was the first to rush towards Jiang, enveloping him in a tight embrace while emphatically thumping his chest. The rest of the Lakers players swiftly converged, encircling Jiang. It was evident to all that the Lakers' victory in this match was largely attributable to Jiang's exceptional performance. Just look at what he accomplished in this game. Not only did he sink 13 three-pointers, securing an impressive total of 39 points, but he also effectively neutralized the formidable duo of Ray Allen and Paul Pierce at critical moments. He dominated both offense and defense with unparalleled prowess. Even the team's star, Kobe, seemed to play a supporting role in his presence. Jiang reveled in the adulation of his teammates, his emotions reaching a crescendo. Feeling an exhilarating surge of vitality coursing through him, with adrenaline soaring. Both his body and spirit were enveloped in overwhelming joy. The exhilarating sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of success, coupled with the thrill of championship achievement, electrified his senses. This marvelous moment of triumph is a sentiment that can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Lakers, the players of the Celtics were engulfed in sorrow. The trio of stars, with tear-filled eyes, ultimately succumbed to their emotions, allowing their scalding tears to cascade onto the court. They could never have anticipated losing the championship in such a manner. The undrafted sensation from China, now venerated, decisively vanquished them with a barrage of three-pointers, orchestrating the most astonishing comeback in NBA history. Without embraces or acknowledgments, the Celtics players turned and walked directly toward the players' tunnel, departing from this place of heartbreak. This summer, they will endure the torment of failure, which will become the most regrettable and heart-wrenching defeat of their careers. Congratulations to the Los Angeles Lakers for securing the NBA championship in 2008, achieving a remarkable comeback after trailing 3-2, ultimately seizing victory. Undoubtedly, the standout performer in the final two games was the emerging sensation, Jiang, an undrafted talent from China. Chapter 35, Lauding Jiang. Anticipating the Olympic Games in China, Jiang dominated the game with an astonishing series of three-point shots. He is the most formidable sharpshooter I have ever witnessed. Barkley, filled with excitement, began to extol Jiang, even overlooking the presence of the three-point king, Reggie Miller, seated beside him. As the most exceptional player, he naturally surpassed this three-point monarch. However, at that moment, Reggie Miller was equally swept up in the fervor. He paid no heed to the oversight and felt that Barkley's words were indeed accurate, for he shared the same sentiment. Such is the consequence of underestimating Jiang. I underestimated Jiang and was merely met with a slap in the face. The Celtics underestimated him, and the price they paid was the loss of the championship. It must be acknowledged that the Celtics' performance deserves respect. Yet there can only be one champion. Competitive sports are undeniably ruthless. The Lakers were indeed favored by Lady Luck, clinching the championship through the explosive performance of a benchwarmer. But sometimes fortune is a part of skill. Reggie Miller reflected, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt regret for the Celtics, while simultaneously feeling relief for the Lakers. Indeed, without Jiang, Game 6 would have been a humiliating defeat for the Lakers, losing by over 30 points and marking one of the most disgraceful moments in their history. They would have lost the championship. But Jiang salvaged everything. This is the allure of competitive sports. Until the final whistle blows, one can never predict what will transpire during the game. Barkley also expressed that words could not adequately convey the impact these two games had on him. He reminisced about Michael Jordan's last finals, the confrontations between Larry Bird and Magic Johnson in championship series, and many other classic finals. Yet, none seemed to possess the sheer intensity displayed by Jiang in these two games. The recent draft disappointment for the Huaxia basketball team has brought forth an abundance of surprises and astonishment. I believe that everyone who witnessed this match will, even years later, still marvel at Jiang's magnificent performance. With an astonishing record of 13 out of 21 three-point attempts, he amassed 39 points, along with 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. Such statistics are truly remarkable. While 39 points may not seem exceptionally high on the grand stage of the finals, the fact that every point was scored from beyond the arc is indeed astonishing. Reggie Miller expressed his disbelief, while the esteemed Zhang Weiping smiled with joy, inquiring who among the Lakers would claim the championship. It is well known that Coach Jiang, affectionately nicknamed Weiping Bryant, possesses a keen insight into the game. This outcome is undeniably dramatic. Our Huaxia player, Jiang, underwent a transformation in the final 2 games of this series, establishing a series of three-point shooting records. He achieved 10 three-pointers in consecutive games, hit 13 in a single match, and maintained a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 60 in both games, each a historic milestone in the annals of the NBA. Sun Jinping expressed his pride, unable to contain his excitement. Indeed, Jiang has become the first Huaxiao player to grace the stage of the finals with such an extraordinary performance. What a proud moment for us Huaxiao people. Coach Jiang remarked with a smile. Now, my anticipation for the Huaxiao Olympic Games in August has intensified. I firmly believe that under the leadership of him and Yao Ming, our Huaxiao men's basketball team is destined to transcend history and achieve remarkable success, bringing glory to our nation on home soil. Sun Jinping stated, filled with boundless hope. Initially, the Huaxiao team was placed in the so-called group of death, leaving many basketball enthusiasts pessimistic about our team's prospects in this Olympic Games. However, Chen's breathtaking display in the finals will undoubtedly ignite the imaginations of Huaxiao fans. Absolutely. I have great faith in Chen. This young man has a promising future. I look forward to his performance in the Olympics, remarked the venerable Zhang Weiping, tears welling in his eyes, his chest swelling with fervor. As a former national player, he has faced much discrimination on the international stage and has endured defeats at the hands of many formidable teams. Even now, the Huaxiao men's basketball team is still regarded as a weak contender globally, despite reaching the quarterfinals in the 2004 Athens Olympics. In the eyes of those Western powerhouses, our team remains one that can be easily overpowered, posing no threat whatsoever. The upcoming Huaxiao Olympic Games in 2 months will present the perfect opportunity for our men's basketball team to strike back. What do they mean by the group of death? We are here to compete against the strongest teams in that group. The comment section of the XL Live broadcast exploded with excitement. Lakers are champions. Jiang's three-pointers are incredible. I ask, who else can compare? Without Jiang's three-pointers, the Lakers would have long been home fishing, with no chance of standing on this podium. Upon witnessing Chen sink his 13th three-pointer, an exhilarating shiver coursed through my entire being. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As a devoted fan for a decade, I could not restrain my tears of joy. Finally, a player from Huaxia shone brightly on the grand stage of the finals. I had anticipated that this honor would belong to the illustrious Yao Ming, yet it was Jiang, the sharpshooter, who rose to the occasion. Having missed the breathtaking turnaround in Game 6, I was fully present for the climactic Game 7, which undoubtedly ranks as the most riveting game I have ever witnessed. What on earth? My friend, how long have you been holding on to that? Where have all the lovely ladies in the comments gone? The Lakers have clinched the championship. Surely, they could share a few bikini photos to celebrate? Damn it, I am a Celtics fan. Why would I post bikinis? I loathe the Lakers. Gentlemen, a spy has emerged, and it turns out to be a hater of Chen. Let's drown her in our disdain. At the North Shore Garden, many diehard Celtics fans have already exited. The scene they dreaded the most has indeed unfolded. Their archrivals, the Lakers, will hold the championship ceremony in the Celtics' home arena. Chapter 36, the awards ceremony. The FMVP recipient, everything is in place. All Lakers players, coaching staff, and owners are adorned in the championship t-shirts and caps they prepared in advance, standing proudly at the center of the stage. Before them, the gleaming Larry O'Brien trophy stands tall. The award ceremony is poised to commence. The impeccably dressed host takes the stage first, delivering an impassioned opening statement, and then announces that NBA Commissioner David Stern will present the award to the Lakers. Amidst thunderous applause, David Stern makes his entrance, illuminated by the spotlight. As the commissioner of the NBA, he has made immense contributions to the league's growth. It is safe to say that the NBA transformed from a modest basketball league in America into a global sports phenomenon, thanks in no small part to Stern. He has been instrumental in bringing the NBA to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are immensely grateful for your presence to witness this remarkable event. The Celtics and Lakers have delivered an unprecedented performance in the finals, especially in the thrilling Game 7, which will surely be etched in history. The Lakers have triumphed over the Celtics, reclaiming the NBA championship after a 5-year hiatus. Now, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Lakers. With his signature smile, David Stern delivered a speech and then raised the championship trophy high. Lakers owner Jerry Buss stepped forward, visibly moved, to accept the championship trophy, lifting it triumphantly before passing it along. Phil was the first to grasp the championship trophy, caressing it before passing it to Kobe. With exuberance, Kobe fervently kissed the trophy and then handed it to Chen. Now, there remains one highly anticipated honor to be revealed, the Finals MVP. After casting votes, the player awarded the Finals MVP for this season is none other than the Lakers star, Kobe Bryant. David Stern announced with great clarity. The camera immediately focused on Kobe. With a smile, he approached and accepted the finals MVP trophy from David Stern. Subsequently, the camera shifted to Jiang, who stood amidst the crowd. The lens seemed to convey an unspoken message. Indeed, the finals MVP accolade was bestowed upon Kobe, not Jiang. Barkley expressed a hint of regret. There was no alternative. Jiang had participated in too few games, merely 2, despite his extraordinary statistics and pivotal role in saving the Lakers. The selection of the finals MVP is contingent upon the entire series performance. Clearly, Jiang's contribution in the initial 5 games was negligible. Reggie Miller remarked, not entirely surprised, as Kobe is undeniably the Lakers' ace. Although Jiang did not secure the finals MVP, his name is now eternally etched in the annals of NBA Finals history. His remarkable performance will be forever remembered, and he is only 20 years old. That is already quite an accomplishment. Barkley shifted his tone. Indeed, I believe Jiang will continue to shine in the NBA next season. I have high hopes that he will surpass me to become the all-time greatest three-point shooter in NBA history. Every time I think of his astonishing three-point displays, I cannot help but feel exhilarated. Reggie Miller echoed, filled with anticipation. On the court, Kobe was being interviewed. Hey, Kobe, you have won your 4th championship trophy. And it is your first since parting ways with Shaquille O'Neal. How do you feel right now? The host inquired. To be honest, it's quite unexpected. I thought we would be heading home after Game 6. But Jiang miraculously exploded onto the scene, helping the team turn the game around. That is how we secured this championship trophy. I must thank him. Although I received the finals MVP, without Jiang, we would have had no chance at the championship. The Lakers will not forget his contributions in the finals, and the fans will remember his magnificent three-point performances. The MVP for the last 2 games was undoubtedly Jiang. I hope that next season we will have the opportunity to fight side by side again, leading the Lakers in pursuit of another championship, Kobe said with a smile. A glint of mischief in his eyes. The host was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? There is a subtle hint of flattery in those words, isn't there? The large screen once again focuses on Jiang, standing amidst the crowd. Although he did not secure the MVP title in the finals, the camera is no less generous in its attention than it was to Kobe. Oh, how eloquently Kobe speaks. Is he beginning to win over hearts? Barkley remarked with surprise, never expecting the proud Kobe would choose to extol a rookie. This season, Jiang signed a 1-year minimum salary contract with the Lakers. And now that the season has concluded, his contract has reached its end, rendering him a free agent. Undoubtedly, numerous teams will be interested in him. By expressing his desire to continue collaborating with Jiang, Kobe has already gained a strategic advantage in this fierce competition for players. Reggie Miller observed with curiosity. Will Jiang remain with the Lakers? Should he choose to stay, the Lakers will once again emerge as one of the most formidable championship contenders next season. Once Bynum returns from injury, the Lakers could form a stellar 5-man lineup of Kobe, Jiang, Gasol, Bynum, and Odom. If Jiang opts to depart, which team will he select as the next chapter in his career? Regardless of Jiang's decision, his professional journey is undoubtedly bright. On the court, the happiest individual is none other than Lakers general manager Kupchak. With Kobe's recent remarks, he believes that the task of re-signing Jiang will become considerably simpler, ideally securing him with a mid-level contract worth several $1 million per year. Thus, the team could evade a hefty luxury tax while maintaining formidable competitiveness in the upcoming season. Kupchak, brimming with satisfaction, eagerly contemplated discussions with Jiang regarding contract renewal, yet opportunities remained elusive, forcing him to await the conclusion of post-game interviews. He resolved to wait at the arena entrance for Jiang, aspiring to finalize matters that very evening, lest lingering concerns plague his mind. Jiang's stellar performances in the final 2 championship games were nothing short of spectacular, surely attracting the attention of rival teams. So it was imperative to act swiftly to prevent others from gaining the upper hand. After Kobe concluded his award acceptance speech, the championship presentation ceremony came to a close. However, the Lakers' celebration of their victory was just beginning. Chapter 37, Locker Room Revelry. System Rewards Acquired. Upon returning to the locker room, the Lakers players erupted in jubilant roars, expressing their exhilaration following the championship triumph. Champions! Champions! We are the strongest! They bellowed, each taking turns to embrace the championship trophy, fervently kissing it. When it was Jiang's turn, he merely hugged the trophy, gazing at the myriad of kiss marks adorning its surface, feeling a twinge of hesitation about the lack of hygiene. At that moment, a deluge of champagne cascaded down, drenching Jiang entirely, leaving him soaked and reeking of the potent liquor. The Lakers players encircled Jiang, each clutching a bottle of champagne, emptying their contents over him in celebration. This can be regarded as the highest form of celebration, as everyone expresses their gratitude towards Jiang in this manner. Buddy, your three-point shots are simply extraordinary. To be honest, I initially thought your post-game interview remarks were mere bravado, yet you have truly made them a reality. Everything feels surreal. You have sunk 13 three-pointers. I have never witnessed such a thrilling display of shooting. Gasol, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted joyfully, reveling in the elation of victory. Brother, well done. You are the finest three-point shooter in the world. Farmar raised a champagne bottle, sipping and spilling, in a tipsy haze. Even now, he feels immensely grateful for having passed the ball to Jiang during the garbage time of the last game, granting him his first opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. One could say that this single pass altered the course of fate, turning around the destiny of the Lakers. Thank you. Jiang expressed his gratitude, feeling the warmth of his teammates, experiencing for the first time a sense of belonging to the collective. Previously, as the water cooler attendant, few players regarded him with any attention, often ignoring him entirely. He had little opportunity to engage with key players like Kobe and Gasol. More often than not, he was merely the water boy, responsible for handing out towels and serving drinks. Now, as he makes a significant contribution to the team, everything has changed. Every player on the Lakers has truly embraced him and acknowledged his worth. Jiang, filled with emotion, felt his eyes welling with tears, cascading down his cheeks. With the memories of this body now intertwined with his own, he has a clearer understanding of how he has endured this grueling season. The cultural disparities, language barriers, and differences in skin color have made it exceedingly difficult for him to integrate into the team. Additionally, as an undrafted player, he has faced a lack of respect. Countless dismissive glances, incessant ridicule, and relentless negativity have accompanied his journey. The hardships he has faced are something that those who have not experienced them cannot truly comprehend. For a player from China to carve out a name for himself in a foreign land, within the highest echelons of basketball in the world, is indeed a formidable challenge. However, the tide has turned. Through his performances in 2 games, he has showcased formidable talent, securing his place in the NBA, alleviating concerns about future employment, and escaping a life of uncertainty. The next step is for him to systematically evolve into a superstar within the league, dominating this realm. Buddy, light it up. At this moment, Odom handed a cigar to Jiang. Smoking a cigar is regarded as a customary celebration after winning a championship, a distinctive ritual for every victorious team. Jiang mimicked the act of lighting the cigar with great flair, taking a deep drag. The piquant flavor mingled with the smoke filled his nostrils, invigorating his senses. Haha, you're inhaling too quickly. You must savor it slowly, puff by puff, Odom remarked, taking a draw and leisurely exhaling smoke rings, his face radiating pleasure. Jiang nodded and began to relish this celebratory cigar of triumph. Just then, the long silent system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and assisting the Lakers in securing the championship. Rewards are now being issued. 5,000 achievement points, 100 skill fusion fragments, and 1 experience card for the skill mimicry of Ryota Kai's, valid for 10 minutes. Please collect your rewards. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang was instantly exhilarated. Consequently, his achievement points surged to 8,000, a mere 2,000 points shy of another lottery draw. The skill fusion fragments had also accumulated to 150. Most importantly, the experience card for Ryota Kai's mimicry skill would undoubtedly become one of his most formidable weapons in the forthcoming Huaxia Olympics. The 08 Olympics, a grand endeavor of a century. This time, it is imperative to bring glory to the nation right at our doorstep, ensuring that the fans of Huaxia are not disappointed, and not bringing shame to our people. The celebratory activities in the locker room persisted for over half an hour before the players began to wash up and change. Subsequently, Kobe, Jiang, and Phil participated in the post-match interview. As they entered the interview room, nearly 200 journalists turned their gaze towards them, their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. All the reporters vividly recalled the previous post-match interview, where they listened to Jiang boast excessively, even dismissing him as arrogant. However, they never anticipated that the bravado he displayed would materialize in the decisive 7th game. Who can endure this? The crux of the matter is that all journalists are baffled by how this rising star from Huaxia managed to sink over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games, particularly in the decisive Game 7, which epitomizes the zenith of NBA competition, characterized by the fiercest defensive intensity and the most strenuous confrontations. Even Kobe Bryant has experienced moments of being rendered ineffective. Yet, this Huaxia rookie remained unfazed, exhibiting consistent efficiency and remarkable accuracy throughout the match. Even the legendary Larry Bird, renowned for his prowess, never flaunted such extravagance. Perhaps, as Chen himself remarked, for him, shooting three-pointers is simply effortless. Jiang, you have once again delivered a magnificent performance. You have also aided the Lakers in clinching the championship title. What are your predominant feelings regarding this Game 7? A reporter eagerly inquired. My primary sentiment is that Game 7 was rather ordinary. While it was intense, it was not as challenging as I had anticipated. I did not experience an overwhelming sense of defensive pressure. Chen pondered for a moment and replied nonchalantly. The journalists were left in a state of bewilderment. Oh, how familiar this tone sounds. Is the Game 7 showdown truly so mediocre? Is there a lack of defensive intensity? One cannot help but wonder how the Boston Celtics would perceive such remarks. As the team boasting the highest defensive efficiency in the regular season, the Celtics' defense is undoubtedly suffocating, particularly in this pivotal Game 7, where they exhibited unprecedented levels of defensive rigor. Even Kobe Bryant, in this contest, managed only to surpass a shooting percentage of 40. However, for Chen, this seemed to have little impact, as his shooting accuracy soared to an impressive 60, with all attempts being three-pointers. Jiang, it is your extraordinary performance in the last two games that secured the championship for the Lakers, and thus you rightfully deserve to be among the candidates for the Finals MVP. Yet, the award was bestowed upon Kobe. Might you feel a sense of dissatisfaction? A journalist boldly posed this question. Upon hearing it, Kobe's expression darkened, his once composed visage now cloaked in an icy demeanor, his gaze radiating a lethal intensity. Chen, with a bemused smile, fixated on the reporter, silently critiquing, is it truly reasonable to pose such a question? Are you not afraid of retribution from both Kobe and me? Chapter 38. Indeed, the elevator door tactic was conceived by me. This is undoubtedly a question that could offend. It directly disrespects two individuals, Kobe and Jiang. The reporter's inquiry seems to suggest that the finals are once again being glorified as if they were Kobe's own. While Jiang shone brightly in the final two matches, he still remains far from the epithet of a superstar. Let us not even broach the subject of Finals MVP. How many superstars have traversed their entire careers without ever gracing the finals? To secure the Finals MVP, one must not only lead their team to the finals, but also do so as a captain who clinches the championship. How exceedingly difficult it is. Even the legendary Kobe Bryant, in his illustrious career, has only secured the Finals MVP award once. After the conclusion of the decisive Game 7, your contract with the Lakers will expire. Have you contemplated your next destination? Will you remain with the Lakers or transition to another team? A reporter inquired. All eyes were intently fixed on Jiang, evidently captivated by this question. In their estimation, although Jiang may not possess the prowess to alter the dynamics of the league, he undeniably has the potential to enhance a team's immediate competitiveness. His extraordinary talent in three-point shooting, coupled with exceptional defensive skills and a non-ball dominating style, renders him an exceedingly coveted asset for various teams. Kobe, too, cast a glance in his direction, his eyes brimming with anticipation. To be candid, I have yet to make a decision. The options are overwhelming, and I need to contemplate my choices thoroughly, Jiang replied with a smile. Prior to Game 6 of the finals, he was merely an overlooked, undrafted player, with no knowledge of where his next opportunity would lie once his contract with the Lakers expired. Yet now, he has become a sought-after player by numerous teams. The disparity in circumstances is indeed striking. The reporters, unable to extract a definitive answer from Jiang, expressed their disappointment, realizing that this suspense would linger for some time. As the free agent market does not open until July 1st, Phil, you have once again led the Lakers to victory. Could this herald the beginning of a three-peat? A reporter asked. It is noteworthy that Phil Jackson has experienced 3 separate three-peats during his illustrious coaching career, twice with the Bulls and once with the Lakers. According to this pattern, the Lakers might once again achieve the remarkable feat of a three-peat, thus establishing a dynasty. I certainly aspire to secure a three-peat. We shall strive diligently towards that goal, Phil replied with a smile, aware that the reporter was jesting. Phil, when the Lakers found themselves in an offensive quandary. You devised an exquisite strategy to create open shots for Jiang. Could you share the inspiration behind this tactic? Was it your own design? A reporter inquired. No. That strategy was not orchestrated by me, nor was it my design. It was conceived by Jiang himself. Phil shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of astonishment. The ability to devise such a practical and ingenious strategy reveals that this undrafted player from China has already exhibited coaching prowess. The reporters were left utterly astonished by this revelation. Is this a jest? They glanced at Phil and then at Jiang, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Indeed, as Phil mentioned, this tactic was conceived in a moment of inspiration. I have named it the elevator door tactic. Jiang remarked nonchalantly, as if he were discussing a matter of little significance. The reporters were utterly bewildered. This is utterly ridiculous. It is astonishing to think that this tactic, which has altered the course of the match, was conceived by an undrafted player in a moment of brilliance on the field. This is truly a refreshing perspective. With such a level of skill, why not pursue a coaching career? It would indeed be a waste of talent. Kobe, having just secured your 4th championship trophy, how do you feel at this moment? A reporter inquired. Now I have as many championships as Shaquille, Kobe succinctly replied. The journalists were left in awe. This response indeed echoes the spirit of Kobe. Even after more than 2 years have elapsed, the jibe from Shaquille O'Neal, claiming he possesses one more championship ring than Kobe, still gnaws at him. In the interview room of the Boston Celtics, the atmosphere is somewhat somber and oppressive. The trio of superstars and Doc Rivers wear grim expressions, their eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept. Doc, did you ever envision that this series would conclude in such a manner? A reporter inquired. No, absolutely not. Even now, I can scarcely believe that this is truly happening. The championship was rightfully ours. We led by 33 points in Game 6. I was already poised to celebrate our victory. Yet, regrettably, everything spiraled out of control once that undrafted player from China stepped onto the court, Rivers replied, his voice low and hoarse, as he uttered his final words. A palpable bitterness and resentment filled his tone. He is consumed by his hatred. This may be the finest opportunity for him to contend for the championship in his coaching career, and likewise, it represents the best chance for veterans Garnett, Pierce, and Ray Allen to seize the title. Yet, all of this has been thwarted by a rookie from Huaxia. Without Jiang, would the Lakers truly stand a chance against the Celtics? A reporter inquired about the sudden eruption of the so-called water cooler player Jiang. Remarkable, insane, unbelievable. This undrafted player from Huaxia appears to be a divine punishment for us. But I cannot fathom where we have offended the heavens. Rivers lamented, as flashes of the last quarter of Game 6 raced through his mind. What if, at that moment, he had been more cautious and sent all the Celtics' main players onto the court? Would the outcome have been different? There are no answers now. Will this defeat in the championship diminish the team's morale? Will the management dismantle the Big Three over the summer? No. I can only blame my misfortune. But I have never doubted the team's strength, nor will I lose faith. As for how the management will proceed, I am unaware. What I do know is that this setback will not break us. It will only make us stronger. Next season, we will still be contenders for the championship. Rivers asserted resolutely, his tone somber yet powerful. Ray, what is your perspective on Jiang's remarkable performance with 13 three-pointers in a single game? Do you still believe that his prowess from beyond the arc is merely due to the favor of Lady Luck? A reporter asked. It's hard to believe. His performance has surpassed my comprehension, particularly those logo three-pointers, which have fundamentally altered my worldview. I now retract my previous statements made before the game. Jiang's display is entirely a testament to his skill. His defensive capabilities were also exceptional, completely restraining me. I have nothing to say about being defeated by him. But I will remember the pain of this loss, and next season, we shall return with a vengeance. Ray Allen replied, his expression grim. There was no resentment. Only a recognition of Jiang's prowess, for this is the reality. Jiang's astonishing three-point shooting has effectively vanquished the Celtics. As Rivers stated, the team was simply unfortunate to encounter this undrafted player's sudden rise. Do you believe Jiang has the potential to become the strongest three-point shooter in the NBA? A reporter pressed. He is already the strongest three-point shooter. Are there any players in this league who can effortlessly sink three-pointers from the logo continuously? Ray Allen spoke in a deep voice, tinged with a hint of resignation. The reporters exchanged glances, clearly astonished. It seemed that Ray Allen had indeed been impressed by Jiang's three-point shot. Subsequently, the journalists posed a few more questions before concluding the interview. At the entrance of the North Shore Garden Arena, Riley and Wade stood there, awaiting Jiang Chen's arrival. At that moment, a portly gentleman clad in a suit approached the doorway, his expression transforming into one of astonishment upon spotting Riley. "Mori, Riley? Are you here to await Jiang Chen as well?" The two exclaimed in near unison, then instinctively took a few steps back, eyeing each other warily. "A rival has appeared." Riley mused inwardly, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated that the Rockets would also enter the fray to secure Jiang Chen's signature. This situation is rather challenging. After all, the Rockets boast the illustrious Yao Ming, which undoubtedly holds great allure for Jiang Chen. "Elder Riley, let us not squander time. Jiang Chen will undoubtedly sign with us," Mori proclaimed with a smile, his tone imbued with both pride and confidence. Prior to arriving in Boston, he had already conversed with Yao Ming, who had clearly expressed his desire for Jiang Chen to join and assured that he would assist in persuading him. "Humph. It is still too soon to make such assertions," Riley retorted stubbornly. Until a definitive outcome is secured, he would not relent. "My friends, you certainly possess remarkable taste. Enjoying the evening breeze at this hour?" A grim voice echoed from a distance as Lakers general manager Kupchak approached briskly, his expression decidedly sour. Heavens! I once believed my diligence was sufficient, only to discover that Riley and Mori were even more industrious, eagerly awaiting at the entrance. It was apparent, even without contemplation, that these two were there for Jiang Chen. A wave of anxiety enveloped me. Kupchak felt immense relief for his decision to wait for Jiang Chen at the arena's entrance. Otherwise, he might have found himself outpaced by others. At the same time, he reflected on how Jiang Chen, once an undrafted player, had been overlooked by every team in the league, none willing to offer him a contract. It was the Lakers' need for such a role that prompted him to extend a minimum salary offer. Now, with Jiang Chen having established his worth, he had become the target of fierce competition among numerous teams. Truly, fortunes can shift dramatically over the years. "Kupchak, are you here to await Jiang Chen as well?" "You, the one who recognized his potential, need not worry that he would sign with another team without greeting you first," Mori remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Humph. If you are aware of my role as Jiang Chen's benefactor, what are you doing here?" Kupchak replied, feigning calmness while feeling anything but just considering the priority. "Whether or not he signs remains uncertain," Mori countered, exuding confidence. Kupchak chose to ignore Mori and instead engaged in conversation with Riley. They had previously worked together on the Lakers, with Kupchak as a player during Riley's coaching tenure, during which the Lakers secured 4 championship rings in 9 years. Among the 3 distinguished figures present, Riley boasted the most illustrious career and held the highest seniority. Wade, standing nearby, watched in astonishment, unable to articulate the shock of witnessing 3 general managers or presidents waiting at the arena's entrance for an undrafted player. This is utterly absurd. It must be said that this outstanding player from Huaxia, with his consecutive performances of over 10 three-pointers in the finals, has completely captivated the league. One wonders if, upon becoming a free agent, he will receive such treatment. Wade pondered silently, feeling a twinge of envy. After nearly half an hour of waiting, the figures of the Lakers players finally appeared at the entrance of the arena. The crowd continued to cheer loudly, entirely oblivious to the presence of several notable figures at the door. Once they exited the arena, the onlookers were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What is the situation? In the dead of night, the executives from 3 teams are wide awake, congregating at the entrance of the arena. To chat? Such a notion seems highly improbable. Suddenly, it appears that everyone comes to a realization, their gazes collectively shifting towards Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this the commotion stirred by Jiang Chen? Have 3 prominent figures come to the venue to personally await the signing of Jiang Chen? Is this the level of attention and treatment that a player overlooked in the draft can receive? After the initial surprise, the crowd could only express their astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen had transformed from the mere water boy, serving tea and refreshments, into a figure of significance. In just 2 games, he had undergone a remarkable elevation in his valuation. This summer, he would secure a substantial contract and emerge as a key player, potentially even the cornerstone of a team. His future career glimmered with promise. The eyes of substitute players like Farmar and Luke Walton sparkled with envy and excitement as they shared in Jiang Chen's joy. This underappreciated talent from Huaxia had demonstrated formidable prowess that warranted such recognition. The twists of fate in life are indeed marvelous. Perhaps many years hence, when Jiang Chen has achieved greatness, they will take pride in recounting tales of his rookie days when he was merely the last substitute, serving as their practice partner and fetching their beverages. Chapter 40. The battle for talent commences. The conditions set by various teams as Chen exited the arena alongside his teammates. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated upon him. The onlookers, in silent agreement, drifted away from his side, donning expressions akin to spectators eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. This thrilling battle for talent is seldom witnessed in ordinary times. Regrettably, Phil denied them this opportunity, repeatedly urging them to board the bus, which then departed from the scene. Curiously, he chose to remain, eagerly observing the proceedings. Alongside Phil, Kobe also stayed behind, unwilling to part with his formidable teammate Jiang. In a recent interview, he had articulated his desire to continue collaborating with Jiang on multiple occasions. Now, witnessing both the Heat and the Rockets making their moves, he felt an increasing urgency and curiosity about Jiang's eventual decision. Riley, Maury, and Kupchak stood before Jiang, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Ultimately, it was Riley who broke the silence, stating, "Jiang, I watched the Game 7 showdown live, and your performance was nothing short of spectacular. It utterly astonished me. Therefore, I wish to speak with you and explore the possibility of joining the Miami Heat." With intentions aligned, Riley was straightforward, eschewing any indirectness or concealment. As an exceptional orator, his voice resonated with a magnetic quality, instilling an inexplicable sense of calm and allure. Listening intently, Jiang couldn't help but feel admiration. This legendary figure, who has traversed the NBA landscape for half a lifetime and amassed countless accolades, possesses an undeniable personal charm that commands reverence merely by standing here. I too share this sentiment. Both Yao-Ming and I hope that you will join the Houston Rockets, forming a new alliance with Yao and McGrady to contend for the championship title. Maury remarked with a smile, his eyes glinting with intention, each word laden with significance. He first expressed his purpose, then utilized Yao-Ming to enhance Jiang's affinity for the Rockets, subsequently invoking phrases like Yao and McGrady combination and championship contention, enough to stir the heart of a player unaccustomed to the grandeur of the league. My friend, as a key contributor to our championship success, we naturally wish for you to remain with the Lakers, Kupchak stated succinctly, refraining from embellishing promises, as the Lakers are already reigning champions. And Jiang has already savored the sweetness of victory. Shall we discuss this at the hotel? Jiang replied, somewhat exasperated. It is a splendid evening. Perhaps his companions are already reveling at the nightclub. He, too, had the opportunity to escort a stunning beauty back to the hotel and relish a delightful night. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself returning to the hotel with 3 elderly gentlemen. Jiang cast a glance at Phil, only to realize it was 4 elderly gentlemen. The group made their way back to the hotel in grand fashion, upholding the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Jiang graciously offered the first opportunity for negotiation to Riley. In the opulent presidential suite, seated at the round table, Riley smiled as he produced 5 championship rings and placed them upon the table. Jiang stifled a laugh with great effort. Could it be that this venerable gentleman believes that recruiting any star player is as simple as showcasing these 5 championship rings? He vividly recalls the summer of 10 years ago when the New York Knicks delivered a PowerPoint presentation to entice LeBron James, while Riley merely placed the 5 championship rings before him and successfully secured his commitment. One cannot help but acknowledge the brilliance of those rings. Unfortunately, Jiang is not LeBron James. If one's sole focus is on securing a championship, such ambition seems rather limited. Sir, I have already attained a championship in my rookie season, Jiang remarked with an air of indifference. Riley's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he withdrew his 5 rings and solemnly declared, "For years, 80 million, I offer you a maximum contract extension, along with a no-trade clause, and the team will be constructed around you as the cornerstone." Such an offer is simply direct, compelling, and alluring. Jiang's astonishment was palpable. It must be said that the conditions presented by Riley are indeed enticing. An $8 million contract over 4 years equates to a staggering $20 million per annum, whereas the league's highest-paid player, Kevin Garnett, earns a mere $22 million. The legendary Kobe Bryant's salary hovers just above $19 million. Furthermore, the 4-year contract represents the maximum duration Riley can propose. As an undrafted player, Jiang is eligible for a 4-year contract, with the possibility of extending to 5 years only after 3 years of service with a single team. The no-trade clause bestows upon him significant power, a privilege granted to only 7 players in the annals of NBA history. Lastly, Being the focal point of the team's structure signifies that he would be the unequivocal linchpin of the Miami Heat, with the entire system and strategy meticulously crafted around him. Riley commenced with an audacious gambit, presenting conditions that were profoundly enticing, particularly when considered collectively. Regrettably, Chen remained in a state of astonishment, devoid of any inclination to yield. As a businessman, Riley undoubtedly exemplifies remarkable success, wielding an iron-fisted approach and employing ruthlessly calculated tactics. However, he is notably bereft of a modicum of human compassion. Jiang felt a twinge of sympathy for Wade, pondering what emotions might traverse Wade's mind as he awaited at the entrance, unaware that Riley had relegated him to the second position within the team. What significance does possessing a trade veto hold? Wade too possesses a trade veto, yet years later, Riley refrained from trading Wade, opting instead to allow his contract to expire, leaving him sidelined without any renewal. Such actions incited Wade's ire, ultimately leading him to transfer to the Bulls. Regardless of the circumstances, Wade had certainly been let down by Riley on numerous occasions. Observing Jiang's silence, Riley felt increasingly confident. The terms he proposed were undoubtedly the most favorable. Impossible to refuse. Who wouldn't he aspire to be the leader of a team, particularly after showcasing undeniable talent and capability? Everyone yearns to become the unequivocal captain of a franchise. Presently, he was extending this opportunity to Jiang. Moreover, the salary he offered was indeed a maximum contract. For an undrafted player to secure a maximum salary in just his second year of professional play is unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. Of course, there has never been a player like Jiang, who, during his rookie season, managed to sink over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games of the finals. Thus, this maximum salary is well-deserved. This encapsulates Riley's perspective. When he refrains from action, it is inconsequential. Yet, when he decides to act, it is with the force of a thunderous tempest. Such is his audacity. Undoubtedly, he is also taking a gamble. For signing players in the NBA is inherently a game of chance. There are numerous contracts that offer exceptional value, yet there are also many that are utterly worthless. He is willing to wager $80 million and 4 years of time on this gamble. Esteemed senior, the terms you propose are indeed alluring. However, I must ponder further. As the Rockets and the Lakers are still awaiting outside, Jiang replied politely with a smile, though internally he had already declined Riley's offer. It is prudent to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Jiang was not foolish enough to outright reject Riley. He aimed to preserve some semblance of dignity for Riley, who had already invested considerable effort in his persuasion. An outright refusal might have irrevocably strained their relationship. The NBA is not merely a league, it is a realm of its own. To navigate this world, one must understand the nuances of human relations. Of course, I doubt they possess the capacity to present you with the terms I have offered, Riley remarked with a smile before turning to exit the room. Shortly thereafter, Daryl Morey, the general manager of the Rockets, entered. "Hey, I am currently on the phone with Yu Ming. Would you like to speak with him?" Morey said, extending the phone toward Jiang. In an instant, Jiang's expression turned icy. In this situation, there was no option to decline. Upon answering the call, he heard the voice of Yao. "My friend, I never expected to communicate with you in this manner. I had intended to call you tomorrow to extend my congratulations. But it seems I am compelled to do so now," Yao expressed in Mandarin, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "That's perfectly fine. I eagerly await your congratulations tomorrow," Jiang replied with a smile, also in Mandarin. Morey reached out to clarify matters. "From the depths of my heart, I genuinely wish to play alongside you. However, please do not feel any burden. Make the choice you believe is right. Go to whichever team you desire. I will support you unconditionally," Yao stated, his voice warm and brotherly, offering Jiang his unwavering support. "Understood, brother Yao," Jiang replied, ending the call. Yao had undoubtedly conveyed his desire to stand by Jiang's side. "Now, I shall outline the conditions the Rockets could offer you. 3 years for $50 million. The final year includes a player option, allowing you to opt out and become a free agent," Morey proclaimed with a smile. Jiang's expression grew cold once more. If he felt indifference towards Riley, then he harbored outright disdain for Morey. From the outset, Morey had played the emotional card. And the 3-year contract he proposed coincided precisely with the conclusion of Yao's contract with the Rockets. Thus, Morey had crafted a strategy that allowed for both flexibility and advantage, truly a masterful calculation. Riley was a shrewd businessman, but Morey was both cunning and astute. Furthermore, this rotund man had uttered words in the future that would infuriate all of China, resulting in a complete boycott from the nation. I'm sorry. I will not consider the Rockets. Chapter 41. Jiang decision. The winds of the West Coast do not reach the South Coast. If the Yao McGrady duo remains healthy next season, Mori continued to elaborate on a bright future for Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang words, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief. He rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard. Jiang, what did you just say? You will not consider the Rockets? Mori exclaimed incredulously. Indeed. Jiang responded, quite direct. Do you not wish to play alongside Yao in the NBA? Are you willing to betray Yao's expectations of you? Mori pressed, once again leveraging Yao to sway Jiang. I desire to play with you. I simply do not wish to do so with the Rockets, Jiang replied calmly. The Rockets indeed represented a nostalgic memory for a generation of Chinese fans, but that was solely due to Yao's presence. After Yao's retirement, the team's popularity in China plummeted drastically. Mori, regaining his composure, gazed with a shadowed expression and coldly remarked, Jiang, I hope you do not come to regret this decision in the future. Having spoken, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Outside, Kupchak observed Mori's demeanor and felt a surge of delight. It appeared that a rival had been removed from the fray. To his astonishment, the Houston Rockets, the team most likely to secure Jiang's signature, were the first to withdraw from contention. He entered the room and took a seat before Jiang. Jiang, could you share the terms Riley proposed to you? Kupchak inquired, his tone light-hearted and devoid of the emotional appeals favored by Mori or the bombshell tactics employed by Riley. He was inherently a conservative strategist, preferring to contemplate before acting. Jiang did not withhold any details and relayed Riley's entire offer to Kupchak. Deep down, he still harbored a preference for remaining with the Lakers. After all, the Lakers had recognized his potential, granting him a minimum salary that allowed him to stay in the NBA and providing him with an opportunity to participate in the finals, thus commencing this remarkable journey. Even as a mere water cooler attendant, he was still an NBA player. Kupchak's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such generous terms from Riley. Previously, he had intended to retain Jiang with a mid-level contract worth several $1 million, but now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. He rapidly deliberated, considering not only the team's salary cap, but also the compatibility and synergy of the roster. He recalled the words of owner Jerry Buss when assigning him the task, spare no effort to sign Jiang. Spare no effort. Buddy, the most lucrative contract I can offer is 3 years for $45 million, with the final year as a player option. This way, after 3 years with the Lakers, you could opt out and negotiate a new 5-year max deal with the team. I can also grant you a no-trade clause for your security. As for a core player position, that's something you'll need to earn for yourself. After all, you will be competing with Kobe. If your talent surpasses his and you can earn his respect, I believe you both will enjoy a fruitful partnership. Kobe has collaborated with legendary stars like Shaquille O'Neal. He knows how to find that balance. Kupchak spoke earnestly, uncertain whether Jiang would evolve into a superstar. Yet the market sentiment suggested he possessed the potential for such greatness. Moreover, Kobe had just been conversing with me, expressing a strong desire to collaborate with you. He can impart invaluable knowledge on the court, and as you come into your own, his career will be nearing its twilight. Perhaps you will emerge as the new face of the Lakers, continuing this illustrious legacy. Kupchak added, his gaze fervently fixed upon Jiang. The implications of his final words were profound. Kobe was already 30. How many peak years could he possibly have left? It appears that if Jiang were to truly ascend to the status of a superstar and reach his pinnacle, it would take at least 3 to 4 years. By that time, Kobe would already be 34 years old, making it entirely plausible for him to step back and relinquish the position of team leader to Jiang, allowing him to guide the Lakers onward. Upon hearing this, Jiang could not help but chuckle. A few years to stand alone? He was confident that he could achieve superstar status in the upcoming season and make a name for himself in the NBA. It seemed that Kobe would need to step back sooner than expected. In his heart, Jiang had made a decision to remain with the Lakers, particularly since Kupchak had offered a rather generous contract. An annual salary of $15 million was only $5 million less than what Riley had proposed. Moreover, there was a significant point to consider. Joining the Lakers and becoming teammates with Kobe would allow him to maximize the butterfly effect he could create in the NBA, amplifying his influence on Kobe. In this manner, Kobe need not exert himself to the point of rupturing his Achilles tendon in pursuit of the playoffs. Nor would his later career be marked by such tragedy. Perhaps he would not have retired at the tender age of 36. If fate were to be entirely rewritten, could that disaster have been averted? Reflecting on the tragic plane crash that befell Kobe in his previous life, Jiang Chen's expression grew somewhat somber. It was indeed a day etched in memory, one that invoked profound sorrow. In this lifetime, should the opportunity arise, he is determined to prevent this tragedy from unfolding. Observing the change in Jiang Chen's expression, Kupchak felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be that he is choosing the Heat? Indeed. The conditions presented by the Heat are exceedingly favorable. My friend, I have decided to continue my journey with the Lakers, Jiang Chen stated, his voice soft yet imbued with strength. Kupchak's pupils constricted, only to soon reveal a face of sheer ecstasy. His emotions soaring like a roller coaster through peaks and valleys. Splendid. This is an exceptionally wise decision, exclaimed Kupchak with excitement. Jiang Chen smiled as he resolved his next chapter in his NBA career. The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. He merely awaited the commencement of the free agency market to sign with the Lakers. Then you should rest early. The remaining affairs are in my hands, Kupchak said. Leaving the room in a state of elation, promptly reporting the news to owner Jerry Buss and also informing Kobe, since he had decided to remain with the Lakers. There was no longer a need to prolong matters with the Heat. Jiang Chen gazed at the business card left by Riley on the table and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Jiang, have you already made your decision? Riley inquired, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Indeed, I prefer to act decisively, without dragging my feet, Jiang Chen replied. So what is your choice? Riley asked cautiously, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I apologize, but I have chosen to remain with the Los Angeles Lakers, Jiang Chen stated calmly. Why? Even if you do not choose the Heat, other teams would pursue you. You shouldn't have agreed so hastily. Riley expressed his surprise. He had anticipated waiting until July, when the free agency market opened, to receive a decision. Making a choice now was certainly not a judicious move. Moreover, how could the Lakers possibly offer terms that matched those of the Heat? In his prior assumptions, if Jiang Chen were to decline the Heat, he would undoubtedly opt for the Rockets. Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward the darkened window, his eyes becoming distant. No team suits me better than the Lakers. This is the starting point of my career, and I hope it will also be the conclusion of it. As for rejecting the Heat, no matter how the winds blow from the west coast of Los Angeles, they cannot reach the south coast of Miami. Riley was left bewildered, grappling with the tumult of thoughts. The only clarity he gleaned was that Jiang Chen's renewal with the Lakers was now a foregone conclusion. In that case, I wish you a successful career ahead, Riley declared, ending the call. At that moment, he and Wade were seated in a taxi, en route to their reserved hotel. With a fierce determination, Riley shouted, within 3 years, I shall assemble a championship roster even mightier than the current Lakers. Chapter 42, a nationwide sensation. Official signing. The Olympics. Here I come. The following morning, news of the Lakers' triumph in the 2008 championship swept across America and even the globe. The impact resonated not only within the realm of sports, but also throughout various sectors of society. News related to the thrilling Game 7 inundated the NBA's official website. A remarkable comeback. The Lakers, trailing 3-2, secured 2 consecutive away victories, overturning the Celtics to claim the championship. An unprecedented reversal. The young talent from China once again ascended to glory, scoring an astounding 39 points and sinking 13 three-pointers. He achieved the remarkable feat of hitting over 10 three-pointers in 2 consecutive games. The undrafted Chinese sensation redefined the three-point shot. The young player introduced the elevator door tactic, showcasing Phil's potential as a coach. A timely explosion. Basketball prodigy Jiang Chen emerged as the Lakers' lucky star. What is his backstory? Countless netizens began fervently discussing Jiang Chen online. Driven by curiosity about this player, many fans engaged in extensive searches, seeking every bit of information and news related to Jiang Chen. However, the news about him on the entire American internet was strikingly scarce, limited to reports of his being an undrafted player signed by the Lakers, with no further coverage following. This player is undeniably a marginal figure in the NBA. Yet, this seemingly obscure individual performed a miraculous feat in the finals, vanquishing the Celtics with a barrage of three-pointers. This has left fans in disbelief. Beyond Yao Ming, are there truly other players hailing from China? I had never heard of this before. A player from the bench? To suddenly explode with high scores and save the Lakers? This is utterly absurd. I feel as though I am watching a movie. No. Even films could not concoct such a bizarre script. Oh my God. I can only say that the Celtics have suffered an unjust defeat. Why could they not contain this undrafted player? Has God intervened to rescue the Lakers? This newcomer from China must surely be a divine embodiment. Meanwhile, some netizens, in their astonishment, have begun to weave conspiracy theories. It is too fantastical. Could this possibly be a script? Has the NBA truly become so shameless in its quest for attention? An absolute manipulation behind the scenes. There is no longer any necessity to pay attention to the NBA. It is all a fade. While rigging games is one thing, why resort to an undrafted player from China? Shouldn't they have chosen an American? This Chinese player is merely a puppet of the NBA. A multitude of viewpoints continues to emerge. At this moment, one cannot help but admire the peculiar logic and perspectives of the Americans, which can be utterly exasperating. Many Chinese individuals residing in the United States feel an overwhelming sense of indignation upon encountering such remarks. Why is it that when American athletes excel, it is deemed extraordinary and normal, yet when Chinese athletes achieve success, they are accused of engaging in match fixing? This is utterly incomprehensible. The indignant Chinese community eagerly anticipates the arrival of the Olympics, hoping that Jiang will shine brilliantly on the grand stage and deliver a resounding blow to the faces of these Americans. Just half a day later, sports media released news reporting Jiang's status as a free agent. Soon, basketball experts began to share their opinions online, listing several prominent teams Jiang could potentially join. The Los Angeles Lakers astonishingly topped the list. With championship potential, they could cultivate him as Kobe's successor. Not to mention being part of a major market like Los Angeles, where attention and spotlight are never in short supply. Thus, the Lakers emerged as the optimal choice. Following them were the Phoenix Suns. Renowned as a high-scoring team in the league, the Suns desperately need players who possess both three-point shooting and defensive capabilities. Should Jiang sign with the Suns, he would be able to fully showcase his talents. Other teams such as the Rockets, Heat, and Magic were also mentioned. In a flash, the speculation around Jiang's next career destination became a hot topic among fans. Shortly thereafter, renowned Yahoo reporter Wojnarowski broke the news. In a stunning revelation. On the night of the championship, three Titans, Heat president Pat Riley, Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, and Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak, personally engaged in a fierce competition to acquire Jiang in Boston. Ultimately, the Lakers emerged victorious, securing Jiang's commitment to remain with the team. Details of the contract have yet to be disclosed, but updates will be reported promptly. Upon the release of this news, fans were left astounded. What? This overlooked draft pick from China holds such allure that three executives would go to Boston to vie for him? One wonders what conditions these three teams offered. When the free agency market opens, we shall find out. It is likely that the Lakers presented the most favorable terms, or else he would not have chosen them. Several $1 million? It is noteworthy that his previous annual salary was only a few $100,000. Perhaps he is indeed worth several million. Whether he can replicate his playoff performance next season remains uncertain. We hope he does not end up like the regular season, where he made just one three-pointer throughout the entire season. That would be a significant loss for the Lakers. American fans exchanged opinions, tinged with a hint of disdain. In their view, the transformation of a Crow into a Phoenix is an improbable scenario for a Chinese player. Their deeply rooted belief is that aside from Yao Ming, no one from China can succeed in the NBA. In contrast to the diverse perspectives in America, the sentiments in China are much simpler. Wow, incredible! Jiang's three-point prowess truly brings glory to our nation. We hope he continues to excel at the Olympics and strives to create history for the Chinese men's basketball team on home soil. I am a fan now. Jiang's performance has completely won me over. In a breathtaking display, Jiang sank 13 three-pointers, leaving the Celtics in utter disarray. The anticipation for the Olympics is palpable. One wonders what extraordinary chemistry the duo of Yao Ming and Jiang will conjure. When the Chinese national basketball team was placed in the so-called group of death, my heart sank. Last time, they managed to reach the quarterfinals, yet this time, it feels as though even advancing from the group stage on home soil is a daunting prospect. However, with Jiang's remarkable prowess, I sense renewed hope for the Chinese team. Fans across the nation are fervently discussing the upcoming Olympics, eagerly counting down the days. Even though the event is still nearly 2 months away, it seems the entire nation is fixated on this singular occasion. Television broadcasts are awash with Olympic-related programming, highlighting the event's significance to the populace. As basketball enthusiasts worldwide delve into discussions about the Lakers' championship victory, the team has already boarded their flight back to Los Angeles. Eager fans have filled the arena, ready to welcome their heroes. As the players emerged from the airport, they were greeted with roaring cheers, proudly hoisting the championship trophy aloft. Undoubtedly, The Lakers have become the heroes of Los Angeles. This warm reception marks merely the beginning of the celebration. In a few days, a grand championship parade will ensue, inviting all fans to partake in the citywide jubilation. Once the parade concludes, the festivities will reach a temporary pause, and the Lakers players will officially transition to vacation mode. Yet, for the management, the real work is just beginning. On June 27th, the NBA draft will commence. Kupchak had extended an invitation to Kobe and Jiang to attend the draft, but both graciously declined. Kobe's reason was to spend time with his family, while Jiang expressed his disinterest. After all, the Lakers possess only a late second-round pick, rendering the potential for a valuable selection exceedingly slim. Even though future All-Stars like DeAndre Jordan and Goran Dragic emerged from the second round, the Lakers lacked the eligibility to select such talents. Thus, it seemed more prudent to abstain from attending. Simultaneously, Jiang advised Kupchak to consider trading for future draft picks if adjustments to the roster are necessary during the summer. While the 2008 draft class boasts a high success rate, the 2009 cohort promises even greater potential. Future superstars such as Griffin, Curry, Harden, and DeRozan hail from the 2009 class, alongside formidable role players like Drew Holiday, Ty Lawson, Jeff Teague, and Danny Green. Should the Lakers acquire several draft picks, Jiang's insights into the upcoming talent could undoubtedly lead to exceptional selections. The draft proceeded as scheduled. Without the interference of Jiang Chen, all historical trajectories remained unchanged. Derrick Rose was still the first overall pick, chosen by the Chicago Bulls. A few days after the draft, the NBA free agency market officially opened. The most prominent free agents were Francis and Allen Iverson. Unfortunately, both players announced their decision to remain under their existing contracts for the final year, rather than opting out. Consequently, this year's free agency market turned out to be more noise than substance, lacking any players capable of altering the league's landscape, leading to a significant decline in interest. The topic that captured fans' attention and became the focal point on the NBA's official website was the Los Angeles Lakers announcement regarding Jiang Chen's contract extension. On the first day of free agency, the Lakers revealed a 3-year, $45 million deal for the free agent Jiang Chen, granting him a trade veto right. In doing so, Jiang Chen set an NBA record by securing a salary of $15 million in just his second professional season. Becoming the first player in NBA history to achieve such a feat, fans were taken aback by the magnitude of the contract offered by the Lakers. Little did they know that the Miami Heat's Pat Riley had extended an even more substantial offer, surpassing that of superstars like Kobe and Iverson. After finalizing the contract, Jiang Chen hurriedly purchased a plane ticket, eager to return to his homeland, as he was impatient to rejoin his team. Notably, Jiang Chen's name was prominently featured in the roster announced by the Chinese Basketball Association for the current national team. The Olympics. Here I come. The regrets from watching the Olympics in my previous life linger on. In this lifetime, I shall make amends in full. I shall absolutely not leave any regrets. P.S. The pace quickens as we delve directly into the Olympic narrative. Chapter 43. Return to the team. A mere 22 points seem insignificant. On July 4th, at the capital airport of Huaxia, a colossal passenger aircraft from Los Angeles descended gracefully. Jiang Chen, clad in a black tracksuit, with a backpack slung over his shoulders and a suitcase in hand, donned a baseball cap as he briskly disembarked from the plane. His return to the homeland was remarkably understated. He had informed no one, save for a brief text to Yao before boarding the flight. As he exited the airport, the evening air was still thick with humidity. Jiang Chen reveled in the familiar sweltering warmth of Kyoto, his expression reflecting pure enjoyment. He unlocked his phone, intending to summon a rental car to the hotel, but noticed Yao's message instead: come to Wuxang Gymnasium at the earliest opportunity. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen hailed a taxi, heading straight for Wuxang Gymnasium. The capital airport lies in the northeast of the Fifth Ring Road, while Wuxang is situated in the west. The distance is considerable, requiring at least an hour even in the absence of traffic. At Wuxang Gymnasium, the rhythmic sound of dribbling echoed within, accompanied by fervent shouts. At this moment, a warm-up match was underway between the Huaxia team and the Australian team. Previously, the Huaxia team had faced off against national teams from Lithuania and Croatia. With results that were far from favorable, the Huaxia team had yet to secure a victory. As the warm-up match progressed into the latter part of the second quarter, the Chinese men's basketball team found themselves trailing by a daunting 16 points, leaving their situation quite precarious. It appeared that they were on the verge of a significant defeat. Although Yao Ming had returned to the team, He remained sidelined due to an ankle injury, with his return to play not anticipated until the end of July. He could only watch helplessly as his teammates were overwhelmed and dominated by the robust Australian players. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the arena, drawing everyone's attention. On the court, the Chinese team's star point guard, Liu Wei, attempted to penetrate the paint for a layup, but was decisively thwarted by Bogut, who delivered a resounding block. Following the rejection, Bogut arrogantly wagged his finger at Liu Wei, a sneer etched across his face. As the first overall pick in the NBA draft, Bogut was a formidable defensive titan, renowned for his shot-blocking prowess and ability to draw fouls, with exceptional rebounding skills to boot. His only drawback lay in his lack of offensive capability, with his interior scoring techniques being nothing short of abysmal. However, the Australian team was not lacking in skilled offensive players. Bogut's role in the squad was purely defensive. "Damn it! Blocked again!" exclaimed Dufone from the bench. His frustration palpable. If only Yao could play, he would undoubtedly teach Bogut a lesson and not allow him to be so arrogant, sighed Li Nan, shaking his head. His voice tinged with resignation. As the oldest player on this year's Chinese team, Li Nan was unable to contribute on the court, relegating him to the role of a spiritual leader. The other players, having overheard their conversation, turned their hopeful gazes toward the sidelined Yuming, their eyes filled with longing. At this moment, they fervently wished for the emergence of the great Yao to lead the Huaxia team in battle. As the undeniable core and spiritual pillar of the Huaxia men's basketball team, Yao embodies an unyielding great wall, safeguarding the squad. Yet, to their astonishment, it appeared that Yao's attention was not focused on the game. Why did he consistently gaze towards the player tunnel? Suddenly, a crisp swish echoed across the court. Everyone turned their attention back to the action. The young player Mills, under the defense of Sun Yu, executed a three-point shot, extending the lead to 19 points. Although he was merely a second-round draft pick this year, he had secured a position as a key player on the national team. "Steady, steady. Do not grant the opponents any easy shooting opportunities," urged Huaxia's head coach, Jonas, anxiously from the sidelines, showing his dissatisfaction with the team's performance. With the Olympics approaching, the Huaxia team seemed utterly devoid of the competitive spirit they were expected to exhibit. Despite the absence of two key players, Yao and Jiang, this was no justification for the consecutive losses. In stark contrast, the Australian coach lounged on the bench, exuding an air of arrogance. He had made no preparations for this warm-up match, as the sheer talent of his team overwhelmed Huaxia. Had Yao been present, there might have been a semblance of threat. However, with his absence, the Huaxia team seemed insignificant. The whistle blew. The second quarter concluded with a score of 35-57, leaving Huaxia trailing by 22 points as both teams retreated for halftime. Inside the Huaxia locker room, silence reigned. Each player sat in their respective places, their faces etched with disappointment. Coach Jonas wore a grim expression. This illustrates the disparity between the Chinese men's basketball team and international powerhouses. Now, we can only hope that once Yao Ming recovers from his injury, he will bring some much-needed improvement to the team. Additionally, there is that recently undrafted player who has been shining in the NBA. We hope he can also contribute to the team's success. Even as an undrafted player, he surpasses most of those currently on the court. Yao sat despondently in the corner, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Is it possible that Jiang truly cannot catch this game? It appears that we will have to wait until the second warm-up match against Australia the day after tomorrow to witness Jiang's debut with the national team. Just then, a knock echoed through the locker room. Yao's eyes brightened as he hastily walked with his crutch to answer the door, revealing a familiar figure, which brought a smile to his face. It was Jiang. "Apologies. The venue is so vast, I got lost for a bit. The game hasn't concluded, has it?" Jiang chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. He had already learned that the Chinese team was competing against Australia. "Not late at all. You arrived just in time," Yao exclaimed excitedly, enveloping Jiang in a bear hug. The other players gathered around, curiously eyeing Jiang, since he had studied and played in the United States. His interactions with players like Yi Jianlian and others had been limited, making him somewhat of a stranger to them. Among the entire team, Yao was the one he knew best, having received considerable support from him during his time in the U.S. Suddenly, everything clicked for the others. No wonder Yao had been gazing down the players' tunnel. He was waiting for Jiang. Yet, could Jiang's arrival truly alter the current predicament? There was a hint of skepticism among them. Upon entering the locker room, Jiang introduced himself. The players were already quite familiar with his achievements, having followed his journey closely. Now, seeing him in person, they were filled with curiosity and a touch of doubt. Could this youthful lad really be the sharpshooter who had made over 10 three-pointers in consecutive games during the NBA Finals? Now that you're here, I feel we have a shot at this game. Let us go all out in the second half and give Australia a good thrashing, Yao declared with enthusiasm. Brimming with confidence in Jiang, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I will ensure we secure a victory against Australia," Jiang replied with a smile. His tone infused with unwavering confidence and an indescribable aura of strength. Is that for real? We are currently trailing Australia by 22 points. It won't be an easy task, Du Feng interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. He found Jiang's blind confidence a bit hard to digest and questioned whether Jiang was fully aware of the situation, as he boasted upon his arrival. The other players cast skeptical glances, yet only Yao Ming wore a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. Jiang observed Du Feng, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. "Whereas your commanding presence as a future coach vanished too?" He mimicked Du Feng's coaching tone, declaring, "A deficit of 22 points is insignificant. I will recover that gap in a single quarter." Chapter 44, Gaining Fame by Defeating Jiang? Mill's Ambition. The crowd was taken aback by his words. This new teammate exudes an extraordinary confidence, indeed. Yet, soon everyone was struck by a realization. Jiang undeniably possesses the credentials to make such a statement. After all, he had scored an astonishing 35 points in a single quarter during the NBA Finals, leading the Lakers to overcome a 33-point deficit and triumph over the Celtics. Such a remarkable outburst in a game can undoubtedly instill an unprecedented sense of confidence in a player. Clearly, Jiang is currently brimming with youthful vigor and audacity. "Well, I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second half," Yao Ming remarked, his eyes gleaming with expectation. Although he had not faced Jiang directly, Yao had battled against the Celtics and understood their formidable prowess all too well. The fact that Jiang could set a series of remarkable three-point records against the Celtics' ironclad defense is nothing short of unfathomable. Thus, Yao held great hopes for Jiang's performance in the Olympics. "Gentlemen, our Chinese men's basketball team is assembled. Let us sprint towards the Olympics," Jonas proclaimed, igniting the players' spirits with his infectious enthusiasm. Roars of excitement erupted from the players, dispelling their earlier despondency. Halftime swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. The Chinese team made adjustments to their starting lineup. Center, Yao Ming, power forward. Yi Jianlian, small forward. Jiang, shooting guard. Sun Yu, point guard. Lu Wei. As Jiang stepped onto the court, the arena erupted in resounding cheers, louder than any from the first half. Despite the warm-up nature of the match, nearly 10,000 spectators filled the stands. What sorcery has transformed the Chinese team? How did they summon Jiang's three-point prowess? Was he in America? How could he suddenly appear here? This is utterly astonishing. As Jiang took his position, the Chinese men's basketball team was ready to unleash their might upon the Australian team. Yet, the Chinese team trailed by 22 points. Could they make a comeback? For others, it might seem daunting, but for Jiang, it should pose little challenge. Who exactly is this Jiang? Why does he possess such immense popularity? You must be a fair-weather fan, not even knowing who Jiang is, yet you dare to attend a basketball game? The spectators buzzed with excitement, as Jiang's presence ignited a fervent enthusiasm for the match. Jiang has made his appearance? He must have just returned from America. It's quite commendable of him to participate in a warm-up match right after his return. He truly does not rest. The commentator, Su Kun, noted, "At last, we can witness Jiang in the national team. I have high expectations for his performance. I hope he can carry the Chinese men's basketball team forward in Yao Ming's absence." Another commentator, Yu Jia, expressed his astonishment and anticipation. The Australian team's bench buzzed with curiosity. Who was this player donning the number 12 jersey from Huaxia? What was the source of the overwhelming cheers that enveloped him? A player, unaware of Jiang's remarkable achievements, inquired. Jiang, a recently ascended star in the NBA, had not only solidified his status during the Lakers and Celtics match, but had also shattered numerous records related to three-point shots in the NBA Finals. Just days prior, he had secured a lucrative 3-year contract worth $45 million with the Lakers. From an overlooked, undrafted player, he had risen to become a celebrated basketball prodigy. Bogut remarked, his gaze clouded with a hint of disdain and jealousy. Even as a number 1 draft pick entering the NBA, his current salary barely reached a few $1 million, rendering his contract incomparable to Jiang's. This Huaxia player epitomized the success story of triumphing against the odds in the NBA. Though he had once been an undrafted player, he seized the opportunity to achieve fame, firmly establishing his presence in the league. Mills spoke with a glint of desire in his eyes, his spirit ablaze with ambition. As a second-round draft pick this year, he too aspired to carve out his niche in the NBA. An immense opportunity lay before him. Defeating the currently celebrated Jiang would surely attract the attention of his team, the Portland Trail Blazers. Perhaps in the new season, he could earn the coach's trust, secure consistent playing time, and achieve a remarkable turnaround as a second-round pick. In this match, he intends to use Jiang as a stepping stone to establish his foothold in the NBA. Do these spectators from Huaxia truly believe that with Jiang, the tide of the game can be turned? Such naivety is astounding. Let me see if this undrafted talent from Huaxia can indeed live up to his reputation, Bogut remarked, his tone earnest, not daring to underestimate Jiang. Yet, he remained skeptical that Jiang could single-handedly alter the course of the game. After all, basketball is a team sport involving 5 players, not a solo performance. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The starting players from both teams took the court. The Australian team initiated the offense. Mills dribbled past the half-court line, executing a designated play, and after a pick-and-roll with his teammate, he faced Jiang's defense head-on. In his eyes, it was as if flames were ignited, his entire being aflame with fervor. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: defeat Mills. Mills appeared somewhat perplexed, seemingly unaware of any prior encounters with Jiang. Why did it feel as though Mills regarded him with the intensity of a sworn enemy? Ding dong. Sensing Mills' palpable animosity, a mission was issued. Mission: overcome the Australian team and sink 5 three-pointers under Mills' relentless defense. Reward: 2,000 achievement points and 100 skill fusion fragments. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang's mind. Elated, Jiang realized another task had emerged. Completing this mission would elevate his achievement points to a total of 10,000, allowing him to partake in a lottery. Mills, this young man, was genuinely commendable. He had initiated the challenge with fervor, showcasing great potential. Jiang contemplated the notion of imparting a lesson to this second-round pick. What was so remarkable about being a second-round pick? Did he dare to bully someone like Jiang, who had gone undrafted? Such arrogance. Mills executed a series of dribbles, swiftly changing direction before launching a breakthrough from the right side. Jiang activated his most formidable skill, the strongest wall of Chuan Tianziji, closely shadowing Mills and denying him any opportunity to break free. In response, Mills abruptly halted and retreated, unleashing a mid-range jump shot. Clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Ji secured the rebound and promptly passed it to Lu Wei. Lu Wei took a dribble and launched a long pass to Jiang, who had sprinted past half-court. Without wasting any time dribbling, Jiang halted 2 meters beyond the three-point arc, assuming a shooting posture. The audience collectively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the court, anxious not to miss a single detail. A chilling yet exhilarating image simultaneously flashed through their minds. Jonas rose from the bench, mouth agape. Yao Ming clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating the moment he longed to witness. On the court, Mills and Ingles surged toward Jiang. Undeterred, Jiang unleashed the super high arc three-point skill of Matsuke's Jintaro, sending the basketball soaring. Just as the ball slipped from his fingertips, Mills' hand reached Jiang's face. But alas, it was just short. The basketball traced a terrifying arc, descending like a missile into the hoop. Swish. Instantly, the entire arena erupted, the crowd roaring in exuberance. He had done it. Jiang's extraordinary long-range three-pointer had materialized. Truly, he was as formidable as his reputation suggested. Yu Jia exclaimed with fervor, his heart racing. This three-pointer was utterly astonishing. Oh, witnessing Jiang's extraordinary long-range shot live was far more exhilarating than watching it on television. The sheer range was simply unbelievable. Sukun remarked, a hint of disbelief in his voice, as if caught in a dream. On the sidelines, Jonas exuberantly raised his arms in celebration. Yao Ming, discarding his cane, rose to his feet, ceaselessly applauding Jiang. The defense was executed impeccably, yet it proved futile. Jiang cast a glance at Mills before pivoting to return on defense. Mills' expression darkened further, although a flicker of astonishment momentarily illuminated his eyes. Which players in the NBA possess the remarkable ability to execute long-range three-point shots with such ease? The Australian coach, with a furrowed brow, urgently directed his team. Do not allow the Huaxia team to launch a fast break. Accelerate your defensive returns. Furthermore, keep a close watch on player number 12 from Huaxia. Do not permit him to take easy three-point attempts. The calm demeanor of the first half had completely vanished. A solitary three-pointer might not alter the dynamics of the game, especially since the team still held a 19-point lead. Yet, the shooting prowess exhibited by this number 12 player warranted serious attention. Chapter 45, A Complete Eruption. Shooting three-pointers as effortlessly as sipping water. The Australian team initiated their offense. Bogut positioned himself at the arc, ready to orchestrate the team's strategy. As a towering center, he possessed an exceptional court vision and passing ability, serving as the linchpin for Australia's tactical approach. The players actively maneuvered, and Ingles found an opportunity for a three-point shot. Bogut swiftly delivered the ball, allowing Ingles to rise and take the shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. The Australian team, eschewing any prolonged battles for offensive rebounds, quickly transitioned back on defense to prevent Huaxia from executing another fast break. As the game settled into a half-court offense, Jiang, with the ball in hand, utilized a screen from Jizhou, sidestepping his defender to unleash another three-point attempt. Swish! He continued to find the mark. The crowd erupted in cheers, passionately exclaiming the essence of Huaxia. Having just entered the game, Jiang had already sunk 2 consecutive three-pointers, showcasing an explosive performance. Is this truly the same Jiang we jokingly referred to as Jiang three-pointer? His silky shooting touch, burgeoning confidence, and audacious three-point attempts displayed an undeniable prowess. It felt as though whenever Jiang took a three-pointer, it was destined to find the net. How exhilarating! With the formidable duo of Yao and Jiang at the Olympics, what could possibly stand in their way? 41-57. The gap had narrowed to 16 points. Gentlemen, let us unleash our staunch defense. Do not allow this Huaxia player to score so easily. Bogut shouted loudly at his teammates, a hint of urgency creeping into his voice. He vividly recalled how, during the 6th game of the finals between the Lakers and the Celtics, Jiang tirelessly launched one three-pointer after another, ultimately sealing the fate of the Celtics. The other players nodded in agreement, their expressions growing serious. They could all sense that this newly joined player from Huaxia possessed a prowess that significantly surpassed that of the others. What had once been a casual domination by the Huaxia team in the first half was transformed in the second half solely due to the presence of Jiang. As Mills dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to power forward Anderson. Anderson, under the defense of Jianlian, attempted to force a hook shot. However, Jianlian would not allow him an easy score. With remarkable athleticism, he leaped high and swatted the ball away from midair. Bogut shook his head in resignation at this display. Having played alongside in the Bucks, he knew all too well the explosive physicality he possessed. Had it not been for his susceptibility to injuries and inconsistent offensive performance, he could have certainly made a name for himself in the NBA. The basketball was seized by Lu Wei, who swiftly initiated a fast break. Mills, in a frantic chase, reached the restricted area ahead of Lu Wei, preparing to block the shot. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei executed a miraculous pass. As he penetrated the key, he turned back and tossed the ball behind him. Jiang appeared at the arc beyond the three-point line, but instead of shooting immediately, he waited until the lightning-fast Mills approached before taking his shot. He was acutely aware of the system task that required him to sink 5 three-pointers amidst Mills' defense. Swish! The ball sailed through the net once more. Within just 3 minutes of the second half, Jiang had made 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to 13 points. The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Jiang's actions were utterly perplexing. Why wait for a defender to close him before shooting instead of taking the open shot? Was he using the defender as a makeshift site? His three-point shooting ability was astonishingly formidable, reaching a level of perfection. Jia covered his head in disbelief, trembling with excitement. Incredible. It seemed that Jiang was poised to deliver yet another spectacular comeback performance that night. Throughout the history of the Huaxia men's basketball team, there have been many exceptional three-point shooters, such as the legendary Liu Yudong and Hu Weidong. However, no player has ever been able to disregard defense and shooting range, launching three-pointers at will like Jiang. Yang once remarked that Liu Yudong's three-point shots were as routine as free throws. If they went in, it was expected. If they didn't tee, it was merely good fortune. Now, I would assert that Jiang's three-point shooting is as effortless as drinking water, while free throws require practice. Drinking water is a natural human action. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and passionately articulated his viewpoint. Jiang's ability to shoot three-pointers is a gift. an innate talent that cannot be attained through mere effort. Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of this description. On the court, Mills once again singled out Jiang, consumed by an obsession to defeat him in hopes of garnering attention. This adversely affected his performance, causing him to perform significantly below his usual standards. Jiang once again activated the formidable wall of Suzhua's skill, and remarkably triggered an additional effect that induced his opponent to commit a foul. An emotionally unstable Mills, after several unsuccessful attempts to break through, anxiously forced his way forward, swinging his arm and inadvertently elbowing Jiang in the face. The referee immediately ruled Mills guilty of an offensive foul. The Huaxia team regained possession of the ball. After Lu Wei dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball back into Jiang's hands. On this occasion, the Australian team's Mills and another player swiftly encircled Jiang, aiming to thwart his offensive advance. A subtle smirk graced Jiang's lips, revealing a hint of icy amusement as he unleashed the thunderous dribble skill of Yamashita Kotaro. The court reverberated with a sound akin to thunder. Jiang dribbled backward with 3 fingers, his speed so dazzling that the trajectory of the basketball became indistinct, leaving only the rhythmic sound of the ball bouncing. Retreating to the vicinity of the half-court, the 2 Australian players relentlessly pursued him. At this juncture, Jiang had completely opened up the offensive space for the Huaxia team. Rather than attempting a forced shot against the double team, he leapt effortlessly to pass the basketball. Zhu Fengyu, stationed at the corner, received the ball in a perfect position, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched a 3-point shot. Swish! Jiang gave Zhu Fengyu a thumbs up. The Huaxia team boasts more than just Jiang as a sharpshooter from beyond the arc. Zhu Fengyu is also an exceptional 3-point shooter. The 3-finger dribble. Jiang executed another remarkable skill. Although the concept of a 3-finger dribble may sound absurd, Jiang achieved it with such finesse that it bordered on the extraordinary. Observe his dribbling. It is rapid, precise, and steady. Jia remarked, utterly amazed. The spectators erupted in waves of astonishment, continuously watching the replay on the big screen. The execution of this 3-finger dribbling is astonishing. However, the fact that Jiang employs it with such mastery renders it even more remarkable. Beep. The referee's whistle sounds. The head coach of the Australian team rises to call for a timeout, his expression growing grave. The Huaxia team appears as though they are 2 entirely different squads between the first and second halves. The 12th player, Jiang, has brought a transformative change to the Huaxia team. Although his offensive techniques are rather limited, his extraordinary precision in 3-point shooting has utterly altered the dynamics of the game. No matter how the match unfolds, the substantial lead accumulated by the team in the first half is poised to vanish in an instant. With merely 4 minutes elapsed in the second half, the deficit had dwindled to just 9 points. A timeout was imperative to mitigate the relentless offensive onslaught from the Huaxia team. The Australian team's head coach devised a strategy and made tactical adjustments to bolster the team's advantages, substituting Mills for a taller player, while continually emphasizing the need to intensify their play and prevent Huaxia, particularly the formidable number 12, Jiang, from easily executing shots. Upon returning from the timeout, Australia successfully executed a tactical play, securing a steady 2 points and finally marking their score in the second half. As Huaxia initiated their offensive, Australia's 5 towering players, each exceeding 2 meters, posed significant challenges to Huaxia's passing coordination, resulting in consecutive turnovers. Observing this, Jiang decisively transitioned into an individual offensive mode, showcasing his dribbling prowess and launching a high-arching 3-pointer. This singular tactic left the opponents defenseless. When the Australian team converged on Jiang with full force, he adeptly passed the ball to a teammate, allowing for a numerical advantage in their offensive efforts. Under Jiang's leadership, Huaxia surged ahead by the end of the third quarter, achieving a score of 69-67, but seizing a 2-point lead. The players on the Huaxia bench jubilantly waved their towels, their faces radiant with excitement. Wow, Jiang is truly remarkable, managing to erase a 22-point deficit in just 1 quarter. I am utterly impressed, exclaimed Du Feng, Wang Shipeng, and others, animatedly discussing Jiang's extraordinary talent. This ignited their imagination for the forthcoming Huaxia Olympic Games. With the formidable addition of Jiang, even when placed in the so-called group of death, they felt a newfound sense of confidence. Perhaps, in this Olympiad, the Huaxia team would be entitled to challenge those international powerhouses. On home soil, before their fellow countrymen, they sought to prove their mettle. In the corner of the bench, the great Yao gazed at Jiang, who was exuberantly showcasing his talent on the court, stirring a longing within him. He yearned for his injury to fully heal so that he could join the fray and together with Jiang dominate the Australian team. To render the Australian squad incapable of lifting their heads would be a historic achievement for Huaxia men's basketball, although this was merely a routine warm-up match. For the two teams representing different nations, victory or defeat was a matter of national honor and pride. Thus, no one was willing to concede this game. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 73-70. The Huaxia team had astonishingly scored 38 points in that quarter, surpassing their total from the first half, effectively erasing a 22-point deficit and taking a 3-point lead. Jiang delivered an explosive performance, hitting 7 of 11 3-point attempts, accumulating 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, completely dominating the game. With both teams unwilling to yield, the fourth quarter promised to be an even more intense and thrilling spectacle. Soon, the fourth quarter commenced. The Australian team continued with their primary lineup, while Huaxia retained their starting squad, led once more by Jiang. To Jiang's dismay, Mills remained seated on the bench, showing no inclination to step onto the court. What shall we do? If Mills does not take the court in the fourth quarter, will it not render the achievement of our goal impossible? This wave of losses has been substantial. With the Olympics approaching, every opportunity to enhance one's capabilities must be seized. No systematic task should be overlooked. It is imperative to find a way to bring Mills onto the court. Jiang received a pass from his teammate and effortlessly sank another three-pointer, then turned to glance at Mills, who was seated on the bench, beckoning him with a subtle gesture of his finger. Subsequently, Jiang directed a shake of his finger towards the Australian coach. Mills's expression darkened significantly. Such an affront to one's dignity. He cast a yearning glance toward the coach, whose expression mirrored his own discontent. Once, he too had been subjected to such disdain as the coach of the Australian team. How intolerable! The spectators in the arena erupted with excitement, whistling incessantly in support of Jiang. Commentators Yu Jia and Su Kun exchanged wry smiles. Mr. Su, what is your take on Jiang's provocative behavior? Yu Jia inquired. As the second half commenced, Mills employed a targeted strategy, attempting to single out Jiang repeatedly, though the results were subpar. It was evident that Jiang's temperament would not allow him to relent easily. Was he seeking to entice Mills back onto the court for a rematch? Su Kun speculated, his mind swirling with confusion. Given Mills' stature as one of Australia's primary scorers, his absence should have been advantageous for the Huaxia team, making Jiang's actions perplexing. Was he perhaps dissatisfied with the perceived weakness of his opponent, yearning to heighten the challenge? Even the Huaxia players looked on, bewildered by Jiang's audacious maneuvers. Jiang, observing the astonished expressions of his teammates, felt utterly innocent. His intentions were genuinely simple. He merely wished to fulfill his task. Mate, get on the court and dominate this Huaxia player. Exploiting your speed and agility, he cannot contain you. The Australian coach urged Mills, his frustration palpable. Mills nodded and, during a dead ball situation, re-entered the game. A smile crept across Jiang's face. It was time to relish the challenge. He began executing targeted plays against Mills, who proved utterly outmatched. With an unmistakable advantage, Jiang launched 3 consecutive three-point shots over Mills' defense, showcasing his formidable prowess. The point gap widened rapidly. As for Mills' speed and agility, they were rendered ineffective against Jiang's innate physical gifts and the formidable barrier skills of his teammates. Witnessing this, the Australian coach conceded defeat, opting to withdraw Mills from the game. Keeping Mills on the court any longer might have led to a debilitating crisis of confidence. Seated on the bench, Mills felt dejected, his self-assurance shattered. Reflecting on his earlier naive thoughts, he found them utterly laughable. Jiang, the Huaxia player, truly formidable. Instead of using Jiang as a stepping stone, he had become a mere backdrop. This is quite distressing. Continuously confronting Mills' defense with fervent three-point shots, Jiang has successfully relegated Mills to the bench, likely leaving him without any opportunity to play in this match. Yu Jia, struggling to suppress a smile, remarked, "See, I told you so?" Jiang is merely trying to reclaim his pride. The moment Mills stepped onto the court, he eagerly employed a specific tactic to challenge him one-on-one, offering no chance whatsoever to his opponent, even if he could afford to wait for a possession or two to isolate. He should at least allow Mills some time on the court to make an impression. As it stands, Mills has barely played 2 minutes before being substituted. This must be quite disheartening for the young man, Su Kun stated, providing a serious analysis. On the court, Jiang appeared utterly relaxed. With the completion of his task, scoring 5 three-pointers against Mills, his presence on the court became inconsequential. Now, securing the victory was paramount to fulfilling his objective. Under his relentless three-point barrage, the Huaxia team had extended their lead to 15 points. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the match, the Australian team faced an uphill battle to turn the game around. After another 2 minutes of play, the Australian coach called for a timeout, substituting all of the starting lineup for the reserves, thus conceding the game. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia side, Jiang, Chen, and other key players like Jizhou also exited the court to rest, comfortably awaiting the conclusion of the match. Beep. The final whistle blew. The match concluded with a score of 103-91. The Huaxia team achieved a remarkable 22-point turnaround, winning the warm-up match by a margin of 12 points. The entire audience stood in ovation, chanting Jiang Chen's name. At halftime, many fans had resigned themselves to the thought that the Huaxia team would face yet another dismal defeat. However, they were taken aback as Jiang Chen emerged in the second half, turning the tide and leading the team to triumph over the proud Australian squad, granting the fans a much-needed sigh of relief. On the Huaxia bench, players exchanged high-fives in celebration. It had been a long time since they had experienced such a resounding victory. Even more gratifying was the prospect of Jiang Chen's return to the national team, heralding numerous victories in the matches to come. Surrounded by his teammates, Jiang Chen reveled in the cheers of victory. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 2,000 achievement points and 100 skill fusion fragments. It has been detected that the host's achievement points have accumulated to 10,000. Would you like to draw for a prize? The system's voice resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he replied, Draw P.S. This is the third update. Today marks my debut. I seek the support of my brothers. Chapter 47. New Skill Rewards. The unwavering resolve of De Yao stirred the wheel of thoughts within Jiang Chen's mind. After a few moments, the wheel came to a halt, and the voice of the system resonated. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have acquired the skill card for the unpredictable technique of Qifeng Dahui. A look of ecstasy illuminated Jiang Chen's face. The rewards drawn this time are truly remarkable. I have directly obtained a skill card for Aemon Daiki, one of the generation of miracles. Previously, when I experienced Aemon's basketball skill card, I felt firsthand the overwhelming power of his unorthodox shooting style. It is nothing short of a game-breaking phenomenon. With the ability to shoot without being confined to a fixed posture, he can launch shots in any manner, leaving opponents utterly defenseless. Previously, I only had the three-point shot as my offensive strategy, which felt somewhat inadequate. Now with the skill, my offensive repertoire will become far more diverse, significantly enhancing my scoring capabilities. As I pondered, the description of Aemon Daiki's unorthodox shooting skill surfaced in my mind. Aemon Daiki's unorthodox shot, the ace of the generation of miracles, and the scoring machine of Taiko Junior High. This skill is one of his signature techniques, granting the ability to perform erratic shots with an initial level of advanced and a fusion rate of 50. The success rate for these erratic shots is also 50. But currently, it is only effective within the three-point line. As I had anticipated, the system imposed certain restrictions on Aemon's unorthodox shot, limiting its effectiveness to within the three-point line. However, that is of no concern, as I possess the high-arc three-point shooting skill of Murasakibara Atsushi, which is more than sufficient. System, fuse Aemon Daiki's unorthodox shooting skill, I commanded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, fusion complete. The system's voice echoed. A smile involuntarily crept across my face. With the unorthodox shooting skill, my confidence for the upcoming Olympics has soared. Returning my consciousness to reality, my teammates were still celebrating the victory in the warm-up match. The Australian players, however, left the court in despondence, completely unprepared for their defeat. They realized that the Huaxia team is no longer the one that could be easily bullied, and they can no longer rely on their previous perceptions. After I joined in the second half, the overall quality of the team's offense saw a tremendous improvement. Even though the chemistry has yet to fully develop and the players' direct cooperation feels somewhat awkward, the current Huaxia team is indeed formidable. Most importantly, NBA superstar Yao Ming has yet to take the court. If both Yao and I were to play simultaneously, what level of prowess could the Huaxia team possibly showcase? This suspense can only be resolved at the Olympics. Regardless of the circumstances, the Chinese men's basketball team has emerged as a formidable contender among the 12 teams participating in this year's Olympics. The only solace for the Australian team is that the Chinese squad has been placed in the notorious Group B to face them at the Olympics. The Chinese team must first navigate through this challenging group and secure a place in the top 8. Adding to their concerns is the fact that they are scheduled to play a warm-up match against the Chinese team in 2 days. Well done, my friend. With your presence, the national team's strength has truly ascended several tiers. Yao Ming exclaimed, embracing Jiang with fervor, his eyes slightly reddened, emotions running high. What he envisioned was not merely a victory in this match, but also the formidable prowess the Chinese team could showcase at the upcoming Olympics. Yao held this Olympic event in high regard. Despite the rocket's medical staff advising him against participating in the Olympics due to his injuries, he resolutely returned. Even if he had to compete while injured, he was determined to participate in the Olympics on home soil. Yao has expressed on multiple occasions in interviews that missing the Olympics would be a lifelong regret. As the unequivocal leader of the Chinese men's basketball team, he felt it was his duty to lead the team to achieve remarkable results at the Olympics. Many American fans and media found it difficult to comprehend Yao's unwavering patriotism, believing that his stubbornness might jeopardize the interests of his club. In the American mindset, which often idolizes individual stardom, Yao's actions were incomprehensible and perplexing. They would never grasp the profound emotions felt by the Chinese people when the 5-starred red flag ascended during the Olympic ceremonies. Nonetheless, numerous media outlets have published supportive reports about Yao, stating that his love for his country surpasses his pursuit of career and salary. Those American stars who disdain participating in the Olympics could certainly learn something from Yao. Haha, indeed. Once you recover, let us dominate the Olympics together. Jiang replied with a smile, filled with anticipation. While he may not have had the chance to team up with Yao in the Rockets, joining forces in the national team to bring glory to their country was equally commendable. Having watched all the basketball matches of the last Olympics, Jiang had particularly vivid memories of Yao's performance. The determination displayed on the court and the resolve to serve his country despite injuries deeply moved him. He distinctly recalled an American report that stated, "Imagine 1 billion people placing their hopes on your shoulders, yet you were unable to compete. That is the true anguish." Perhaps this encapsulated Yao's mindset at that time. Listening to Jiang's words, Yao appeared momentarily taken aback. Dominate the Olympics? This is quite impressive. However, if he likes it, he should possess such determination and ambition. In the past, he never harbored such thoughts, not from a lack of desire, but from a fear of daring to dream. With Jiang's arrival, Yao's aspirations began to take flight, as he often envisioned leading the Chinese men's basketball team to a grander stage. Upon returning home in the evening, he inquired if dinner had been had yet. "Come, let me treat you to a late-night snack," Yao said with a smile. Feeling a surge of passion within him. "Sure, let me first return to the locker room to shower and change," Jiang replied. And he followed his teammates back to the locker room. Ultimately, Yao treated all the players of the Chinese team to a late-night meal. For someone like Yao, whose worth exceeds 100 million, this was merely a trifling expense. The next day, the Chinese media began to fervently report on Jiang's return to the national team, highlighting his contribution in the second half of the warm-up match that helped the team stage a comeback against Australia. In less than half a day, the entire internet was abuzz. Basketball enthusiasts were fervently discussing, filled with anticipation and confidence for the upcoming Olympic Games. This has left the fans of the national football team filled with envy. What was once considered a weak point in national sports has quietly transformed into a formidable team. How can the national football team, which only qualifies for the Olympics due to its status as the host nation, bear such a situation? Countless football aficionados have turned their attention to the state of basketball in China. Their hopes for the national football team have now been placed entirely upon the shoulders of the Chinese men's basketball team. On the third day, the Chinese men's basketball team faced off against Australia once more in a friendly match at the Wuxong Arena, as this was the final warm-up game for both teams. The atmosphere was rather relaxed, with players seemingly disinterested in the competition. Ultimately, thanks to Jiang's stellar performance, the Chinese team secured yet another victory. In this match, Jiang relied solely on his previous skills, refraining from using his unpredictable shooting technique, Qifeng Dahui. He intended to reserve it for a critical moment to achieve an element of surprise. In the following 2 weeks, the Chinese team engaged in warm-up matches against national teams from Serbia, Angola, and others. By the end of July, having completed all their warm-up games, the Chinese team officially took residence in the Olympic Village, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Olympic Games. Additionally, there was a stroke of good fortune. After receiving approval from the team physician, Yao Ming began participating in team training, showcasing an impressive condition. This also signifies that he can enter the competition at any moment. As the time draws near, the atmosphere of the Olympics intensifies throughout Huaxia. The gaze of 1 billion people is fixated on the Games. In every city, the streets and alleys are abuzz with discussions pertaining to the Olympics. Finally, the day arrives on August 8th. The grand opening ceremony of the Olympic Games is upon us. Chapter 48. A proud opening ceremony. Huaxia team versus United States team. Kyoto time, the evening of August 8th. The much-anticipated opening ceremony of the Olympics is held with great pomp. As the countdown to the ceremony concludes, the festivities commence with a spectacular display of fireworks. The entire city of Kyoto is enveloped in the brilliance of the fireworks, resonating with sounds of celebration and cheers. Following this, the flag-raising ceremony takes place. Nearly 100,000 spectators rise in unison, their eyes gleaming with pride as they watch the national flag ascend. Singing in harmony with fervor, the stirring melody, accompanied by the chorus of 100,000 voices, reverberates throughout the venue and is broadcasted live to over 200 nations across the globe. This is a moment of great pride for all of Huaxia. Following the flag-raising ceremony, the artistic performance commenced, showcasing the grandeur of 5 millennia of Huaxia civilization. It presented to the world the ancient culture of Huaxia, along with the principles and attitudes upheld in this new era of development. The ever-changing visuals, accompanied by a narration, elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo, igniting a sense of pride among all Huaxia individuals watching the live broadcast of the Olympic opening ceremony. It also marked the beginning of a global audience's understanding of this mysterious nation. The representatives of Huaxia seated in the audience were equally overwhelmed, their eyes brimming with tears. Jiang stood beside Yao, his eyes moist as he murmured, "Incredible. This is the proper rhythm for the Olympic Games." The performances during our opening ceremony are truly remarkable. As Jiang observed the artistic presentations, he was filled with profound emotions. Although he had witnessed many of these performances in his previous life, he remained deeply moved. His thoughts drifted back to the Olympic Games of 2021, which could only be described as terrifying. The performances were steeped in sorrow, cloaked in a chilling atmosphere, with bizarre shapes and dances sending shivers down the spines of the audience, leaving them in cold sweats. After the opening ceremony concluded, the world erupted in a frenzy of critiques. Some Huaxia netizens candidly stated that while art can be grounded, it should not delve into the underworld. Art can have a soul, but not a ghost. It can possess spirit, but not the supernatural. Art is meant for the audience, not to send them away. Even netizens from the island nation were unable to hold back, expressing their bewilderment and asking, "Is this art? I cannot comprehend." Others sarcastically remarked, "A perfect funeral ceremony." No doubt, even the renowned director Takashi Kitano voiced his embarrassment regarding the opening ceremony. Now, as Jiang once again experiences the Huaxia Olympic opening ceremony, his heart swells with pride. The level of this event is simply incomparable. It must be said that the hosting of the Olympic Games in Huaxia has been an astounding success. Following this grand occasion, an increasing number of individuals around the globe have come to know Huaxia, thus enhancing its influence on the world stage. After the performance of the Olympic theme song, the entrance ceremony for athletes from various nations commenced. This entire process lasted nearly 2 hours. The Huaxia sports delegation was the final group to enter, led by Yao Ming as the flag bearer, leading the procession at the forefront. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and unceasing cheers, with shouts of "Go Huaxia" resonating throughout the stadium. As the entrance ceremony concluded, it marked the approaching end of the opening ceremony. Senior officials from the Olympic Organizing Committee began to deliver their speeches, ultimately announcing the official commencement of the Olympic Games. On that night, the Celestial Empire astounded the world in just 4 hours. The following day, global media outlets were abuzz with coverage of the Olympic opening ceremony. This edition of the Olympics set a record for the highest viewership in the annals of human history. Foreign media outlets lauded the ceremony with fervent acclaim, describing it as a masterpiece of artistic beauty, a microcosm of Chinese culture. Online, netizens expressed their sentiments, swelling with pride for their nation's prosperity. Meanwhile, various sporting events commenced in Kyoto in an orderly fashion. On August 10th, the men's basketball competition officially began, featuring the highly anticipated match in the so-called Group of Death, with the Celestial Empire team facing off against the American team. The match garnered unprecedented attention. 3 hours prior to the event, the Wuxang Arena was already teeming with fans, and the square outside was bustling with crowds. Enthusiastic supporters brandished placards and adorned their faces with national flags, arriving from various regions to relish the Olympic ambience. Although China is not a formidable contender for gold medals in basketball, the sport enjoys immense popularity in the nation. And the reputation and influence of Yao Ming ensure that every game of Chinese basketball captures significant interest. It is difficult to pinpoint when the national football team and the men's basketball team transcended mere entertainment or sport. They now embody the aspirations of over 1 billion people in China. It is no exaggeration to assert that their achievements have risen to the level of national honor. Countless Chinese fans yearn for both teams to rise and emerge as formidable forces on the global stage. This year, the Chinese men's basketball team is regarded as the strongest in history, eagerly anticipated by innumerable fans, garnering an unparalleled level of attention. Being placed in the so-called group of death adds an element of tragic resolve to the Chinese men's basketball team's campaign. In their first group match, they faced the formidable American team, which boasts a roster of the NBA's most elite superstars, led by Kobe Bryant and the Banana Boat crew, with Jason Kidd as captain, forming an immensely powerful lineup. Having failed to secure the championship in the past 3 international competitions, this dream team has assembled its strongest roster and is dubbed the Redemption Team. Their objective is clear: reclaim the championship and re-establish America's dominance in the basketball realm. In previous media assessments of team strength, the American Dream Team held an undisputed position at the top. The only team considered capable of posing a threat to their championship aspirations is the Spanish team, led by the Gasol brothers. As for the Chinese team, they scarcely enter the conversation. Even with the combination of Yao Ming and Jiang, no media outlet or basketball expert deemed the Chinese team a contender for the title. The disparity was simply too vast. At this moment, both teams entered the pre-match interview segment. In the Chinese team's interview area, hundreds of media cameras were directed at Yao Ming. The reporters were primarily concerned about Yao's injury, as he is viewed as the absolute core determining the team's potential. Yao, how is your injury recovery? Will you definitely start tonight? Will your ankle injury affect your performance? Chapter 49, The Surge of Emotion, The Athlete's Mission. Who wouldn't want to win the championship? I cannot claim to be 100% recovered, but it will not affect my performance at the Olympics. Whatever the cost, I will give my all, even if it means risking my career. Yao Ming stated with unwavering determination, his demeanor resolute, and his gaze imbued with a fierce resolve. It was a determination to confront the adversary with an all-or-nothing spirit. The journalists gazed at Yao with eyes brimming with tenderness and respect, clearly moved by his words. Jiang Chen's demeanor was solemn, filled with admiration for Yao, who had truly devoted everything to his country. Indeed, he had paid a heavy price for this Olympic journey. Due to injuries, Yu chose to retire merely 2 years after the Olympics, thus concluding his professional career. It was precisely because Jiang Chen was aware of this outcome that he felt even more touched by Yao's remarks. Unreservedly, one could assert that Yao's symbolic presence in the history of Chinese men's basketball is unparalleled and will never be surpassed. What heights do you believe you can elevate Chinese men's basketball to? A journalist inquired. I cannot say for certain. Of course, I hope for the highest achievements possible. However, each match must be played one at a time, and until we have completed these games, we know nothing, Yao replied solemnly. Facing the United States team in the first match of the group stage, the pressure on the Chinese men's basketball team, and on you, will be significant, won't it? Another journalist asked. Undoubtedly, there is pressure. After all, they are the dream team. Frankly speaking, we all understand that the chances of defeating the dream team are slim. Yet our mindset remains positive. There is neither discouragement nor despair. We focus on how to perform our best and showcase the maximum energy we can unleash. Even if we are ultimately defeated, we must go out in a blaze of glory, like fireworks. At least we will have shown brilliantly, Yao stated, revealing a hint of a smile and an air of ease in his tone. The journalists nodded in agreement, feeling both sympathy for the Chinese men's basketball team and admiration for Yao's words. On a different note, as the flag bearer leading the Chinese delegation at home, what was that experience like for you? And how do you feel about representing your country? A journalist asked. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Yao. I sensed a shift in the athlete's emotions. Previously, Chinese athletes at the Olympics tended to exhibit restraint, but this time, everyone wishes to express their joy. I too felt an overwhelming passion that cannot be contained. Everyone understands that this is not merely about competitive sports. We are striving for results. As athletes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to participate in the Olympics in our own country, to give our all on the field in service to our nation, Yao asserted. his expression turning earnest once more. Jiang, you have delivered spectacular performances in both the NBA Finals and the warm-up matches for the Chinese team. Do you have confidence in maintaining this fiery form at the Olympics? The reporters turned their attention to Jiang. As a rising star who swiftly became the second most significant player in the Chinese team after Yao, Jiang had become an undeniable presence. Absolutely. I will strive to perform even better, he affirmed. Jiang spoke softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of audacious confidence. What are your expectations for the current Olympic Games? A reporter inquired. Naturally, it's the championship. What could be more exhilarating than securing a gold medal at the Olympics hosted by one's own country? Jiang replied earnestly, his eyes sparkling with determination. To have the opportunity to compete in the Olympics held in Huaxia is a stroke of fortune for our generation of athletes. How could we possibly let this chance slip away? A hushed silence fell over the assembled reporters. A championship? How dare he utter such words? Even the esteemed Yao Ming hesitated to proclaim such ambition. What audacity fuels his confidence? Though he has aided the Lakers in clinching the championship and signed a lucrative contract in the NBA, such arrogance seems unwarranted. Such hubris. The player from Huaxia exhibits an overwhelming sense of arrogance, utterly oblivious to the current circumstances. The American team has dispatched their strongest lineup, while the Spanish squad continues with their championship roster, presenting a formidable challenge. Argentina, as the reigning Olympic gold medalist, fortified by the presence of Jin Billy, boasts unparalleled strength. How many opportunities does the Huaxia team truly possess to surmount these formidable obstacles? It is common knowledge that they have been placed in the so-called group of death, making even the prospect of advancing from the group stage seem exceedingly bleak. To audaciously speak of championship aspirations now is nothing short of ludicrous. Journalists shook their heads, perceiving that Jiang has been somewhat swayed by recent accolades, completely unaware of the vastness of the challenge ahead. Sitting beside Jiang, Yao Ming displayed a look of astonishment, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. The youthful spirit harbors boundless dreams. Daring to envision is the first step toward achievement. In contrast to Jiang, Yao found himself burdened with many reservations. As the host nation, who wouldn't he desire to secure a gold medal on home soil to bring glory to their country? Yao yearned for that as well, yet he refrained from vocalizing it, recognizing the impracticality of such thoughts. In the American Team's interview room, a reporter posed a question to LeBron James. What is your assessment of the host nation? Huaxia's men's basketball team? By how many points do you believe you can defeat them? 40? Or perhaps 50? James responded nonchalantly. The Huaxia men's basketball team should be quite competent. They have Yao, which poses a certain threat to us. As for the margin of victory, I am not particularly concerned. In his eyes, the outcome of the match seemed entirely predetermined. The reporter then turned to Kobe Bryant, inquiring, "What are your expectations for this match?" Kobe smiled, his competitive spirit ignited. "I eagerly anticipate Jiang's performance. I hope he continues to surprise me." Just 2 months prior, he and Jiang had celebrated a championship together as teammates, yet now they would compete against each other, each representing their own cause on the court. This is indeed a most intriguing matter. The journalists erupted into laughter, fully comprehending Kobe's sentiments. Naturally, Kobe hoped that Jiang would excel in the Olympics, thereby validating the Lakers' decision to secure him with a lucrative contract. LeBron slightly curled his lip, displaying a hint of disdain. In his eyes, the only individual capable of truly rivaling the American team was none other than Yao Ming. As for Jiang, who had dazzled in the NBA Finals, he was merely a fledgling, utterly inconsequential. Following the pre-game interviews, the players from both teams traversed the player tunnel and dashed onto the court. As the grand screen panned over the Chinese team, the audience erupted into fervent applause. The players of the Chinese team felt their emotions surge, unable to quell the excitement. When the camera shifted to the American team, a smattering of cheers arose, for both Kobe and LeBron enjoyed immense popularity in China. Particularly, Kobe was celebrated as having a following of 6 billion fans worldwide. Once the entrance ceremony concluded, both teams proceeded to their warm-up routines. The American players relentlessly bombarded the hoop, executing dunk after dunk to showcase their explosive athleticism. In contrast, the Chinese team appeared comparatively subdued, merely engaging in shooting practice. The atmosphere in the arena grew somewhat oppressive. Before the fierce and formidable American team, the Chinese team resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 50. Dunking Pressure? A counterattack with consecutive three-pointers. The warm-up session of the Dream Team was exceedingly aggressive, inadvertently placing immense pressure on the Chinese team, remarked the commentator Yang Jian with concern. Unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Basketball is about who can score more points, not who can execute the most aesthetically pleasing dunks. The actions of the American team seemed rather ostentatious, akin to seeking attention. Commentator Zhang Weiping shook his head, expressing hope that the young players of the Chinese team would remain composed and not allow the American team to disrupt their mentality. Given that we were already at a disadvantage in terms of strength, a collapse in mental fortitude would render the match even more challenging, Yang Jian stated, his gaze fixed on the Chinese side. The players continued their warm-up exercises methodically, yet could not resist glancing back at the American players as they relentlessly assaulted the rim. Such extraordinary physical prowess is indeed enviable. Everyone, focus your attention and do not let the American team's dunks dampen your spirits. Yao Ming furrowed his brow, sensing the pressure. The other players nodded in agreement, though they appeared somewhat anxious. After all, they were up against superstars they usually only observed in the news. The NBA represents the pinnacle of basketball excellence worldwide, and icons like Kobe and LeBron are among its elite. It is safe to say they are the finest basketball players on the planet. Competing against such individuals naturally incites nerves. Furthermore, the American players' dunks had somewhat deflated their morale. Seeing this, Chen frowned, realizing he must find a way to alleviate the team's despondency. Suddenly, an idea struck him, inspired by the warm-up routines often employed by Curry. Elevating morale requires more than just dazzling dunks. He picked up a basketball and silently walked to the center line. The players from the Huaxiao team looked on in bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. Did he intend to execute a dunk from the half-court? The American players also halted their training, glancing over. Taking a deep breath, Jiang assumed a shooting stance and gently released the basketball. It seemed to possess a mind of its own, landing flawlessly in the hoop. The white net rippled, and the arena erupted with cheers, astonished by Jiang Chen's remarkable long-range three-pointer. What a stunning shot from half-court. Is this Jiang Chen's response to the American team? He truly would not yield an inch. Yang Jian exclaimed with delight. The Huaxiao team desperately needed someone as audacious and meticulous as Jiang Chen to stand up and respond. Reasonable. Jiang Chen's three-pointer from half-court was indeed justified, serving as a warning to the American team not to overstep. So what if they could dunk? Is there anyone in America who can shoot threes with Jiang Chen's casual finesse? The elder Zhang Weiping was equally exhilarated. Again, Jiang Chen shouted. Lu Wei flicked his wrist. Passing the ball, bending his knees, he sprang upward, elbow raised, wrist flicked. The motion was seamless. The basketball soared once more. Swish. Another perfect shot. Jiang Chen continued to sink 5 consecutive three-pointers from near the half-court before concluding his shooting exhibition. The crowd had gone wild, cheering enthusiastically. If the warm-up training was this electrifying, how spectacular would the main event be? Countless viewers at home, even those who rarely watch basketball, were drawn to this matchup, astonished by Jiang Chen's remarkable three-point shooting. Online discussions erupted fervently. Who is this? I haven't watched basketball in years. When did the Huaxiao men's team produce such a talent? The precision of that three-pointer is astounding. Wow, am I a savage? How have I never encountered this number 12 before? My friend, not knowing this is quite embarrassing for someone attending a basketball game. This player number 12 is Jiang Chen, currently the most celebrated basketball star in Huaxia. Indeed, I believe Jiang Chen surpasses Yao Ming in skill. Surpassing Yao Ming? That's quite a boast. On the court, the American players displayed expressions of astonishment. Having navigated the NBA for many years, they had never witnessed a player capable of effortlessly shooting three-pointers from the half-court line. This lad truly lives up to his reputation. His three-point shooting ability is commendable. However, during the game, I shall not grant him easy opportunities to shoot. What use is range if it is not exploited? James chuckled, brushing it off. Wade and Kobe, however, bore serious expressions. Both had witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess in the finals and understood the terror of his three-point shooting. My friend, we must not underestimate him, Kobe advised earnestly. Rest assured. I am well aware, James replied, turning his focus back to training. Soon, the warm-up concluded. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the starting players took to the court. The Huaxiao team's lineup featured center, Yao Ming, power forward, Yi Jianlian, small forward, Jiang Chen, shooting guard, Sun Yu, point guard, Lu Wei. The American team comprised center, Dwight Howard, power forward, Carmelo Anthony, small forward, LeBron James, shooting guard, Kobe Bryant, point guard, Jason Kidd. In addition to these 5 starters, the American bench was graced by superstars such as Wade, Paul, and Bosch. The tip-off commenced. With a resounding slap, Yao showcased his height advantage, tapping the ball down. Liu Wei swiftly claimed the basketball and dribbled past half-court. His teammates actively maneuvered, seeking to create shooting opportunities for Jiang Chen. Yet, the Dream Team had anticipated this. James closely guarded Jiang Chen, denying him any chance to receive the ball. The remaining teammates found themselves stifled by the relentless defense of the Dream Team. Standing at the sidelines, Coach K wore a slight smirk, clearly pleased with the unfolding scene. Jiang Chen's previously displayed prowess had not escaped the notice of the American coaching staff, who had already devised strategies to bolster their defense against this Huaxiao player with an astonishing three-point shooting ability. Attempting to easily launch a long-distance three-pointer in this match, it would not be so simple. The opening offensive play of the Huaxiao team quickly came to a standstill. Observing this, Yao decisively emerged from the paint, receiving the ball just beyond the arc, intending to initiate a play. After scanning the court and finding no opportunities to pass, he noticed that Howard had not yet defended him and remained stationed in the key. Without hesitation, Yao unleashed a three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc swish. Initially taken aback, Yao then vigorously waved his arms in sheer exhilaration. The three-point shot was nothing short of miraculous. He could scarcely believe he had made it. The fans in the arena erupted into a frenzy, their cheers seemingly capable of lifting the roof off. Just at the onset, the match soared to its pinnacle. Chapter 51, The Dream Team's Enchanting Performance. Jiang Chen bravely faced off against LeBron James. Oh my, what a magnificent three-pointer. Even Yao had successfully landed a three-point shot, showcasing an impressive performance. The elder Zhang Weiping exclaimed with excitement, noting that this marked Yao Ming's very first three-pointer in his national team career. Could it be that he was inspired by Jiang Chen and had secretly practiced his three-point shooting? The American team swiftly executed an inbound pass, with Kidd rapidly advancing the ball and passing it to Kobe. Kobe penetrated the paint, drawing the defense before dishing the ball to Anthony. Anthony, wide open, took his three-point shot. Swish. He signaled an OK with one hand, tapping his temple in his signature celebration. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Liu Wei cautiously dribbled past half-court, preparing to orchestrate an attack. However, Kidd aggressively pressured him, launching a precise steal. Thwack. The basketball was swatted away. Kobe and LeBron immediately ignited a fast break. Kobe dribbled to the front court, then lofted the ball high into the air. LeBron followed closely, leaping and, after gliding through the air for a moment, caught the ball with both hands and forcefully slammed it into the basket. Boom. The rim trembled. The audience was electrified by this dunk, their adrenaline surging, yet Kobe and LeBron maintained calm expressions, exchanging a high-five before turning to defend. The two strongest basketball players in the world displayed remarkable synergy. The collaboration of Kobe and LeBron was a scene that countless fans around the globe had eagerly anticipated, and it was finally unfolding before their eyes. The Huaxia team continued their offensive play. Liu Wei, proceeding with utmost caution, dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao, with his back to the basket, engaged in a one-on-one against the formidable Dwight Howard. At that time, Howard was recognized as the premier center in the league, yet Yao showed no fear. He had consistently managed to contain these super centers on the NBA stage. Even the mighty Shaquille O'Neal had been left bewildered by Yao's blocks. So what was there to fear from Howard? Dribble. Engaging in a fierce contest with Howard, Anthony decisively came over to double team, aiming to disrupt Yao's offensive efforts. This is the formidable presence of Yao Ming. Even the American team dares not allow him to dominate the paint one-on-one. Yu swiftly delivers a pass. Sun Yu sprints to the arc's apex, receiving the ball and unleashing a three-point shot. Swish. Another one in. The audience erupts into a frenzy, tirelessly cheering with unbridled enthusiasm. The match commenced with an intensity so palpable, spectators scarcely dared to blink, fearing the loss of a thrilling moment. The atmosphere on the court was both urgent and oppressive. As if the very air had solidified, the American team launches an attack. Kidd dribbles past half-court, exchanging a knowing glance with Howard in the paint. Howard comprehends instantly, pivoting and leaping towards the rim with remarkable height. The basketball hurtles towards him, and he seizes it, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. A chorus of gasps fills the arena. One cannot deny the sheer talent of the American team. Their gameplay relies not on strategy, but purely on innate ability. They compel their opponents into errors with suffocating, intense defense, then swiftly counterattack at breakneck speed. Each segment of their play exemplifies an undeniable display of raw talent. The Huaxia team now takes charge. Lu Wei dribbles past half-court, passing the ball to Jiang Chen. In the opening 2 minutes of the game, this marks his first touch of the basketball. James immediately steps up to defend, his expression unreadable yet exuding an aura of intimidation. His top muscles seem capable of overpowering a bull. "Buddy, don't even think about an easy three-pointer in front of me," James intones, his inner emotions stirred by the electric atmosphere, his desire to perform intensifying. How much hope has this rising star from Huaxia garnered from his fans? It is time to shatter those hopes. Jiang Chen grits his teeth, feeling that this match is even more intense than a Game 7 in the NBA. He withstands James's defense and attempts a contested three-point jump shot. Amidst the tense anticipation of nearly 20,000 spectators, the basketball soars toward the hoop. Rebound. James has already pivoted, exclaiming confidently, for he just grazed the ball with his fingertip. With no feints before him, he goes for a direct three-point shot. This will only add a single block to his stats. Bang! The basketball ricochets off the rim. Remarkably, it did not go in. A wave of astonishment ripples through the audience. Alas, it seems Jiang Chen's shot was taken too hastily. Perhaps he has yet to acclimate to LeBron's defensive intensity. Yang Jin frowned and remarked, "While this shot may appear to be a reckless attempt, I believe Jiang Chen's decision was quite judicious, even if it misses. It carries significant deterrent power," Elder Zhang Weiping stated with a serious tone. "Can Jiang's three-pointer have actually failed? Surely he won't falter in such a crucial match. Curse be the jinx. Jiang's three-pointer is bound to ignite, just as he did in the NBA Finals. No need to rush. No need to rush. The game has only just begun. I hope Jiang Chen quickly regains his touch. Darn it, if Jiang Chen can indeed unleash his potential, I shall streak around the Wuxong Arena." Fans fervently debated, their eager anticipation causing a palpable tension. On the sidelines, Coach K of the American team stood with his hands on his hips, quite pleased with LeBron's defense. His prediction proved correct. To contain this Chinese rookie, a single defender in LeBron sufficed, rendering additional defensive resources unnecessary. The primary focus must be on containing Yao Ming to stifle the Chinese team's performance. Crack! Howard secured the rebound and hurled it forward. LeBron sprinted once more, akin to a tank racing at 180 miles per hour, fast and formidable. He received the pass and charged towards the paint. The spectators held their heads in despair, knowing instinctively that LeBron was about to wreak havoc on the rim. At that moment, a fiery red figure dashed onto the court, blocking LeBron's path, a sight to behold, as it was Jiang Chen donned in the number 12 jersey. The red uniform fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, blazing like a flame, strikingly bright. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. In that instant, the entire audience rose to their feet. Jiang Chen intends to confront LeBron head-on? What an outrageous jest. If James were to collide with him, it would surely spell disaster. In the backcourt, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and others gaped in concern at the unfolding scene. The potential injury of Jiang Chen would be a devastating blow to the Chinese team. As the sprinting James approached, a cruel smile crept upon his lips. He intended to demonstrate to this young man what true power entailed. Jiang Chen, feeling the rush of wind as James drew nearer, braced himself. The description of Ziyuan Dun's physical prowess clearly emphasized that the fusion skill significantly enhances strength and neural reflexes. Thus, let us ascertain the limits of Ziyuan Dun's strength through this encounter with James. As I wrote, my emotions surged. That era of the Chinese men's basketball team truly encapsulated my youth. Chapter 52, Toppling James. A long-range three-point shot unleashed. Boom. Jiang Chen collided with James. Many spectators covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch, convinced that Jiang Chen would be sent flying. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. Jiang Chen merely staggered back a few steps, dissipating the force of James's impact. Conversely, James stumbled backward, losing his balance and crashing heavily onto the ground. The entire Wuxong Arena was left in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary event. The historically exceptional athlete, James, had been knocked down by Jiang Chen. Some fans rubbed their eyes, glancing back at the court, seemingly in disbelief at what they had witnessed. After several confirmations, they erupted in exhilarated yet bewildered cheers. This is utterly absurd. James's physical prowess is universally acknowledged as extraordinary. Once he charges, there is no one who can withstand him. Yet, Jiang Chen managed to block him. One can only wonder how exceptional Jiang Chen's physical abilities must be. It is hard to fathom that a Chinese player could possess such astonishing athleticism. Goodness. Jiang Chen actually confronted James head-on. What immense courage that must require. Even the bravery of Liang Jingru pales in comparison. The most astonishing part is that he knocked James down. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Fierce. I can only say that Jiang Chen is incredibly formidable. Although I am a fan of James in this exchange, I feel an overwhelming pride for Jiang Chen. This is the kind of performance we expect from our Chinese players. It is truly remarkable. It brings tears to my eyes. The fans are engaged in fervent discussions, showering Jiang Chen with applause that echoes endlessly. I can't be mistaken. Jiang Chen knocked James down. And he merely staggered back a few steps? Yang Jian exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Hey, I knew Jiang Chen would never enter a battle unprepared. Since he dared to stand before James, he must possess great confidence. Coach Zhang Weiping chuckled, a note of satisfaction in his tone. Yang Jian cast a strange glance at Coach Zhang, internally scoffing. Are you serious? Just moments ago, you were gaping in disbelief, more anxious than I was. The once smiling Coach K now wore a frozen expression on his face. James was knocked down. This is indeed a groundbreaking first. What is the true origin of this new talent from Huaxia? The draft reports and pre-game data had never hinted at his extraordinary physical prowess. On the court, figures such as Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian excitedly waved their arms, emotions surging forth. Jiang Chen approached James, looking down upon him with a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, just as he had anticipated. After assimilating the remarkable physical attributes of the perfected Awehara, he was, at least in terms of strength, far beyond what James could contend with. Perhaps only the peak of Shaquille O'Neal's career in the entire history of the NBA could serve as a worthy opponent. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. This is truly magnificent. That somewhat provocative smile seems to proclaim, this is my domain. No one can wreak havoc here. At this moment, James lies on the ground, yet to rise. Sensing something amiss, his American teammates hurriedly gathered around him, their expressions tinged with concern. No, he can't be injured, can he? Buddy, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere that hurts? Anthony inquired anxiously. Even a star-studded team like the United States cannot afford the cost of losing James. I'm fine. Just a bit sore. Give me a moment, James grimaced, clutching the spot where he collided with Jiang Chen. Kobe, Anthony, and the others were momentarily bewildered. How could the robust James be rendered unable to stand by a collision with Jiang Chen? This defies scientific logic. After a brief pause, James, with the assistance of his teammates, rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. At the moment of his collision with Jiang Chen, it felt as if he had slammed into an iron wall, despite Jiang Chen's physique appearing far from formidable. He was utterly perplexed by the occurrence. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Jiang Chen for blocking. Although Jiang Chen was indeed at fault, the clash ignited the fervor of the fans and elevated the morale of the team. The American team prepared to inbound the ball. Kid held possession, while James positioned himself low, backing into Jiang Chen, extending his hand for the ball with a serious expression. The previous embarrassment lingered. He was determined to reclaim his honor and teach this young Chinese player a lesson. Receiving the ball, he drove forward, using his strength to pivot and execute a jump shot. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, the wall of Chuan technique, and surged forward with all his might. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed the ball to Lu Wei. Lu Wei dribbled past half court, keenly assessing the American team's defense while directing his teammates' movements. Jiang Chen swiftly maneuvered, using his teammates' screen to momentarily shake off James, dashing towards Lu Wei's rear. Suddenly, Lu Wei executed an unexpected flick of his wrist, sending the basketball behind him into Jiang Chen's awaiting hands. The space opened up entirely. As James attempted to close in, he was momentarily obstructed by Lu Wei, causing him to lose his rhythm. Jiang Chen glanced at the distant hoop and leaped for a shot, an extraordinary three-pointer from 2 meters beyond the arc. The audience held its breath in anticipation once more. The scene is all too familiar. The rhythm resonates deeply. Will this shot succeed? The basketball arcs through the air like a vibrant rainbow, crashing into the hoop with the force of a cannonball. It's in. Jiang Chen has executed an extraordinary long-distance three-pointer. Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement. What did I say? A sharpshooter like Jiang Chen is impossible to guard against. The previous block by James was merely a stroke of luck. Now is the true demonstration of Jiang Chen's prowess. The elder Zhang Weiping said enthusiastically, his words floating in the air. Huh. Yang Jian appeared puzzled. When did I say that? How come I was unaware? You truly excel at commentary, old man. The score now stands at 7-9. The Huaxia team has reclaimed the lead thanks to Jiang Chen's remarkable three-pointer. Coach Old K at the sidelines furrowed his brow, the course of the game taking him completely by surprise. Just moments ago, the American team seemed poised to unleash a wave of offensive momentum, with steals and blocks effectively stifling the Huaxia team's attacks. It appeared they were on the verge of widening the score gap. Yet, Jiang Chen's sudden surge of energy has helped Huaxia recover from their disadvantage. Can James truly not handle this young talent? Coach Old K expressed his dissatisfaction, shouting onto the court, "James, focus. Stop coasting and suffocate Huaxia's number 12 player. Do not grant him any more opportunities for three-pointers." James nodded seriously, a fierce glint in his eyes, revealing the intensity of his determination. This new Huaxia prospect must be given a slight reprimand. Otherwise, he may become too arrogant. Chapter 53, A Stalemate. The astonishing Huaxia men's basketball team. Ding dong. The system has detected that James has revealed his fierce intent. A task is now issued. Task: score more than James in this match. Reward: 2,000 achievement points, 200 skill fusion fragments, and 1 choice treasure chest. The system's voice abruptly resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, then a look of joy spread across his face. He relished such straightforward and forceful tasks. If the system's objective had been to defeat the American team, he would have lacked the confidence. After all, this is merely the group stage. He cannot afford to reveal his trump card, the skill experience card mimicking Huang Ziyang. Should he unleash his ultimate move at the outset? It would be exhilarating, and perhaps they might win against the American team, but the consequences could be dire later on. It is wiser to bide his time and reserve his trump card for the decisive moments. As for scoring more than James, that's merely a matter of effort. Isn't it? After all, the American team is brimming with talent, and the distribution of shooting opportunities is quite equitable, making it challenging to achieve high scores. Jiang Chen, brimming with confidence, began to anticipate the rewards. What delightful skills might await him in the choice treasure chest? The American team launched an offensive. After Jason Kidd advanced the ball past half court, he passed it to LeBron James. As the captain of the American team and its oldest player, his primary role was to exert a psychological influence. As for his performance on the court, it could hardly be considered noteworthy. This was not to suggest that Kidd was incapable. Rather, he seemed to be coasting. At the arc, LeBron faced Jiang Chen's defense and opted for a drive. His powerful strides aimed at overpowering Jiang Chen to penetrate the lane for a layup, only to find himself thwarted. Reluctantly, he retreated and signaled for Dwight Howard to set a screen. Following the switch, LeBron effortlessly broke through to the paint, challenging Yu Ming and executing a difficult layup while drawing a foul. Upon landing, LeBron triumphantly showcased his biceps, celebrating the ensuing 2-1. Swish. He confidently sank the free throw. 10-9. The American team regained the lead by 1 point, with LeBron contributing 5 points, accounting for half of his team's score. Now, it was the turn of the Chinese team to attack. Jiang Chen sprinted across half court and called for the ball from Lu Wei, with LeBron's fierce determination evident. It was clear that this match could not end quietly. A response was essential. Upon receiving the pass, LeBron swiftly closed in, applying tight defense, his formidable presence radiating an intimidating aura. Undeterred, Jiang Chen unleashed his signature dribble, transforming his hands into 3 fingers, and accelerated his dribbling speed. Unfortunately, this skill lacked breakthrough capability. Otherwise, it would have been even more formidable. He executed a series of crossovers and, with a sudden step back, launched a 3-point jumper. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. The Chinese team surged ahead once more. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers, their adrenaline spiking from Jiang Chen's spectacular response. Only Jiang Chen could match LeBron in scoring prowess. Remarkably, he dared to shoot in the face of LeBron's defense. This exemplified the audacity that we, as Chinese, should embody. No matter who stands before us, even against legions, my bold 3-point shot remains unyielding, exclaimed the venerable Zhang Weiping with palpable excitement. This is precisely the competitive scene he had long anticipated. As the American team descended into a frenzy of offense, it was imperative for the Huaxia team to respond. Failure to do so would result in their swift collapse. Previously, the Huaxia team lacked such a player, but now, Jiang Chen unveiled his extraordinary prowess demonstrated in the NBA Finals, delivering a powerful counterattack. Beep. Coach Old K rose to call a timeout. LeBron. I have already emphasized this. No more coasting. Coach Old K expressed his dissatisfaction. LeBron found himself at a loss for words. He truly was not slacking off, but rather struggling to contain this Huaxia rookie. Gentlemen, showcase your athletic prowess. Elevate our defensive intensity against the Huaxia team. Force our opponents into errors, and capitalize on your speed for swift counterattacks. We should avoid engaging in a half-court battle with Huaxia, as it would only squander our time, Coach Old K asserted, clearly displeased with the team's opening performance. The other players nodded in agreement, somewhat astonished, seemingly unprepared for the tenacity of the Huaxia team. Amidst his admonitions, Coach Old K also made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Howard and Kidd for the swifter Bosch and Wade. As the timeout concluded, the American team resumed their offensive sequence. After dribbling past half-court, LeBron passed the ball to Wade. The Flash took a decisive step forward, effortlessly breaking through Lu Wei's defense. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk. Yao Ming attempted to provide help defense, but to no avail. Wade's penetration had been alarmingly easy, and his speed was breathtaking. With a resounding thud, Wade slammed the ball into the hoop, executing a monumental dunk that showcased his sheer talent. However, the Huaxia team refused to back down. Yi Jianlian stood just inside the arc, executing a long-range jumper with precision. The back-and-forth battle continued, with neither side yielding. Despite the American team's rapid pace and aggressive style of play, the Huaxia team maintained their composure, striving to secure victories in every possession. Particularly bolstered by Jiang Chen's three-point shooting, the Huaxia team held their ground admirably. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 27-30, with the Huaxia team trailing by a mere 3 points. It was a dead heat. The Huaxia team had matched the American Dream Team in a remarkably balanced first quarter. This was truly unexpected, and one could only hope that the Huaxia team would continue to deliver exhilarating performances. What an incredible feat, regardless of the match's outcome. This quarter alone will be a cherished memory for all Huaxia fans, an unforgettable moment in their lives. Yang Jian exclaimed, filled with anticipation. Mr. Zhang Weiping remarked. Amidst the skepticism surrounding the Huaxia team, where even the players themselves harbored doubts, they delivered an astonishing performance, resolutely withstanding the tempestuous onslaught of the American team. For at least that quarter, the Huaxia men's basketball team stirred immense excitement and unparalleled pride among the national audience. The fans present fervently rallied behind the Huaxia team, many of whom were originally supporters of stars like Kobe and LeBron, yet in this moment, they chose to champion the Huaxia men's basketball squad. After a brief intermission, the match cascaded into the tumultuous second quarter. In Chapter 54, the Huaxia team faced a brutal onslaught, as Jiang Chen's declaration echoed in the arena. Both sides fielded their bench players, yet it was evident that the American substitutes vastly overshadowed the Huaxia lineup. The mere presence of Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul was enough to induce headaches for the Huaxia team, compounded by the inclusion of all-star caliber players like Chris Bosh, Carlos Boozer, and Tayshaun Prince. Wade, with an insatiable desire to attack, seized the opportunity as the absence of Kobe and LeBron positioned him as the unequivocal offensive linchpin. He exploited his aggressive pressing and blistering speed to launch a series of counterattacks, executing numerous fast-break dunks. In less than 3 minutes, the American team unleashed a 9-2 offensive surge, extending their lead to 10 points. In desperation, Coach Yunus swiftly substituted in key players such as Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Jiang Chen during a dead ball situation, while the American team made no personnel changes, maintaining their focus on Wade and Paul. Even so, the Huaxia team struggled to regain footing, merely managing a tenuous balance. After nearly 3 additional minutes, they still could not bridge the gap. Jiang Chen showcased remarkable prowess, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. However, the performance of his teammates faltered significantly, their shooting percentage plummeting under the relentless American defense. Yao Ming, in particular, found himself stifled by targeted defensive strategies with scant opportunities to shoot. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, the American team reintroduced their star players. Kobe Bryant took command of the offense, netting 2 mid-range jumpers in succession while forcing Sun Yu into a turnover, leading to a swift counterattack capped by a resounding dunk. Scoring 6 consecutive points, he widened the gap to 16. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with some spectators visibly emotional. There was no disappointment, only a profound sense of empathy. The Huaxia men's basketball team had exerted every ounce of their strength. How could one bear to criticize them? Ultimately, the disparity in skill was glaring. Trailing by 16 points, the Huaxia team's offense was thoroughly stifled by the American defense, and under such suffocating pressure, they succumbed to a barrage of mistakes, continuously yielding fast break opportunities for the Americans. Jiang spoke with a hint of melancholy. It was evident that the first quarter of the match was evenly contested, yet the tides turned dramatically in the second quarter. The swift shift in circumstances caused emotions to fluctuate like a roller coaster. This was an inevitable outcome. To hold their ground for a quarter against the star-studded American team was already a commendable feat for the Huaxia team. Although Jiang Chen's performance shone brightly, ultimately, this remains a team sport, and our capabilities still fall significantly short. Old Zhang Weiping shook his head in resignation, his demeanor remarkably calm. For he recognized that this outcome was anticipated. The attention surrounding this match was unprecedented, with millions of viewers nationwide tuning in to support the Huaxia team. However, no one believed that the Huaxia men's basketball team could secure victory in this contest. The odds are indeed slimmer than winning the lottery. On the court, the Huaxia team remains undeterred, relentlessly striving to execute each offensive and defensive play. Yao Ming's gaze remains resolute and unwavering, a steadfast determination that has never faltered. Regardless of whether the team suffers a loss by 30, 40, or even 50 points, he is committed to fighting until the very end. This embodies his unwavering resolve. During one offensive possession, Yao Ming fiercely secured an offensive rebound, subsequently powering through to score while also drawing a foul from Howard. He let out a thunderous roar, raising his arms in triumph as the vibrant red of his jersey rippled, a vivid expression of his emotions. As the leader of the Huaxia team, it is only fitting that he leads by example, taking the initiative. Swish! The free throw was flawlessly converted. In the ensuing offensive sequence, Jiang Chen hit another three-pointer from the corner, continuing to chip away at the deficit for Huaxia. Just as the audience's cheers began to subside, the American team swiftly retaliated. James executed a spectacular coast-to-coast drive, launching the ball high into the air. Howard caught the basketball with both hands, slamming it through the hoop in a stunning alley-oop. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 41-53. The Huaxia team managed to secure only 14 points throughout the second quarter, with Jiang Chen contributing 3 three-pointers for 9 points, while Yao Ming added 3 points, and the remaining players collectively mustered a mere 2 points. This starkly illustrates the team's dismal shooting percentage. The atmosphere in the arena felt stifling. All spectators were acutely aware that the Huaxia team might endure an even harsher fate in the second half, yet they clung to a flicker of hope. After an interminable halftime break, the second half commenced. The American team escalated the intensity of the game once more. Anthony landed 2 three-pointers from the perimeter, while Kobe and James executed seamless drives to the basket. In less than 2 minutes, the American team unleashed a 10-0 run, extending the lead to 22 points. Coach Jonas called 2 consecutive timeouts, yet neither could halt Huaxia's disintegration. Soon after, the American team began to rotate their roster, introducing players like Darren, Prince, and Michael Redd, who had yet to see action. In Coach K's eyes, the game had entered garbage time. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Witnessing the Huaxia team endure such a lopsided defeat, the spectators were engulfed in despair and heartache. How infuriating! Despite our relentless efforts, we cannot compete with the American team. Not even a dazzling display of fireworks is within our reach? Yao Ming lamented, his face etched with an expression of profound dissatisfaction. The other players were similarly somber expressions. Brothers, until the final whistle blows, we must not concede defeat. At the very least, we cannot allow the entire nation to witness our loss of spirit. That would be far more dreadful than losing the game itself. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and addressed his teammates. He could distinctly sense that, apart from Yao Ming, the fighting spirit of the other players was waning, their morale having plummeted to a nadir. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. With the score so lopsided, how could they possibly make a comeback? Could they truly expect Jiang Chen to replicate the remarkable 22-point turnaround he achieved in the second half against the Australian team during the warm-up match? This is utterly implausible. The American team and the Australian team are simply not on the same level. While a comeback may seem challenging, we must not allow the American team to win too easily, even if we can close the gap by a single point or 10. It would still attest to our unwavering spirit in battle, Jiang Chen declared, his eyes sparkling with determination. He yearns to grow stronger. If only he could possess a few more extraordinary skills akin to those found in Kuriko's basketball, he would undoubtedly be able to stand against the entire American team single-handedly. At present, he feels woefully inadequate. However, he has yet to employ the unpredictable shooting technique of Aemon Daiki in this match. Now, he intends to reveal his true capabilities. Even if a reversal of the game's outcome seems unlikely, he aims to instill a sense of dread in the American team. Moreover, he has a system task to fulfill. At this moment, James has scored 18 points, and he too has netted 6 three-pointers, totaling 18 points. A tie in their scores would impede the completion of his task. Failure to accomplish the task would hinder the enhancement of his abilities, leaving any aspirations of advancing to the finals for the gold medal in jeopardy. In a narrow confrontation, the valiant shall prevail. Even if I enter the lion's den, I shall extract 2 of its teeth. It is time to initiate the counterattack. Chapter 55. Am Daiki's unpredictable shooting stuns the audience as Jiang Chen unleashes his scoring fury. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the spirits of the crowd were ignited. As if they had been infused with adrenaline, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. These words resonate with an overwhelming fervor. It feels less like a competition and more akin to a battle. In this moment, one might yearn to charge forth with a bayonet. Even if it means fighting to the last soldier, the resolve to advance and vanquish the enemy remains unyielding. Dio gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's impassioned speech. This young man has already demonstrated remarkable leadership qualities at such a tender age. The words spoken were profoundly impactful, significantly influencing the morale of his teammates. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Chen was absolutely right. This is our home ground, regardless of the formidable opponents we face. We must defend it and not bring shame before the nation. Dai Yao passionately declared, his chiseled visage radiating determination. He had never surrendered, but now he was resolved to strive even harder. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen unleashed his thunderous dribbling, advancing past half-court to confront Prince's defense. As a player whose reputation in the NBA is built on defensive prowess, Prince indeed demonstrated exceptional skills. However, compared to James, he lacked a certain intimidating presence. Jiang Chen retreated a step to create space, and, with Prince's long arms looming, he executed a swift three-point shot. The basketball traced a lofty arc through the air. Swish. The Huaxia team scored for the first time in the second half, courtesy of Jiang Chen's three-pointer. This marked his 7th three-pointer of the match. Yang Jin exclaimed excitedly, feeling a wave of relief wash over the previously somber atmosphere. Although the Huaxia team might ultimately lose the game, Jiang Chen's performance was impeccable and undoubtedly the biggest surprise of the match. I believe this is the moment to allow Jiang Chen to unleash his full scoring potential. To showcase his abilities without restraint, remarked the venerable Zhang Weiping, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. On the court, the American team launched their offense. Darren passed the ball to Boozer, who, despite Diao's defense, attempted a step-back jump shot, only to be met with a resounding block from Diao. The two had a long-standing rivalry. Diao's team, the Rockets, had been eliminated by Darren and Boozer's Jazz for 2 consecutive years, and the fire of vengeance burned within him, leaving no opportunity to teach Boozer a lesson overlooked. Sun Yu seized the basketball and swiftly passed it to Jiang Chen. A fast break ensued. Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, stepping just inside the three-point line. Prince closely trailed him, poised to deliver a chase-down block. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen employed his unique shooting technique, leaning forward at an unusual angle, releasing the basketball with a remarkably low center of gravity. The entire audience was left in stunned silence at this extraordinary display. What is this shooting posture? It appears so peculiar, utterly unlike any basketball movement. In a moment of astonishment, the basketball spirals high into the air, dropping into the hoop at a remarkably low angle. The crowd erupts in a chorus of gasps. There it is. The unorthodox shooting style has resurfaced as Jiang Chen finally showcases it once more. Yang Jin exclaimed in delight. Jiang Chen, the player, has an uncanny ability to surprise at every turn. He once demonstrated such erratic shooting, but it was merely a fleeting moment, lasting only a few minutes. Initially, it seemed like an impromptu display, yet it is evident now that he possesses this capability, albeit rarely employed. Much like Rondo's three-point shot, he can shoot, and he does, yet with a lack of precision, leading to its infrequent use, as analyzed by the venerable Zhang Weiping. If Jiang Chen were to consistently employ this unconventional shooting style, would it not be even more challenging to defend against? Yang Jin inquired. Certainly, but Jiang Chen's primary offensive weapon remains the three-point shot. This erratic shooting serves merely as an embellishment, Zhang replied, expressing little expectation for Jiang Chen's performance, as it is indeed rather absurd. On the court, Prince wore a bewildered expression. Could this shooting technique actually score? Goodness, what incredible luck! On the American team's bench, stars like LeBron and Anthony remained unfazed. They often executed such miraculous shots during games. Only Kobe's expression grew serious. As flashes of moments from the final minutes of Game 6 of the NBA Finals raced through his mind, stirring concern within him. If Jiang were to unleash the prowess he displayed in that match, the American team could indeed find themselves in peril. The American team launched an offensive. Under Chen's defense, Prince attempted a mid-range jump shot. Clang! It rebounded off the rim. Yao Ming seized the rebound. The Huaxia team swiftly counterattacked. Chen sprinted across half-court with remarkable speed, receiving the basketball and abruptly halting near the midline, before unleashing a logo three-pointer. Swish! Instantly, the entire arena erupted with fervor ignited by this long-range shot. The spectators went wild, their cheers echoing tirelessly, fervently chanting Chen's name. Was he about to perform his signature act once more? Achieving a comeback of over 20 points was a feat he had frequently accomplished in previous games. Despite the American team's seemingly invincible stature, the fans still clung to a glimmer of hope. Darren dribbled past the front court, attempting an audacious three-pointer to catch the Huaxia team off guard. Alas, the basketball failed to find the net. Yao Ming reclaimed another rebound. Embodying the essence of an interior powerhouse, dominating the paint, he executed a long pass, sending the ball into Chen's awaiting hands, who had already crossed the midline. Anticipating this, Prince positioned himself early to block. Observing this, Chen dribbled a step inward, then abruptly halted for a leaning jump shot. However, his backward lean was rather pronounced, almost as if he were about to recline in midair. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Even the esteemed figures on the American team's bench could not help but rise to their feet. Is this a fadeaway jump shot? It appears both similar and dissimilar. Can one really achieve such a considerable angle in a fadeaway? This is rather absurd, bordering on the unscientific. With a swish, and amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, the basketball once again found its way through the hoop. Cheers erupted as the fans, unable to contain their excitement, began to roar. Chen's sudden outburst not only caught the American team off guard, but also left the spectators in a daze. In less than 2 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points, demonstrating an explosive scoring prowess and narrowing the deficit to just 10 points. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Coach Old K, unable to endure any longer, swiftly called for a timeout. Hadn't they already entered garbage time? What is the situation with this rising star from Huaxia? Is it truly extraordinary? Are they taking advantage of the absence of formidable players on my team? In a fit of anger, Coach Old K replaced the lineup with the strongest roster from the American team: Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Wade. Each of them is a superstar in the NBA, adorned with numerous accolades. Merely hearing their names sends shivers down one's spine. With the entrance of these 5 players, the atmosphere on the court grew heavy and oppressive once more, and the audience became increasingly tense, faced with the even more formidable offense and defense of the American team. Could Chen maintain the explosive form he had just displayed? Chapter 56, Standing Against the Dream Team Alone. The American team launched their offense. James orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Wade and Kobe positioned themselves on the sides, executing a cross movement. After Wade received the ball and penetrated the paint to draw the defense, he passed it to Kobe, who effortlessly sank a jump shot. The 3 superstars executed a splendid collaboration. While the American team could dominate all players through sheer talent, they were equally adept at tactical play. Let us press on and widen the gap. We must not give the Huaxia team another chance, Kobe stated earnestly, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Although the Dream Team was several tiers stronger than his Lakers, he still harbored concerns about the possibility of Chen turning the tide in this match. The vivid memories of Game 6 in the finals lingered heavily on his mind. How much energy could this future teammate, Chen, exhibit in this game? Kobe felt entirely uncertain. Just moments ago, Coach Old K had substituted the main lineup, and within less than 2 minutes, Chen had surged back to close the gap by 10 points. The explosive scoring power displayed is truly formidable. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure that the outcome of the match becomes evident early on. The commanding presence has spoken. LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and others nodded earnestly, their eyes reflecting a chilling determination. The dignity of the Dream Team is inviolable. As the Redeem Team, they absolutely refused to lose any match at the Olympics. The Chinese team initiated their offense. Chen dribbled past half court, facing LeBron James. Lei Ming propelled forward with fervor, the basketball dancing mesmerizingly in his hands. Suddenly, He stepped back and executed a sudden stop for a three-point jump shot. Although LeBron sensed Jiang Chen's intentions, he could not restrict the latter's shot. With Lei Ming's dribbling assistance, Jiang Chen's speed was astonishing, and his step back was substantial. LeBron could only watch helplessly as the ball soared through the air. Swish! The basketball descended into the hoop like a precisely guided missile. It went in. Another remarkable long-range three-pointer. Even LeBron found it impossible to defend against Jiang Chen's step-back three. Yang Jian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Were he not in the commentary booth, he might very well have leapt from his seat in jubilation. This is the mightiest shooter from our land. When in form, no one can withstand him, not even LeBron, and certainly not even Jordan could guarantee defense against it. The elder Jiang wore a proud expression, clearly pleased. Regardless of the match's circumstances, Jiang Chen exhibited explosive prowess, embodying the unyielding spirit of the Chinese men's basketball team. As the host nation, the Chinese team did not bring shame to the millions of fans. Double-team this number 12 player, do not allow him to cross half-court. And simultaneously cut off his passing lanes, Coach Old K said with a furrowed brow, his demeanor serious. He had a clear sense that this number 12 player had begun to exert an influence in the game that surpassed that of the Chinese team's leader, Yao Ming, becoming the sharpest spearhead in their offense. The players' reliance was shifting from Yao toward Jiang Chen. The American team initiated their offense. Kobe Bryant drove in, attracting a double team, and passed the ball to the perimeter to Carmelo Anthony. Anthony raised his hand and struck again with a three-pointer. The defense of the Chinese team appeared as flimsy as paper against the American team, lacking any semblance of threat. The Chinese team countered. Just as Jiang Chen received the inbounds pass, LeBron and Wade closed in on him. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with fans buzzing in excitement. Am I seeing this correctly? The two NBA superstars are double-teaming Jiang Chen? What an honor. This treatment underscores the immense threat Jiang Chen posed to the American team. Incredible. I can only say Jiang Chen is remarkable. Fans exchanged astonished comments, utterly stunned. In this Olympic Games, how many players could receive such defensive attention from the American team? Regrettably, the opportunities were scant. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to pass the ball to Lu Wei. Lu Wei dribbled past half-court, waiting for Jiang Chen to utilize Yao's screen and circle around the baseline to shake off James before delivering the basketball. Upon receiving the ball, Jiang Chen swiftly executed the thunderous dribble, charging toward the paint. As James lunged to defend, Jiang Chen abruptly halted for a jump shot, employing the unpredictable shooting style of Siren's Daikyeaman. Once again leaning back, he released the ball just as he approached a near-horizontal position. Swish! A look of astonishment flickered in James's eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Here we go again. This cursed and peculiar shooting technique, how does one block it? It feels utterly impossible to contest. I sense an abundance of strength within me, yet I am unable to harness it effectively. This feeling is indeed quite unpleasant. The faces of the American team were etched with astonishment, secretly relieved that their offensive prowess was so formidable that it overflowed. Otherwise, given the relentless scoring pace of the Chinese newcomer, this match would have proven to be a challenging endeavor. In the ensuing period, both sides entered a stalemate. Jiang Chen single-handedly countered the offensive onslaught of the five American superstars, battling fiercely for several minutes. The audience was filled with fervor, chanting Jiang Chen's name as the MVP, rallying behind him. However, two fists cannot contend with four hands. Jiang Chen's two primary offensive skills had their own shooting percentages, and it was impossible for every shot to find its mark. Moreover, the support from his teammates was woefully inadequate. Ultimately, the score began to widen in favor of the American team. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 71-86, with the American team leading by 15 points. In this quarter, the Chinese team managed to score 30 points, with Jiang Chen himself achieving an impressive 8 out of 12 shooting, including 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing 21 points. In the fourth quarter, the American team maintained their starting lineup. Watching his five best players take the court, Coach K felt a tinge of frustration. Since the formation of the Dream Team, and after participating in the America's Cup and numerous warm-up matches, they had never entered the fourth quarter with merely a 15-point lead, nor had they ever needed to deploy their star players at such a stage. Typically, they concluded their battles by the end of the third quarter. It is worth noting that in previous matches, the Dream Team had dominated their opponents by an average of around 25 points, crushing all challengers. Yet, in the first group match of the Olympics, they found themselves unable to overwhelm the Chinese team and had to field their main players, which was quite absurd. Even if they were to secure a victory, Coach K would not be satisfied. On the court, the Dream Team ran tirelessly, executing brilliant defensive counterattacks. Meanwhile, apart from Jiang, the other players on the Chinese team were gasping for breath, their movements labored, as if each step was accompanied by a tearing sensation in their lungs. It was evident that their stamina had reached its limit. After 3 quarters of high-intensity play against the American team, everyone was unable to endure any longer. All hopes were pinned on Jiang, who did not disappoint, scoring 5 consecutive points to help stabilize the situation for his team. However, against an American team still brimming with energy, this was but a drop in the bucket. Nonetheless, all the starting players from the Chinese team persevered through the final minutes. The referee's whistle blew. The match concluded with a score of 91-104, as the Chinese team fell short by 13 points against the American team. This created the narrowest margin in the history of encounters between the Huaxia team and the American team. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, and the cheers persisted fervently. In the eyes of countless Huaxia fans, even in defeat, the Huaxia men's basketball team held their heads high. Chapter 57, Scoring in a League of Their Own. The future of the Huaxia men's basketball team. On the court, the American players celebrated their victory, their faces adorned with relaxed expressions and a hint of astonishment. They had not anticipated that their first match at the Olympics would present such a formidable challenge from the Huaxia men's basketball team, making victory incredibly arduous. Clearly, reclaiming the pinnacle of the global basketball arena is no easy feat. Meanwhile, the Huaxia players returned to the bench. They bore no signs of despair. Only the weariness that follows a match, mingled with a touch of exhilaration. Yao Ming stood on the sidelines, a proud smile illuminating his face as he raised his hands to high-five each teammate. When the point difference widened in the middle of the second quarter, he thought the Huaxia team would not even be able to dazzle with fireworks. Yet, as the match unfolded, the Huaxia team fought fiercely against the American team until the very end. This is not mere fireworks, it is the blazing fury of molten lava. As long as the competition endures, this fiery mass shall not cool. Amidst the magma, there exists a dazzling flame, that being Jiang. His performance was astonishing, instilling a profound confidence within the Chinese men's basketball team, making them believe they can venture further in their Olympic journey. Bravo, my brother. You have helped the Chinese team persevere until the very end. When it was Jiang's turn, Yao Ming embraced him tightly. Yet, we still face defeat. Jiang said somewhat dejectedly, though he had anticipated this outcome. The taste of losing remained bitter. No matter, we performed admirably in this match. We far exceeded expectations. Yao Ming reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Did he not wish to win? However, as adults, it is paramount to accept reality. The vast disparity in strength between the teams is akin to an insurmountable chasm, one that Jiang alone cannot bridge. Next time we encounter the American team, I will undoubtedly find a way to secure victory, Jiang declared, his tone imbued with resolute determination. Yao Ming was taken aback. Next time, the next encounter with the American team would likely be in the semifinals or even the finals. For the Chinese team to face them again, they must ascend to that height. Observing Jiang, brimming with confidence, Yao Ming smiled. If Jiang can maintain such explosive performance, reaching the finals is not beyond the realm of possibility. It's over. I am proud of this Chinese team. Although we lost the match, their display of strength throughout the game exceeded my expectations entirely. After all, the Chinese team and the American team are not on the same level. In their previous encounters, the Chinese team averaged a loss by 48 points. Yet, in this match, the Chinese team constantly challenged the Americans. Since the formation of the Dream Team, few teams have managed to contest for a full 1.5 quarters. Yang spoke passionately, his voice choked with emotion, as feelings surged within him uncontrollably. Beyond the tenacity of the Chinese men's basketball team, the key was Jiang's explosive performance. Throughout the game, Jiang shot 17 out of 26 from the field and 12 out of 19 from three-point range, racking up an astonishing 46 points. This accounted for nearly half of the Chinese team's total score. His 12 three-pointers set a new Olympic record for men's basketball. Undoubtedly, Jiang outshone superstars like Wade, Kobe, and LeBron, becoming the most dazzling player on the court, even compelling the American team to employ double-teaming strategies to limit his effectiveness. I must say, Jiang truly possesses the demeanor of a great general. Old Master Jiang beamed with smiles, eagerly singing Jiang's praises. Indeed, the Chinese team's ability to contend with the American team until the end owes much to Jiang's contributions. Apart from Jiang, no other player on the Huaxia team managed to score over 20 points, even the great Yao Ming could only muster 13 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, as the American team stifled their offensive efforts. In contrast, the American team displayed a more balanced scoring distribution, with Kobe Bryant and Dwight Howard each contributing 13 points, while LeBron James secured 18 points, and the bench player Dwayne Wade led the team with 19 points. Yang Jian gazed at the statistical sheet, his tone infused with astonishment. Jiang Chen's scoring truly stands unparalleled. Meanwhile, the comment section of the live stream had erupted in fervor. 46 points. Jiang's three-pointers are astonishing. He consistently brings us surprises. Although the match ended in defeat, the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team could hold their heads high as they exited the Wuxang Arena. Win together, lose together. I am proud of the Huaxia men's basketball team. This number 12 player is indeed formidable. His heroic and explosive performance has captivated my love for basketball. Buddy, what are you doing here if you don't understand basketball? Does a lack of knowledge mean one cannot enjoy the game? This is a grand event for all of Huaxia, especially with international superstar Yao Ming in attendance. Of course, we must show our support. However, what surprised me the most was still Jiang Chen. To be frank, the men's basketball matches are infinitely more thrilling than the national football team's games. They leave me exhilarated, while watching the national football team only makes me drowsy. Inside the Wuxang Arena, as the audience began to exit, they congregated in small groups, animatedly discussing the recently concluded match. There were too many unforgettable moments that compelled them to share their viewing experiences with those nearby. Witnessing the Huaxia men's basketball team deliver a historically significant performance right in their own backyard would undoubtedly become an indelible memory for the fans. Now, they eagerly anticipated the upcoming games of the Huaxia men's basketball team. The American and Huaxia teams also left the court and returned to their locker rooms, subsequently participating in post-game interviews. In the interview room for the Huaxia team, hundreds of reporters snapped photographs feverishly as Yao Ming, Jiang Chen, and Jonas appeared. Yao, how do you assess the performance of the Huaxia team tonight? A reporter inquired hastily. I am very satisfied. I know we can play beautiful and resilient basketball. When I stepped off the court, one thought consumed my mind. We ultimately showcased the true essence of the Huaxia team. That alone is sufficient, Yao Ming replied solemnly, his eyes shimmering with determination. Yao, you only scored 13 points and grabbed 10 rebounds tonight. Was it due to your injury, or did the American team's defense disrupt your performance? Another reporter asked. This is my best state. I exerted all my effort and accomplished everything I could, he responded. Dio stated resolutely. What is your opinion on your teammate Jiang Chen's performance? A reporter inquired. He is outstanding. He has showcased his unique style and demonstrated formidable offensive prowess. Undoubtedly, he is the strongest player on our team, and he represents the future of Chinese men's basketball. As I penned this segment, I consulted numerous sources. The author understands that this narrative leans towards a gratifying genre, necessitating a brisk pace. However, I have chosen to temper the exhilaration slightly, striving to convey the genuine emotions expressed by the Chinese men's basketball team and its fans during this match. It is indeed a challenging task to articulate. Yet I have endeavored to convey the emotions and sentiments as best as I could. I am certain that many basketball enthusiasts, when reminiscing about the Chinese men's basketball team, will inevitably recall this particular match and the feelings they experienced while watching it. Each fan harbors their own unique memories of this game. This match serves as a microcosm of the Huaxia men's basketball team at that Olympic Games. Now that the most challenging contest has concluded, the protagonists are poised to soar in the upcoming matches, promising an exhilarating experience ahead. We hope for your unwavering support. Chapter 58, The High Praise for Jiang Chen and the Selection of Skills from the Optional Treasure Chest. The reporters were somewhat astonished. The future of the Huaxia men's basketball team? Yao Ming's commendation of Jiang Chen is indeed noteworthy. Has Jiang Chen already been regarded as a successor? Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Jiang Chen's performance in this match was truly remarkable, as he provided formidable scoring to help the Huaxia team contend with the American team until the very last moment. Anyone who witnessed this game was captivated by Jiang Chen's display, their blood racing with excitement. Jiang Chen, you scored an astonishing 46 points tonight, setting numerous records. How do you feel at this moment? A reporter inquired. Not great. No matter how impressive the statistics, we still lost the game, Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Do you still possess confidence in the Huaxia team's pursuit of an Olympic gold medal? Another journalist asked, laced with a touch of sarcasm. After all, in the pre-match interview, Jiang Chen had confidently asserted that the goal for this Olympic Games was gold. Of course, I have never doubted my confidence. Jiang Chen responded calmly. The reporters exchanged glances, shaking their heads. At this point, still engaging in bravado. How could he possibly be considered the successor to Yao Ming? Confidence is commendable, but one must first recognize reality. The disparity with the American team was glaringly evident in this group match. To seize the gold medal, the American team is an insurmountable obstacle. Does Jiang Chen believe that losing to the American team in this match guarantees victory in their next encounter? Moreover, whether the Huaxiao team will have another opportunity to face the American team remains uncertain. In the American team's interview room, Kobe, your teammate on the Lakers, Jiang Chen, scored 46 points tonight. What are your thoughts on his performance? A reporter asked. I am proud of him. His performance deserves all the accolades, Kobe replied, unable to suppress a smile. Do you believe the Huaxia team has the capability to contend for the gold medal? The journalist continued. That's hard to say. I believe every team participating in the Olympics aspires to win gold. What happens next will reveal itself in time. However, I must state that whether it is Jiang Chen or Gasol, when I face them, I will not hold back. I will exert 200% of my energy to confront them, Kobe asserted, his tone growing intense. Since he has chosen to represent his country at the Olympics, he is undoubtedly aiming for gold. Even when facing a teammate from the Lakers, there will be no mercy. LeBron, you were matched up against Jiang Chen throughout the game. Yet it appears you did not effectively contain him. What are your thoughts on this? A reporter queried. I must admit, Jiang Chen is an exceptionally talented player. I am astonished by the difficult shots he made during the game. When a player is in full bloom, it is incredibly challenging to contain them. On this night, it was evident that Jiang Chen had erupted, rendering our victory in the match increasingly arduous. LeBron pondered for a moment before altering his pre-game stance. Reflecting on Jiang Chen's illustrious moments during the game, a twinge of helplessness surged within him. What do you envision for Jiang Chen's professional prospects in the NBA? A reporter inquired. Undoubtedly, his future radiates brilliance. We are all aware of the events that transpired in the recently concluded NBA Finals. Jiang Chen aided the Lakers in achieving a remarkable comeback, an accomplishment that will indelibly etch his name in the annals of NBA history. Moreover, he has just secured a lucrative contract, with an annual salary that even surpasses mine, a fact that stirs a hint of envy within me, LeBron remarked, half-jokingly. The reporters erupted in laughter upon hearing his words. The post-match interview with the U.S. team concluded in this light-hearted atmosphere. Meanwhile, after their post-match interview, the Chinese team returned to the Olympic Village on a bus. Upon entering his room, Jiang Chen was greeted by the familiar voice of the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, the host has received 2,000 achievement points, 200 skill fusion fragments, and 1 selectable treasure chest. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, finally having awaited the system's response. Use the selectable treasure chest, he exclaimed, eager to discover the rewards within. Ding dong, treasure chest usage successful. The host may choose one from 3 experience cards contained within the chest, the system announced. Experience cards? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Realizing that permanent skill cards were not so easily obtained, he directed his consciousness into the chest, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Although they were experience cards, the 3 options were remarkably powerful. 1 experience card for Akashi Seijou's entire team zone, duration, 5 minutes. 1 experience card for ultra-wide area defense, duration, 5 minutes. And 1 experience card for Akashi Seijou's Emperor's Eye, duration, 10 minutes. Which experience card should he select? Jiang Chen found himself in a quandary. Feeling that each skill card held immense potential, he recalled the recent group match against the American team. The performance of the Huaxiao team in the second half could only be described as disappointing. Firstly, their physical confrontations faltered, resulting in many of their movements becoming distorted. Secondly, as the game progressed into the latter half of the third quarter, all players began to exhibit signs of fatigue, culminating in a complete depletion of energy by the fourth quarter. Initially, Jiang Chen contemplated selecting the experience card for Akashi Seijou's team-wide zone. However, the skill description for this particular card was quite explicit. The team-wide zone was not a true zone, but rather a means to elevate his teammates' abilities beyond 80, with most hovering around 90, still falling short of the authentic zone. Nevertheless, it was undeniably formidable. Yet, Jiang Chen harbored concerns regarding the inherent physical gifts of the Huaxia players, which were significantly inferior to those of the American team. Would utilizing Akashi Shigero's team-wide zone be sufficient to elevate their physical prowess to a level capable of competing with the Americans? Alternatively, if he opted for an ultra-wide area defense skill, Jiang could drastically expand his defensive range, establishing a colossal spherical defensive perimeter centered on himself, capable of single-handedly guarding against 5 opponents. This skill, when combined with Tomonori Tsukagawa's unparalleled wall technique, is undoubtedly capable of thwarting numerous offensive maneuvers from the American team. Admittedly, this skill is quite taxing on stamina. However, it should suffice for a duration of 5 minutes. Lastly, the experience card for Shijiro Shinomiya's Eye of the Emperor is without a doubt capable of maximizing Jiang Chen's individual prowess, rendering the opposing team's offense and defense utterly ineffective. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen resolved to act, and with a single thought, selected the experience card for Shijiro Shinomiya's Eye of the Emperor. The experience card for Shijiro Shinomiya's zone for all team members possesses an element of unpredictability. Its true power remains uncertain upon activation. The ultra-wide range defense experience card exhibits clear limitations, as it solely focuses on defense, failing to enhance offensive capabilities. In contrast, Shijiro Shinomiya's Eye of the Emperor provides substantial enhancements to both offense and defense, and when coupled with other skills, it possesses the potential to obliterate all opposition. Ding! Congratulations. Host, your selection has been successful. You have acquired one Shijiro Shinomiya's Eye of the Emperor experience card. Ding! The system has detected that the Huaxia team has lost to the American team, and a task is now issued. Jiang Chen's expression brightened with joy. He had not anticipated such a swift arrival of a new task. Lead the Huaxia team to advance to the quarterfinals with a second-place finish in the group. Reward, 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion fragments, and a skill fusion card for Ryo Sakurai's swift shooting technique. Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with elation. His mind fixated on a singular thought. In the upcoming group matches, there could be no losses. Chapter 59, Astonishing Viewership. The burden of a wealth of fans. The Huaxia team faced the American team, losing by merely 13 points. Could Jiang Chen truly become the savior of the Huaxia team? Scoring 46 points in a single game, the young Huaxia player Jiang Chen delivered a miraculous performance. His on-court prowess eclipsed that of superstars such as LeBron James and Kobe Bryant, showcasing his formidable strength. Yao Ming boldly declared that Jiang Chen represents the future of the Huaxia team, positioning him as a successor. The American team's accolades for Jiang Chen's unprecedented performance earned him widespread respect. The following day, an array of news reports regarding the Huaxia team versus the American team proliferated across the internet and newspapers, with even the evening news on CT1 dedicating a full minute to recounting this remarkable match during their Olympic coverage. It is evident that this match has stirred a tremendous sensation within the realm of Huaxia. Moreover, Jiang Chen's astonishing performance has ignited a euphoric celebration throughout the entire nation. Discussions surrounding this match and Jiang Chen's miraculous display have captivated everyone's attention, with nearly all major news outlets featuring headlines related to him. On the leading search engine, Baidu, Jiang Chen indisputably claims the top position on the trending list. Even athletes who have secured gold medals for Huaxia garner significantly less attention and discourse compared to Jiang Chen. It can be said that this match has propelled Jiang Chen's popularity to unprecedented heights within Huaxia. Previously, Yao Ming was the universally recognized basketball star in the country. Even those who were indifferent to basketball were aware of his prowess on the court. Now, Jiang Chen has similarly achieved widespread recognition, and his ascent to fame has been even more rapid and fierce than that of Yao Ming. While the entire internet buzzes with discussions about the Huaxia men's basketball team, the national media outlet, People's Daily, has released a significant news report. According to data from CSM Media Research, www.use.org, it accounts for 15% of the national television audience. Such viewership is indeed the highest in the illustrious history of the Chinese men's basketball team. And it is not an exaggeration to say that the streets are deserted in anticipation. Amidst this fervor, tickets for the games have soared in price. Scalp tickets on the market have multiplied several times over, yet they remain exceedingly hard to come by. Although basketball is not traditionally China's strongest sport, it has now become the focal point of attention. All those who follow the Olympics in China are eager to discover the performance of their national team on home soil. Basketball has undoubtedly emerged as the most awaited sporting event for the Chinese populace. After all, while there is hope for the national football team, the reality often proves disheartening. Conversely, the outcomes of table tennis competitions are rather predictable, leaving spectators merely curious about which two domestic athletes will claim the gold and silver medals. In a basketball training facility in Kyoto, the Spanish team is engaged in their practice sessions. As the champions of the 2006 World Championship, Spain is regarded as one of the most formidable contenders for the gold medal in this Olympic edition, being the only team considered capable of challenging the Dream Team. Gasol, your Chinese teammate has also shone brightly at the Olympics, he exclaimed, having made an astonishing 12 three-pointers in a single game, an impressive feat indeed. During a break in training, Navarro perused his phone, visibly astonished. Renowned as the most accurate three-point shooter on the Spanish team, Navarro is colloquially known as the Bomb, dominating the European leagues. Even among a plethora of NBA talent within the Spanish roster, his prowess remains notably prominent. Jiang is truly an extraordinary player. His performance in the NBA Finals was nothing short of miraculous. You wouldn't believe it, when our team was trailing by 33 points. Both Kobe and I had resigned ourselves to defeat, yet Jiang single-handedly turned the game around with his unanswerable three-pointers. Reflecting on that moment now, it feels surreal. As if Jiang was sent by the heavens to save the Lakers. Gasol's gaze grew distant as he reminisced, sharing his emotions with his teammates. Everyone listened intently. Envisioning that electrifying scene, their spirits ignited. We are set to face the Chinese team tomorrow. Do you have any advice for defending against Jiang? Navarro inquired, raising an eyebrow in mild exasperation, as his position as a small forward meant he would be directly matched up against Jiang. Well, when you see Jiang make those incomprehensibly difficult three-point shots, don't be disheartened. Just focus on your defense for the next play. Gasol reassured him. Trust me. The coach will devise a strategy for containing Jiang. Gasol shrugged. Although he had been teammates with Jiang for a season, during the regular season, Jiang had often remained inconspicuous, barely leaving a trace. It was only after Jiang's explosive performance in the finals that Gasol had the opportunity to spend a few fleeting days with him. Therefore, he was at a loss regarding how to defend against Jiang, his playing style, and his habits. He could only offer advice to his teammates. All eyes turned to the coach of the Spanish team. The head coach maintained a facade of calm while internally grappling with anxiety. Previously, the team had never regarded the Huaxia team as rivals. Their only perceived adversary was the American team. Consequently, they had conducted no research on Huaxia. With a match against Huaxia imminent, they had only just reviewed the footage of yesterday's game between Huaxia and the United States, leaving them unprepared to devise a strategy for defending against Jiang. Rest assured, by the time of tomorrow's game, I will have formulated tactics to counter this Huaxia player's three-point shooting, the coach of the Spanish team declared confidently. The players nodded in agreement and returned to their training. On August 12th, in Kyoto time, the basketball group stage of the Olympics continued. The death group was set to witness a clash between the Huaxia team and the Spanish team. 2 hours before the match commenced, the Wuxong Arena was once again filled to capacity, with throngs of fans spilling into the square. The fervent enthusiasm of Huaxia fans engulfed the entire Wuxong Arena. As the Huaxia men's basketball team's bus approached the venue, the waiting fans rushed forward, brandishing national flags and fervently chanting Jiang's name. Jiang, your popularity is astonishing. It seems that all the fans outside are your admirers. Jianlian remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. As a fellow emerging player of the Huaxia men's basketball team who had also entered the NBA in the same year, their paths had diverged significantly. He had been traded from the Bucks to the Nets at the season's end, with uncertainty looming over the next season. Meanwhile, Jiang had signed a max contract with the Lakers during the summer and had now become a core player for the Huaxia men's basketball team, paving a seemingly smooth road ahead. It used to be me who enjoyed such treatment. I never expected you to usurp my position after just one game. Yao Ming teased with a smile. In truth, having so many fans is quite a burden. I can't step outside without being recognized. In just 2 days, I've been approached by numerous fans seeking autographs. What's worse is that athletes from other disciplines in the Olympic Village are also coming to me for signatures. My hand has nearly cramped from writing, Jiang lamented with a touch of sadness. The players of the Huaxia team turned to glance at Jiang, who was seated at the back of the bus, wearing a bewildered expression. This. Is it true? Chapter 60. The Eternal Pain in the Hearts of Fans. The Spanish team's roster. As everyone listened to Jiang's words, their expressions turned peculiar. Why does it feel like this young man speaks in such an irritating manner? Is he troubled by having too many fans? This must also be a bittersweet form of happiness. Others would long for such troubles. Observing the expressions of those around him, Jiang couldn't help but break into a smile. In this era, the term Versailles has yet to become a popular internet expression. Yet this does not deter him from engaging in a bit of Versailles-style banter. Perhaps it's merely a light-hearted jest before the competition. However, it must be noted that his rapid rise to fame has indeed brought forth a plethora of challenges. He has yet to acclimate to the lifestyle that accompanies such notoriety. As the bus rolled into the parking lot, the players disembarked in succession, making their way through the corridor to the locker room. Yao Ming, Jiang, and head coach Jonas proceeded to face the reporters for a pre-match interview. Yao, facing formidable teams from around the globe, will this impact your mindset? A reporter inquired. Certainly not. We shall confront each opponent with unwavering confidence. Moreover, once we were placed in the group of death, we prepared ourselves for a hard-fought battle, Yao Ming confidently replied. What is your perspective on the Spanish team? Do you believe you can lead your team to victory against Spain? Another reporter asked, prompting the others present to take notice. The question posed seems rather unreasonable. It is essential to recognize that the Spanish team is the champion of the 2006 World Cup, possessing formidable strength. Meanwhile, how can the Huaxia team, having lost to the American team by 13 points, claim to challenge Spain? However, the subsequent response from Yao Ming left everyone astonished. Certainly, the Spanish team is indeed an exceptionally strong squad, yet we remain confident about this match, Yao Ming stated earnestly, casting a glance at Jiang. Jiang responded with a thumbs up towards Yao Ming. Such courage is commendable. Regardless of the opponent, in a narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. He vividly recalls that during the last Olympic Games, the Huaxia team engaged in an intense battle against the Spanish team, having once led by more than 10 points. Yet, due to fatigue in the fourth quarter and a series of incorrect decisions from the head coach, the Huaxia team faltered, allowing Spain to catch up and force overtime. Ultimately, Spain's star player, Pau Gasol, dominated the extra period, securing victory in the match. This match can be regarded as an everlasting sorrow in the hearts of the fans of Huaxia. Undoubtedly, the one who suffered the most was Jizhou. At that moment, he made a 2-point shot while stepping on the line, which ultimately granted the Spanish team the opportunity to equalize the score. Years later, when the 2008 Huaxia men's basketball team reunited, a journalist inquired about Jizhou, and his response was heart-wrenching. If only I could have taken a step back and made a 3-point shot. Would the outcome have been different? There are no answers. This issue remains an enduring regret in the heart of Jizhou, as well as an unresolved sentiment for millions of fans across China, no matter how much time passes. Recalling this match continues to evoke an unquenchable sense of longing. In this lifetime, Jiang is determined to rectify past regrets and assist his team in securing victory. Jiang, you delivered an astonishing performance against the American team, sinking 12 three-pointers. Will you be able to replicate such a formidable display in this match? A reporter inquired. Undoubtedly, for me, this is an effortless task. However, my pursuit is not for statistics, but for the triumph of the game, Jiang replied coolly, exuding an air of dominance that left the reporters gasping. They finally understood why the usually humble Yao had suddenly adopted such an audacious demeanor. It was Jiang's influence. In the Spain team's interview area, a reporter asked Gasol, "What are your thoughts on facing your teammate, Jiang?" He jokingly responded, "I hope he can refrain from making another long-range logo three-pointer." But his expression turned serious as he continued, "Jiang is a formidable adversary. His three-point shooting poses a significant threat. I believe no team would dare to allow him the freedom to shoot from beyond the arc." Another reporter, curious, asked, "Do you have a strategy in place to defend against Jiang?" Gasol firmly stated, "This is imperative. Jiang deserves our utmost attention. I trust the coach will devise a method to contain him." Instantly, the reporters turned their gaze toward the Spanish coach. With a professional smile, the coach remarked, "I will adjust our tactics based on the game's circumstances. Regardless, we will strive to contain Jiang and prevent him from delivering a performance as explosive as his against the American team." Hearing this, the reporters began to feel a sense of anticipation. Jiang possesses an extraordinary three-point shooting range, and thus far, no team has managed to address his long-range capabilities. The Celtics failed, the Australian team could not in the warm-up matches, and even the star-studded Dream Team fell short. Could the Spanish team succeed where others have failed? Observing the coach's confident demeanor, there seemed to be hope. After the pre-match interviews concluded, both teams returned to their locker rooms. Once they donned their jerseys and training attire, they walked through the player tunnel, emerging onto the spotlight-lit court. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The players of the Huaxia team engage in warm-up exercises. Their spirits notably high. The sensation of playing at home is truly delightful. The warm-up session concluded swiftly, and the starting players took to the court. The Huaxia men's basketball starting lineup consisted of Yao, Yi Jianlian, Jiang Chun, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei, while the Spanish team's starting five featured Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Navarro, Fernandez, and Rubio. In this lineup, aside from Navarro, all the other players possess the caliber to compete in the NBA. Pau Gasol requires little introduction. He entered the NBA quite early and has since evolved into an all-star caliber player, recently celebrating an NBA championship with the Lakers. Firmly at the pinnacle of his career and undoubtedly the team's cornerstone. Marc Gasol, a second-round pick from the 2007 draft, was selected by the Lakers before being traded to the Grizzlies, where he has proven to be remarkably formidable. Fernandez, meanwhile, was a first-round pick in the same year. Rubio is often hailed as the Golden Boy, being the youngest player in Olympic basketball at merely 17 years of age. Despite his youth, he has already emerged as one of Europe's most celebrated basketball figures, lauded as a prodigy. Some media outlets suggest that referring to Rubio as a genius is almost an understatement, akin to describing Marilyn Monroe merely as beautiful or Elvis Presley as merely charming. Yet, until more striking and sophisticated terminology is discovered, the term genius will have to suffice. Although he has not yet entered the NBA, countless scouts have traversed the Atlantic to witness Rubio's games in Spain, predicting that his arrival in the NBA will incite a tremendous upheaval. At just 17, he has garnered immense anticipation from basketball enthusiasts worldwide. It can be said that young Rubio has already become a winner in life, with every move he makes under the watchful gaze of the global audience. Individuals inherently graced with a halo are destined to attract attention. Prior to the match, numerous media outlets drew comparisons between Jiang and Rubio. Although their basketball journeys exhibit significant disparities and they occupy different positions on the court, both are remarkably youthful prodigies in this Olympic event. The anticipation surrounding who would deliver a more dazzling and commanding performance became a focal point of the game. With a sharp whistle, the referee launched the basketball high into the air. Yao Ming and Pau Gasol leapt simultaneously, reaching for the spiraling ball above. Chapter 61. A flurry of three-pointers to bewilder the Spanish team. A crisp sound echoed as the basketball was first tapped by Yao Ming. As Lu Wei received the ball, he lofted it high into the air. The players of the Spanish team exchanged apprehensive glances. Where's the basketball destined to soar? As the ball flew through the air, the spectators were astonished to discover that Jiang Chun had, at some point, positioned himself beyond the left side 45-degree three-point line, with no defender in sight. Navarro, standing near the midcourt, was oblivious to Jiang Chen's swift maneuver. Upon receiving the basketball, he bent his knees, leaped, raised his elbow, and released a shot. A magnificent three-pointer shot forth. Swish. Within a mere 5 seconds of the game's commencement, the Huaxia team executed an astonishing offensive play, leaving the audience in awe. The exquisite pass drew Jiang Chun to signal an okay gesture towards Lu Wei, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The ambush plan had succeeded. Lu Wei, equally exhilarated, vigorously waved his arms in celebration. Just before the jump ball, Jiang Chun had dashed over to Lu Wei, instructing him to pass the ball towards the left side 45-degree angle upon gaining possession. To their surprise, the plan truly unfolded flawlessly. At the moment of Yao's jump, Jiang Chun was already sprinting towards the front court. This is indeed a gamble on whether Yao can secure this jump ball. Should Spain gain possession, Jiang Chun would need to retreat, which could lead to a lapse in defense. The pace of this offensive play is truly exhilarating. Is this a new strategy from the Huaxia team? The on-site commentator, Yu Jia, exclaimed with enthusiasm. This play truly showcases Jiang Chen's strengths. Everyone's focus is on the jump ball between Yao and Gasol, and no one notices that Jiang Chen has already sprinted past to the front court as the two jump. Yang remarked, his tone brimming with astonishment. It seems the Huaxia team is even more spirited today compared to their last match against the American team. Yu Jia chuckled. Indeed, the young men of the men's basketball team are full of vigor. Today, they are solely focused on securing a victory, regardless of the outcome. They must not lose their momentum. Although they were defeated by the American team in the previous match, it significantly bolstered the players' confidence. And one can distinctly observe a transformation in their demeanor on the court. Yang noted, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today might present the Huaxia men's basketball team's most promising opportunity to triumph over Spain. Yu Jia also gazed brightly at the court, pondering, can they win? On the court, Spain is on the offensive. Rubio advances the ball past half-court. Pau Gasol positions himself high to set a screen. As a future all-around center, Pau Gasol's passing talent is exceptional. Navarro seizes an opportunity to break free, receiving the ball and executing a jump shot from three-point range. Swish. 3-3. The Huaxia team takes possession. Lu Wei dribbles past half-court, signaling to his teammates. They begin to reposition. Yao and Yi Jianlian converge toward the left side, while Jiang slips between them. Navarro remains blocked behind the duo. The elevator door tactic. Jiang timely receives a pass from Lu Wei and launches another three-pointer. Swish. He scores once more. It is evident that the Huaxia team's approach has transformed today. In the last match, their offense revolved around Yao. Every attack had to filter through his hands. However, today, the team is clearly centered around Jiang Chen's offense, even employing the elevator door tactic. Yang Yi expressed his excitement. Furthermore, I sense that Jiang Chen's desire to score is particularly intense today. He has already netted 2 3-pointers right at the start. Unlike the previous game where he had little engagement in the initial minutes, Yuja promptly remarked as the Spanish team launched their offensive. Navarro seized another opportunity to shoot. Yet regrettably, this attempt did not find its mark. Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Lu Wei, initiating a fast break. Jiang Chen instantly sprinted towards the front court, receiving the pass, and upon noticing that Navarro lingered behind him, he executed a sudden stop near the mid-court line. With no defender in sight, he gracefully elevated to release a three-pointer from beyond the logo. The basketball traced a long, lofty arc through the air. Swish. In an instant, the crowd erupted. The 20,000 spectators were electrified by Jiang Chen's extraordinary long-range shot, their adrenaline surging as if a torrent of fervor was about to burst forth from their chests. Goodness, Jiang Chen has started off with an astonishing performance, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers that sent shivers down my spine. Remarkable. This three-pointer was truly invincible. If Jiang Chen can sustain this fiery shooting touch, there might be a genuine chance of triumphing over the Spanish team. This ticket was worth every penny. Is the match really this exhilarating right from the start? The audience buzzed with excitement, vociferously chanting Jiang Chen's name, their voices seemingly on the verge of tearing their throats. The players of the Spanish team appeared momentarily stunned, even somewhat at a loss. The prodigious talent from Huaxia is in such fervent form. How should one defend against him? It appears that the coach has not articulated a definitive defensive strategy. Meanwhile, the Spanish coach on the sidelines wears a grim expression, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Why did that damn number 12 player erupt right from the outset? This left the Spanish team in a rather passive position right from the outset. Navarro and Fernandez, as soon as that number 12 player crossed the half-court line, moved forward to double team, allowing us to concede a shot from a Huaxia defender. The Spanish coach exclaimed loudly in Spanish. After pondering all night, he could not devise a targeted strategy to defend against Jiang Chen, as this Huaxia player possessed a terrifying three-point shooting range and accuracy. With the capability to shoot from any spot beyond the arc, the challenge of defense was undoubtedly heightened. Even with someone closely marking him, Jiang Chen could still elude his opponent with his movement. The only viable strategy left was to double team. Among the Huaxia players, Jiang Chen was the most precise from beyond the arc, followed by the 8th player, Zhu Fengyu, currently seated on the bench. The shooting ability of the remaining players could be entirely disregarded. Now, the Spanish team launched their offense. Rubio orchestrated the attack, passing the ball to Gasol. Gasol faced off against Yao Ming, executing a series of fakes before turning and using a hook shot that found its mark. The Huaxia team continued to play at a fast pace, only slowing down to engage in a half-court battle when they found no opportunities. Jiang Chen received the basketball, and Navarro and Fernandez swiftly closed in to double-team him. He released the ball just in time, passing it to Sunyu. Subsequently, utilizing the double screen set by Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, he maneuvered to the corner three-point line to receive a pass. Navarro and Fernandez both navigated around the screens, charging towards Jiang Chen. However, unperturbed, Jiang Chen opted not to pass to the completely open Sunyu at the top of the arc. Instead, he rose to shoot over the defenders. Swish. The ball swished through the net once more. That marked 4 consecutive three-pointers to start the game. Not only did the spectators erupt with excitement, but even the players from Huaxia could not contain their exuberant roars. This is utterly astonishing. Jiang Chen raised his hands high, his eyes glinting with an intense desire to conquer, a slight smile gracing his lips. Does a double team think it can restrain me? Chapter 62. the intentions of the Spanish team. The dream of Jizhou returns to its pinnacle. Explosive. Explosive. Jiang Chen's performance at the start of the match was nothing short of phenomenal. Within less than 3 minutes after the game commenced, he had already sunk 4 3-pointers. Defying all expectations. Yang Yi's face flushed with excitement as he shouted loudly. This completely caught the Spanish team off guard. Even though they employed a double-team strategy, it was evident that the Huaxia team had come prepared, providing Jiang Chen with tactical cover that allowed him to effortlessly find opportunities to shoot from beyond the arc. Yujia remarked. Although it was unclear how Jonas had come to this realization, it must be said that his tactical arrangements in this match were remarkably astute. Who would have thought that while Old Yu was mediocre in personnel rotation, his tactical acumen showcased the prowess of an international coach? Yang Yi noted, finally finding Jonas agreeable for once. Guys, stay composed. Jiang Chen's three-point shooting touch cannot remain this scorching indefinitely. We only need to maintain our offensive rhythm, Navarro shouted. Reassuring his teammates, Jiang Chen indeed had the potential to keep this remarkable shooting streak throughout the match. Gasol mused silently. Even though his teammates were sufficiently aware of Jiang Chen's capabilities, it was still far from enough. He had personally experienced what it was like to be dominated by Jiang Chen in a game. In the last 2 matches of the NBA Finals, he had witnessed firsthand how the Celtics were annihilated by Jiang Chen's three-pointers. The Celtics were left utterly powerless on the court, as if validating Navarro's words. Jiang Chen subsequently missed his next 2 shots in succession. This provided a moment of respite for the Spanish team, yet they failed to seize the opportunity, similarly struggling to find their rhythm. Subsequently, Jiang Chen erupted once more, with Qingfeng Dehui executing shots with reckless abandon from within the three-point line. Although he may lack the ability to create his own scoring opportunities, as long as he navigates through screens to receive the ball beyond the arc, he can effortlessly take shots with poise and confidence. Beyond the three-point line, the high-arching three-pointer from Rukaman Zintaro left the opponents utterly defenseless. As the Spanish defense concentrated its efforts on Jiang Chen, he transformed into a decoy, drawing defenders away to enable his teammates to attack. Sun Yu and Yi Jianlian both surged forth, capitalizing on opportunities to score from mid-range with ease, hitting their shots consecutively. The first quarter concluded with a score of 21-34, with Huaxia leading Spain by 13 points. Jiang Chen had a spectacular first quarter, playing the full 10 minutes. Shooting 8 out of 12 from the field, including 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing a total of 21 points. Thereby setting a new Olympic record for points in a single quarter. Amidst Jiang Chen's explosive performance, the fans in attendance were utterly enthralled. In the online streaming chat room, the comments section erupted with excitement. Jiang's three-point shooting was simply phenomenal, and his unconventional shooting style was nothing short of breathtaking. Is it still appropriate to refer to him as Jiang Sanfan? Such a title seems inadequate. Jiang Chen's performance was nothing less than that of a superstar. Jiang Woody? Jiang Shenshot? Jiang Sanjing? What do those terms even mean? Isn't it Mitsui's show from Slam Dunk who is known for his accurate three-point shooting? Within the Wuxang Arena, the American team sat in the stands, their faces adorned with expressions of shock. This new Huaxia rookie is outperforming his previous game by leaps and bounds. Anthony couldn't help but exclaim. For some reason, he always felt that the Spanish team did not appear particularly formidable. What a perplexing illusion this is. The Spanish team, undeniably the champions of the World Championship, finds themselves utterly outmatched in the first quarter by the Huaxia team. More precisely, it is Jiang Chen who has rendered them powerless. Reflecting on the astonishing long-range three-pointers he made in the previous match, I cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. What sort of basketball talent is it that enables one to achieve such an impressive shooting percentage from beyond the arc? It is truly unbelievable, LeBron exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief. Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement. With Jiang Chen performing at such a level, the Lakers' championship title for the new season seems assured. As the second quarter commenced, both teams fielded a mixed lineup of starters and substitutes. For the Huaxia team, Yao Ming and Jiang Chen were resting on the sidelines, while Yi Jianlian and Jizhou took on the mantle of offensive leaders. Gentlemen, while number 12 is off the court, let us seize this opportunity to close the gap in the score, the Spanish coach confidently urged his players. No matter how invincible Jiang Chen may appear, he cannot possibly play the entire 40 minutes. In terms of roster depth, the Huaxia team simply cannot compare to the Spanish team. If they can capitalize on Jiang Chen's absence, the Spanish team should easily dominate the game. However, the unfolding events defied his expectations. Suddenly, Jizhou of the Huaxia team erupted in a display of skill, scoring effortlessly both inside and outside the arc, leaving the entire audience in awe. Even the Spanish players were taken aback. When did the Huaxia team possess such a formidable player? Remarkably, he is merely a substitute. On the bench, Jiang was completely exhilarated, standing and waving a towel to cheer for Jizhou. As Jizhou grew increasingly adept, he unleashed his arsenal of offensive skills, his vigor seemingly capable of shattering the Spanish team. After executing a remarkable 2-1, Jizhou reveled in the cheers of the entire crowd, pointing skyward with one hand. His blood coursing with fervor, a roar escaping him that encapsulated years of experience. From the renowned young prodigy of Asia to losing himself in the NBA across the ocean, and then returning to lead the Bai team to reclaim the CBA championship, and now donning the national team jersey for the Olympics. Jizhou has been on a journey of self-redemption. Today, he delivered the finest performance of his national team career. In less than 4 minutes, he scored 10 consecutive points, thwarting Spain's momentum and ensuring that the Chinese team maintained its lead. The Spanish coach, feeling the pressure, prepared to make substitutions, only to be astonished to find that the omnipotent offensive player was being taken off the court. Despite such an outstanding performance, just 4 minutes later, Jonas decided to substitute Jizhou. The audience was bewildered by Jonas's decision, erupting in discontented boos. Jiang sighed in resignation, knowing this would be the outcome. Regardless of Jizhou's exceptional play, he would ultimately fail to earn Jonas's trust. Jonas, a defense-oriented coach, found Jizhou's defensive weaknesses unpalatable. And no matter how prodigious his offensive talents, they did not endear him to Jonas. This circumstance inevitably constrained Jizhou, preventing him from showcasing his true prowess during the current Olympics. As he descended from the court, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He took a seat on the bench, a towel draped over his head, gazing at the scoreboard on the large screen, a look of contentment gracing his features. He had not brought shame upon his country and had indeed contributed to the team's performance, ensuring that the Huaxia team maintained a commendable lead of 15 points. The rest, he entrusted to his teammates. His gaze shifted towards Jiang, his eyes ablaze with fervor, more vibrant than the Huaxia team's jerseys. Chapter 63, Rubio's Provocation. A direct onslaught, brother. The next phase is in your hands. You cannot let my efforts go in vain, Jizhou expressed, his emotions somewhat heightened as he watched Jiang pass by. In Jiang, Jizhou saw a reflection of his younger self, though not as remarkable in performance. He too had once harbored lofty ambitions and was regarded as a beacon of hope for the Huaxia men's basketball team. Yet, he ultimately fell short of the expectations placed upon him by the nation and its fans. Jiang turned back, a broad smile illuminating his face. Rest assured, we shall certainly win this match. I will compensate for your 2 centimeters of regret. Jizhou did not fully grasp Jiang's final remark, but it mattered little. The assurance in the preceding statement was enough to put him at ease. Yunus not only substituted Jiang, but also brought in Yao Ming. In his view, having both core players on the court simultaneously would pose a greater threat to the Spanish team. The Spanish coach responded by introducing the Gasol brothers, maintaining their dominance in the paint. As the Huaxia team initiated their offensive, Lu Wei orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, intending to pass to Yao Ming. However, Rubio adeptly anticipated his intentions and intercepted the pass with ease, quickly igniting a fast break. Despite Lu Wei's fervent efforts to return on defense, he could not catch up to Rubio, who scored effortlessly on a 1-on-0 layup. In successive plays, the Spanish team showcased formidable defense, successfully thwarting multiple attempts by the Huaxia team to score. Rubio, in particular, stood out, consistently forcing Lu Wei into errors. The players from the American team, watching from the stands, displayed expressions of astonishment, taking note of this Spanish starting point guard. Rubio truly is a prodigious talent, his defensive prowess making it exceedingly difficult for Huaxia's guards to advance the ball past half-court. Perhaps this would be the turning point of the match, Kobe remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. Indeed, if the Huaxia team had an exceptional point guard, Yao Ming and Jiang's performances on the court would reach new heights, James commented, feeling a pang of regret. Alas, the Huaxia team has committed too many errors lately. It feels as if sitting on the bench for a few minutes has rendered them incapable of playing. Yu Jia spoke urgently. The Huaxia team is in dire need of offensive players. Jonas should substitute in Jizhou. Jizhou possesses the ability to shoot 3-pointers, which would create space, allowing you to operate more effectively in the paint, thereby relieving some of the defensive pressure on Jiang. Yang Yi articulated his thoughts and strategies, yet regrettably, As a commentator, he held no sway over the coach's decisions. Ji's previous offensive performance was indeed exceptional. It was a pity to see him benched. Jia echoed his sentiments, feeling both anxious and perplexed by Jonas's choices. Come on, everyone, let South rally and close the gap. Rubio dribbled while glancing at the score. Only an 8-point deficit remained. Indeed, when the Spanish team intensified their gameplay, the Huaxia team appeared remarkably vulnerable. Were it not for that explosive performance from player number 12 in the first quarter, Huaxia might not have had any chance to lead. Rubio's demeanor turned steely as he signaled for a pick-and-roll with Navarro. He intended to take Jiang Chen one-on-one. The crowd erupted in excitement, chanting encouragement for Jiang Chen. This young man was audacious to challenge Jiang Chen. One must admit that this Spanish point guard seemed overly confident. Jiang Chen's defensive capabilities were formidable. I know this guard. Rubio, a European basketball prodigy, yet compared to Jiang Chen, he seemed somewhat lacking. Let us see who prevails in this duel. Jiang Chen must uphold the pride of Huaxia. He cannot falter at such a crucial moment. The fans buzzed with fervor, their emotions running high. On the court, we shall determine who the true basketball genius is. Once I enter the NBA, my career achievements will surely surpass yours, Rubio declared, his eyes glinting with intensity. Jiang Chen remained silent, merely displaying a disdainful smile. He knew well that this Spanish golden boy, upon entering the NBA, became just an ordinary starter, never even making an all-star appearance throughout his career. Even renowned basketball prodigies can fade into obscurity in the NBA. Thus, he chose to ignore Rubio's taunts. Rubio continued to dribble, seeking to break through Jiang Chen's defense. Jiang Chen activated his strongest defensive skill, combined with the enhanced nerve reaction from Ao Yanji's physical attributes, and swiftly executed a steal. With remarkable speed, Jiang Chen transformed into a phantom, cleanly snatching the basketball. He immediately initiated a fast break. Laming dribbled with full force. Upon crossing half-court, he abruptly halted beyond the three-point line, executing a jump shot in a 1-on-0 situation. Swish! The arena erupted with cheers reminiscent of a roaring sea. Splendid. That steal was truly magnificent. The three-pointer was executed beautifully. I was confident that Jiang Chen would not disappoint the fans of Huaxia. This counterattack was indeed a source of great pride. Rubio must be feeling somewhat bewildered, wondering how this one-on-one encounter ended before it even began. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. Rubio was indeed frozen in place, utterly unprepared for the loss of the basketball he held in his hands. This is not the outcome he desired. Calm down, my friend. Jiang Chen's defense is formidable, and it is prudent to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Gasol admonished with a serious tone. He vividly recalled the disheartening moments when Ray Allen and Pierce struggled against Jiang Chen's defense, a sight utterly pitiful. Rubio regained his composure. Nodding slightly, a flicker of frustration evident in his eyes. He sprinted back to the rear court, receiving the out-of-bounds pass, and after dribbling past half-court, he passed the ball to Gasol. Gasol, under the pressure of Yao Ming, attempted a forceful shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming executed a flawless defensive play and secured the rebound. The Huaxia team launched a fast break. Jiang Chen, after dribbling past half-court, unleashed a stunning long-range three-pointer. Swish! It went through the net effortlessly. With 6 consecutive points, he extended the lead to 14. Spain commenced their offensive. Rubio brought the ball past half-court, only to be met by Jiang Chen's aggressive defense. He maneuvered with the ball, but upon realizing there were no passing opportunities, he was forced to leap for a shot. Clang! The basketball bounced off the rim. Yao Ming snatched the rebound and tossed it forward. Jiang Chen was already sprinting at full speed. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a mid-range shot with ease. The Huaxia team now led by 16 points. Beep! The Spanish coach's face darkened as he called for a timeout. In the stands, Kobe shook his head in resignation. The Spanish team was truly reliant on Rubio, for better or worse. He had helped establish a stable rhythm for the team. But his provocations against Jiang Chen had led to his undoing. Consequently, the Huaxia team capitalized on this moment, igniting a surge of offensive momentum. Despite being a basketball prodigy, he still paled in comparison to Jiang Chen. Chapter 64, Victory Within Reach? The Spanish Counterattack. Kobe astutely pinpointed the reason behind Spain's suppression. It was likely that upon resuming the game, Rubio would find himself benched by the Spanish coach. Wade, with a resigned expression, echoed this sentiment, shaking his head. The dynamics of the game could shift in an instant. A minor error could determine the fate of the entire match. Moreover, Rubio had committed several mistakes on the court consecutively. He was still too young. Lacking the experience of high-stakes games, perhaps his emotions clouded his judgment of the game's dynamics. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spanish coach indeed substituted Rubio, bringing in the formidable Calder. Although a reserve, Calder was an established NBA player, enjoying consistent playing time and performance. His court management skills surpassed those of the current Rubio, though he lacked Rubio's defensive prowess. This also elucidates the reason for his relegation to the bench. Now, as Rubio's performance falters, the Spanish coach is compelled to increase Calder's playing time. The match proceeds. The Spanish team initiates the offense. Calder orchestrates the play, delivering the ball to Pau Gasol, who then executes a seamless collaboration with Marc Gasol in the paint, completing a low behind-the-back pass to Marc, who finishes with a delicate scoop shot under the basket. Frustrated by the consecutive scores from Gasol in the paint, Yao Ming trudges to the front court, eagerly requesting the ball to mount a response. Lu Wei promptly passes the basketball to him. Yao, backing down Gasol, employs a series of deceptive spins before executing a lateral turnaround jump shot. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soars through the air. Swish. The turnaround jump shot in the paint is the signature move of the great Yao Ming. When unencumbered by double teams, Yao's presence in the restricted area is unequivocally formidable. Even in the NBA, no player dares to allow Yao to engage in one-on-one matchups frequently. For several consecutive possessions, Yao wreaked havoc beneath the basket, ultimately compelling the Spanish team to resort to double teaming once again. Consequently, this allowed the perimeter defense to loosen. Lu Wei and Jiang both struck from beyond the arc, igniting another wave of offensive fervor. As the half concluded, the score stood at 48-69, with the Huaxia team extending their lead to an astonishing 21 points. Heavens! It is unbelievable that we could hold a 21-point lead against the reigning world champions. Far exceeding all pre-match expectations, exclaimed Yang Yi in exhilaration. Indeed, I thought the Huaxia team might have a chance to contest with the Spanish team, leveraging the home court advantage to perhaps achieve a balanced contest, but I never anticipated a lead of 21 points. I can only say that this edition of the Huaxia men's basketball team has truly not disappointed us. Yu Jia added, his eyes gleaming with joy. The Spanish team will undoubtedly not remain passive. In the second half, the Huaxia team must focus on maintaining this lead. We must not allow a comeback. Yang Yi expressed with a note of concern. From the latter part of the third quarter into the entirety of the fourth, the issue of the Huaxia team's fatigue has become a well-worn topic of discussion. This predicament is indeed unavoidable. In such an intensely contested match, particularly against physically robust opponents, the depletion of stamina occurs at a far greater rate than in ordinary competitions. Consequently, the Huaxia team often excels in the first half, only to falter dramatically in the latter stages. Yu Jia nodded, recognizing this as a concern weighing heavily on his mind. Following an interminable halftime intermission, the second half commenced. The head coach of the Spanish team reinstated Rubio into the starting lineup, firmly believing that bolstering their defense was imperative to overturning the Huaxia team. With Rubio tasked to restrict Lu Wei, the Huaxia offense would undoubtedly struggle, akin to an impeded flow. The Huaxia team initiated the offense. As Lu Wei dribbled across the halfway line, Rubio aggressively advanced, leaving no opportunity for tactical maneuvers. Reluctantly, Lu Wei passed the ball to Yao Ming, the team's linchpin, to address the offensive dilemma. Yao, with his back to the basket, sensed the impending double team and swiftly released the ball. Yi Jianlian received it, launching a long-range jump shot with precision. With the onset of the second half, the Huaxia team began to exhibit commendable offensive prowess, scoring consecutively over several possessions. As time steadily ticked away, the anxiety of the audience gradually subsided. If this pace continued, victory for the Huaxia team seemed assured. At long last, a victory in the group stage was within reach. Halfway through the third quarter, the Huaxia team maintained a commanding lead of 20 points, rendering the outcome seemingly inevitable. Some fans in attendance had already begun to celebrate. Even Yang Yi and Yu Jia relaxed, eagerly anticipating the moment of triumph. Could it be that the Spanish team was on the brink of defeat? James remarked in astonishment. He had personally experienced the formidable strength of the Spanish team during the 2006 World Championship. Moreover, this Olympic Games had seen the American team regard the Spanish squad as their most significant obstacle to victory. Yet now, the Huaxia team had rendered the Spanish team incapable of lifting their heads. This is somewhat unbelievable. Perhaps the Huaxia team is no longer the team that can be easily dominated as before. In the previous group match, They only managed to secure a victory over Huaxia by a mere 13 points, which left me in a cold sweat. To my astonishment, today the Huaxia team performed even more brilliantly. This is simply astonishing. Wade remarked, equally incredulous. The addition of Jiang has brought a qualitative leap to the Huaxia team. His offensive prowess has entirely alleviated the team's reliance on Yao Ming. Observing Jiang and Yao Ming dominating both the interior and exterior, I was reminiscent of the days when I partnered with Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe spoke in a low tone, his emotions a complex mix of surprise and caution. The other players from the American team displayed expressions of shock. The Huaxia team's okay combination? It is indeed intriguing. However, I am confident that the Spanish team will not relinquish this match so easily. They are the reigning champions of the World Championship. And I believe the current Spanish team has yet to unleash their full potential. Kobe spoke solemnly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his gaze. Will the match still witness any upheaval? As Kobe had surmised, the Spanish team did not concede this game. In the latter half of the third quarter, the Spanish team suddenly erupted. They not only intensified their defensive efforts but also launched a formidable offensive barrage. Navarro, Fernandez, and a host of sharpshooters consecutively sank three-point shots. The Gasol brothers engaged Yao Ming in a fierce battle in the paint, nearly squeezing him into submission and effectively neutralizing his advantage. Moreover, Pau Gasol secured 2 consecutive offensive rebounds, granting the Spanish team additional scoring opportunities. In less than 3 minutes, the Spanish team unleashed a 12-2 scoring run, narrowing the deficit to just 10 points. Instantly, the audience's spirits sank once more. At this moment, the Huaxia team must hold their ground. The gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators was fixated upon Jiang, the individual who consistently delivers miraculous performances on the court. Will he be able to once again withstand the counterattacks from the Spanish team? Chapter 65. Seizing control of the game. A remarkable 3-1. The third quarter has concluded. The Spanish team has narrowed the gap to just 7 points. The hearts of the national audience are once again suspended, intently fixed on their television screens, unwilling to divert their gaze for a moment. The fourth quarter commences. Both teams deploy their full starting lineups. The coaches are acutely aware that the initial minutes of this quarter are crucial. For the Spanish team, reclaiming the lead at this juncture would establish a significant psychological advantage, allowing them to navigate the latter half of the quarter with greater ease. Conversely, for the Huaxia team, maintaining their lead is of utmost importance. Otherwise, their confidence would suffer a considerable blow. The Spanish team attacks first. Rubio breaks through Lu Wei and makes a layup, reducing the deficit to 5 points. Way good. I will take on Rubio defensively, Jiang declares earnestly, his demeanor turning serious. Rubio's contribution to the Spanish team's fluid offense is indisputable, and his defensive capabilities are pivotal in their pursuit of points. Thus, to subdue Spain, it is essential to limit Rubio's influence. Lu Wei nods, recognizing his own limitations in keeping pace with Rubio, and acknowledges that Jiang is the best choice for the defensive assignment. The Huaxia team initiates their offense. After Lu Wei dribbles past half-court, he swiftly passes the ball to Jiang, executing a pick-and-roll. Following the switch, Jiang finds himself up against Rubio's defense. With a determined expression and a fierce competitive spirit in his eyes, Rubio is eager to reclaim the pride lost in the first half. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he lunges forward to attempt a steal. Jiang, quick to react, dribbles at lightning speed, sidestepping Rubio's aggressive attempt. This overzealous move causes Rubio to lose his defensive positioning. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang launches a three-point shot. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. The crowd erupts into ecstatic cheers once more. That three-pointer was not only impressively executed, but also timely in halting the Spanish team's momentum. Steady. At critical moments. Jiang performance is truly remarkable, Yu Jia exclaims in admiration. Our Huaxia men's basketball team desperately needs players like Jiang, who possess such a big heart. While Yao has the capability to be the team's cornerstone in crucial moments, he often finds himself unable to even receive the ball when it matters most, which is quite unfortunate. Yang shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. In the vast expanse of China, it is indeed a lamentable reality that there exists not a single point guard capable of delivering the ball to the great Yao Ming. Although Lu Wei has emerged as the most adept passer for Yao across the entire nation, he still fails to fully unleash Yao's potential. Moreover, from the fundamental perspective of basketball, while towering players can dominate the court, they often struggle to secure shooting opportunities in critical moments. Those players who can dribble and create their own shots assume a significantly more pivotal role during such times. Presently, Jiang embodies this crucial position. Despite lacking explosive drive, his stable ball handling and rhythmic variations enable him to generate shooting opportunities even under defensive pressure. For a top-tier shooter like Jiang, this suffices. The Spanish team initiated their offense. Rubio advanced the ball past half-court. Jiang positioned himself at the three-point line, maintaining a distance of 2 body lengths from Rubio. He defended against the drive, but not the shot, fully aware of Rubio's ineffectiveness as a shooter. It was precisely this deficiency that led many teams to cast him aside once he entered the NBA, resulting in a career marked by constant wandering. Fans affectionately dubbed him Lu Yizhong as a playful jab at his shooting prowess. Despite possessing commendable playmaking skills, Rubio's lack of offensive capability prevented him from ascending to the ranks of elite NBA point guards. Hence, Jiang felt emboldened to stand nearly a meter away from Rubio with confidence. The audience was left in astonishment. Were they truly allowing Rubio to take a shot? Infuriated by this, Rubio seethed with anger. This is quite disrespectful, isn't it? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a three-point shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. The audience's eyes widened in surprise. Remarkably, it did not go in. That was rather astonishing. Yao Ming secured the rebound under the basket. The Huaxia team was drawn into a half-court battle. Jiang, with the ball in hand, faced Rubio. After a series of dribbles, he stepped back and launched another three-point attempt. Swish. Once again, he succeeded. Rubio's expression darkened considerably, realizing that his defense was utterly ineffectual against Jiang. Most crucially, he found it challenging to discern the dribbling patterns of this Huaxia player, making it difficult to anticipate his next offensive move. This is quite distressing. The Spanish team is on the offensive. Rubio furrowed his brow as he observed Jiang, who once again found himself in a state of emptiness. Such an intensely provocative defense rendered abstaining from shooting impossible. However, if one were to shoot, confidence was decidedly lacking. His self-assurance was gradually fading. Navarro sprinted to the arc, timely receiving a pass from Rubio, and upon catching the ball, he attempted a three-point shot. Clang! A miss. The Huaxia team counterattacked. Jiang received a pass, once again employing a designated play, and after switching defenses with Lu Wei, he faced Rubio's guard, utilizing Jilian's screen at the high post. Jiang took a step sideways, deliberately lowering his head to glance at the three-point line. Realizing both feet were beyond the arc, he calmly released a three-point shot. Rubio maneuvered around Jilian, desperately lunging to defend, but was a moment too late, merely watching as Jiang sent the basketball soaring. In his fervor, he exerted too much force, losing control of his body midair, and with a resounding slap, struck Jiang's wrist. Swish! The ball effortlessly found its way through the net. Jiang also fell to the ground in response. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Rubio was called for a foul on the hand. Jiang's basket counted, and he was awarded an additional free throw. The arena fell into a brief silence, soon followed by a thunderous cheer that could have lifted the roof. Rubio stood in a daze, glancing down at his hand, his face etched with frustration, his eyes devoid of their usual spark. Magnificent! Yao Ming, filled with excitement, rushed over to embrace Jiang warmly. The ball soared into the net with both majesty and vigor. His teammates quickly surrounded Jiang, exuberantly patting him on the back. Standing at the free throw line, he effortlessly sank the shot. With 10 consecutive points, the team surged to a remarkable 10-0 run, extending their lead to 15 points once again. The whistle blew. The Spanish coach called for a timeout to reassess their strategy, reluctantly substituting Rubio for Calderon. This decision appeared rather unwise. Although Rubio had been thoroughly outplayed by Jiang, he could have been supported through double teaming. His contributions to both offense and defense remained significant. Removing Rubio from the game would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to his confidence. Anthony furrowed his brow, expressing his bewilderment. However, the coach's substitution was indeed timely. It served to protect Rubio. Having been thoroughly overwhelmed by Jiang, Rubio had lost his confidence and was even struggling with the fundamentals of the game. It was imperative to shield him from further torment. Losing a single group match was inconsequential. Yet allowing the team's primary point guard to lose his self-assurance would be a monumental loss. Coach Old K, with a tone of deep understanding, articulated his empathy for the Spanish coach's decision. As the head coach of a collegiate team, he not only aimed to enhance the players' basketball skills, but also frequently addressed their psychological well-being. After all, they were still young, and psychological issues could easily arise. Especially for a prodigy like Rubio, who had faced little adversity throughout his career, having flourished amidst accolades and applause. Previously, he had been the undisputed star on the European stage. Yet, in his first Olympic appearance, he found himself utterly dominated by Jiang. This undoubtedly deals a significant blow to Rubio's confidence. Much like a diligent student in middle school, once revered as a top performer and an idol among peers, who suddenly finds himself ordinary upon entering a prestigious high school, losing the spotlight, and fading into obscurity. Many students cannot withstand such a psychological disparity, ultimately leading to their complete downfall. The act of robbing someone of their confidence is far more terrifying than defeating them. If the Spanish coach does not replace Rubio, and he continues to be overwhelmed by Jiang for several more rounds, he may truly lose all confidence. The match is still ongoing. Calderon has taken on the responsibility of orchestrating the team's offense. Although lacking Rubio's innate passing finesse, he diligently executes every tactical play. The Gasol brothers relentlessly attack the paint, giving Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian a hard time, especially little Gasol, who resembles a robust polar bear. Yi Jianlian appears diminutive in comparison, looking frail and unable to withstand the pressure. The brothers score consecutively, yet they fail to close the gap. With Rubio's tight defense absent, Lu Wei no longer fears Calderon's guarding and begins to shine, delivering a series of exquisite assists. Yao Ming, Zhu Fangyu, and Yi Jianlian all seize scoring opportunities, steadily adding to their points. Both sides engage in a fierce offensive battle, yet time gradually slips away. The dwindling clock favors the Huaxia team. As the fourth quarter approaches the 7-minute mark, the Huaxia team begins to manage the clock. The Spanish team visibly grows anxious, abandoning their forays into the paint and opting instead for three-point shots in hopes of rapidly closing the score. Navarro attempts several shots but finds them thwarted by Jiang and Chuan Jiji's formidable defense. Fernandez and Calderon respectively sink a three-pointer, but Zhu Fangyu is unfazed, responding with a three-pointer of his own while facing tight defense, showcasing the prowess of the former Asian number 1 small forward. Now, the current Asian number 1 small forward, Jiang, refuses to be outdone, launching a long-range three-pointer that finds its mark, maintaining a 13-point lead. To seal the game, with just 2.5 minutes remaining, the Spanish team calls for a timeout and substitutes all their main players, conceding the match. In response, the crowd erupts into ecstatic cheers, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. It truly seems like victory is within reach, unbelievably so. The Huaxia men's basketball team has brought glory to their homeland, clinching the championship of the World Championship. I can only express my admiration for the Huaxia men's basketball team. They have exceeded all expectations. Their performance has been nothing short of exceptional. This is undoubtedly a historic moment, and I feel incredibly fortunate to witness such greatness. The fans were abuzz with excitement, some unable to contain their emotions, shedding tears of joy. The victory of the Spanish team in the World Championship, even if it was merely a group match, filled the fans with immense pride. Regardless of how far the Huaxia men's basketball team may proceed in the subsequent matches, this one game was already sufficient to live up to the expectations of the fans. Beep. The final whistle blew. 101-110. The Huaxia team triumphed over the Spanish team by a margin of 9 points, securing their first victory in the group stage. The spectators erupted in euphoric cheers, as if the Huaxia team had clinched the Olympic championship. Many foreign fans in attendance found it difficult to comprehend the exuberance over winning just a single group match. They did not realize the profound significance this victory held for the Huaxia men's basketball team and all its supporters. The emotions encapsulated within this moment can only be comprehended by the fans of Huaxia. Victory! The Huaxia team has indeed achieved what seemed an impossible feat. All the young men of the basketball team are our heroes, filling the Wuxong Arena tonight with immense pride. Yu Jia expressed his excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As a commentator, witnessing the Huaxia team triumph over a world-class opponent on home soil is an indescribable joy. Unprecedented. Such a complex array of feelings has never surged within me before. Since childhood, I have watched the Huaxia men's basketball team, observing their struggles on the international stage. Often overwhelmed by formidable teams, yet my heart never ceased to harbor hope for their resurgence. At last, I behold the dawn of that hope. The dawn for Huaxia basketball is on the horizon, heralding a promising new era. Yang articulated his feelings with rich emotion and delicate language, his eyes similarly brimming with tears. Jiang will lead the Huaxia basketball team to rise, becoming the guiding light of this new realm. Consider his performance in this match. He played for 35 minutes, achieving 18 out of 26 field goals, 12 out of 18 three-pointers, and 2 out of 3 free throws, amassing an astounding 50 points. Along with 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals, completely dominating the game. Jiang marveled, his blood surging uncontrollably as he gazed at the statistics, overwhelmed with emotion. Record-breaking. Jiang once again shattered his own scoring record at the Olympics, as well as the scoring record for Huaxia players, establishing a new benchmark for single-game scoring in Olympic basketball history. Moreover, the highlight of this match was Jiang's complete restriction of Navarro and Rubio's performance, rendering the Spanish backcourt duo ineffective. Yang exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang's impact was not only in numbers, his on-court presence was equally astonishing. Only those who witnessed the match can truly grasp the immense energy Jiang exhibited. On the court, the Huaxia players embraced each other in exhilaration, with Jiang at the center, basking in the cheers of his teammates. The Spanish players, in contrast, exited the arena in disappointment, with only Gasol approaching Jiang for a brief exchange. Losing the first match of the group stage was a significant setback for them, as they aimed to contend for the gold medal against the Dream Team of the United States. In the post-match interview segment, all eyes in the Huaxia team's interview room were fixed on Jiang. Undoubtedly, he has now become not only a renowned figure in the realm of basketball, but also a prominent personality of the entire Olympic Games. Chapter 67, 2 consecutive victories. Securing qualification early. Jiang, you have led the Huaxia team to triumph over the World Championship team, Spain. What does this victory signify for you and for Huaxia basketball? Jiang, you scored 50 points, setting a new Olympic record. How do you feel at this moment? Jiang, you dominated Spain's talented player Rubio during the match. What are your thoughts on him? The reporters continued to pose questions, their curiosity about everything concerning Jiang seemingly insatiable. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang chose a few inquiries to address. Defeating Spain has significantly bolstered our confidence. In the future, as we face any formidable international teams, we will approach the challenge with unwavering conviction. Beyond that, it holds no extraordinary significance. After all, it was merely a group match, and a win is simply a win. Indeed, scoring 50 points is a remarkable achievement, and I am grateful for such an outstanding performance. However, this is far from my ultimate potential. If the team requires it, I shall strive for even greater feats in future matches. As for Rubio, I must admit, I had not heard of him prior to our match against Spain. Nevertheless, he possesses considerable promise, and I believe he has the potential to establish himself in the NBA, at least as a starting player. Yet, it is essential for him to enhance his shooting skills. Listening to Jiang's responses, the reporters were both astonished and familiar with his style of answering. Although it may come across as somewhat pretentious, no one doubted his words. After all, since his rise to fame, he has consistently backed up his bravado with performance, which speaks volumes. When pretense fails, it is mere boasting, but when it succeeds time and again, it is a testament to genuine prowess. In the Spanish team's interview room, Gasol was asked, "What do you believe was the primary reason for this match's defeat?" It is evident that we failed to contain Jiang's performance. He scored 50 points over us, which is an outcome that is simply unacceptable. Gasol replied with a hint of frustration. "And how do you assess Jiang's performance in this match?" A reporter inquired. He exhibited an extraordinary display, dominating the game with his exceptional offense and defense, a level of dominance I have only witnessed in Kobe, Gasol remarked, unreserved in his admiration for Jiang. The reporters displayed expressions of astonishment. This commendation is indeed exceedingly high. It is well known that Kobe is among the elite superstars of the NBA, and being able to be compared to him speaks volumes about Jiang's performance in captivating Gasol. Subsequently, the reporters turned their attention to the head coach of the Spanish team. During your pre-game interview, you mentioned you would contain Jiang, yet throughout the match, the Spanish team's defense against him appeared to be rather ineffective. What could be the reason for this? The reporters inquired, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the question, Gasol turned to glance at the Spanish head coach with intrigue. "Indeed, I devised a targeted defensive strategy, even employing double teaming, yet regrettably, the results were not as anticipated. I shall thoroughly analyze this match to ascertain where the shortcomings lie," the Spanish head coach replied ambiguously, clearly feeling a bit awkward. "Dear reporters, let it be known that it was Gasol who asserted he would contain Jiang before the match. What does that have to do with me? I merely stated that I would exert all efforts to limit Jiang, but I never claimed it would be a guaranteed success. Why does Gasol always make assurances on my behalf? This predicament has left me quite powerless, the coach of the Spanish team mused internally. While striving to maintain a serene facade, it is time for a serious conversation with Gasol. He must refrain from speaking indiscreetly in the next interview. After posing a few more questions, the journalists concluded the post-match interview and swiftly disseminated the content. The Olympics are in full swing, with an abundance of news regarding athletes clinching gold medals. Nevertheless, the group match between the Chinese team and the Spanish team remains a focal point on the Olympic official website, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. For the average spectator following the Olympics, the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team has indeed been a delightful surprise. Traditionally, the Chinese men's basketball team has been perceived to be on par with the national football team, often languishing at the bottom of international rankings. The sole distinction lies in the presence of Yao Ming, the stabilizing force, allowing them to barely maintain a ranking of 8th in the world. However, when compared to genuine powerhouses on the international stage, the gap remains significant. This time, the unexpected victory over the world-class team of Spain is truly a source of joy and pride. Following his remarkable 46-point performance against the United States that captured the attention of the entire internet, Chen's astonishing 50 points against Spain has once again set the online community ablaze. I can only exclaim, what an incredible feat. Chen is nothing short of a celestial being descended upon us. I must herald him as the savior of Chinese men's basketball with his presence. I hold great optimism for the Chinese team's achievements in this Olympic Games. Chen has successfully ignited my interest in basketball, and I shall watch every match of the Chinese men's basketball team from now on. Let us continue to forge ahead. Leading the Chinese team out of the group of death and defending the honor of the host nation, fans are buzzing with excitement, particularly eager to witness Chen's forthcoming performances. After a day of rest, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Angola in their third group match on August 14th. Angola is the weakest team in Group B, a team that the Chinese team had earmarked as a must-win to achieve their advancement goals. With Chen on the court, the outcome was never in doubt. As the match commenced, the Chinese team launched a series of successful attacks, quickly establishing a significant lead. By the end of the first quarter, they had gained a 13-point advantage. After the halftime break, this lead ballooned to 25 points, rendering the match devoid of suspense. Ultimately, the game concluded with a resounding score of 109-81, as the Chinese team triumphed over Angola by a substantial margin of 28 points, securing their second victory in the group stage. Undoubtedly, the standout performer of the match was still Chen, who played for 29 minutes, shooting 14 out of 23 from the field, 6 out of 10 from beyond the arc, and making both of his free throws for a total of 36 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. In addition to Chen, Yao Ming also showed signs of resurgence, achieving a double-double with 29 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists, shooting 12 out of 19 from the field and a perfect 5 out of 5 from the free throw line. This is the finest performance among the 3 matches in the Dia Olympic Games. This match has unveiled to the world the immense potential of the Chinese dual stars. When Yao Ming and Chen simultaneously showcase their prowess, the strength of the Chinese men's basketball team undoubtedly ranks among the elite globally. Numerous media outlets have proclaimed that all participating teams in this Olympic Games now regard the Chinese squad with utmost respect, perceiving them as the most formidable dark horse in the men's basketball event. Following consecutive victories in 2 group matches, the Chinese team has secured an early berth in the quarterfinals. Chapter 68, a slightly lopsided encounter against the national team. On August 16th, in Kyoto time, the Chinese team faced their 4th opponent in the group stage, the national team. This adversary boasts 2 NBA players, the superstar Dirk Nowitzki and the all-star caliber Chris Kaman. Aside from these 2 athletes, the remainder of the national team consists of domestic players, whose capabilities are rather average. This has led to the situation where, despite possessing 2 star-level NBA players, the German national team remains underestimated. Prior to the commencement of the men's basketball event at the Olympics, numerous media outlets predicted that the German team could secure victories against both the Chinese team and Angola, advancing to the quarterfinals as the 4th seed in Group B. However, the Chinese team unexpectedly demonstrated formidable strength during the group stage, casting serious doubt on Germany's hopes of advancement. In pre-match interviews, the atmosphere within the Chinese team was notably relaxed and vibrant. Having already secured their spot in the quarterfinals, this match posed no pressure for them. Yao Ming expressed his confidence in containing Chris Kaman's performance, affirming that despite their qualification, They would continue to strive for victory in every game to prepare for the upcoming knockout rounds. Yao's aspirations extend beyond merely leading the Chinese team to the quarterfinals. Indeed, human ambition tends to swell in tandem with growing strength. As the host nation, his aim is to guide the Chinese men's basketball team to achieve the finest results in their history, perhaps even clinching a medal. This is the goal that Yao has been striving for until now. He understands that this is not an unrealistic fantasy, but rather something truly achievable. In contrast to the atmosphere of the Huaxia team, the interview ambience with the national team feels somewhat oppressive and somber. Prior to this match, the national team had suffered consecutive defeats against the teams from the United States, Greece, and Spain, teetering on the brink of elimination. A loss to the Huaxia team today would signify the end of their hopes for advancing to the quarterfinals, rendering this match a matter of life and death for them. In an interview, Nowitzki expressed his unwavering commitment to leading the team to victory against Huaxia, preserving their hopes of reaching the final eight. Chris Come On, with a hint of arrogance, claimed he would contain Yao Ming, proving himself to be the superior center. The game commenced swiftly. Come On won the tip-off, and the national team launched the first offensive. Nowitzki unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc, executing a stunning pose that left Jianlian unable to contest the shot. Swish. The ball found its mark. Huaxia responded with vigor. Jiang, refusing to be outdone, received a pass from Liu Wei and confidently launched his own three-pointer. Swish. It too was successful. Chapter 69. A comeback against Greece. Advancing to the quarterfinals as the second in the group, Jiang glanced at the scoreboard displayed on the large screen. 87-75. With Greece leading by 12 points and approximately 8 minutes remaining in the match, there was still ample time. His gaze sharpened, radiating an astonishing aura. Energized, he moved with renewed determination, utilizing Yao's screen to position himself beyond the arc, receiving Liu Wei's pass to fire another three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. Greece initiated their offensive. Through exquisite teamwork, they secured an easy layup opportunity in the paint, adding another 2 points. In the next possession for Huaxia, after dribbling past half-court, Jiang noticed that his defender was not pressing him closely. He decisively halted near the mid-court line and launched an audacious long-range shot. Swish. Once again, the ball sailed through the net, igniting a frenzy of cheers from the audience. Yang Jian, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to contain his excitement, waiting for the moment Huaxia would surpass their opponents and claim victory. Should Huaxia succeed in turning the game around, they would advance to the quarterfinals as the second in their group. Undoubtedly, this would mark a historic achievement for the Huaxia men's basketball team on the international stage. The weight of this historic endeavor now rested squarely on Jiang Chen's shoulders. On the court, Jiang Chen executed 2 swift cuts, receiving a pass from Yao Ming in the paint, effortlessly scoring with a technique reminiscent of the elusive Chen great radiance. Apart from him, Jianlian and Yao Ming also executed a series of successful drives to the basket. After all, the Greek team relies heavily on their perimeter shooting and lacks superiority in the paint. Among all the teams participating in the Olympics, few possess interior strength that can rival that of the Chinese team. With just 3 minutes remaining in the match, a remarkable long-range three-pointer from Jiang Chen propelled the Chinese team into the lead, gaining a 2-point advantage. They had turned the tide. With 3 minutes left, the Chinese team had to hold their ground. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes reddening as he fixated intensely on the court. Coach Shang's breathing became rapid, his nerves palpable. Under the fervent offensive onslaught from the Chinese team and the electrifying atmosphere created by the audience, the Greek players were clearly rattled. They attempted to retaliate, launching 3 consecutive three-point attempts from beyond the arc, yet none found their mark. Meanwhile, Yao Ming continued to dominate the paint, scoring with 2 successive jump shots, further extending the lead. As the clock ticked down to the final minute, the Chinese team had widened the gap to 9 points. The outcome of the match appeared inevitable. The final whistle blew. 101-108. The Chinese team had overturned the Greek team, securing victory and advancing to the quarterfinals with a commendable second-place finish in their group, achieving the best group result in the history of Chinese men's basketball. We have triumphed. This iteration of the Chinese men's basketball team has truly surprised us all. A second-place finish, a result I could scarcely have dreamed of, Yang Jian exclaimed, as the pent-up emotions erupted in that moment. Who would dare claim that the Chinese team could not surmount the so-called group of death? Not only did we overcome it, but we also secured second place, second only to the dream team of the United States. This is indeed a proud achievement, Elder Zhang Weiping remarked, his eyes misty with emotion. As a veteran figure in Chinese basketball, he had once been a key player during his youth and dedicated his post-retirement career to basketball commentary, devoting his life to the sport in China. Witnessing the Chinese men's basketball team achieve their finest performance on home soil during the Olympics is truly heart-stirring. Thus, the group stage of the Olympic men's basketball tournament has concluded, and the matchups for the quarterfinals have officially been announced. The Chinese team will face Croatia. The third-place team from Group A, Jiang stated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Against Croatia, the Chinese team has a significant probability of advancing to the semifinals, as they are the only team in Group A without NBA players. In contrast, the Chinese team boasts 4 NBA-caliber players, with Yuming being a superstar and Jiang showing potential to become one as well. Furthermore, in the warm-up matches prior to the Olympics, the Chinese team secured victories against Croatia on 2 occasions. This grants the players of the Huaxia team a psychological advantage. Perhaps advancing to the quarterfinals as the second in their group is merely the beginning of the Huaxia men's basketball team's splendid performance in this Olympic Games. As they enter the knockout stage, what further surprises can the Huaxia men's basketball team bring us? Chapter 70, Skill Fusion, Sakurai Ryo's Lightning Release. The quarterfinals commence. Elder Zhang Weiping remarked, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen. In his eyes, possessing Jiang Chen endowed the Huaxia team with boundless potential. Undoubtedly, this edition of the Huaxia men's basketball team will be one to be remembered. They are the strongest in the history of men's basketball and will achieve unprecedented accomplishments. On the court, the players of the Huaxia team continued to embrace one another, celebrating their victory. Jiang Chen found himself at the center of this joyous commotion, while his consciousness had already delved into the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and successfully assisting the Huaxia team in advancing to the quarterfinals as the second in their group. The task rewards are as follows: 2,000 achievement points, 1,000 skill fusion fragments, and a skill fusion card for Sakurai Ryo's Lightning Release. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Skill fusion, Sakurai Ryo's Lightning Release. Jiang Chen exclaimed with excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful fusion. The system's voice echoed. As Jiang Chen focused his thoughts, the introduction of Sakurai Ryo's Lightning Release emerged in his mind. Sakurai Ryo's Lightning Release, a first-year student from T Academy, endowed with the ability for rapid shooting. The initial level is intermediate, with a fusion rate of 50, post-fusion. It can enhance the host's original shooting speed by 50. A smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Chen's face. This skill, when combined with the extraordinary high-arc 3-point shooting ability of Mantra Kirikawa, becomes utterly invincible. Although it merely enhances shooting speed by 50, the effect is undeniably formidable. Consequently, his 3-point shooting prowess becomes increasingly challenging to defend against. He gazes at his system interface. System, Black Basketball System. Host, Jiang Chen. Height, 201 centimeters. Jiang Chen is momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes blaze with intensity as he fixates on the final reward. This reward is truly abundant. The physique of the fire god is undeniably extraordinary, particularly in terms of jumping ability and aerial prowess, making him arguably the most formidable player in the realm of Kuriko's basketball. He can even walk in the air, should he be fortunate enough to receive this reward. His physical attributes would ascend to even greater heights. Even in the NBA, he would not be overshadowed by any player. Instantly, Jiang Chen was infused with an unwavering fighting spirit. No matter what, he was determined to lead the Chinese men's basketball team to glory, returning his consciousness to reality. He was enveloped by the cheers of his teammates, and Jiang Chen's smile radiated brilliantly. The following day, news of the Chinese team advancing to the top 8 exploded across the internet. Concurrently, major sports media outlets commenced a round of predictions for the impending quarterfinals. Besides the matchup between the Chinese team and Croatia, the remaining 3 encounters featured Lithuania versus Greece, Argentina versus Spain, and Australia versus the United States. The most anticipated clash was undoubtedly between the Chinese team and the United States. An increasing number of media voices began to speculate on the possibility of the Chinese team reaching the finals. After all, they had triumphed over the formidable Spanish team in the group stage and had only succumbed to the United States by a mere 13 points, securing their advancement as the second in their group. All signs indicate that the Chinese team has emerged as a formidable force that cannot be overlooked in the Olympics. Such predictions have thoroughly ignited the passion of Huaxia basketball fans, who have taken to the internet to express their unwavering support and anticipation for the Huaxia men's basketball team. 2 days later, the quarterfinals officially commenced. The first match featured the Lithuanian team facing off against the Greek team. Both teams, recognized as European powerhouses, share striking similarities in their playing styles and tactics, and the players are well acquainted with one another. The contest was fiercely contested, extending into the fourth quarter. However, Lithuania ultimately emerged victorious, thanks to the remarkable performance of their star player, narrowly defeating Greece and advancing to the semifinals. Following this, the matchup between the United States and Australia unfolded. The disparity in strength between the two teams was stark, leaving little room for suspense. Despite the presence of Andrew Bogut, the Australian team's first overall pick, they proved utterly powerless against the formidable American squad. Throughout the game, Bogut was completely overshadowed by Dwight Howard, who dominated him with ease. Australia managed to hold on for merely 5 minutes before the United States widened the score gap. The final score was 115-80, with the United States securing a comfortable victory by a staggering margin of 35 points, advancing to the semifinals. Thus concluded the first day of competition. On the following day, the quarterfinals continued. The first match featured Spain versus Argentina. Spain, the champions of the 2006 World Championship, faced off against Argentina, the champions of the 2004 Olympics. The encounter was nothing short of explosive, akin to thunderclaps and earth-shattering collisions. Both teams boasted NBA superstar players, Spain with Pau Gasol and Argentina with Manu Ginobili. On paper, the two teams appeared evenly matched. The game was intensely competitive, with both sides responding to each other's spectacular plays, much to the delight of the spectators. In the climactic fourth quarter, Spain showcased superior prowess, with the Gasol brothers dominating the paint, executing a series of powerful plays that propelled them into a scoring frenzy. Ultimately, Ginobili's efforts fell short, as 2 consecutive three-point attempts failed to find the mark, sealing the fate of the match. Spain successfully advanced to the semifinals. 2 hours later, at the Wuxang Arena, the final quarterfinal match between the Huaxia team and Croatia was about to commence. The atmosphere in the arena was electrifying, with fans eagerly awaiting the start of the game. Undoubtedly, the attention surrounding this match reached unprecedented heights. In addition to the fans present, countless others were tuning in via television or online streaming to witness this momentous event. The arena also welcomed numerous celebrities from various sectors of society, all gathered to cheer for the Huaxia men's basketball team. Whether the Chinese men's basketball team can surpass its historical best achievement and advance to the semifinals hinges on this match. Additionally, the performance of Jiang Chen is also highly anticipated. This burgeoning star of the Chinese basketball realm has undeniably emerged as one of the prominent leaders of the national team. His performance dictates the upper limits of the squad's potential. On the court, the two teams are engaging in warm-up exercises. The sound of iron striking iron resonates repeatedly from the Chinese team, with even the great Yao struggling with his mid-range shots. It is essential to recognize that this is merely a warm-up. One can only imagine the extent of their struggles during the official match. Jiang Chen observes the team's demeanor, aware that his teammates are experiencing tension. Clearly, their bodies appear stiff, and there is an utter lack of finesse in their shooting. As for Yao, he is burdened by immense pressure. He has wagered his professional career, risking an early end to his NBA journey to return to the national team, shouldering the weight of history. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to compete in the Olympics on home soil and bring glory to their country. This opportunity can be described as a once-in-a-century occurrence. Coach Jiang, the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team appear somewhat anxious. How do you think they should adjust their mentality? Inquired commentator Yang Jian. Hey, what is there to worry about? What is the current strength of our Huaxia men's basketball team? Just go for it. Coach Jiang responded cheerfully, exuding confidence. At this historical juncture, the emotions of everyone are amplified, and regardless of the outcome, they will undoubtedly become the focus of attention tomorrow. Yang Jian's thoughts wandered, reflecting on the journey of the Huaxia men's basketball team from the Olympics to the present, which has proven to be remarkably commendable, instilling pride in all Huaxia fans. Unlike the neighboring national football team, whose performance in the group stage fell short of national expectations, the disappointment remains palpable despite limited hopes for them. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. In juxtaposition, the Huaxia men's basketball team has provided an abundance of surprises for its supporters, many of whom have transferred their hopes from the national football team to the basketball squad. This has resulted in the basketball team's matches frequently breaking viewership records. Regardless, let us hope that the young men of the Huaxia team perform admirably and seize this singular opportunity to reach the quarterfinals on their home turf. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance declared the venerable Jiang Weiping earnestly, tightly clenching his fists and gazing intently at the court. As the warm-up concluded, both teams took to the court and the match commenced. Yao Ming effortlessly won the jump ball, directing the basketball into Lu Wei's possession. The latter swiftly dribbled past half-court, eager to orchestrate a play, only to be unceremoniously thwarted by a fierce steal from a Croatian defender. Although the Croatian team boasts no NBA players, their skill level is remarkably balanced, particularly with two guards who pose significant threats. They excel defensively and are ferocious in their offensive maneuvers, showcasing sharp drives and precise three-point shooting. In this Olympic tournament, Croatia is perhaps the most underestimated team. As fans in Huaxia possess limited knowledge of European basketball leagues and are largely unfamiliar with these athletes. However, had they been informed, they would surely recognize that Croatia has a storied history, having previously secured a silver medal, second only to the legendary Dream Team. While their current prowess may not match their peak, they should not be underestimated. Following the steal, the Croatian team launched a swift counterattack. The guard advanced past half-court and abruptly halted at the three-point line, launching a shot that arced high through the air. Swish. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. Isn't this the rapid stop-and-shoot three-pointer frequently employed by Jiang? To execute such a maneuver, one must possess unwavering confidence in their three-point shooting prowess. Respond, the fans clamored, their excitement palpable. To dare to showcase a three-pointer in front of Jiang? It is truly an act of folly to flaunt one's prowess before a master. Ah, what a formidable opening move from the Huaxia team. As the Croatian players display exceptional form, if it were me, I would never tolerate such a provocation. I believe Jiang is not one to endure indignities either. Let him unleash his skills. The venerable Jiang Weiping exclaimed with fervor. The Huaxia team launched an attack. Lu Wei, having just crossed the halfway line, passed the ball to Jiang. The Croatians were well prepared, as two players swiftly converged to double-team him. Jiang activated his thunderous dribble, retreating several steps from the three-point line to the vicinity of the center logo. As the two defenders closed in, he remained undaunted and executed the soaring arc of the green intervals three-pointer combined with the rapid release of Sakurai Ryu. He assumed the shooting stance, flicked his wrist, and launched the basketball with astonishing speed. The two defenders, initially confident in their ability to block Jiang shot, found themselves momentarily disoriented as they witnessed the ball soaring away. Stunned, they stood frozen in place. What an astonishing release speed. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. It finds nothing but net. In an instant, the crowd erupts in euphoria. The fans cheer wildly. With two defenders closing in, he nails an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. What a remarkable display of tenacity. And what was that release speed? It was astonishingly rapid. I have never witnessed Jiang shoot with such velocity before. Yang Jian remarked, somewhat incredulously. I have never seen a player dare to shoot a three-pointer like that. If it were anyone else, I would deem the shot utterly unreasonable, a reckless attempt. Yet with Jiang it feels entirely justified, for he possesses such extraordinary talent. The venerable Jiang Weiping exclaimed with excitement. On the court, the players of the Huaxia team celebrated with high fives as they returned to defense, their faces alight with exhilaration. Jiang shot had ignited a wave of enthusiasm, dissipating the tension that had previously loomed. Yao Ming gazed at Jiang's silhouette, his eyes filled with awe. One cannot deny that Jiang is indeed a remarkable player. A single three-pointer has completely transformed the team's morale and spirit. With performances like his, what is there to fear? We must secure victory in the quarterfinals. Yao Ming's expression grew resolute, his entire being radiating strength. The Croatian guard drove to the basket, but Yao Ming surged in to deliver a resounding block, sending the ball soaring away. As he landed, he pounded his chest and let out a roar, akin to a slumbering lion awakening, instilling fear throughout the arena. Chapter 72. What is owed to me? Return it. Everyone shines. A magnificent block. The combination of Yao Ming and Jiang unleashed their prowess, decisively overpowering the Croatian team. This is the current strength of the Huaxia men's basketball team, Jiang, the coach, exclaimed, applauding fervently. One must admit, the opening performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team was truly breathtaking. Although the players were initially tense during warm-ups, the sudden eruptions from Yao Ming and Jiang helped everyone recalibrate their emotions. Yang Jian quickly added, his breaths becoming more rapid. With Jiang and Yao Ming leading the charge, demonstrating their determination to win this match, it was an immense inspiration for the other players on the Huaxia team. On the sidelines, in the Spanish audience section, one could sense that this Huaxia rookie's shooting speed had markedly increased. Navarro furrowed his brow, astonished. Indeed, It is simply unbelievable. How can a human achieve such rapid shooting speed? Fernandez was likewise astonished. Not only is Jiang thriving, but also Yao's form has significantly improved. It seems that under the stimulating atmosphere of the home court, he has mentally liberated himself from the shackles of injury. Thus, the Huaxia team has grown even stronger since the group stage. Gasol remarked with a serious expression, finding it hard to believe. The Huaxia team has undergone a remarkable transformation in such a short span of time. It's simply miraculous. Initially, I favored Croatia to win this match, as they possess a more balanced roster and overall strength surpassing that of Huaxia. However, I now believe Huaxia can triumph in this contest, Navarro added earnestly. The others rolled their eyes. It was evident to anyone with eyes. They possessed the advantage of timing, location, and human synergy. Huaxia held all the cards at this moment. How could they possibly lose? On the court, Yao directly swatted the basketball out of bounds, thus granting Croatia possession. As the point guard received the sideline inbound pass and prepared to initiate an attack, Lu Wei suddenly surged forth, intercepting the ball. "What Io has come back to me," Lu Wei roared with a fierce countenance, rapidly launching a fast break. Sun Yu and Jiang closely trailed behind him. Lu Wei penetrated the paint and executed a no-look behind-the-back pass to Sun Yu, who was in hot pursuit. Sun Yu grasped the basketball and leaped high, with the returning Croatian players following suit. Just as everyone anticipated Sun Yu to execute a thunderous dunk, he instead looked back, flicking his wrist to pass the ball to Jiang beyond the three-point line. Positioned at the arc, Jiang was already in the preparatory stance for a shot. Upon receiving the ball, he leaped and released the shot. Simultaneously, Sakurai's skill was activated. The basketball soared like a meteor, seemingly enveloped in light as it hurtled towards the hoop. Swish! What a great shot! Lu Wei exclaimed, his previously suppressed emotions erupting completely. He too wished to showcase an impressive performance before millions of Huaxia fans, not wanting them to be disappointed in him as a point guard. He aspired to be a source of pride for the fans, aiming to prove that his selection for the national team was not merely a result of having been Yao's teammate, but rather due to his own merit beyond just passing the ball to Yao. This represents the greatest criticism from the fans towards him. Now, he seeks to shed this label. Within this national team, the collective aspiration is to bring glory to the country. However, beneath this grand objective, each individual bears their own burdens and pressures. Jiang made an elegant OK gesture, exuding grace and poise. The crowd erupted once more, resonating with a force akin to a mighty wave, continuing to bolster the momentum of the Huaxia team. Splendid! The recent fast break was truly magnificent. This is indeed a rare instance of exquisite teamwork from the Huaxia team, exclaimed Jiang with fervor. How can one not adore such a formidable Chinese men's basketball team? How can their performance not evoke anticipation? Lu Wei's steal was remarkably decisive, avenging the earlier loss when the Croatian point guard snatched the ball. Indeed, the young men of the Chinese team exhibited commendable bravery, each striving to outdo the other. Coach Jiang, filled with pride, remarked with eyes gleaming with expectation. As Croatia initiated their offense, their core point guard orchestrated a tactical play, leading a teammate to an opportunity beyond the three-point line. The player raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. However, just as the basketball soared, it was met with a thunderous hand that swatted it away, none other than the vigilant Jiang. The ball, having struck a Croatian player, flew out of bounds, granting possession to the Chinese team. He clenched his fists and let out a fierce roar, his youthful face betraying a fierce determination. Everyone was contributing. How could he remain in the shadows? He must strive relentlessly to assist his team. Yao Ming excitedly rushed over to Jiang, enveloping him in a hearty bear hug. As the Chinese team commenced their offense, Lu Wei dribbled past half-court. After executing a pick-and-roll with Jiang, he swiftly passed the ball into Yi's hands. Yi, seizing the basketball, leapt into the air and executed a thunderous dunk, dominating the rim. The Croatian coach, unable to withstand the onslaught, called for a timeout. They were utterly overwhelmed by the Chinese team's relentless assault. If this continued, they would crumble before the end of the first quarter. The head coach regrouped to devise a new strategy while earnestly attempting to calm his players' spirits. Clearly, everyone was astonished by the Chinese team's performance. Upon returning from the timeout, Croatia managed to execute a play, scoring 2 points. Yet, in light of the Chinese team's collective prowess, this minor achievement was but a drop in the bucket. Jiang consistently fired from beyond the arc, while Yao Ming showcased his dominance in the paint, repeatedly scoring with power. Croatia's most significant weakness lay in their fragile interior defense. The entire team lacked a player capable of rivaling Yao Ming's prowess. In this match, Yao Ming transformed the Croatian penalty area into his personal garden. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 18-31, with the Huaxia team establishing a comfortable 13-point lead, firmly suppressing the Croatian squad. Following a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced. Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipeng led the offensive charge for Huaxia. Notably, Zhu delivered a series of breathtaking performances, utilizing his solid footwork to effortlessly create shooting opportunities. Despite Croatia's numerous attempts to launch counterattacks, they were consistently thwarted by Zhu's commanding offensive prowess. After half a quarter, the main players from both sides entered the fray. The Croatian team began to showcase their collective strength, executing intricate plays that dismantled Huaxia's defense, resulting in multiple open shooting opportunities. Their sharpshooters began to find their rhythm, sinking consecutive three-pointers. Jiang timely emerged, draining 3 successive three-pointers, extinguishing Croatia's resurgence. As the first half concluded, the score was 38-59, with Huaxia expanding their lead to 21 points. The balance of victory had begun to tilt. Chapter 73, advancing to the Final Four. Upgrading thunderous dribbling. After the halftime break, the game surged into a tumultuous third quarter. The Huaxia team erupted once more, embarking on an 11-4 run in under 3 minutes, widening the gap to 28 points. The match lost its suspense, and the audience erupted into jubilant celebration. No one expected the Huaxia team to display such overwhelming dominance in the quarterfinals, rendering the Croatian team powerless to retaliate. A sense of pride filled the hearts of all in attendance for the Huaxia men's basketball team. In this historic match, Huaxia's performance was nothing short of perfection. From that point onward, all they needed to do was maintain control of the situation until the final whistle. Although Croatia attempted several counterattacks, they were quelled decisively by the combined efforts of Yao Ming and Jiang. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 87-104, as Huaxia triumphed over Croatia by a 17-point margin, effortlessly advancing to the Final Four. As the final whistle blew, the entire audience erupted into ecstatic cheers, a deafening chorus of jubilation. Simultaneously, fans watching from their televisions celebrated with exuberance, as if a mighty awakened dragon roared joyously across the land of Huaxia. Victory! The Huaxia men's basketball team delivered an unexpectedly stellar performance under the gaze of millions of home fans, etching their names in history. Yang Jin's voice trembled with emotion, his heart filled with immense joy. This victory has been a decade in the making. Since he embarked on his commentary career, he has never ceased to anticipate the day when the Chinese men's basketball team would achieve remarkable success on the international stage. Year after year of waiting has culminated in a series of disappointments. At long last, that moment has arrived. Even more exhilarating is the fact that the Chinese men's basketball team has made history as the host nation, imbuing this achievement with profound significance. Indeed, the young men of this year's team have proven themselves exceptional. From the outset of the match, they displayed an unwavering desire and tenacity to secure victory, with each player contributing to the team's efforts. Ultimately, they united in purpose, demonstrating collective resolve to etch their names into history. Yet, Jiang and Yao Ming continued to exhibit absolute dominance. Throughout the game, Jiang achieved an impressive 15 out of 25 shots, including 7 out of 11 three-pointers and a perfect 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, amassing a staggering 39 points. Yao Ming, meanwhile, scored 32 points and secured 12 rebounds, hitting 13 of 20 attempts and going 6 for 6 from the free throw line, utterly overwhelming the opposing team's paint. The venerable Zhang Weiping expressed his excitement, his tone filled with nostalgia and a touch of relief. The glorious achievements of the Chinese men's basketball team would be incomplete without the contributions of both Yao Ming and Jiang. In the twilight of Yao's illustrious career, and as Jiang began to make his mark, the two joined forces at the Kyoto Olympics to bring honor to their nation. The previous Olympic Games were not hosted in China, nor did they feature Jiang. The next Olympics will again be held elsewhere. And while Jiang is poised to become the national team's leader, Yao Ming may not be present. Thus, the current circumstances align perfectly. Next, the Chinese team will vie against Lithuania for a chance to progress to the finals. Compared to Croatia, Lithuania presents a slightly stronger challenge. However, both teams share remarkably similar styles, relying on precise shooting and intricate teamwork, while both exhibiting vulnerabilities in the paint. Hence, I believe the Chinese team has a significant opportunity to reach the finals. Yang Jian passionately declared, his excitement surging as adrenaline coursed through him, bolstering his confidence and making bold predictions. The Chinese team has effortlessly advanced to the semifinals. What is there to fear? This prediction is sound. Under the invincible duo of Yao and Jiang, all European adversaries are mere paper tigers, Coach Jiang enthusiastically remarked, a swell of pride welling up within him. The men's basketball team mirrors the current state of China. Once weakened over a century and bullied by foreign powers, it has now risen, leaving no room for underestimation. It is believed that following this Olympic Games, the influence of the Chinese men's basketball team on the global stage will only continue to grow. When basketball enthusiasts from around the world discuss the prowess of various national teams, the Chinese men's basketball team will undoubtedly be part of that conversation. On the court, the players of the Chinese team embrace one another, akin to heroes returning from battle, reveling in the joy of victory and the adoration of their fans. Achieving such honor in their professional careers leaves them with no regrets. However, they are all acutely aware that this is neither the end nor the conclusion of their story. They will persist in crafting even greater legends, striving for loftier accolades. Yao is particularly emotional, as the pressures of the preceding days transform into sheer elation in this moment. He has previously stated in interviews that perhaps if one performs poorly, it is not for others to comment. All Chinese basketball fans are entitled to voice their opinions on the national team. Despite this, his heart has undoubtedly endured anguish. As a member of the national squad, he felt he could not face the fans. Yet, the situation has now changed. It is believed that billions of Chinese fans will feel immense pride for their national team today. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the phase task. Rewards are now being distributed, 2,000 achievement points and 600 skill fusion fragments. Just as Jiang was celebrating, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. His face lit up with joy. The timing of this reward was indeed fortuitous. With this reward, his accumulated skill fusion fragments reached 2150. Sufficient to elevate a high-level skill to perfection. System, upgrade Yamakotaro's Thunder Dribble skill. Jiang declared without hesitation. He had resolved long ago to enhance this skill because its upgrade would yield a qualitative leap in his capabilities, granting him the ability to surpass opponents with ease. He vividly recalled the description of Yamakotaro's dribbling, where the fingertips elevate to 4, allowing for an almost ethereal speed in maneuvering past defenders. Congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. Yamakotaro's Thunder Dribble skill has been elevated to perfect level, with a fusion rate of 80. In addition to possessing exceptional dribbling techniques, he has acquired the ability to evade defenders with an almost ghost-like agility. The success rate of breakthroughs varies according to the strength of the defense, with a 10 chance of being intercepted. Note: to activate the breakthrough ability, the dribbling fingers must be elevated to 4. The system's voice, devoid of emotion, only served to heighten Jiang's excitement. He lifted his gaze towards the stands where the Lithuanian team sat, his eyes ablaze, a slight grin playing on his lips, as if he had spotted his prey. The semifinals. Here I come. Chapter 74. The semifinals begin. The attention of the American team is drawn to the spectators on the sidelines. The Lithuanian players feel the intense gaze of Jiang, each brimming with competitive spirit, their expressions imbued with solemnity. The dominance exhibited by the Huaxia team in this match cannot be overlooked. Previously, they had never faced the Huaxia team, as the latter had never advanced to the semifinals. However, the prowess demonstrated by the Huaxia team in this Olympic Games is astonishing, rendering them an undeniable force. All the Lithuanian players are acutely aware that the semifinal will be a fierce battle. Nonetheless, despite the challenges of this match, it also presents an opportunity to showcase the strength of the Lithuanian team to the world. What could be more exhilarating than defeating the Huaxia men's basketball team in front of billions during the Olympics? Let us prepare diligently for the upcoming battle. The semifinal is our trial, as well as a chance bestowed upon us by Lady Luck. Although the Huaxia team has displayed formidable strength, it is their first foray into the semifinals, leaving them lacking in experience, and their mindset may inevitably be affected, which serves as our advantage. In contrast to the giants like Spain and the American team, encountering the Huaxia team is already a stroke of fortune for us. Perhaps this year presents our best opportunity to reach the finals. The head coach of the Lithuanian team exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that the immediate priority is to devise a strategy to contain Jiang. A plan has begun to take shape in his mind, which is the true source of his exhilaration. If they can restrain Jiang, the scoring powerhouse, then the Huaxia team becomes far less formidable. After exchanging pleasantries with the players from the Croatian team, the Huaxia team retreated to the locker room. Yao and Jiang attended the post-match interview. The media contingent that arrived for the interview was even more formidable this time, completely filling the interview room. After all, The news of the Huaxia men's basketball team making history was overwhelmingly sensational for the people of Huaxia, and it was indeed a topic of great interest. The following day, reports regarding this match emerged, swiftly igniting a nationwide fervor. Streets and alleyways buzzed with discussions about the Huaxia men's basketball team, with everyone brimming with excitement and pride. Simultaneously, the gaze of millions of basketball enthusiasts across Huaxia was fixated on the impending semifinal matches. Anticipation soared alongside the team's remarkable performance, with terms such as reaching the finals and winning medals increasingly populating the conversations among fans. This was once an unimaginable event. Amidst great anticipation, the semifinals arrived as scheduled. The day commenced with the match between the United States and Spain. In contrast to the game between the Chinese team and Lithuania, the clash between the United States and Spain truly represented the pinnacle of competition, showcasing the highest intensity and fervor witnessed in this Olympic Games thus far. The two teams battled fiercely through 4 quarters. With approximately 3 minutes remaining, Spain trailed the United States by a mere 5 points, still harboring hopes of a comeback. No one could have predicted that Spain would contest so tenaciously against the formidable United States team. In this critical moment, Kobe once again unleashed his Mamba mentality, revealing his killer instinct as he took control of the game. He first executed a driving layup into the paint, followed by a smooth fadeaway jumper. He then assisted Howard, who effortlessly completed a dunk beneath the basket. Finally, Kobe, amidst defensive pressure, executed a remarkable 3-1 play, instantly igniting the crowd into a frenzy. The arena erupted with chants of MVP, underscoring Kobe's immense popularity and influence in China. Many fans affectionately referred to him as the boss. Kobe's performance in this Olympic Games has etched itself into the eternal memories of Chinese basketball enthusiasts. In the Wuxan Arena, only the Chinese men's basketball team could generate cheers surpassing those for Kobe. The decisive three-pointer directly concluded the match. Kobe Bryant personally triumphed over his closest companion on the Lakers, Pau Gasol, leading the United States men's basketball team into the finals. As the final whistle echoed, Kobe promptly approached Gasol to offer him consolation. Despite the disappointment of defeat, Gasol graciously congratulated Kobe and wished him success in securing the gold medal for the American team. Simultaneously, the remaining players began to exchange pleasantries. The tenacious performance of the Spanish team garnered the respect of the proud American squad. Subsequently, both teams exited the court. Staff members swiftly tidied up the arena in preparation for the upcoming match. Soon, the Chinese team and the Lithuanian team took to the court for their pregame warm-ups, while the American team settled into the stands to watch this contest. After all, one of these teams would advance to the finals and become their adversary. It was truly unexpected that the Chinese team managed to reach the semifinals, far surpassing my anticipations, Anthony remarked, shaking his head in astonishment. What is even more surprising is that the Chinese team could very well become our opponents in the finals, James stated with a serious expression, then turned his gaze towards Kobe, seemingly eager for his thoughts. I also have a favorable view of the Chinese team's chances of advancing, especially with the formidable talents of Yao Ming and Jiang on their roster. Jiang, in particular, often showcases a level of skill that leaves me astounded. What perplexes me the most are his peculiar technical maneuvers, which are utterly unpredictable. Kobe remarked earnestly, memories of the NBA Finals flashing through his mind. His expression growing grave yet his eyes gleaming with excitement. If I could indeed face Jiang in the finals, it would surely be exhilarating. After all, such an opportunity would not present itself in the upcoming season. Furthermore, Jiang possesses an immense potential that seems to amplify in the face of stronger opponents. This remarkable trait of rising to the occasion is not something just any talented player can claim. Wade chimed in, stating, to be fair, Jiang three-point shooting ability poses quite a challenge for us. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the championship shall belong to us. The spiritual leader, Jason Kidd, spoke with an air of undeniable confidence. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they turned their gaze toward the direction of the Huaxia team. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to perceive Huaxia as their hypothetical adversary. After all, the stunning performance of the Huaxia team in their first group match had left an indelible impression on them. As for the Lithuanian team, regrettably, their prowess seemed to elude their memory. Yet, as the esteemed Kidd asserted, the championship is destined for the Dream Team. They have assembled the most formidable Dream Team in recent years for this Olympic Games, not merely to serve as a backdrop for other teams. Their singular ambition is to seize the gold medal and reclaim their dominance in the world of basketball. Indeed, The Dream Team has exhibited an overwhelming prowess in this Olympic edition, instilling trepidation in all competing teams. Only Jiang of the Huaxia team, during every interview, has consistently disregarded the American team, boldly declaring his intent to secure the gold medal. Even after losing in the group stage, he continues to dismiss the American team. This may be inconsequential for the American players, yet it irks their supporters. Currently, many American fans are eagerly anticipating Huaxia's advance to the finals, envisioning a moment when the Dream Team can decisively confront this arrogant newcomer from Huaxia. Chapter 75, Front Defense and High Pick-and-Roll Offensive Strategy. The Might of Lithuania. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the starting players from both teams took to the court. The match commenced. Yao Ming effortlessly won the jump ball, directing the basketball into Lu Wei's hands. The defensive characteristics of European players are marked by ferocity and agility, akin to a tenacious adhesive. Lu Wei had already experienced the repercussions of such a fierce defensive style during the match against Croatia. This time he adopted a cautious approach, passing the ball to Jiang. Jiang executed a high lob pass into the hands of Yao Ming. Although he lacked the passing finesse of Heizi or Akashi, he was still capable of executing such a straightforward pass. Coach Jonas had a clear strategy from the outset to capitalize on Yao Ming's strengths and relentlessly assault the Lithuanian team's paint. However, it was evident that the Lithuanian team was well prepared, quickly advancing to double-team Yao Ming, applying intense defensive pressure. Yet Yao Ming remained undaunted, pivoting and rising above two defenders to deftly flick the basketball away. Swish! The crowd erupted in cheers. Yao Ming's opening basket was a true display of tenacity. The Lithuanian team retaliated, immediately employing their signature high pick-and-roll strategy. 4 years ago, at the Athens Olympics, Lithuania had utilized this very tactic, combined with precise three-point shooting, to topple the star-studded USA Dream Team 6. Today, they continued to rely on this traditional approach. 3 perimeter players possess the ability to initiate offensive plays, with one holding the ball at the high post while the center moved up to set a screen. The remaining players spread out along the perimeter, poised to receive the ball for three-point attempts. The ball handler, utilizing the screen, attempted to penetrate, perhaps wary of Yao Ming's defensive prowess in the paint. The player did not drive too deeply, opting instead for a quick stop and jump shot near the free-throw line. Swish! The basketball smoothly swished through the net. In comparison to the Croatian team, the Lithuanian players exhibited superior physical prowess, tall yet swift, quick yet precise. Their technical skills, game awareness, and teamwork surpassed those of Croatia, particularly in driving for layups and executing three-point shots. These elements formed the very foundation of Lithuania's game. The recent offensive play showcased Lithuania's remarkable teamwork, incisive drives, and accurate shooting. As a traditional powerhouse in Europe, Lithuania has participated in the Olympics 5 times, securing bronze medals on 3 occasions. Even though the Huaxia team effortlessly triumphed over Croatia, one must never underestimate the Lithuanian squad. Observing the recent offensive play from the sidelines, Huaxia's head coach, Jonas, furrowed his brow in exasperation. Being Lithuanian, he was acutely aware of this tactical approach. He had once aspired to mold Huaxia's tactical system in the image of Lithuania's. Yet he faced 2 critical challenges. Firstly, Huaxia lacked players capable of executing incisive drives with the ball. When Yao Ming called for a high pick-and-roll, not a single player on the Huaxia team could penetrate the paint using the screen. Furthermore, their subsequent ability to shoot or pass after driving into the key was equally lacking. Secondly, the team was deficient in stable three-point shooting capabilities, with only Zhu Fengyu and Jiang serving as reliable long-range shooters. When Jiang returned to the national team, Jonas was elated, regarding him as the ideal catalyst for this strategy. The synergy between Jiang and Yao Ming in the high pick-and-roll would undoubtedly be an indomitable force in this Olympic tournament. However, it was disheartening to discover that Jiang lacked the ability to drive effectively. This evokes a profound sense of sorrow and despair. Observing the Lithuanian team effortlessly maneuvering through the Olympics with their tactical prowess elicits nothing but admiration. The Chinese team advances in their offensive play. The Lithuanian coach, with a commanding shout, signals his players to alter their defensive strategy. Lu Wei, intending to pass the basketball to Yao Ming, is taken aback to discover that the Lithuanian players in the paint have executed a fronting defense, leaving Yao with no opportunity to receive the ball. This is the tactical approach of the Lithuanian team against the formidable Yao Ming. Helplessly, Lu Wei can only seize the opportunity to pass the basketball to Yi Jianlian, who attempts a long-range jump shot. Clang! A missed shot. Securing the defensive rebound, the Lithuanian team swiftly launches a counterattack, delivering a long pass to a teammate on the fast break, who then unleashes a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. Witnessing this unfold, the Lithuanian head coach stands at the sidelines with a slight smirk. He has thoroughly deciphered the offensive style of the Chinese team. While Jiang possesses the capability to sink challenging three-pointers, it is evident that the Chinese team prefers to first draw defenders towards Yao Ming, thereby creating easier shooting opportunities for Jiang. It is only when the game is in a precarious situation that Jiang takes the initiative to dominate, consistently utilizing his exceptional three-point shooting to aid his team. By effectively containing Yao Ming, they compel Jiang to activate his personal offensive mode prematurely. Indeed, in consecutive plays, the Chinese team has been unable to score. Yao Ming struggles to receive the ball, which inhibits his ability to showcase his skills. Even when an opportunity to receive the ball arises, the pass fails to reach him, and he is once again obstructed by the Lithuanian defenders in the paint. This left Yao Ming feeling quite constrained and exceedingly anxious. Meanwhile, on the perimeter, Lu Wei and Sun Yu had opportunities to shoot three-pointers, yet their shooting touch was off, resulting in a series of missed attempts. The Lithuanian team, however, showcased their precision in coordination and exceptional shooting skills, continuously creating three-point opportunities through high pick-and-roll tactics while maintaining an impressive shooting percentage. In under 4 minutes, Lithuania launched a formidable 12-2 offensive surge, gaining a 10-point lead. The atmosphere in the arena fell silent as the fans watched in disbelief, unable to fathom that the Chinese team would face such a severe onslaught right from the start. Deprived even of a chance to retaliate, it was evident that Lithuania had thoroughly prepared for this match. After an apparent series of miraculous performances, the Chinese team suddenly found themselves reverting to their former struggles, with Yao unable to receive the ball in the paint and their perimeter shots failing to find the mark. Their offense was a tangled mess, compounded by a complete lack of defense. The Chinese team was indeed in a predicament. Both their offensive and defensive plays were being dismantled by Lithuania. The commentator Jiang expressed his growing concern. The strategies devised by Coach Jonas had been entirely suppressed by the Lithuanian team, leaving the Chinese offense without a guiding force. As noted by Yang Yi with a furrowed brow, the only potential solution to break this impasse appeared to lie in Jiang Chen's three-point shooting, as Jiang remarked. His eyes filled with anticipation. With one of the two key players, Yao Ming, effectively neutralized, the focus now shifted solely to the other core player, Jiang Chen. On the court, Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. He had anticipated this situation, recalling from his previous life that in the quarterfinals, the Chinese team had faced Lithuania, ultimately losing by over 30 points. In that match, the Chinese team had an abysmal shooting performance from beyond the arc, making only 3 out of 30 attempts. A description of atrocious would not do justice to the reality. In stark contrast, Lithuania had achieved an astonishing 13 out of 31 from three-point range. However, in this lifetime, such a scenario would not repeat itself. As Jiang positioned himself at the top of the arc, he waved to Lu Wei, signaling for the ball. Initially, he had hoped to allow his teammates to find their offensive rhythm, but it was now clear that he needed to activate his own offensive prowess. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang dribbled back 2 steps and executed a jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball sailed through the air, tracing a beautiful arc swish. The crowd erupted in cheers, fans excitedly chanting Jiang name, eager for him to leverage his extraordinary three-point shooting ability to help the Chinese team turn the tide. Hey, team, it's time to demonstrate your exceptional defensive capabilities. On the sidelines, the Lithuanian coach bellowed with fervor, his emotions running high. Having effectively contained the formidable Yao Ming from the outset, he now sought to stifle Jiang. Without him, how could the Huaxia team compete? The players nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with confidence. The Lithuanian team initiated their offense once more, employing a high pick-and-roll strategy. The point guard, utilizing the screen, penetrated near the free-throw line and executed a sudden jump shot, sinking yet another mid-range basket. As Huaxia launched their attack, Jiang, upon crossing half-court, was met with relentless, close-quarters defense from his opponents. Lacking the ability to break through, the adversaries pressed him without restraint. Jiang began to run actively without the ball, hoping to find an opportunity to receive a pass and shoot. However, the defending players shadowed him closely, with the other players remaining acutely aware of Jiang's movements. Whenever he exhibited signs of breaking free, the nearest defender would abandon their original assignment to assist in guarding him, thereby intensifying the defensive pressure. Simultaneously, the Lithuanian team extended their defensive perimeter beyond the three-point line, clearly intent on curbing Jiang Chun's long-range shooting. This extreme defensive tactic, however, risked leaving other Huaxiao players open. Yet the Lithuanians seemed willing to gamble on the shooting accuracy of Huaxiao's other players. Jiang found an opportunity near the free-throw line and attempted a long-distance jump shot. Clang! He missed. The shooting touch of Huaxiao's other players on this night could only be described as frigid. Yao's complete restriction had, to some extent, affected the team's overall performance. The Lithuanian team secured the rebound and swiftly launched a counterattack. Seizing the moment while Yao had yet to return to defense, their point guard executed a sharp drive, effortlessly tearing through Huaxiao's defense to score with a layup. In the ensuing sequences, Jiang found himself unsettled by the constant pursuit, tight marking, and coordinated defensive strategies, including double teaming, which left him with no opportunities to receive the ball and shoot. Taking advantage of this situation, the Lithuanian team unleashed a surge of offensive prowess. With 7 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 23-7. Huaxia trailed by 16 points, and Jiang was effectively neutralized by the Lithuanian strategy of abandoning their designated defenders to assist against him. Yu Jiao frowned, his tone laced with frustration. There was little recourse. Apart from Jiang, Jianlian, Sun Yu, and Lu Wei, the team lacked players with consistent shooting capabilities. The only player who could reliably shoot from beyond the arc, Zhu Fengyu, was currently seated on the bench. Jiang had taken Zhu's place, but their roles were too similar for both to be on the court simultaneously. It would not be reasonable to substitute Lu Wei or Sun Yu, as Lu was essential for orchestrating the offense, while Sun's defensive contributions were critical for Huaxia's success. Yunish truly faces a challenging decision. Yang Yi shook his head, fully aware of the dynamics of the match and possessing an intimate understanding of the Huaxia team's roster. It seems that the Huaxia team is struggling to find a breakthrough. Is it possible that the remarkable Huaxia team will falter here? Yu Jia remarked with a hint of despair. Yang Yi remained silent, his gaze betraying a profound concern. What to do? A fleeting possibility crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. In the stands, the American players were also enveloped in silence. They had not anticipated that the Huaxia team would encounter such formidable challenges. The Lithuanian team had effectively dismantled Huaxia's offense. Initially, it seemed plausible that Huaxia could advance to the finals, but now that hope appeared exceedingly dim. Lithuania is indeed a formidable squad. The memories of the previous Olympic Games linger vividly, evoking a sense of frustration akin to that of Jiang, a feeling of powerlessness. Anthony shook his head, involuntarily recalling that painful memory. This could work in our favor. We have a chance for retribution, he declared. In the Athens Olympics, the Dream Team 6 suffered elimination at the hands of the Lithuanian team. In this Olympic Games, should we triumph over Lithuania in the finals? There could be no more perfect conclusion. LeBron, his expression somewhat somber, agreed. Aside from Chris Paul, the other 3 members of the Banana Boat are part of the Dream Team 6. Losing to Lithuania remains one of the darkest moments of their careers. Now, witnessing the Huaxia team struggle to turn the tide, could Jiang resign himself to defeat? Wade expressed his doubts, having witnessed Jiang's extraordinary performances in the NBA Finals. Would a player with such exceptional three-point shooting prowess truly be contained? There exists another potential avenue for breakthrough. Jiang once showcased this ability, yet it seems to have vanished since. Kobe spoke gravely, his eyes filled with anticipation. In this pivotal moment of the team's survival, could Jiang still exhibit that all-encompassing skill? On the court, Jiang observed the widening score gap, and a sense of urgency began to envelop him. Initially, he had planned to employ the upgraded Thunder dribble in the finals, but circumstances compelled him to utilize it prematurely. The Huaxia team was on the offense. After traversing past half-court, Lu Wei passed the ball into Jiang's hands. Positioned near the midline, he found himself closely guarded by a confident defender. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Yeshan Kitaro Thunder dribble, employing the four-finger technique. A sound akin to thunder resonated softly across the court. With a mere subtle change of direction, Jiang effortlessly evaded his defender through a rapid dribble. In that fleeting moment, the basketball seemed to vanish from the court. It was only after he had completely surpassed his opponent that the ball reappeared in his grasp. He came to a sudden halt beyond the three-point line, faced with an unguarded space of 3 meters, and launched a three-point shot. The ball traced a high arc through the air. Swish! A profound silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered moments later by an eruption of cheers that could have lifted the roof. The players on the court gazed at Jiang Chen in bewilderment, their minds swirling with questions. What had just transpired? Subsequently, the Huaxia team erupted into jubilant celebration. On the bench, Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipeng waved their towels in ecstatic excitement. Jiang Chen had indeed broken through. P.S. There is a correction. The earlier mention of the American team not paying attention to the Lithuanian team has been amended in this chapter, as well as in the preceding text. Chapter 77. The application of high screen and roll tactics. Jiang Chen's breakthrough ability shatters expectations. Had Jiang Chen truly just broken through his opponent? Good heavens! How could this be possible? Was he devoid of breakthrough capability? Yu Jia exclaimed, rising to his feet. His eyes filled with profound astonishment. No, he had once fleetingly showcased remarkable breakthrough skills, yet for reasons unknown, they had vanished thereafter. Now, as the Huaxia team found themselves in dire straits, had Jiang Chen finally begun to unleash his full potential once more? Yang Yi remarked with excitement, his heart swelling with pride. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Jiang Chen has indeed demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for breakthrough. It is utterly astonishing. Life has been breathed into the Huaxia team. Jiang Chen's incisive penetration will prove to be the linchpin for resolution. What the Huaxia team has desperately lacked is a player capable of ball handling offense, possessing both precise shooting skills and sharp breakthroughs, Yu Jia remarked, his excitement lingering long after the moment. Indeed, it is a moment where mountains and rivers seem to present no path. Yet amidst the shadows of willows and the brightness of flowers, another village emerges. In the audience, the players of the American team displayed expressions of astonishment. Is this for real? Jiang Chen actually managed to break through? Exclaimed Anthony with exaggerated astonishment. Goodness, if this breakthrough is not merely a stroke of luck, then this young talent from China has elevated his offensive threat to an entirely new level. The most crucial question is, how could this lad progress so rapidly? Throughout the Olympics, he exhibited no sign of breakthrough capability. Said Kid, his expression grave. That is precisely the miraculous aspect of this young Chinese talent. His performance on the court is always unexpected. One can never predict what astonishing display he will present in the next moment, Wade remarked, pausing his drink, shaking his head in both surprise and resignation. Regardless, it appears that the Chinese team has found hope in this match. Let us now witness how Jiang Chen's newfound ability to break through can elevate the strength of the Chinese team to unprecedented heights. Kobe's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shimmering with heightened excitement. When faced with challenges, he rises to the occasion. This emerging talent from Huaxia consistently unleashes astonishing energy, whether it be through concealed strength or the recent mastery of breakthrough abilities. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen has become significantly more formidable. This further ignited Kobe's competitive spirit. The players of the American team nodded in agreement, then turned their gaze toward the court. On the sidelines, Jonas watched as Jiang Chen executed a breakthrough. He was initially taken aback, only to subsequently display a look of sheer ecstasy. This breakthrough capability has truly salvaged the Huaxia team. Without hesitation, Jonas called a timeout to reconfigure the strategy. Gentlemen, in the upcoming possession, we shall implement a high pick-and-roll strategy, initiated by Jiang Chen with the ball, Jonas enthusiastically proclaimed. Coach, my passing skills are rather weak, Jiang Chen admitted, raising his hand in resignation, as he had yet to acquire any passing-related skills akin to those in Kuriko's basketball, rendering his passing ability merely mediocre within the national team. No matter, your ability to break through is sufficient, Jonas replied boldly, a smile breaking across his face. After the high pick and roll, you need only focus on initiating the offense. If necessary, find a way to pass. I can allow for errors in your passing. With Jiang Chen's shooting prowess, why pass at all? He could handle the offense on his own. Jonas proceeded to adjust the lineup, substituting Lu Wei for the three-point shooter Zhu Fangyu. The roles of the two players had become entirely distinct, yet they could coexist on the court. Zhu Fangyu's primary function was to create space for Jiang Chen and Yao Ming's high pick-and-roll strategy. On the Lithuanian bench, the head coach furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. When did this Huaxia player develop such breakthrough ability? He pondered. The players fell silent, equally bewildered, feeling the match had taken a turn for the challenging. Let us maintain our strategy and observe further. We must determine whether this Huaxia player has genuinely mastered the breakthrough ability or if it is merely a fleeting occurrence, the head coach decided, making his choice. Upon returning from the timeout, Lithuania initiated their offensive possession, once again employing the high pick-and-roll tactic. However, this time, The ball was initiated by the shooting guard instead of the point guard. After slicing through the Huaxia team's defense with a sharp breakthrough, the player passed the ball to the center, who attempted a hook shot, only to be ruthlessly blocked by Yao Ming. Jiang seized the basketball and immediately launched into a thunderous dribble, sprinting down the court. The Lithuanian team transitioned back swiftly, leaving no opportunity for the Huaxia team to mount a fast break. Reluctantly, they had to settle into a half-court offense. Jiang held the ball at the top of the arc, with Yu Ming setting a high screen. Jiang activated his thunderous dribble, effortlessly using Yu Ming's screen to tear through the opponent's defense, then abruptly halted beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to unleash a long-range shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. Magnificent. Jiang and Yao Ming exchanged high fives, locking eyes and recognizing a mutual determination to win this match. Remarkable. One cannot deny that Coach Liu's timeout was indeed astute, effectively maximizing Jiang's sharp breakthrough advantage. The Lithuanian team is capable of executing high pick-and-roll tactics, and so can the Huaxia team. Moreover, the high pick-and-roll strategy employed by Huaxia will prove to be more formidable than that of Lithuania, especially considering that both Yao Ming and Jiang are NBA superstar caliber players. It is noteworthy that Jiang possesses a three-point shooting range that extends across the entire court, allowing him to initiate high pick-and-roll plays from any position beyond the three-point line or even from mid-court alongside Yao Ming. Thus, whether Jiang can pass the ball becomes irrelevant. His personal offensive prowess is akin to a nuclear bomb in its destructive potential. Naturally, should Jiang possess passing abilities, he could invigorate the entire team, elevating Huaxia's overall strength to new heights. Yang exclaimed with growing excitement as he spoke. On the court, the Lithuanian team launched an offense, skillfully creating a shooting opportunity for one of their players. However, much to their dismay, Jiang, despite having lost his defensive position, effectively activated his formidable skill, the strong wall of Chuan. The ball clanged off the rim, and Yao Ming secured the rebound, igniting an offensive surge for Huaxia. They executed a super high pick-and-roll, positioned 2 meters away from the three-point line, with Yu Ming's screen and Jiang's thunderous dribbling and penetrating ability. The Lithuanian defense crumbled like paper. Jiang halted just beyond the arc and unleashed another three-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net once more. 23-16. In less than 2 minutes, Huaxia orchestrated a 9-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 7 points. After showcasing his breakthrough skills, Jiang erupted in full force. The targeted defense that Lithuania had previously devised against him became utterly ineffective. Another basket. For Jiang, the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean. Let us seize this momentum and reverse the game. Chapter 78. Jiang introduces the era of small ball and infinite pick-and-roll tactics amidst the frenzied cheers of the audience. Huaxia unleashed a counterattack akin to a crescendo, more ferocious than the thrust of an engine. The Lithuanian team found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Huaxia's offense. No, more precisely, they were unable to withstand Jiang's relentless assault. Under the pressure of Jiang's fierce offensive display, the mindset of the Lithuanian players began to falter, leading to a decline in their shooting touch. One player even managed to airball a shot under Jiang's defensive pressure. As the first quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 28-26. In the final 4 minutes, Huaxia erupted with a staggering 19-5 run, swiftly closing the gap to 2 points. On the Lithuanian bench, the call for a double team was made. As Huaxia initiated their high pick-and-roll strategy, they quickly pressured Jiang with a double team, forcing him to pass to Yao Ming, who lacked both three-point shooting ability and the capacity to drive to the basket, thus stalling Huaxia's offensive momentum. The head coach of the Lithuanian team astutely identified the issue. The high pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Huaxia team is not without its flaws. It possesses vulnerabilities as well. After observing a few possessions, he swiftly devised a solution. Previously, when facing the high pick-and-roll tactics of the Huaxia team, Lithuania tended to instinctively retreat on defense, often failing to provide timely support. This led to Jiang having numerous opportunities to effortlessly attempt three-point shots. Now, if defenders press Jiang, they effectively restrain his three-point shooting capability, opting to pass the ball to Yao Ming, who possesses no offensive prowess beyond the three-point line. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting confidence as their emotions stabilized. As the second quarter commenced, Jonas once again deployed the core duo of Yao Ming and Jiang. In such a crucial match, he dared not allow either to rest, fully prepared for them to play through the entire game. In addition to Yao Ming and Jiang, Jonas also included Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng in the lineup. The common trait among these players is their proficiency in three-point shooting. The game commenced with the Lithuanian team advancing first, executing a clever play to score a mid-range shot. The Huaxia team countered swiftly. Jiang held the ball at the top of the arc, while Yao Ming positioned himself 2 meters beyond the three-point line to set a high screen. Just as Jiang intended to drive, 2 defenders swiftly converged to double-team him. With no other option, he passed the basketball to the completely unguarded Yao Ming. Upon receiving the ball, a flicker of confusion crossed Yao Ming's expression. This is entirely outside of his offensive zone. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to what to do. Observing his teammates being closely marked, he had no choice but to initiate the attack himself. Raising his hand to attempt a three-pointer. Clang. Unsurprisingly, he missed the shot. The Lithuanian team secured the rebound and swiftly executed an offensive play, sinking another three-pointer. The hearts of the spectators in the arena raced once more. The tactics of the Huaxia team had been effectively thwarted. If they were to employ the high pick-and-roll strategy in the next round, the outcome would likely be the same. The adjustments made by the Lithuanian team were indeed timely, completely restricting the effectiveness of Huaxia's high pick-and-roll tactics. Yujia remarked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Once again ensnared in a predicament, how would they break through this time? It all hinged on Jonas's ability to command in the moment. This semi-final match was truly thrilling. Although it lacked the explosive visual spectacle provided by the American and Spanish teams, the tactical adjustments made by both Huaxia and Lithuania were equally captivating. Yang commented, furrowing his brow. On the sidelines, Jonas wore a frown, momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's expression had also turned grave. He found himself reminiscing about the era of small ball in the future, where centers like Jokic and Towns not only possessed three-point shooting abilities, but also excelled in passing, speed, and even ball-handling skills for driving to the basket. This is also the reason why the role of traditional centers has diminished in the era of small ball. Traditional centers like Yao Ming, possessing only offensive skills within the paint, find themselves rendered ineffective when forced to operate beyond the three-point line during pick-and-roll situations. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and he turned his gaze towards De Ji. Is it not the case that De Ji perfectly embodies the requirements for a big man in the small ball era? Although his speed may have diminished somewhat, he possesses an exquisite three-point shooting ability and the capacity to initiate offense while handling the ball, along with a commendable passing skill. He suddenly recalled an article he had encountered in his previous life, which asserted that De Ji was a victim of circumstance had he existed in the small ball era. His prospects in the NBA would have been far more promising. After all, during his tenure as the most formidable power forward in Asia, upon entering the NBA, he played in an era that undervalued the three-point shot. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with realization as he gradually adapted to this era, completely forgetting that the pick-and-roll does not necessarily require a center. In the forthcoming small ball era, there will be an abundance of pick-and-roll strategies. Regardless of position, anyone with ball-handling prowess can initiate a pick-and-roll, with the roles of screener being filled by centers, forwards, or even guards. In this match, he could effortlessly introduce tactics from the small ball era to dismantle the Lithuanian team's defense. As Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, Yao Ming prepared to set a high screen, only to be halted by Jiang Chen's gesture. With a bewildered expression, Yao retreated back to the paint. Jiang Chen extended his hand towards Wang Jizhou, signaling him to move up for a pick. Wang, equally perplexed, complied. Despite the disparity in screening quality when compared to Yao Ming, Wang's screen was sufficient for Jiang Chen. As 2 Lithuanian players advanced to apply pressure, Jiang Chen swiftly passed the ball to Wang, who stood beyond the three-point line, observing the 3-meter space before him. Wang momentarily froze. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and launched an open three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air's swish. Instantly, the crowd erupted with fervor. Most spectators may not have grasped the intricate tactical dynamics at play, but the sight of the Huaxia team scoring ignited their excitement. Those who understood the tactical implications were overwhelmed with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring. What brilliance to utilize Wang for the pick, exclaimed Yu Jia with uncontainable excitement. Yang echoed. They've come alive. The Huaxia team has truly come alive. The targeted strategies devised by the Lithuanian coach had proven ineffective. In just one possession, Jiang Chen had dismantled Lithuania's defense, proving himself to be a tactical genius, the very innovator of the elevator door strategy. Note, the focus of these 2 chapters was on the tactical aspects of the narrative. I consulted numerous references, which proved somewhat overwhelming. ultimately simplifying the distinction between the era of centers and that of the forthcoming small ball era. The emergence of these tactics has laid a solid foundation for defeating the American team. Imagine if Jiang possesses 2 additional experience cards. Upon utilizing them, he would attain exceptional passing ability, 3-point proficiency, and breakthrough skills, further enhanced by these avant-garde strategies. Ah, how splendid it would be to vanquish the opposition. Chapter 79. Defeating the Lithuanian team using Lithuanian tactics. The audience once again displayed expressions of astonishment. The surprises brought forth by Jiang in this match are truly astounding. Remarkable indeed. Jiang directed Yao Ming back to the paint, allowing player number 14, Jizhou, to execute a high screen, thereby dismantling Lithuania's defensive strategy with finesse. Coach Lau Ke couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Has the impasse been resolved already? It seems rather swift. The Huaxia team didn't even call for a timeout, nor did the head coach strategize. And yet Jiang has unraveled their plans. Wade expressed his disbelief. Perhaps the head coach of Huaxia is equally bewildered. He must have been deep in thought, contemplating how to counter Lithuania's aggressive double team, only to look up and witness Jiang and player number 14, Jizhou, break through. Kid chuckled, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. What remarkable basketball intelligence this is. He could easily assume the role of a coach. I vividly recall the 7th game of the finals, when we found ourselves ensnared in a scoring drought against the Celtics. It was Jiang who proactively requested a timeout from the coach, subsequently devising the elevator doors strategy. Reflecting on it now, I still find it astonishing. To my surprise, a similar scene has unfolded once again. This young man, Jiang, truly possesses an innate talent for coaching. Kobe shook his head in awe, acknowledging that even his pride could not overshadow Jiang's prowess in tactical design. A sense of absurdity enveloped the crowd. Tactical design? A coaching talent? Is this something a player in their early 20s, a rookie in the NBA, can accomplish? It is utterly ridiculous. On the sidelines, the coach of the Lithuanian team was left utterly flabbergasted. This is merely the first round. Has the newly adjusted defensive strategy already been unraveled? And by a player from the Huaxia team, no less? Where can one articulate reasoning in such a situation? On the other hand, Jonas was overjoyed. Having such a versatile player made coaching a breeze. On the court, the Lithuanian team initiated an attack, employing a high pick-and-roll strategy. The Huaxia team responded with an aggressive pressing defense. The point guard promptly passed the ball to the center, although the Lithuanian center lacked the ability to shoot 3-pointers. He possessed excellent playmaking skills from the high post. After a series of intricate movements, the center delivered the ball to a teammate in the corner, who effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. The Huaxia team countered swiftly. Jiang approached Yao Ming, exchanging a few brief words. Upon hearing them, Yao's eyes lit up, and he excitedly gave Jiang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly a genius." Jiang smiled and sprinted to the baseline to receive the ball. After dribbling past half court, he executed the same strategy. When Yao received the ball, instead of attempting a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, he charged directly toward the basket. The high pick-and-roll created ample space for the Huaxia team's offense, leaving the area from the 3-point line to the key unguarded, save for one defender focused on Yao Ming. Dribbling into the paint, he was soon met by 2 defenders converging on him. At this moment, Zhu Fengyu, who was lurking beyond the 3-point line, and the towering Yao Ming, stationed beneath the basket, found themselves unguarded. The manner in which the ball would be passed rested solely on the choices of Wang Zhizhi. With a gentle flick, he tossed the basketball into Yao Ming's waiting hands. Completely unopposed, Yao rose onto his toes and effortlessly executed a resounding dunk. The Chinese national basketball team showcased a masterful display of teamwork, igniting the crowd into a fervor once more. This match marked the first occasion where Yao displayed such effortless scoring prowess. Previously, he had to engage in physical confrontations merely to secure a semblance of shooting space. As the game progressed, Yao found himself devoid of opportunities to connect with the ball. The Lithuanian coach's expression grew increasingly grave. It felt as though the Chinese team had suddenly been revitalized. If the high pick-and-roll strategy employed by the Chinese team in the first quarter merely unleashed Jiang's individual offensive capabilities, then the collaboration between Jiang and Yao Ming in the second quarter truly invigorated the entire team's attack. It is utterly astonishing. In the subsequent offensive round for the Huaxia team, Jizhou penetrated the paint, drawing a double team, and deftly passed the ball to Zhu Fengyu, who effortlessly launched a 3-point shot that swished through the net. "Hey, gentlemen, abandon the pressure on Jiang," We must contain the prowess of number 14. The head coach of the Lithuanian team could no longer restrain himself and made yet another tactical adjustment. Following this modification, while De Ji was effectively guarded, Jiang resurrected on the offensive front, consecutively sinking three-pointers and executing unorthodox shots that utterly dismantled the Lithuanian defense. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 54-60, with the Huaxia team scoring 34 points in the quarter, not only leveling the score, but also surging ahead by 6 points. As the second half commenced, the Lithuanian team continued to struggle against the Huaxia team's high pick-and-roll strategy. Under this tactic, Jiang consistently found opportunities to shoot, akin to exchanging a bird gun for artillery, wreaking havoc on the Lithuanian defense. Although the Lithuanian team maintained a remarkably high offensive efficiency, it paled in comparison to Jiang's performance. By the end of the third quarter, the Huaxia team had expanded their lead to 18 points. Entering the fourth quarter, the Lithuanian team launched a furious counterattack, but it was quelled by Jiang's relentless one-on-one plays. As the game neared its final minutes, the Lithuanian team, in a desperate bid to close the gap, began to launch a series of hasty three-point attempts. However, their efforts bore little fruit. After missing 3 consecutive shots, the Huaxia team widened the gap to 23 points, rendering the match devoid of suspense. Yet, the Lithuanian team refused to concede, persevering until the very last moment. When the final whistle blew, they finally relinquished their offensive efforts, their frustration laid bare. Each player wore a downcast expression, with some unable to contain their tears of despair. The Lithuanian coach, standing on the sidelines, shook his head in resignation, never anticipating that the Huaxia team would triumph using the very high pick-and-roll tactic that Lithuania had mastered. This is truly heart-wrenching. It feels as though the Lithuanian team has imparted their wisdom and skills to enhance the prowess of the Huaxia team, only to be subsequently defeated by them. 92-109. The Huaxia team ultimately triumphed with a commanding lead of 17 points in the semifinals. They have won. The Huaxia team has once again made history, advancing to the finals of the Olympic Games. Oh heavens! It is simply unbelievable. Jiang could not help but exclaim, his emotions surging anew, his eyes glistening with tears. Who could have imagined that merely 2 months ago, the Huaxia team set the ambitious goal of breaking through the group of death to reach the quarterfinals, and now they have made it to the finals? With this achievement, they're assured at least a silver medal. This is indeed a historic breakthrough, and to do so on home soil, in front of millions of Huaxia fans, is a tremendous honor for the people of Huaxia. Chapter 80, 56 points in a single game. Is Jiang arrogant or confident? Yu Jiao proudly remarked, unable to contain his excitement as he stood up, joining the audience in a chorus of cheers. After playing for 35 minutes, he made 20 of 31 attempts, hitting 13 of 23 pointers and scoring 3 of 4 free throws, amassing an astonishing 56 points, along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. This remarkable score not only set a new Olympic record, but also positioned Jiang as the sole holder of the top 3 single-game scoring performances in Olympic history. A staggering 56 points, exceeding half of the Huaxia team's total score. Jiang remarked, once again in awe of Jiang's formidable display in this match. It is evident that Jiang's ability to break through has led to a qualitative leap in his offensive prowess, elevating the Huaxia team's strength to new heights. Moreover, the Lithuanian team's three-point shooting, making 13 out of 31 attempts, was already formidable, yet Jiang alone scored 13 three-pointers, achieving an astonishing accuracy rate. This single-game record of 13 three-pointers also set a new Olympic benchmark. Yu Jia followed up, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Merely contemplating these statistics is enough to send one's pulse racing. Next, the Huaxia team will contend with the American team for the gold medal in the finals. Based on the Huaxia team's performance in this match, I firmly believe they possess the strength to compete against the American team, Jiang stated, his emotions soaring. The prowess exhibited by the Huaxia team in this match is distinctly different from their previous displays. Although it may seem that Jiang single-handedly scored 56 points to defeat the Lithuanian team, anyone who witnessed the entirety of the match understands that the Huaxia team has become strategically richer. It is not solely about Yao and Jiang. Players like Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, and others have also found their opportunities to shine. While their contributions may seem limited, often just a single three-pointer, a mid-range shot, or even an assist could determine the outcome of the game. I believe the finals will be a classic battle etched in history. Since my school days, I have yearned for the Chinese men's basketball team to secure a medal on the international stage, and now that dream is finally poised to become a reality. The Chinese team will stand upon the final stage in their own backyard. This signifies that they have truly established themselves as a formidable force in the world of basketball. Jiang expressed his anticipation for the finals. In the stands, the American players were still reeling from the intensity of the match, savoring the brilliance of the encounter. It is undeniable that the game was nothing short of spectacular. Not only did Chen deliver an extraordinary individual performance, but the tactical duel between the two teams was equally compelling. The Chinese team masterfully blended individual brilliance with cohesive teamwork. When I faced the Chinese team during the group stage, I never imagined we would encounter them again in the finals, said the esteemed kid with a shrug, a hint of surprise evident in his demeanor. The previous perceptions of the Chinese team must be cast aside. Through a mere handful of matches in this Olympic journey, they have demonstrated remarkable growth, particularly in today's game, showcasing a revitalized Chinese squad. Gentlemen, we must brace ourselves. It seems the finals will be a fierce battle. Coach Old K remarked solemnly, his expression growing serious. No matter how weak or underperforming the Chinese team may have been in the past, their advancement to the finals demands our utmost respect. I find myself rather excited. To defeat the Chinese team on their home court and claim the championship would be a splendid conclusion for us, James remarked with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Having experienced the sting of defeat with the Dream Team 6, he understands that sensation all too well. Now, returning with the Dream Team 8, he is resolute in not relinquishing the championship again. Kobe remained silent, yet every fiber of his being trembled with anticipation. Radiating an imposing aura, he is now eager to face Jiang Chen on the court. On the court, the players of the Chinese team encircled Jiang Chen, exuberantly thumping his chest in celebration of this astonishing victory. The finals. A medal. These words once seemed so distant to them, yet now they have become remarkably within reach. All of this is attributed to Jiang Chen. His presence has transformed the Chinese team. Together with Ming, he has carried the team to the very end. Jiang Chen revels in the cheers of his teammates, feeling a slight ache in his chest. Celebrations are delightful, albeit a tad strenuous on the heart. Subsequently, Ming, Jiang Chen, and Coach Jonas attended the post-match interview, where reporters flocked eagerly. Jiang, tonight you scored 56 points, once again shattering your own scoring record at the Olympics. What are your thoughts on your performance? Jiang, you showcased astonishing breakthrough abilities during the match. Did you conceal your skills prior? Or have you recently mastered this newfound basketball technique? Jiang, you chose to halt the pick-and-roll with Ming and instead engaged with De Ji, fully activating the high pick-and-roll strategy and invigorating players like De Ji and Zhu Fangyu. What inspired this decision? Jiang Chen, in the finals, you will face the formidable Dream Team. Having lost to them in the group stage, will this add pressure for you in the finals? A torrent of questions inundated him. The reporters could hardly contain their anticipation for Jiang Chen's responses, given the explosive content exhibited during the match. Scoring 56 points? I suppose that's commendable. I had numerous opportunities for easy shots during this game, so high scores are to be expected. I give my all in every match. So the notion of concealing basketball skills is unfounded. The breakthrough technique is a new skill I've recently acquired, and judging by today's performance, it proved effective. As for the adjustment in the high pick-and-roll strategy, it came to me in a moment of inspiration, and I executed it. Pressure? Apologies. I feel no pressure, only excitement. When we lost to the USA team in the group stage, I told Yao Ming that next time we meet them, I must win. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived. Jiang Chen addressed each question from the reporters with unwavering composure. The journalists were left utterly bewildered. The staggering revelations were overwhelming, akin to a bombardment, leaving them at a loss for words to articulate their astonishment. Scoring 56 points is merely decent? Mastering breakthrough techniques anew? What astounding rate of progress is this? It's as if he has been launched into orbit. Moreover, his sudden insights regarding the high pick-and-roll strategy, was that merely a flash of brilliance? When he conceived the elevator door strategy, was that also a moment of inspiration? How does Jiang Chen have so many flashes of insight? Each time, these epiphanies directly alter the course and outcome of the game, which is simply astounding. Lastly, his excitement at facing the USA team, among all the squads at the Olympics. Only Jiang Chen dares to express such sentiments. Is this sheer arrogance or genuine confidence? Moreover, is it not audacious to assert, following the conclusion of the group stage against the American team, that they shall encounter the Americans once more? Is this true? All the journalists collectively turned their gaze towards Yao Ming, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for authenticity. Chapter 81. Do you wish to angrily slam the tactical board? As the Olympics draw to a close, the nation focuses on the men's basketball final. Indeed, after the conclusion of the group match against the American team, Jiang expressed this sentiment to me. At that moment, I was still in shock, unable to fully grasp the reality. But little did I anticipate that within a mere fortnight, Jiang's words would materialize. We advanced to the finals, set to contend for the gold medal against the American team. Yao Ming spoke, his tone shifting from astonishment to resolve, his gaze growing increasingly determined. What expectations do you hold for the impending final? The reporter inquired. What else is there to expect from the final? We have come this far. We are undoubtedly aiming for the gold medal, Yao Ming declared with fervor, as if he had poured all his strength into this proclamation. In the past, such aspirations felt unattainable. Now we are directly pursuing the gold. The reporters gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom these words coming from Yao Ming. The ever-humble and reserved Yao Ming was gradually beginning to exhibit a more flamboyant demeanor. Jonas, what is your perspective on Jiang Chen's optimization of the high pick-and-roll strategy? Will this bring about any changes for the Chinese team? A reporter asked. Oh, it is difficult to articulate my delight. Jiang Chen has already demonstrated his potential as a coach. This tactical optimization will propel the strength of the Chinese team to a qualitatively superior level. Moreover, Jiang Chen seems destined for this strategy. His three-point shooting ability significantly enhances the threat of the high pick-and-roll. We are confident in our ability to contest the American team in the finals, Jonas exclaimed, his face radiant with excitement, his emotions vividly reflected in his expression. This is a moment of historic significance for the Huaxia team, a moment where Jiang Chen creates a miracle, and undeniably, it marks a pivotal point in Jonas's journey towards brilliance. From his days as a player to his current role as a coach, he has yet to truly experience glory. To be blunt, the coaching position was merely a job for him in the past. However, now his career is poised to shine, transforming what was once just a profession into a culmination of personal achievements. It is believed that following this Olympic Games, he will emerge as an internationally renowned coach, sought after by numerous national basketball teams. The future is undeniably bright. The reporters nodded, fully comprehending Jonas's sentiments. One might say Jiang Chen is his benefactor. After posing a few more questions, the reporters concluded this post-match interview, which was undoubtedly rich in substance. In the Lithuanian team's interview room, a reporter inquired, "What is your perspective on the loss in this match?" The head coach of Lithuania responded, "It is difficult to accept, as we were undoubtedly the stronger team overall. At one point in the first quarter, we held a 16-point lead and effectively contained the performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Unfortunately, they discovered a way to attack us, and despite our average defensive capabilities, they overwhelmed us with their offensive prowess." Another reporter asked, "What do you believe caused this outcome? How do you view the performance of the young player Jiang Chen from Huaxia?" The Lithuanian coach replied, "Clearly, everything stemmed from Jiang Chen. This young man delivered an astonishing performance, particularly surprising us with his ability to break through defenses, a skill we had not anticipated, especially since he had not showcased such talent in previous matches. Moreover, I was most astounded by his application of the high pick-and-roll, which elevated the effectiveness of this tactic to an entirely new level. It can be said that the Huaxia team defeated us using a strategy we excel in, provoking an urge within me to slam the tactical board in frustration. This matter will undoubtedly leave him in a state of melancholy for a prolonged period. Encountering the Huaxia team in the semifinals appeared to be advantageous for them, as he brimmed with confidence in leading the Lithuanian team to victory and etching their names in history. After all, the Huaxia team had previously been regarded as a weak contender, posing little threat. However, who could have anticipated that this team, which had never reached the semifinals before, would unveil a formidable strength upon their inaugural entry into this stage? Do you believe the Huaxia team possesses the capability to contend with the American team? A reporter inquired further. This question is indeed challenging to answer. The prowess of the American team is well documented, comprising some of the finest basketball athletes the world has to offer, and they have displayed an overwhelming dominance in this Olympic tournament. In fact, the Huaxia team had not even reached the semifinals prior to this Olympics, with their best performance being merely a quarterfinals finish. Yet, I must emphasize, one should never underestimate the Huaxia team. When one believes they have the upper hand in a match against them, the Huaxia team often manages to unleash unexpected energy, turning the tide of the game. Let us await the intriguing developments that will unfold in the finals, the Lithuanian coach remarked with a shrug, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Regardless of who ultimately claims the championship, it holds little significance for the Lithuanian team. their focus now shifts to the subsequent ranking battle. In 2 days, they will face the Spanish team, vying for third place in this Olympic tournament. Should they triumph over Spain, they would secure a bronze medal, which would render their efforts worthwhile. The following day, the news of the Huaxia men's basketball team's advancement to the finals captivated the entire nation. Everyone was abuzz with discussions regarding the remarkable performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Even those who typically do not follow basketball found themselves quietly searching for recent news and basic information about the team, subsequently joining in on conversations with their peers. Frankly, those who remain unaware of the Huaxia men's basketball team's journey to the finals risk social isolation among their friends, as they lack a common topic of discussion. After all, the Olympics is a matter of national pride, and the developments of the games are of universal interest. Basketball has emerged as the most esteemed and noteworthy sport among all the events in which Huaxia participates. As the Olympic Games approach their conclusion, the question of whether the Huaxia men's basketball team can secure another gold medal for the nation, thereby solidifying Huaxia's leading position on the Olympic medal tally, has become a focal point for all citizens. If the much-anticipated Liu Xiang's withdrawal from the hurdles due to injury is regarded as the most disappointing aspect of this Olympic Games, then the performance of the Huaxia men's basketball team stands as the most delightful surprise. In contrast to the certainty of victory in table tennis, diving, and gymnastics, the Huaxia men's basketball team's remarkable resurgence has ignited a profound sense of national pride and honor among the people of Huaxia. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the masses, the final day of the Huaxia Olympic Games has arrived. In the medal tally, the Huaxia team stands unparalleled with a remarkable total of 48 gold medals, firmly securing the top position. Following closely in second place is the team from the United States. This marks the first occasion in Olympic history that the nation of Huaxia has surpassed the United States in the medal standings. On that day, the final events of the Olympics showcased a climactic showdown, notably the men's basketball final between the Huaxia team and the American squad. Chapter 82. As anticipated, winning the match. Only then does everything hold meaning. The most eagerly awaited event was undoubtedly the clash between the Huaxia team and the United States, far exceeding the anticipation and interest of the Huaxia audience in other competitions. Several factors contribute to this phenomenon. Firstly, the superstars of the American team possess immense recognition within Huaxia, particularly Kobe Bryant, who is reputed to have an astounding 1.3 billion fans in the country. While this may be somewhat exaggerated, it underscores Kobe's extraordinary popularity in Huaxia. Secondly, the Huaxia men's basketball team, once underestimated, has staged an astonishing ascent to the finals, igniting a fervor for basketball and a profound sense of national pride among the Huaxia populace. Thirdly, the very matchup of the Huaxia team against the United States generates considerable intrigue and attention. The United States is recognized as the most powerful nation globally, frequently topping the Olympic medal table. Thus, Huaxia's achievement in surpassing the American team for the first time undeniably stirs a sense of pride among the Huaxia people, as countless citizens yearn to witness whether the Huaxia men's basketball team can conquer this monumental challenge and secure a gold medal for the nation. Lastly, Jiang's extraordinary performances throughout the Olympics have epitomized individual heroism, elevating him to a status akin to that of the legendary Yao Ming. Unquestionably, Jiang has become a household name in Huaxia, frequently featured across digital and television platforms, with his name consistently mentioned in relation to the Huaxia men's basketball matches. Statistics reveal that Jiang has emerged as the most searched athlete among all Huaxia competitors during the Olympics. Throughout history, the people of Huaxia have harbored a deep-seated admiration for heroes and knights. This has also ignited the anticipation of countless fans across China for Jiang's performance in the finals, not solely within the borders of the nation. This match has garnered widespread attention across the globe, with numerous countries broadcasting it live. Major sports media outlets in the United States have made a plethora of predictions and analyses regarding the event. Without a hint of doubt, these media unanimously assert that the American team will effortlessly triumph in the finals, securing the Olympic gold medal. Some outlets have even dismissively labeled the Chinese team as the weakest opponent the American team has encountered in the finals throughout Olympic history. Furthermore, a poll was initiated online regarding who would clinch the gold medal, with 99% of American fans casting their votes for the American team. Their confidence in the prowess of their athletes is unwavering. After all, in the eyes of American fans, the nation has dispatched its finest basketball player, Kobe Bryant. Alongside him are other basketball luminaries such as LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Such a formidable lineup surely cannot falter. In addition to the media from the United States, nations such as Japan and South Korea have also made predictions regarding the match, predominantly expressing their support for the American team, with many asserting that the Chinese team would succumb before the end of the first quarter, rendering the game devoid of suspense. The reasons behind this sentiment are well understood by those in the know. In response to such skepticism, the Chinese media has boldly countered these claims. Even the official state media, People's Daily, dedicated a portion of its coverage to commend the Chinese men's basketball team, asserting that regardless of the outcome, as long as they act with integrity and honor, they will emerge victorious. Even in defeat, they stand head and shoulders above nations that lack even the qualification to compete in Olympic basketball. Amidst the global discourse, this highly anticipated match arrived as scheduled. 2 hours prior to the event, the Wuxang Arena was already teeming with fans. Even before the game commenced, the enthusiasm of the spectators ignited the entire venue. A sea of red, representing China, filled the arena, allowing viewers from around the world tuning in to witness the match to feel the fervent passion emanating from the Chinese supporters. Many of the attendees had followed recent news reports, which highlighted the disdain and contempt shown towards the Chinese men's basketball team from those smaller nations. This has further ignited the wrath and passion of the fans. Previously, many supporters believed that the Huaxia team could not possibly triumph over the American team, given the evident disparity in their rosters. However, now, the fans seem to have lost their composure, fervently shouting for victory against the American team. Regardless of the outcome, they are determined to showcase their fervor first. Darn it, what is this so-called dream team? Let us unleash a barrage upon them. At this moment, both the Huaxia team and the American team are undergoing pre-match interviews. In the Huaxia team's interview room, reporters have been eagerly waiting. In light of this immensely significant and highly anticipated match, everything appears transformed. There is even a palpable sense that each breath holds extraordinary significance. When Jiang, Chen, Yao Ming, and their teammates take their seats at the interview table, all the reporters adopt a serious demeanor. Jiang, as you prepare to face the formidable American team in the final match, do you feel any pressure? One reporter inquired. Despite his remarkable performances, Jiang Chen remains a novice player, barely in his 20s. It is uncertain how he will manage his emotions in such a high-stakes encounter. This is a point that piques the curiosity of journalists. Certainly not. At this moment, I am overwhelmed by a singular emotion, excitement. I am acutely aware of the immense hopes that our Huaxia team embodies for our fans, yet for me, the values and meanings assigned to this endeavor ultimately culminate in the game itself. Only through performing well and securing victory does everything acquire significance. Jiang Chen spoke with remarkable composure, his tone imbued with formidable confidence. The reporters were utterly perplexed by the source of Jiang Chen's self-assurance. After all, regardless of how splendidly the Huaxia team performs, they are set to confront the formidable dream team of the United States in the finals. A reporter inquired, "Who do you perceive as your greatest adversary in this match? Or, who poses the most significant threat to the Huaxia team?" Without hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, "Undoubtedly. It is my teammate from the Lakers, Kobe Bryant." His expression turned serious. Superstars like LeBron James and Dwayne Wade are undoubtedly impressive. But if one must single out the best, Kobe stands unrivaled. Although Kobe's performance in this Olympic Games has been rather unremarkable, everyone knows he has merely refrained from exerting his full prowess. He has consistently utilized his defense to elevate the team and inspire his teammates. However, when he switches into offensive mode, he transforms into the lethal assassin known as Black Mamba, delivering the most chilling responses to his opponents. The semi-final match between the United States and Spain serves as a prime example. In the first 3 quarters, Kobe's performance was rather lackluster. Yet in the critical moments of the fourth quarter, he erupted, completely dominating the game and leaving Spain in awe. Dai Yao, as you approach the impending finals, what emotions are you experiencing? Chapter 83. The inspiration of Dai Yao. Entrusting everything to the motherland. A complex array of emotions that is difficult to articulate. Compared to Jiang Chen, Dai Yao's feelings are far more tempestuous and fervent. For this Olympic Games, he has wagered his entire career. Ultimately, all his sacrifices have yielded their rightful rewards. The Huaxia men's basketball team has advanced to the finals of the Olympics, creating an unprecedented miracle. What could possibly be more exhilarating? Now, they are set to take the stage at the highest level, competing for the gold medal against the dominant force of world basketball, the United States. And it all feels like an incredible dream. When facing the United States Dream Team in the finals, do you have anything to say? A reporter asked, curiosity evident in their expression. In pre-game interviews, it is typically a moment for bravado or mutual flattery. Dayao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he stated emphatically, to the death. In the interview room of the American team, superstars like Kobe and James sat with serious expressions. Kobe, you are facing the Huaxia team in the finals. A team that has never reached the semifinals before, and you easily defeated them in the group stage. Does this imply that you will effortlessly secure victory and claim the gold medal? A reporter inquired, his tone lighthearted. To most observers, this appeared to be a match devoid of suspense, with a clear disparity between the teams. No, quite the contrary. This match may prove to be the most challenging one we have faced in this Olympics, regardless of how the Huaxia team fared previously. Their presence in the finals signifies that they are not a weak team, Kobe asserted earnestly, bestowing high praise upon his opponents. The most challenging match? Is it more difficult than the semifinal against Spain? Reporters furrowed their brows, questioning Kobe's assertion, suspecting he might be exaggerating. Indeed, the Huaxia team is stronger than Spain. Given that Spain could not secure a victory against them in the group stage, Kobe replied, a grin breaking across his face as he recalled Chen's remarkable presence and performance on the court. He understood that Jiang alone could pose a significant challenge to the American team. Without Chen, the Huaxia team would indeed lack strength, perhaps even failing to reach the finals. However, the current reality is that the Huaxia team possesses Chen, and thus, underestimating them would be unwise. A general can match the strength of 1,000 soldiers. Chen has undeniably become the irrefutable ace of the Huaxia team. James, you faced off against Chen during the group stages. How would you assess his performance throughout the Olympics? A reporter asked. I must admit, Chen is an extraordinary player. His three-point shooting ability is astonishing, and his rapid development is even more remarkable. In this Olympics, he has proven his worth and gained recognition. I believe he is destined for a brilliant professional career, James responded with a smile. Do you have confidence in limiting his impact in the finals? The reporters pressed. Certainly. Not only will I contain Chen, but I will also lead my team to triumph over the Huaxia team, securing the gold medal for us. No one can stop us from claiming victory, James declared solemnly, radiating immense confidence. In his view, it mattered little which team reached the finals, for the gold medal was undeniably destined for the Dream Team, a fact beyond dispute. The Huaxia team has already emerged as the dark horse of this Olympics, but their fairy tale run will conclude here, within the players' tunnel. The entire Huaxia team stood in the lengthy corridor, absorbing the cacophony of cheers from the arena that roared like crashing waves. Each player wore a solemn expression. To claim that there was no pressure would be utterly unrealistic. After all, this was the inaugural moment they stood on the grand stage of the finals before a national audience. The amalgamation of pressure, excitement, exhilaration, and anxiety rendered their feelings ineffable. They gathered closely, raising their hands and clenching their fists in solidarity. At the center stood Dayo, his gaze resolute, his heart tumultuous, and his blood surging with fervor. A torrent of words swelled within him, and in this historic moment, he yearned to express something significant, to mark the conclusion of his journey with the national team in this final match. Surely, the emotions coursing through everyone were intense. We have accomplished what our predecessors could not, and to do so on the grand stage of the Olympics held in our own backyard is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. We have graced this stage, achieving miraculous feats, bringing no shame to our beloved homeland. Now, let us steady our hearts, carrying our emotions and responsibilities. As we step onto the court and devote everything to our country, ready to face the American team in a fierce battle, we all bear the weight of a single head upon our shoulders. Who is there to fear? Dayo spoke passionately, his voice not loud, yet brimming with strength. Each word resonated deeply within everyone, transforming their restlessness into fervent determination. One word, let us go. We've come this far. What is there to fear? The opportunity for gold glimmers before us, and we ought to possess lofty aspirations and achieve extraordinary triumphs. Let this Huaxia team shine as the brightest star in the annals of Chinese men's basketball history. Onward! With a fierce shout, Dayo surged forward toward the end of the player tunnel, with Jiang closely trailing behind, mentally reviewing his arsenal. Dayo's role as the spiritual leader had reached its zenith. The next step hinged on their performance on the court. They would undoubtedly deliver a tremendous surprise to the American team. The vibrant red jerseys billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, resonating with energy. All players were filled with fervor, their blood racing. As if an inexhaustible force coursed through them, Their steps were both light and powerful. The moment the Huaxia players emerged, the entire arena erupted with thunderous applause, akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami's crash. Online, the XL livestream comments exploded in excitement. They have arrived. They have arrived. The Huaxia men's basketball team has finally taken the stage. Damn it, I've been both thrilled and anxious waiting for this match, having not slept well for 2 consecutive nights. The game is about to commence. Let us see if the Huaxia team can triumph over the American team and secure another gold medal for our nation. It's time for the fateful moment, my friends. Who will be the first? I will. If the Huaxia team emerges victorious, I shall take to the streets in the nude, capturing the moment on video. By the way, I am a girl. How audacious. The outcome of the match pales in comparison to the prospect of such a video, which is my true passion. Should the Huaxia team triumph, I shall propose to my girlfriend. In the event of a loss, however, I shall end our relationship. Quite the bold declaration. It is evident that basketball is my true love. Enough chatter. Let the comments section quiet down. The game is about to commence. Chapter 84. The game begins. Is the high pick and roll strategy ineffective? At the Wuxang Arena, following warm-ups, the starting players for both teams take to the court. The Huaxia Team's starting lineup includes center, Yao Ming, power forward, Yi Jianlian, small forward, Zhu Fangyu, shooting guard, Sun Yu, point guard, Jiang Chen. The American team's starting lineup consists of center, Howard, power forward, Anthony, small forward, James, shooting guard, Kobe, point guard, Kid. The audience erupts in astonishment. In this highly anticipated final, the Huaxia team has made a strategic adjustment, placing Jiang Chen in the point guard position and allowing Zhu Fangyu to return to his original small forward role. How audacious of Coach Jonas. Although Jiang Chen is not known for his passing, his performance in the previous match against Lithuania demonstrated his prowess in high pick and roll tactics. Junas's adjustment is unmistakably aimed at unleashing Jiang Chen's offensive potential right from the outset. Commentator Yang Jian expresses his excitement. He senses a sharpness from the Huaxia team's formation, akin to revealing the sharpest sword to the opponent. It boldly declares, "This is my strongest offensive weapon. Now, let us see how you respond." Indeed, this lineup possesses remarkable audacity. If only Jiang Chen could also pass the ball, it would be utterly flawless. Currently, the Huaxia team lacks a player with passing capabilities. Yi Jianlian can barely fulfill the role of playmaker. Yet his passing skills are only mediocre, and his three-point shooting leaves much to be desired, making his offensive approach rather predictable. How splendid it would be to have Yao Ming, the offensive kaleidoscope, on the court. Commentator Zhang Weiping notes, tinged with a sense of regret, that the exquisite synergy between Jiang Chen and Yao Ming from the last match against Lithuania still lingers in memory. One wonders if such chemistry can be rekindled in this game. Jonas's tactical shift is indeed astute, yet his personnel choices seem inflexible. He disapproves of Yao Ming's defensive capabilities, but can the other players on the Huaxia team truly contain the dream team? This turn is proving to be insurmountable, truly hindering Deji's opportunity for success. During the 2004 Athens Olympics, the Lithuanian team triumphed over the formidable American Dream Team 6 through their strategic high pick-and-roll tactics, tight defensive formations, and precise shooting abilities. Let us see if the Huaxia team can replicate Lithuania's remarkable feat today, Yang Jian remarked, directing his gaze towards the court. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Howard and Yao Ming leaped for the ball, with the former utilizing his explosive physical prowess to swat the basketball away. It landed in Kid's hands. As he dribbled past half-court and faced Jiang Chen, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Are you really being deployed as a point guard? Are you being mistaken for Magic Johnson? Unfortunately, you lack passing skills, and the Huaxia team's offense will likely be disjointed. Kid scoffed. In terms of offensive ability, he respected Jiang Chen. However, when it came to orchestrating plays, Jiang Chen was nothing short of a novice. Entrusting a player with no passing capability to operate as a point guard was absurd, to say the least. Though I may not possess passing skills, I can still dominate you on the offensive end, Jiang Chen asserted. Kid shook his head, flicking his wrist to deftly pass the ball to James, who had cut into the paint. James executed a powerful drive, scoring with a fierce layup. After making the pass, Kid casually shook his wrist, indicating the ease of the play. Unfazed, Jiang Chen caught the inbounds pass from the backcourt and initiated a thunderous dribble, racing past half-court. Yi Jianlian positioned himself 2 meters beyond the three-point line, setting a high screen for Jiang Chen. Utilizing Yi Jianlian's screen, Jiang Chen prepared to penetrate from the right side. Just as he took a step forward, Anthony and Kid closed in on him. Indeed, the American team had anticipated Hua Xia's high pick-and-roll strategy. Jiang swiftly passed the ball to Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian eyed the three-point line beneath his feet and decisively prepared to shoot. However, James was already closing in with remarkable speed. Under pressure from James, Yi Jianlian rushed his shot. With a clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Howard secured the rebound. The American team quickly launched a counterattack, with Kid sending the ball soaring to the front court, where James executed a powerful axe dunk. The Hua Xia team's offense continued to rely on the high pick-and-roll strategy, with the Americans aggressively pressuring Jiang Chen. Their defensive strategy was evidently focused on stifling Jiang Chen's offensive capabilities. Yi Jianlian received the ball once more, but this time Kobe rushed over with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Anthony darted towards Sun Yu's position. The American team's rapid defensive rotations were astonishing, leaving no opportunity for Hua Xia's players to find open shots. The basketball was passed around multiple times, yet no offensive opportunities materialized. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling an offensive violation by the Hua Xia team. The American team had made ample preparations, utilizing the players' abundant stamina and lightning-fast speed to dismantle Hua Xia's high pick-and-roll strategy. The lineup orchestrated by Jonas seemed to lose its significance. Yang Jin's expression grew grave. It's going to be tough. When Jiang Chen plays as the point guard, Hua Xia's tactics become rather predictable and easily countered. If the high pick-and-roll is restricted, Hua Xia's offense will come to a standstill, Zhang Weiping analyzed, also displaying concern. The Lithuanian team simply could not compare to the American squad. On the sidelines, Jonas wore a stern expression, contemplating whether to substitute in Lu Wei to add a pure point guard to the mix. Meanwhile, on the court, James from the American team nailed another mid-range jumper, achieving a perfect 3 out of 3 for 6 points and demonstrating exceptional form. As Hua Xia launched their offensive, Jiang Chen dribbled past half-court, thwarting Yi Jianlian's attempt to set a pick and signaling his teammates to create space. He intended to go for an isolation play. With the team's tactics failing to break through, the only recourse was to rely on individual scoring. Perhaps the previous match's high pick-and-roll had left a lasting impression, causing many to overlook Jiang Chen's terrifying capability for one-on-one plays after showcasing his ability to penetrate defenses. It was time to remind everyone of his prowess. Facing Kid's defense, Jiang Chen found himself in a complete mismatch. With just a slight opening, he seized the opportunity to shoot. Ignoring Kid's defense, he took a lateral dribble and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. Kid leaped with all his might to contest the shot, but was a fraction too late. The basketball soared in a high arc, swishing through the net and igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Fans erupted in cheers, realizing that it was Jiang Chen who could turn the tide. Glancing at Kid, who appeared frustrated, Jiang Chen calmly remarked, "Perhaps you should let someone else guard me. You simply can't keep up. When I enter my individual scoring mode, even I find myself intimidated." Chapter 85. Exploiting Kid. One player's score surpasses that of the entire American team. Kid's face darkened, yet he retained a stubborn determination. After all, he was a former member of the NBA's all-defensive team, and his defensive prowess was well acknowledged. This upstart from Hua Xia dares to underestimate his defensive prowess. It is simply intolerable. He remained silent, yet a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes as he steeled himself, determined to thwart this audacious newcomer in the next round. The American team initiated their offense. After crossing half-court, Kid delivered the ball to Kobe, who was perfectly positioned. Kobe, with his back to the basket, executed a series of deceptive feints before pivoting for a fading jumper. Sun Yu leaped high, yet he was unable to contest Kobe's shot effectively. Swish. The score stood at 8-3, granting the American team a 5-point lead. The Hua Xia team took their turn on offense. Jiang Chen, upon crossing half-court, unleashed his thunderous dribbling prowess, executing 2 rapid directional changes to shake off Kid's defense. He came to a sudden halt near the free-throw line and employed the skill of Qifeng Dahui, shooting with an unpredictable form. It appeared as if he were suspended gracefully in mid-air, leaving James, who attempted to assist in defense, unable to intercept the shot. The basketball traced a majestic arc through the air. Swish. "See, I told you, you can't guard me. Do you still not believe it?" Jiang Chen grinned back at Kid. As he retreated on defense, he passed by the American team's bench and called out to Coach K. "Coach, it's time to switch players. Kid has been thoroughly outmatched by me." The American substitutes looked utterly bewildered. Is this young man truly so arrogant? Has he gone too far? Humph. What a conceited brat. Coach K snorted softly, choosing to ignore him. He was well aware that Kid would be at a disadvantage against Jiang Chen. Yet he trusted that Kid's years of experience and defensive skills could somewhat contain Jiang Chen. Do not let this young man distract us. He is merely trying to unsettle our focus, Coach K advised the players. Wade, Paul, and others nodded in agreement. Such a level of trash talk would certainly have no effect on them. However, one cannot say the same for Kid, as he has indeed failed to contain Jiang Chen for 2 consecutive rounds. This will undoubtedly deal a blow to his confidence. The American team advances offensively. Kid dribbles the ball, casting a glance at Jiang Chen, a surge of inexplicable fury welling up within him. It is infuriating that this player from Huaxia not only spews trash talk at himself, but also has the audacity to approach Coach Lao Ke in a show of bravado. Where can I hide this aging face of mine? In a moment of impulsiveness, Kid, under the defensive pressure from Jiang Chen, forcefully charged forward, his heart brimming with an intense desire to attack. He sought to retaliate, to validate his prowess through action. Jiang Chen employed his formidable defensive skill, the strong wall of Chuan, but was toppled by Kid's iron elbow. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Kid for charging. The Huaxia team was awarded possession. Helpless, the aging Kid raised his hand, acknowledging his impetuous actions. The Huaxia team commenced their offensive. Jiang Chen dribbled at the arc's summit, retreating beyond the 3-point line, leaping to take a shot despite Kid's defense. Kid erupted in frustration, desperately attempting to block the shot. A sharp sound echoed as Kid struck Jiang Chen's wrist. Yet the basketball had already been launched by Jiang Chen with the swiftness of Sakurai Ryoko. Swish. The ball seamlessly found its way through the net once more. The referee's whistle sounded simultaneously, ruling a foul on Kid for hitting the hand. The basket counted, and an additional free throw awarded. What a splendid shot. Jiang Chen's consecutive scores helped Huaxia equalize the game. The offense undeniably relied on Jiang Chen. Yang Jian exclaimed with excitement, unable to suppress his admiration. To speak candidly, Kid, with his aging limbs, could hardly contain Jiang Chen, who executed just a few simple moves that Kid could not defend against. The venerable Zhang Weiping remarked with pride. In the stands, players from the Spanish team, observing the match, expressed their astonishment. Earlier, they had faced the Lithuanian team in a ranking match, emerging victorious by a significant margin to claim the bronze medal in this Olympic tournament. Kid's mentality had completely unraveled, watching Jiang Chen chatter incessantly, unsure of the trash talk being uttered. Navarro chuckled, finding the situation somewhat ludicrous. A superstar like Kid, with a glorious career, had been rattled by the banter of this impetuous youth, Jiang Chen. This situation is rather absurd. Jiang Chen possesses remarkable intelligence. He comprehends that this competition is not solely a contest of tactics, basketball skills, or physical prowess, but also a test of psychological resilience. Disturbing Kid's mindset can easily lead to mistakes, allowing Jiang Chen to score with greater ease. Just like the recent three-pointer he executed, where he had already completed a shooting form mid-air, Kid had no real need to commit a foul, yet he did so, revealing a lack of rationality. Gasol remarked, a smile gracing his face. Furthermore, the foul from the earlier collision was yet another manifestation of Kid's irrationality. Rubio added, a fleeting pain flickering in his eyes as unwelcome memories surged forth. In the group stage, it was Jiang Chen who had disrupted Rubio's composure, leading to a complete breakdown in his performance. However, observing Kid's performance on the court, Rubio found a semblance of balance within himself. It was not merely a deficiency in his psychological fortitude. Rather, Jiang Chen's prowess was extraordinary, easily unsettling his opponents. On the court, Kid felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, clutching his head and casting an innocent gaze towards the referee, reminiscent of a dinosaur being teased, both aggrieved and incredulous. The referee, however, paid him no heed. Amidst the resounding calls for the MVP, Jiang Chen effortlessly sank his free throw. 8-9. The Huaxia team took the lead by a single point. In the ensuing minutes, Jiang Chen seized control of the Huaxia team's offense, thoroughly overwhelming the veteran Kid. Despite Kid's extensive defensive experience, he was utterly incapable of matching Jiang Chen in height or speed, merely watching as Jiang Chen executed shot after shot. After half a quarter of play, the score stood at 12-18, with the Huaxia team leading by 6 points. Jiang Chen alone had amassed 14 points, outscoring the entire American team. Finally, Coach K could no longer remain seated, his brow furrowed as he rose to call a timeout. He felt a twinge of regret. He should have heeded the words of that Huaxia rookie and substituted Kid out of the game. What he had assumed was mere trash talk aimed at disrupting emotions turned out to be an accurate assessment, as Kid's performance on the court was indeed dismal, utterly overwhelmed. Is this acceptable? If this continues, not only will Kid be driven to despair, but the game will also spiral out of control. Kobe, you take on Jiang. Chapter 86, The Royal City Showdown. Kobe versus Jiang. As the players of Team USA returned to the bench, Coach K, without even pulling out the tactical board, addressed Kobe directly. As the strongest perimeter defender in Team USA, Coach K held great trust in Kobe. Kobe nodded earnestly, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. The opportunity to directly contend with Jiang on the Olympic stage was something he had long anticipated. Kid, take a breather. Wade is set to come in. Coach K continued to strategize, deploying the team's strongest lineup. Kid nodded, taking a seat on the bench with a hint of dejection. Being overwhelmed on the Olympic stage was not something he had envisioned when joining Team USA. Gentlemen, showcase your prowess and deny the Huaxia team any chance to breathe. Obliterate them, Coach K commanded with authority, his gaze sweeping over the players to convey his dissatisfaction. The players nodded, feeling a sense of urgency. They had seized control at the outset, only to have the momentum shifted dramatically by Jiang's explosive performance. A response was imperative, otherwise, what would become of the Dream Team's reputation? Throughout, Coach K refrained from utilizing the tactical board. After all, when one can resolve issues through sheer talent, complex strategies become unnecessary. Team USA's offensive and defensive approach was straightforward. Leverage their formidable individual defensive capabilities to force mistakes from opponents, then initiate fast breaks. In half-court play, they relied on simple screens or the exceptional one-on-one skills of their players to penetrate the paint and draw defenders before distributing the ball. After the timeout, the game resumed. Kobe positioned himself beside Jiang, eliciting gasps from the audience. Kobe is defending Jiang. The internal rivalry of the Lakers has commenced. Who will prevail? The game has become increasingly exhilarating. The matchup between Kobe and Jiang promises to be spectacular. Former teammates battling for their respective teams on the international stage for a gold medal. What a Hollywood-style narrative. Anticipation builds. Kobe is my idol. Yet I choose to support Jiang and Team Huaxia. Team USA has finally deployed their premier perimeter defender, Kobe, to take on Jiang. Coach Jiang, what are your thoughts on Coach K's adjustment? Yang Jian turned to Zhang Weiping, his gaze laced with a hint of teasing. It is well known that Zhang Weiping is a devoted fan of Kobe Bryant. During previous commentaries on Kobe's games, he has delivered numerous hilarious and classic phrases that have circulated widely among fans online, often in jest. Undoubtedly, this matchup is the most anticipated and iconic confrontation of the current Olympics. Kobe's defensive prowess is formidable. He has been selected for the all-defensive team for several consecutive years, a fact we must acknowledge. Nonetheless, I maintain my belief that Jiang will prevail in this duel. After all, Jiang's offensive capabilities are extraordinary, and with his newfound ability to penetrate defenses, he is undoubtedly unstoppable. Zhang Weiping remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, mentally chanting that Jiang must triumph over Kobe. Otherwise, the Chinese team would be in dire straits. In the stands, the Spanish team watched eagerly. What an intriguing and exciting clash this is. Paul, who do you think will dominate this encounter? Navarro's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As a teammate of both Kobe and Jiang, Gasol is the most qualified to answer this question. I undoubtedly favor Kobe. While Jiang's performance in this Olympics has indeed been explosive and relentless, he is up against Kobe. Hey, that's Kobe. The name itself signifies everything. If Kobe were on the Chinese team, I am confident his performance would rival that of Jiang, Gasol said earnestly, radiating confidence. Navarro's lips curled into a slight smile as he recalled Jiang's electrifying moments, pondering if that assertion truly holds. On the court, the American team initiated the offense. Kobe moved to the top of the arc, requesting the ball. The moment he received the basketball, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpened, akin to a poised mamba ready to strike, brimming with lethal intent. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he launched into action. A series of between-the-legs dribbles, coupled with a shoulder fake, set him up to feint left before accelerating to break through on the right. After gaining half a step, he abruptly stopped for a fading jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a testament to his fluidity, with intricate details in his evasive maneuvers that rendered defenders helpless. Even though Jiang activated the strongest defensive skill, the strongest wall of Tsukuwa, and exerted maximum effort, he was still effortlessly outmaneuvered by Kobe, who made the shot. Jiang felt a profound sense that against a scorer of Kobe's caliber, even the strongest wall of Tsukuwa was beginning to falter. His eyes radiated a fiery determination, filled with the spirit of competition. To overcome a player of Kobe's stature would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride. This sensation surpasses even the thrill of facing LeBron in the group stage. The Huaxia team initiates their offense. Jiang, dribbling past half-court, gestures for his teammates to spread out as he prepares to take on Kobe one-on-one. Kobe slightly bends forward, arms outstretched, exuding an aura of icy determination that creates an almost suffocating defensive pressure. Jiang activates his four-finger thunder dribble, executing a series of swift changes in direction before opting to break through from the right. However, Kobe anticipates his move flawlessly, forcing Jiang to halt abruptly, retreat a step, and create space for a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. Kobe furrows his brow, remaining silent as he sprints down the court. Although Jiang scores, he is drenched in cold sweat. The realization that his Yeson-Tar thunder dribble failed to penetrate Kobe's defense is truly astonishing. Fortunately, he possesses the miraculous skills of the unfathomable Takashi Midorima's high-arcing three-pointer and the unpredictable shooting style of Daiki. Otherwise, he would have been utterly stifled by Kobe. The American team takes possession. Kobe, holding the ball, engages in a solo offensive maneuver, executing a series of dribbles before launching a clean jump shot from three-point range, successfully delivering an answer ball. The recent goal has plunged the United States team's bench into a frenzy of jubilant cheers. Coach K's previously furrowed brow has now relaxed. It was indeed Kobe. The dominance displayed is truly unparalleled. As the Huaxia team advances, Jiang, upon crossing half-court, relinquishes his fixation on one-on-one plays and summons Yao Ming to the high post for a screen and roll. He is acutely aware that engaging in a duel with Kobe would inevitably lead to his disadvantage, and the current moment is not the most opportune for such a contest. It is only in the second half that individual prowess will truly determine the outcome. Chapter 87. Deji's Resurgence. Utilizing the Kuriko Ryota mimicry skill. After the high screen and roll, Jiang penetrates near the free throw line and executes Qinfeng Daiki's unpredictable shooting skill, effortlessly sinking a jump shot. The American team advances. Kobe drives into the paint, drawing a double team, and lofts the ball high into the air. Howard leaps, catching the basketball mid-flight and forcefully slamming it through the hoop. Another explosive alley-oop dunk. One cannot deny that the visual spectacle of the American team is captivating, evoking sheer exhilaration. The Huaxia team continues with the high screen and roll strategy. After being double-teamed, Jiang passes the ball to Yao Ming. Yao, taking a single dribble to the vicinity of the free throw line, disregards the approaching Anthony and raises his hands to release a mid-range shot. Swish. Although Anthony's defense was timely, it posed no real threat to Yao, given their considerable height disparity. In the ensuing minutes, the American team continues to execute plays through sheer individual talent. On the Huaxia side, the high screen and roll remains the preferred tactic, though its effectiveness has noticeably waned compared to the match against Lithuania. Nonetheless, it remains the team's best offensive strategy. Notably, since Jiang assumed the role of point guard, the team's turnovers have significantly decreased, thwarting the American team's opportunities for fast breaks. As the first quarter concludes, the score stands at 31-22, with Huaxia trailing by 9 points. Jiang, having shot 5 of 8 from the field, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, and 1 of 1 from the free throw line, accumulates 14 points. However, his performance has notably diminished during the moments when Kobe has been tasked with guarding him, contributing to Huaxia's deficit. Yang expresses concern, acknowledging the critical importance of Jiang scoring for the Huaxia team, which now appears to be hampered by Kobe's defense. It is evident that the high screen and roll tactic of Huaxia can only reach its full potential when Jiang and Deji collaborate. However, Deji did not see any playing time in the first quarter, leaving uncertainty about whether Coach Jonas will substitute him in the second quarter. Old Master Zhang Weiping remarked, somewhat perplexed by Jonas's decisions. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness in their eyes. As commentators, they were left to analyze the game, while Jonas, as the coach, likely had his own considerations. The second quarter commenced. Jonas gently waved his hand, finally substituting in the illustrious Deji. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Deji's previous performance had left a lasting impression, as if he had returned to his prime, reminiscent of a dazzling offensive spectacle. Alongside Deji, the formidable Yao Ming, Zhu Fengyu, Sun Yu, and Jiang Chen also took to the court. This very lineup had previously triumphed over the Lithuanian team. The Huaxia team initiated the attack. After being double-teamed, Jiang Chen swiftly passed the ball to Deji, who stood beyond the three-point line and unleashed a powerful shot. The basketball soared through the air. Swish. Entering the game and scoring immediately, Deji showcased his exquisite shooting skills and unparalleled confidence. This is the initial visage of the youthful wind chaser. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, rallying in support of Deji. The American team continued with their regular rotations, led by Chris Paul and Dwayne Wade. The duo executed a brilliant play, with Wade cutting through the defense to effortlessly score after receiving the ball. The Huaxia team launched their offense once more. Deji was granted another shooting opportunity. Without hesitation, he released the ball and sank a three-pointer. In an instant, the entire arena was set ablaze with excitement. Remarkable. Who would have thought Deji could maintain such a high level of performance in the finals? It reminds me of the Deji from the dawn of the century, when he was truly spirited. Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. I believe it was high time to bring Deji onto the court. His offensive prowess could significantly alleviate Jiang Chen's pressure. Furthermore, Deji possesses a commendable passing ability, serving both as a three-point shooter to stretch the floor and as a facilitator for his teammates. Coach Jiang noted, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. If one were to identify the primary beneficiary of the optimized high pick-and-roll strategy, it would undoubtedly be Deji. On the court, after receiving a pass from Jiang Chen, Deji dribbled into the paint, drawing the defense, and delivered a splendid assist to Yao Ming, who executed a flawless dunk. The Huaxia team's offense was revitalized once again. Observing this, Coach K of the American team promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, abandoning the double team on Jiang Chen and intensifying their focus on Deji. He also substituted in the main roster of the American team. Although the American team maintained their lead, they were cautious not to become complacent. The game once again descended into a fierce contest. Kobe, LeBron, and Wade took turns showcasing their formidable offensive skills, consistently scoring for the American team. Meanwhile, the high pick-and-roll strategy continued to prove immensely effective for the Huaxia team. When the American team ceased their aggressive double team on Jiang Chen, he unleashed a barrage of jump shots, utilizing his thunderous dribbling to penetrate the defense. As the second quarter concluded, the score stood at 65-54, with the Huaxia team trailing by a mere 11 points. During halftime, in the American team's locker room, I urged them to elevate the intensity of the game to a new level in the third quarter, leveraging their physical advantages and athletic prowess to widen the score gap in the shortest time possible. We must decisively secure victory over the Huaxia team and claim the championship of the current Olympic Games, rather than dragging the match to its conclusion. That new talent from Huaxia, Jiang Chen, has a knack for extraordinary performances. Who knows when he might suddenly erupt? We must firmly grasp control of the game's dynamics. Coach Lao K spoke seriously, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Despite the American team holding an 11-point lead, he felt a palpable sense of insecurity, an unsettling anticipation for the impending second half. Although the Huaxia team had demonstrated formidable prowess in the first half, Coach Lao K sensed that something vital was amiss. After much contemplation, he realized that Jiang Chen's performance lacked the sharpness and brilliance that characterized his usual play. Even though he still secured the highest score of the game, it paled in comparison to his earlier group stage displays. As the lengthy halftime concluded, the second half commenced. The American team launched an offensive. Kobe, after a series of deft crossovers, executed a sudden stop-and-pop jumper from the right side, scoring effortlessly. The Huaxia team countered swiftly. Jiang Chen, positioned at the top of the arc, held the ball. Yao Ming moved forward to set a screen, but Jiang gestured for him to refrain, indicating his desire to take on the challenge alone. This scene ignited excitement among the audience. Was Jiang Chen finally poised to unleash his offensive prowess against Kobe's defense? This is the scene that everyone has long anticipated. My friend, do you wish to challenge me? That would be a grave miscalculation, Kobe confidently declared. Whether it is indeed a miscalculation, only the game will reveal, Jiang Chen replied, a subtle grin spreading across his face as he activated the skill card for imitating the techniques of Ryota Kai's. Chapter 88. Mimicking opponents' basketball skills. The crowd was dazzled in an instant. He felt an extraordinary power surging within his body, as if his mind had been enhanced. Kobe's offensive maneuvers replayed in his mind like a slow-motion breakdown. This skill possesses the remarkable ability to imitate and enhance movements observed just once, an extraordinary feat indeed. Chen's dribbling steadily accelerated as he executed a series of swift crossovers, advancing towards the right flank. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt. Leaning back to release a jump shot, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a lofty arc swish. Kobe appeared utterly bewildered. Why does this action appear so familiar? He quickly reflected in his mind and suddenly realized that this was indeed the offensive move he had just employed. Why could Chen also execute it? How peculiar. It truly is quite strange. The spectators at the scene were also expressing their bewilderment in murmurs. This is undeniably Kobe's signature offensive move. Why is it being employed by Chen? Is it merely a coincidence? The American team is on the attack. On this occasion, Kobe executed a post-up maneuver, receiving the ball with his back to Chen. After a series of deceptive fakes, he pivoted and performed a step-back fadeaway jump shot. The sound of the ball clanging off the rim echoed in the arena. The Huaxia team launched their offense. Chen mirrored the play, yet unlike Kobe, his fadeaway jump shot found nothing but net, gracefully avoiding any misfires. At that moment, the audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Is Chen attempting to mimic Kobe's moves? Yang Jian inquired, somewhat perplexed. It appeared to be the case, however. The ability to replicate such offensive techniques after merely witnessing Kobe in action was undeniably remarkable. What a curious feat, remarked the venerable Zhang Weiping, his tone laden with skepticism. Who, after all, was Kobe? He was an offensive virtuoso, a paragon of scoring prowess in NBA history. His signature fadeaway jump shot and low-post back-to-the-basket techniques were unparalleled masterpieces that had remained unlearned by anyone over the years. Did Chen truly master them after just one observation? This is rather outrageous. Yet, if Chen is not merely imitating Kobe's offensive maneuvers, how can one possibly explain this phenomenon? Coach Jiang appears to be utterly perplexed. Having dedicated the majority of his life to the realm of basketball, he now finds himself at a loss in the face of such occurrences. In the stands, a commotion arises. What is happening? Chen has emulated Kobe's offensive style? It is astonishing that he can replicate Kobe's moves. Navarro exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. Could it be that during his time with the Lakers, Chen clandestinely studied Kobe's techniques? Rubio inquired, directing his gaze toward Gasol. If this is indeed a spontaneous display of newly acquired skills on the court, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. What manner of basketball talent could effortlessly replicate the offensive techniques honed over a decade by a superstar like Kobe? No, I have never witnessed Chen practicing Kobe's skills. It is widely acknowledged that Kobe's offensive prowess and his signature fadeaway jump shot are unparalleled in the league, making them exceedingly difficult to master, let alone emulate so closely. Were it not for Chen's yellow skin, I would almost suspect that it was Kobe himself executing those moves, Gasol remarked, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Once again, the crowd turned their attention to Chen, their minds echoing a question. Could this truly be an onside imitation? On the court, Kobe, his expression darkened, inquired, "Are you imitating me?" "Indeed. What do you think? Do I resemble him?" Chen responded, a slight smile gracing his lips, his excitement palpable. Kiyotaka Ayaman's mimicry skills are truly remarkable. He not only flawlessly replicates actions he has observed, but also enhances them in the process. This certainly has the potential to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent. However, this skill demands an extraordinary level of physical talent. Without the innate abilities akin to those of Atenyu, even if one were to employ imitation techniques, mastery would be elusive. It's no jest. There exists no player in this world capable of effortlessly replicating my offensive maneuvers, Kobe asserted with unwavering confidence. Techniques such as the sudden stop and step-back jumper and the back-to-the-basket fadeaway are offensive skills honed through extensive training and refinement. How could they possibly be easily imitated? I've already mentioned that this is a matter of imitation. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Chen remarked nonchalantly as he turned to transition back on defense. The American team advanced their offense, with Kobe at the top of the arc, ball in hand. This time, he refrained from attacking and instead passed the basketball into the hands of James. With defenders pressing in, James executed a powerful drive to the basket. Utilizing his signature move to score, the Huaxia team began their offense. Chen, at the top of the arc, held the ball and, after a series of nimble dribbles, employed the same powerful move, forcing his way past Kobe's defense to score in the paint. With the enhanced physical prowess bestowed by Yin's innate gifts, Kobe could not withstand Jiang Chen's strength. The crowd erupted once more, unable to contain their astonishment. Is my vision deceiving me? How can Jiang Chen also perform the powerful move? It's undeniable. Jiang Chen is mimicking Kobe and James. Otherwise, how could he execute both the sudden stop jumper and the powerful drive? This is rather absurd. Not only has he replicated Kobe's offensive techniques, but he has also mastered James's powerful move. I find myself perplexed. Why did he not showcase such talent earlier? It is utterly incomprehensible. Fans buzzed with speculation. The commentary teams from various nations were equally astonished, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens! It is now confirmed. Jiang Chen is indeed emulating his opponents. Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. What extraordinary ability is this? It has transcended any scientific explanation. Behold, the marvelous Jiang Chen once again reveals his astonishing prowess, leaving even an old man like myself at a loss to elucidate this phenomenon. His capacity for mimicry is nothing short of remarkable, Zhang Weiping exclaimed in astonishment, never anticipating that after a lifetime, he could still redefine his understanding of basketball. On the sidelines, Coach Old K wore a peculiar expression, his brow furrowing once more. Jiang Chen's recent display was truly hair-raising. Are you filming a movie? This is nothing short of cheating. If Jiang Chen continues to emulate his opponent's basketball techniques, there will be no discernible pattern to follow, making defense utterly futile. What further infuriates Coach Lao Ke is that his intention to dismantle the Huaxia team in the third quarter has been thwarted by Jiang Chen's explosive performance. The game rages on. Wade utilizes his signature Euro step to penetrate the paint, only to be thwarted by Yao Ming's defense. Yi Jianlian secures the rebound and swiftly passes to Jiang Chen to initiate a counterattack. LeBron and Kobe immediately transition back on defense, poised for action. Upon crossing half-court, Jiang Chen once again employs the mimicry skill of Ridodakai's, executing Wade's iconic Euro step. With long strides, he bypasses Kobe and, under the pressure of LeBron's defense, successfully scores. The players of the Huaxia team erupt in jubilant cheers. Is Jiang Chen indeed repaying his opponent in kind? The ball was struck with such force. The entire American team was left in utter astonishment, gazing at the scene in bewilderment, at a loss for what to do. This competition. I am at a loss on how to proceed. Chapter 89. Equalizing the score. Entering the final quarter of the battle. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Coach K of the American team decisively called for a timeout. This marks the second instance in which he has voluntarily requested a timeout during the match. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous matches. Typically, it is the opponents who, unable to withstand the offensive prowess of the American team, call for a timeout. However, never before has the American team found itself compelled to call a timeout due to the onslaught of an adversary. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Chen's extraordinary performance, the American team ultimately faltered and proactively requested a timeout. Guys, what are you bewildered about? You are the formidable dream team, the strongest team in the world. Regardless of what transpires on the court, regardless of how astonishing the opponent's performance may be, all you need to do is focus on playing your game. When you exhibit a dominating display, no matter how elaborate the opponent's tactics, they will inevitably crumble under your strength. Coach Old K delivered this motivational speech, and the players nodded in agreement, then turned their gazes toward him, awaiting his strategic directives. We must apply some tight double-teaming on Jiang Chen. The playing style of this Huaxia player is utterly inscrutable. Coach Old K continued, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. The players exchanged puzzled looks. Is that all? Is that it? This seems rather cursory. Coach Old K maintained a facade of composure, yet internally, he grappled with unspoken frustrations. Having spent a lifetime as a coach, encountering all manner of players, he had never before witnessed someone as outrageous as Jiang Chen. Possessing the fadeaway jumper of Kobe, the powerful drive of LeBron, and the elusive footwork of Wade, such a confluence of basketball skills embodied in a single player was unprecedented. Even God would feel vexed in such a situation. Kobe, as the primary defender against Jiang Chen, must elevate his defensive intensity to an entirely new level. Coach K spoke with heartfelt earnestness. In the absence of targeted defensive strategies, we can only rely on the player's individual defensive capabilities. Fortunately, Kobe is among the elite perimeter defenders in the NBA and is still capable of curbing Jiang Chen's performance. Rest assured, Coach, I will not allow him to be so arrogant again, Kobe replied solemnly, his expression cold to the extreme, with his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. Damn it! How could I have been toyed with by that little brat Jiang? He admitted to engaging in mimicry, and he could hardly believe it himself. To his astonishment, he truly managed to replicate it. This ability is truly formidable. However, it must end here. I will undoubtedly guard against this young man. The game resumes. The American team initiates their offense. Kobe holds the ball at the arc, launching a three-point shot with precision. Clang! The basketball ricochets off the rim. Yao Ming and Howard engage in a fierce tussle in the paint, exerting every ounce of strength to seize the ball, which they protect as if it were a cherished treasure. Only when there are no American players nearby does Yao pass the ball to Jiang. Jiang dribbles past half court, suddenly halting to unleash a three-point shot. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish! It descends like a missile, striking the tranquil surface of a lake, creating explosive ripples. The familiar mid-court logo three-pointer makes its triumphant return. This astonishing long-range three-pointer took everyone on the American team completely by surprise, as it was executed with an unexpected swiftness. Even the defending Kobe was caught off guard. His attempt to block the shot arriving a moment too late, leaving him to watch helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. The crowd erupted in an instant, chanting fervently, "This theory, where shall I begin?" Chapter 90, The Final Strike. Unleashing the eye of the Emperor of Sijiro Shinomiya. Jiang smiled lightly, offering little explanation. Since the onset of this match, he had been meticulously calculating how to withstand the American team without faltering during the initial 3 quarters. His trump card could only be deployed in the 4th quarter, which was the skill experience card, the Eye of the Emperor, obtained from the selected treasure chest. The validity of this skill experience card is limited to a mere 10 minutes, thus it must be employed at the most critical juncture. However, should the American team establish a lead of over 20 points against the Huaxia team in the first 3 quarters, it would necessitate the premature use of this skill card. Fortunately, such a scenario did not transpire. During the first half, he managed to contend with the American team through his inherent abilities and the high pick-and-roll strategy that enhanced the overall strength of the Huaxia team. Although they trailed by 11 points, it remained within an acceptable range. In the 3rd quarter, he directly utilized the skill experience card mimicking Ryota Kai's, elevating his prowess to an unexpected level. The outcome exceeded his expectations as he remarkably leveled the score. This can be described as a delightful surprise. Now, as the game approaches the 4th quarter, Jiang can confidently employ the skill of Sijiro Akashi's Eye of the Emperor. Upon activating the skill, he will render all actions, both offensive and defensive, ineffective. No threats will remain before him. He will be able to perceive the subtle shifts in his opponent's breath and heartbeat, allowing him to discern all their movements and formulate appropriate countermeasures, rendering him virtually invincible. To put it simply, this is akin to the observation hockey in One Piece, albeit an advanced version, possessing the ability to foresee the future. This is somewhat perplexing. With Akashi Sage Ars Emperai, Eamon Daiki's unpredictable style, Midorima Shinter's extraordinarily high-arcing three-pointers, and Hayama Kotar's thunderous four-finger dribbling, combined with Murasakibara Atsushi's innate physical prowess, one cannot help but wonder how terrifyingly powerful such a confluence of skills would be when concentrated in a single player. The answer will be revealed in the 4th quarter. Jiang gaze was filled with anticipation, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to take the court. Upon witnessing Jiang expression, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi were left utterly astonished. Was he truly that impatient for the arrival of the 4th quarter? This is utterly absurd. Could it be that Jiang possesses some hidden prowess? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yao's eyes as he recalled Jiang newfound techniques displayed against the Lithuanian team, along with the remarkable mimicry he had just exhibited. It seemed that Jiang improved with every match. Would he unveil yet another skill in the 4th quarter? The more Yao pondered, the more exhilarated he became. His seemingly drained body felt a resurgence of energy. On the American bench, the atmosphere was tense. Guys, the 3rd quarter was our opportunity to widen the gap, but we squandered it, losing an 11-point lead. We absolutely cannot afford to give the Huaxia team a chance to counterattack in the 4th quarter. We must maintain a firm grip on the game, Coach Old K asserted with unwavering confidence. Despite the current tie, he remained unperturbed. Had it not been for Jiang's extraordinary performance in the 3rd quarter, the American team would have already relegated the game to garbage time. Even if Jiang continued to excel in the 4th quarter, the fatigue of his teammates would hinder their ability to support him adequately. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. After all, this is a team sport. Moreover, The American roster boasted superstars like LeBron, Kobe, and Wade, who could dominate the game at crucial moments. Thus, even if the score remained tied after 3 quarters, it merely delayed the inevitable conclusion of the match. Kobe and the others nodded in agreement. The brief intermission soon came to an end, and the 4th quarter commenced. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the court. Jiang and the elder Jiang Weiping instinctively straightened up, their expressions turning serious. Millions of Huaxia fans watching at home became more engrossed, their breaths quickening with anticipation. The Huaxia team initiated the attack. Chen, at the top of the arc, experienced a sudden flash of inspiration and, without hesitation, activated the Emperor's Eye skill card of Aemon Daiki. Instantly, he perceived a profound transformation in his vision. As if the world around him had become illuminated. Even the dark skin of his opponent appeared significantly brighter. As he looked at Kobe standing before him, images of Kobe's next defensive move and intentions involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He employed the thunderous dribbling technique, utilizing the foresight from the Emperor's Eye to effortlessly sidestep Kobe's balance. He then stepped back to beyond the 3-point line and launched a shot. The ball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. 85-88. The Huaxia team led by 3 points. I shall seize control of this game. With unwavering confidence, Chen spoke in English, his voice not loud, yet resonating throughout the venue. Coupled with the formidable impact of his recent 3-point shot, he inadvertently intensified the pressure on the American team players. Howard, Anthony, and others appeared somewhat vexed. This player from Huaxia is indeed a formidable opponent. The Huaxia team, which is ostensibly a weaker squad, has transformed into a top-tier team solely due to the presence of Chen. Steady now. We must intensify our defensive efforts. By forcing our adversaries into mistakes and executing fast breaks, we can truly capitalize on our strengths, Coach K shouted emphatically from the sidelines, constantly reiterating his point. In this match, the American team struggled to execute many fast breaks and remained entangled in a battle of attrition with Huaxia, failing to leverage their advantages. As LeBron James dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Kobe Bryant. Jiang, with a keen eye, swiftly anticipated Kobe's impending drive and executed a timely steal. He had accurately predicted Kobe's next move, having prepared himself beforehand, waiting for the decisive moment. With a crisp sound, Jiang executed the steal and quickly initiated a fast break, sprinting to the front court before halting just beyond the 3-point line. He released another 3-point shot. Swish. It found nothing but net. 85-91. Huaxia led by 6 points, completely dominating the American team. The crowd erupted once more. A steal from Kobe followed by a fast break 3-pointer. What an astounding display of prowess. Kobe stood near the mid-court, bewildered, replaying the events in his mind, increasingly incredulous. Had he truly been stripped of the ball? It was as if Jiang had foreseen his intentions, an utterly astonishing notion. How could anyone predict his offensive strategy? Chapter 91, Consecutive Steals. The Might of the Divine Eye. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in Kobe's eyes. With an indomitable competitive spirit, he refused to allow such a basic error on the court. He sought redemption, much like the American team's purpose for participating in the Olympics. Once again, he positioned himself at the arc, demanding the ball, and then executed a series of swift changes in direction to drive past Jiang for a fadeaway jumper. Jiang, utilizing the divine eye, meticulously dissected Kobe's every movement. As Kobe altered his dribbling rhythm, Jiang seized the opportunity for another steal. Crack! The sound resonated clearly. The basketball was intercepted once more. Jiang immediately initiated another fast break. Even as James and Kobe rushed back in defense, Jiang was unyielding, halting near midcourt and launching an extraordinary 3-pointer from the logo. The ball arced through the air like a rainbow. Swish! The lead ballooned to 9 points. Coach K on the sidelines wore a grim expression, wanting to reprimand Kobe, yet he ultimately refrained, recognizing Kobe's esteemed status in the game. The fans in attendance were on the verge of eruption, utterly captivated by the exhilarating contest. Consecutive steals from Kobe. Jiang's performance at the start of the 4th quarter was nothing short of explosive. Jiang exclaimed with fervor, his entire being trembling with excitement. The player Jiang is truly remarkable. As the match progressed towards its climax, he demonstrated an increasingly formidable presence. Just when one might have thought that his astonishing performance in the 3rd quarter was the pinnacle of his capabilities, he astonished us further in the 4th quarter. Now, we can genuinely anticipate the possibility of the Huaxia team triumphing in this contest. Despite the multitude of superstars on the American team, none have managed to curtail Jiang Chen's prowess, which is indeed alarming. Elder Zhang Weiping remarked, his voice imbued with profound astonishment, as visions of the Huaxiao team claiming the gold medal danced in his mind. In the stands, it was utterly unexpected that the American team found themselves subdued by Jiang Chen in the fourth quarter. Could it be that the Huaxiao team is truly capable of overcoming this dream team? Navarro, a player from the Spanish team, expressed his astonishment. What has happened to Kobe? How could he be intercepted consecutively? Gasol questioned, utterly perplexed. Let us see if the American team can muster an offensive display that matches the caliber of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, this match may indeed hang in the balance, the Spanish coach solemnly stated. On the court, the American team initiated their offense. After James dribbled past half court, he began to orchestrate their attack. This time, Kobe refrained from demanding the ball and instead positioned himself in the corner, entrusting the entirety of the offensive play to his teammates. LeBron, under the defensive pressure of Zhu Fengyu, adeptly penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of Yao Ming's double team, and swiftly passed the basketball to the perimeter. The unguarded Anthony had already established himself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, he launched a swift three-point shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net, halting the downward spiral of the American team. The Huaxiao team initiated their offense. Jiang Chen, facing Kobe, executed a series of deft changes in direction before breaking near the midcourt, sidestepping Kobe's defense with a lateral movement, and unleashed a shot in the style of the elusive Qifeng Dahui. Swish! Jiang Chen continued to assert his offensive prowess. Double team. In the next play, the moment Jiang Chen received the ball, he would be met with a double team. Coach K, standing at the sidelines, shouted loudly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The terrifying offensive prowess seems to render Kobe's defense utterly ineffective. The American team's offense. This time, Jiang Chen took the initiative to switch defenses with Zhu Fengyu, opting to guard LeBron James. As the primary playmaker for the American team on the court, all of their offensive strategies originated from LeBron. Thus, only by containing LeBron could they maximize the defensive prowess of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. In the face of Jiang Chen's defense, LeBron exuded confidence, signaling his teammates to spread out as he prepared for a one-on-one showdown. Be careful, mate. Jiang Chen accurately anticipates your offensive intentions, Kobe shouted from the other side. Unable to articulate his astonishment at Jiang Chen's previous performance, he resorted to sharing his visceral feelings to alert LeBron. However, it was evident that LeBron did not heed the warning. With a powerful stride, he aimed to break through on the right, undeterred by Jiang Chen's defense. A sharp crack echoed through the arena as the basketball slipped from LeBron's grasp. Confused, he looked back, only to find Jiang Chen dribbling past half court, racing toward the basket. Kobe seemed to have anticipated this and had already sprinted across the court, applying fierce pressure. With the combined forces of the Thunder dribble and the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Jiang Chen effortlessly dismantled Kobe's defense, altering his pace and gliding past him with ease. Upon reaching the key, he executed a flawless layup. Frustrated, Kobe slammed his fist in anger, his composure shattered. Chapter 92. Defeating the American team, bringing glory to the nation, and securing the gold medal. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, less than 4 minutes remained in the match. At this juncture, the Chinese team had extended their lead to 15 points, opting to control the clock and consume as much time as possible. The American team, however, refused to concede defeat, launching into a frantic scoring spree. Yet, they found themselves unable to thwart Jiang Chen's relentless attacks, causing the gap to remain insurmountable. As the clock dwindled, the American team resorted to a strategy of fouling combined with a three-point shooting frenzy. Perhaps they themselves had not anticipated such dire circumstances in the final quarter. The global audience was on the edge of their seats. Was it truly possible that the so-called Dream Team, the strongest in the world, was on the verge of defeat? Would they really lose their dominance over the global basketball scene? Even with their strongest player, Kobe Bryant, in the lineup, it seemed salvation was beyond their reach. The underlying reason lies in Jiang Chen's astonishing performance. He consistently curtailed the offensive prowess of both LeBron James and Kobe Bryant on the defensive end, while simultaneously maintaining an exceptionally high level of offensive efficiency. Even when the American team employed a double-team strategy, Jiang Chen still managed to sink three-point shots, utilizing his divine vision, an extraordinarily high shooting arc, and lightning-fast release. As the game approached its final minute, Jiang Chen delivered a three-pointer that effectively sealed the victory. After the successful three-pointer, the Huaxia team maintained a commanding lead of 12 points. Victory was tantalizingly close. The spectators in the arena erupted into ecstatic cheers. The American team, however, remained undeterred. As Kobe dribbled past half-court, he aimed to launch a three-point shot, but Jiang, with his keen perception, anticipated the move. In the instant Kobe prepared to shoot, Jiang swiftly intercepted the ball. Taken aback, Kobe resorted to a tactical foul, slapping Jiang's arm in a desperate attempt to regain control. Jiang stepped to the free-throw line and confidently sank both shots. With less than 20 seconds remaining in the match, the American team found themselves powerless to alter their fate, helplessly watching the clock run down as they accepted the reality of their defeat. The final whistle blew. The score was 106-120. The Huaxia team triumphed with a 14-point advantage, securing the gold medal in this Olympic Games. At this moment, countless exhilarating shouts erupted across the vast expanse of China. Victory! The Chinese team has indeed triumphed over the American team and secured the gold medal. This moment is truly surreal. Chapter 93. Is LeBron recruiting me? What will happen to the original Wade? Merging with the talent of the God of Fire. LeBron, Wade, Paul, and others displayed peculiar expressions, feeling somewhat discomfort. Jiang Chen's earlier words were indeed quite piercing. This truly reflects their disdain. Jiang Chen glanced at them, grinning as he remarked, "Apologies, I am not targeting anyone. I am merely speaking the truth." The piercing words reverberated, and the expressions of James and the others turned serious. They vowed that the next season would not allow this player from Huaxia to behave as audaciously as he did during the Olympics. Kobe, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. Goodness! With several months remaining before the new season, this player from Huaxia has already offended so many superstars. When the season commences, every opponent he encounters will likely seek to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, provided they possess the requisite strength. A glimmer of ambition shone in Kobe's eyes, as if he could already see the next championship ring beckoning to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kobe turned to leave. Wade approached. "Buddy, although your words are quite audacious, I must admit your prowess is formidable. It is a pity you could not sign with the Heat. Had we fought side by side, we surely would have swept the NBA." Wade expressed his admiration for Jiang Chen while lamenting the missed opportunity. It was as if he suggested that teaming up with Kobe would have rendered them invincible in the league. Jiang Chen quietly scoffed, recognizing Wade's flamboyant nature. Wade did not catch his words, nor did he comprehend their meaning. "Thank you for your acknowledgement. As rivals, we shall surely appreciate each other's talents." Jiang Chen replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, James approached as well. "Buddy, your performance in the Olympics was truly impeccable. I hope you can maintain such a high standard once you enter the NBA," James said with a teasing tone. "Rest assured, that is a certainty," Jiang Chen responded earnestly. James looked taken aback. "I was merely jesting. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. You averaged around 45 points per game during the Olympics. Do you really think you can achieve such a scoring average in the NBA? This is utterly impossible." Throughout the extensive history of the NBA, only the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain has accomplished such remarkable feats. Even Michael. Yet, what is this seriousness about? Surely, you cannot believe you can truly achieve this. Chapter 94. Awards Ceremony. The closing ceremony, with the national football team standing beside the basketball team, Jiang Chen retracted his nefarious thoughts, continuing to immerse himself in the study of skills. Takao Gosei was a high school teammate of Mitarima Shintaro, possessing the ability of Hawkeye. Endowed with a vast field of vision, capable of executing no-look passes and other impressive maneuvers, making him the nemesis of Kuriko's misdirection techniques. Izuki Shun possesses the eagle eye, enabling him to alter his viewpoint within his mind to survey the entire court, instantly shifting perspectives to identify the optimal passing route for assists. This is indeed a commendable ability. However, it is regrettable that it is absent from the selection chest, leaving only its alternative skill, the claw. Without the eye of the griffin, the potency of this skill is significantly diminished, rendering it nearly ineffective for Jiang Chen. After a brief moment of hesitation, he opted to merge with Ryo Shimizu's aerial skill. Upon mastering this technique, his three-point shooting became nearly flawless, destined to be his most formidable weapon in the upcoming season. Now, he can not only release the three-pointer with remarkable speed during suspension, but also execute a fadeaway shot. Who could possibly endure this? It can only be described as increasingly bizarre. Jiang Chen shifted his consciousness back to reality. The award podium had been fully erected. The Spanish team had also arrived at the stadium. The three teams stood before the podium, and as the host introduced them, They ascended the platform in order. The Spanish team, as the third-place winners, occupied the far left position, while the American team, as the runners-up, stood at the far right. The Huaxia team, crowned as champions, occupied the highest central position on the podium. Each member held a bouquet of flowers, as the president of the International Olympic Committee presented the athletes with their awards. When the heavy gold medals were draped around the necks of the Huaxia team members, tears of joy streamed down each player's face. The audience, too, had reddened eyes, and the venue resonated with a chorus of sobs. This moment is truly enchanting. This is a scene long cherished yet scarcely hoped for by all fans of the Huaxia team. Now, it has come to fruition. Following this moment, the ceremony of raising the national flag and playing the national anthem commenced. According to Olympic regulations, when athletes from a nation secure a gold medal, their national anthem is played during the flag-raising ceremony. Thus, on this occasion, the anthem of Huaxia resonated. In the Huaxia Olympics, what could be more glorious than hearing the national anthem of Huaxia? The enthusiastic fans in attendance could not contain themselves and joined in a fervent chorus, their voices soaring to the heavens, echoing throughout the entire arena. The players of the Huaxia team softly sang along, their hearts brimming with pride for representing their country, and they could not help but shed tears of joy. In the comments section of the XL live streaming room, one brother expressed, "I am in tears. This moment is truly moving. I never expected to hear the national anthem resonate in the Wuxang Arena. Witnessing this makes my life feel complete. The Huaxia team is incredible. I never imagined they would triumph over the American team. I can only say that Jiang Chen's performance was simply phenomenal. At the time of the match, I was in the restroom, and upon witnessing Jiang Chen's remarkable display, I exerted myself so much that the toilet nearly collapsed. What about the girl who claimed she would streak if they won? I have already prepared tissues and a trash bin. Brother, your skills are astonishing. I wonder how many years of practice it has taken you to achieve such speed? It can only be described in the words of the fifth miss, unyielding. It seems I have entered the wrong comment section. Is this truly the space for celebrating the Huaxia men's basketball team securing the gold medal? I just finished watching the award ceremony and ran around my home in jubilation, uploading the video to my blog. I hope those who view it have enough tissues ready." After this comment was revealed, the comment section fell into a profound silence. Within the confines of the Wuxang Arena, the awards ceremony had come to a close. The victorious players gathered in small clusters, capturing moments through photographs. A particularly audacious photographer approached Pau Gasol, Kobe Bryant, and Jiang Chen, hoping to immortalize their camaraderie with a shared portrait, as they all represented the Los Angeles Lakers and had each earned medals for their respective nations at the Olympics. This photograph would undoubtedly hold significant sentimental value. Initially, Gasol stood in the center. Yet the photographer sensed an awkwardness in the composition and decisively repositioned Gasol to the bronze medal spot, placing Jiang Chen at the forefront. After all, the gold medal shines more brilliantly than its bronze counterpart. This side is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Gasol stood to the side, glancing at the bronze medal in his hand, then at the gold medal held by Jiang Chen and the silver medal clutched by Kobe. A sense of discomfort washed over him, pondering why he had come here to subject himself to such humiliation. Furthermore, the photographer was exceedingly rude. Is a bronze medal truly deserving of such disdain? Click. The photographer incessantly pressed the shutter, capturing this historic moment. This photograph is destined to become a classic, forever enshrined in the annals of basketball history. The Olympic Games have drawn to a close. Tomorrow will witness the grand finale of the Olympic ceremonies. The following day, news of the Chinese men's basketball team's gold medal triumph swept across the nation. Messages of congratulations poured in from all sectors of society. Renowned figures, including entertainment stars, sports icons, scientists, and scholars, expressed their heartfelt congratulations to the Chinese men's basketball team through various online platforms and interviews. The internet was abuzz with extensive coverage celebrating the Chinese men's basketball team's golden achievement. This incident has stirred an immense uproar in the land of Huaxia. Among the top 10 news stories on Baidu's news ranking, 6 pertain to the triumph of the Huaxia men's basketball team, establishing it as the unequivocal focal point of attention. Notably, 4 of these stories center on Jiang Chen. In the character search rankings, Jiang Chen undoubtedly claims the foremost position. In a fleeting moment, he has become the most celebrated figure in Huaxia, achieving a level of recognition that transcends the ordinary. Moreover, individuals sharing the name Jiang Chen have also ignited local enthusiasm, as many are eager to glimpse the likeness of someone who shares the same name. As evening descended, the Olympic closing ceremony commenced at the Bird's Nest. Amidst the cheers of nearly 100,000 spectators, teams from various participating nations re-entered the arena. When the cameras turned to the Huaxiao men's basketball players, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The athletes beamed with pride, reveling in the adulation of the home crowd. However, the football players standing behind the basketball team experienced a moment of acute embarrassment, silently wishing the cameras would not pan in their direction. Yet, the cameras did indeed focus on them. In an instant, the roars of applause transformed into waves of boos. The football players hung their heads, their expressions filled with bitterness, as they couldn't help but ponder the existential question: why must they stand behind the basketball team? Isn't this a form of self-deprecation? As the saying goes, comparisons breed discontent. Had they been positioned alongside athletes from other sports, the level of disdain might not have been so pronounced. Yet, standing in proximity to the basketball team inevitably invited the audience's derision. After all, it was agreed that they would collectively bear the title of the underdogs in Huaxia's major sports, yet the basketball team unexpectedly emerged as a dark horse, clinching the gold medal by defeating the world-dominating American team. This is utterly absurd. In comparison to the national basketball team, which brings glory to the country, the national football team has truly suffered a public humiliation before the eyes of the entire nation. Chapter 95. The Olympics concludes. The signing team approaches. Unlike the elaborate opening ceremony, the closing ceremony unfolded with relative simplicity. Following a series of proceedings, the renowned football star David Beckham made his appearance, gracefully receiving the Olympic flame through a brief yet captivating performance. This also signifies that the next Olympic Games will be held in London. For the nation of Huaxia, this marks the conclusion of a century-long endeavor. Undoubtedly, Huaxia's successful hosting of this Olympic event has significantly enhanced the country's influence on the international stage, showcasing its comprehensive strength to the world and enabling an increasing number of foreigners to gain insight into Huaxia. No longer is Huaxia perceived as the impoverished nation, struggling for sustenance and lacking attire, as once imagined by many abroad. This profound sense of patriotic honor and national pride fills every citizen of China with unparalleled pride. Following the conclusion of the closing ceremony, the various national delegations returned to their accommodations in the Olympic Village, embarking on their final revelry. The Olympic Games transcend mere athletic celebration. They embody an unimaginable theme that unfolds under the cloak of night. It is only natural for vibrant young men and women, brimming with unrestrained vitality, to indulge in such exuberance. Furthermore, the mixed-gender accommodations of the Olympic Village undoubtedly contribute to an increase in the usage of condoms. According to media reports, the organizing committee of this year's Olympic Games in China distributed 120,000 condoms free of charge. However, no statistics have been released regarding their actual usage. Since 1988, the total consumption of condoms at the Olympic Games has exceeded 1.5 million. This is undoubtedly a terrifying figure. Upon returning to the Olympic Village, the Chinese men's basketball team retreated to their respective rooms. Jiang lay on his bed, troubled by the cacophony of sounds surrounding him, unable to find solace in sleep. It must be remarked that the soundproofing in the Olympic Village is lamentably inadequate. Even the murmurs from hundreds of meters away can be distinctly heard. Who can endure this? Who can withstand this? It is not that there are no female athletes who actively seek affection. Indeed, it is somewhat difficult to digest. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Here we go again. Jiang, with a sense of resignation, rose from his seat. This marked the third intrusion of the evening. Notably, among the visitors were not only female athletes but also male ones. As the lengthy night unfolded, he sought solace, yet fortune seemed to elude him. Initially contemplating a proactive approach, he hesitated, as this was his inaugural Olympic experience, and he felt somewhat inexperienced. Moreover, such matters were not easily conveyed through shared wisdom. He would have to navigate this journey independently. Muttering to himself, Jiang opened the door, intending to decline the visitor, but the words caught in his throat, unuttered. If the previous visitors resembled dinosaurs, the figure before him was undeniably an angel. To his astonishment, this celestial being was none other than the renowned tennis star, Maria Sharapova. At merely 21 years of age, she had already claimed every significant championship in the tennis realm. Her prowess was beyond question. As a Russian, she epitomized the exceptional genes of her homeland. In 2006, she was even honored by Sports Illustrated as the most beautiful athlete. Such beauty naturally attracted adoration from countless male fans worldwide, elevating her to goddess status. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over her, and he silently affirmed her title as the most beautiful athlete. Her delicate features, resolute gaze, and statuesque form elegantly embodied the quintessential allure of Russian femininity. Yet, as he beheld her, a frown creased his brow. In his previous life's memories, Sharapova had missed the Olympic Games in China due to injury. How was it possible for her to be here now? Noticing the confusion etched on Jiang Chen's face, Sharapova smiled, her sparkling eyes seemingly capable of perceiving the depths of one's soul. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Although I am not participating in the Olympics, I have accompanied the delegation to China for a vacation. I previously visited during competitions, and the beauty of this place captivated me. I have been following your matches these past few days. You are truly remarkable. I sense your prowess in basketball has reached an impressive level. You know, I have also achieved significant success in tennis, and I believe we could become kindred spirits. I am departing from China tomorrow, so I thought it prudent to come and befriend you. After all, who knows when our paths might cross again? Sharapova articulated, her exquisite visage graced by a gentle smile, her voice carrying a soft, pleasant timbre. Of course, please come in. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Though lacking in experience, he compensated with intelligence and undeniable charm. Two individuals savored a cup of coffee within the confines of a room, engaging in extensive conversation. However, Jiang Chen soon found himself confronted by an intense defensive pressure, effectively restricting his movements. The exhilarating coffee left him too energized to sleep, resulting in a sleepless night. He depleted all the condoms provided by the Olympic Committee. The following day, a wave of departures swept through the Olympic Village, with athletes from one nation after another boarding flights to leave the land of Huaxia. Sharapova also departed early, accompanying the Russian delegation. The now empty rooms lingered with the fragrance of past conversations, waiting in silence until they were vacated. Staff members commenced a thorough cleanup, as traces of the competition spread throughout the Olympic Village, reminiscent of a battlefield, a sight both chaotic and tragic. The Huaxia delegation remained for an additional 2 days in the Olympic Village, awaiting meetings with the leaders of the sports administration to receive commendations before gradually departing. Among the men's basketball team, the towering Yao Ming was the first to leave, due to his injuries. He hurriedly boarded a flight back to the United States after fulfilling his obligations with the national team, seeking further treatment in hopes of a complete recovery for the upcoming season. Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, Du Feng, and other players affiliated with the CBA followed suit, returning to their teams to prepare tirelessly for the new season. United by a common goal, they now parted ways, each returning to their respective lives and trajectories. Yet, it is undeniable that each individual possesses a bright future ahead. Jiang Chen was the last to depart from the Olympic Village, subsequently relocating to a 5-star hotel to extend his stay. After all, it was a rare opportunity to return to Huaxia, and he intended to savor it for a while longer. With over a month remaining until the new season, even the team's training camp wouldn't commence until mid to late September. After spending a day exploring Kyoto, Jiang Chen confronted a pressing dilemma. He had become exceedingly popular, recognized wherever he went. Once acknowledged, he was inevitably surrounded by enthusiastic fans eager to observe and photograph him. This is perhaps the anguish of becoming a celebrity. The next day, Jiang Chen was fully equipped, donning a mask and a hat. In the sweltering summer heat, his actions were indeed rather unconventional. Wherever he went, he garnered ample attention, yet the likelihood of being recognized diminished significantly. In recent days, Jiang Chen has been receiving numerous unfamiliar phone calls while indulging in leisure activities. These calls are from heads of marketing departments of various prominent domestic brands, seeking to engage Jiang Chen as their brand ambassador. These brands, dazzling in their diversity, span across various domains. Lacking any prior experience, Jiang Chen resolutely declined all signing offers. It is the domain of professionals to undertake professional endeavors. He intends to enlist the services of an agent, and upon receiving their guidance and recommendations, he will select a few brands for endorsement. However, certain brands could no longer contain their eagerness and have dispatched their signing teams to Kyoto, seeking the first opportunity to engage with Jiang Chen, thereby gaining an advantage over competitors within the same field. Among the most fiercely competitive entities are the sports brands, including renowned global giants such as Nike and Adidas, as well as domestic Chinese brands like Anta and Li Ning. The first to approach was Nike's signing team. Chapter 96, Nike's signing conditions. On the 4th day after leaving the Olympic Village, a day laden with nostalgia for Sharapova. Jiang returned to the hotel around 10 in the evening after a day of leisure. Upon entering, he heard someone calling his name. "Hey, Jiang, we've been waiting for you." Jiang turned towards the voice and noticed several well-mannered men in their 40s or 50s approaching him. He instinctively took a step back, eyeing them warily. "Buddy, I am the highest-ranking official of Nike in the Chinese region. You may call me Jack," proclaimed a blonde, blue-eyed man with a friendly smile and courteous demeanor. "Hello," Jiang replied politely, shaking his hand. "We are here to preliminarily establish a signing intention with you. Look, Nike is very sincere. Our entire signing team is present, and if you are willing, we can sign the contract right now," Jack stated with enthusiasm. "Let us discuss this in a different place," Jiang suggested with a smile, leading them to the hotel conference room. The lobby felt too conspicuous. He did not wish to become the headline in sports news the following day. "I would like to know the specific signing conditions from Nike," Jiang inquired. 5 years for $90 million. Additionally, Nike will launch your own independent brand of sneakers, Jack responded swiftly, exuding confidence. In his view, once this offer was laid on the table, there was no room for doubt. What was there to hesitate about? A 5-year deal worth $90 million was a privilege reserved for only the most promising rising stars. In the entire NBA, only the illustrious LeBron James enjoyed such treatment during his rookie period. Jiang nodded, feeling quite tempted by Nike's offer. However, as the saying goes, one should compare prices. He was not inclined to sign anything without receiving offers from other brands. He conversed with Jack for an extended time, yet the details of the offer remained unmentioned. As a seasoned veteran, Jack was well aware of Jiang's intentions. He refrained from employing psychological tactics to pressure Jiang into making a decision, instead allowing him ample time to contemplate. After all, Nike's prowess was evident. Chapter 97. Taz's arrival. Maximum sincerity in the face of the moral coercion from the Li Ning brand. Jiang was entirely unfazed and outright rejected the proposition to become their spokesperson, not even allowing the Li Ning signing team representative to articulate their terms. As Jiang observed the underwhelming performance of domestic brands, he had already made a judgment in his heart, preparing to sign with Adidas. After all, the contract offered by Adidas was a lucrative 5-year deal worth $100 million. In contrast, Nike, upon learning of Adidas's offer, took no action, which signified their decision to forego matching the proposal, perhaps through discussions at a round table. They deemed Jiang unworthy of such a substantial contract, opting instead for silence. Their signing team even retreated from China back to the United States. Subsequently, 2 days later, Jack, the highest-ranking Nike official in the region, explicitly stated in an interview that Nike would no longer pursue Jiang. He claimed that Jiang's value did not justify such a contract, asserting that a 5-year deal worth $90 million was already a considerable premium, let alone one for $100 million. At the conclusion of the interview, Jack, with somewhat of a childish demeanor, subtly mocked Jiang, suggesting that missing the opportunity to collaborate with Nike would be his greatest loss in endorsing sports brands. He maintained that no future contract with any brand would yield as much financial gain as a partnership with Nike. In response to such remarks, while Jiang remained silent, netizens in China were incensed, taking to the internet to confront Jack. A significant number of users rallied in support of Jiang signing with Adidas, urging Nike to recognize the true value of its brand. In light of this, Adidas Group also issued a statement, suggesting that Nike's sour grapes stemmed from envy and resentment. It appeared that the world had tacitly accepted that Jiang would sign with Adidas, as no other brand was presenting a contract more generous than theirs. Even Adidas Group shared this sentiment, with their signing team residing triumphantly in Kyoto, awaiting Jiang's contact. However, until a definitive outcome was reached, the situation remained fluid. Just as Jiang was about to reach out to the Adidas signing team, a representative from a domestic sports brand, Taz, approached him. Leading the charge was Zheng Jia, the head of marketing promotions at Taz Group. Jiang held a favorable view of Taz as a reborn individual. He was well aware that while Taz currently lacked competitiveness compared to Li Ning, it would experience rapid growth in the future, soon becoming China's leading sports brand within just a few years, a company with immense potential. Mr. Jiang, please allow me to begin with an apology. The reason we have not reached out sooner is that our group has been in ongoing discussions regarding your potential signing, Zheng Jia stated directly upon meeting Jiang. Jiang raised an eyebrow at the sincerity of his words, choosing to remain silent and listen. You may not be aware of the scale of our anti-enterprise, but it is undeniably incomparable to global brands like Nike and Adidas, whether in terms of financial reserves, brand recognition, or promotional reach. The disparity is vast. During the discussion regarding the proposal extended to you, a divergence of opinions arose within the group. This discrepancy stemmed from the fact that our offer directly matched that of the Adidas group, which entails a 5-year contract amounting to $100 million. Jiang continued, his voice trembling uncontrollably at the mere mention of the 5-year, $100 million figure. The sum is indeed staggering. For the current scale of ANTA Group, this essentially amounts to a high-stakes gamble in signing a contract of such exorbitant value. Perhaps for Adidas Group, $100 million is not a significant amount. Yet for us at ANTA, it could decisively influence the future prosperity or decline of our enterprise. After extensive deliberation, we have resolved to place our faith in your potential commercial value, and we sincerely hope you will accept our offer. Our group will undoubtedly spare no effort in crafting world-renowned footwear for you. Jiang continued, his tone gradually brimming with confidence, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. A 5-year contract worth $100 million represents the utmost sincerity and tact and muster. Should Jiang Chen's future commercial value fail to materialize in the market, it would signify a monumental loss for ANTA. After all, ANTA's annual net profit hovers around 1 billion renminbi, which equates to dedicating 2/3 of our yearly profits to secure Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Since your esteemed company has sought me out after considerable deliberation, it indicates a consensus has been reached. I must say, I am profoundly satisfied with your company's sincerity. Jiang Chen smiled, his mind already altered. Rather than opting for a company that has reached its zenith, it is far more prudent to choose one that is just beginning its ascent. Moreover, ANTA is poised to ascend to the top 5 among sports brands within the next decade. Jiang Chen possesses unwavering confidence that his signing with ANTA will significantly accelerate the company's growth trajectory. It is even conceivable that they might surpass Adidas within a few short years. I knew our efforts would not be in vain. After all, we have thoroughly prepared, Jiang declared, promptly retrieving the contract from his backpack, seemingly intent on finalizing the matter right then and there. However, Jiang Chen did not take the contract. Instead, he stated, I have one more condition. Upon the launch of my personal brand of sneakers, I require a 50 share of the net profit. Jiang was taken aback, his expression instantly turning sour. A 50 profit share is indeed a bold demand. Mr. Jiang Chen, while profit sharing is certainly on the table, achieving 50 is utterly impossible. Jiang replied, taking a deep breath. Then what can you offer? Jiang Chen inquired directly. 30. It cannot be more, Jiang responded, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. After all, there is a considerable disparity between 30 and 50. Yet, after several days of roundtable discussions, 30 profit sharing was established as the final bottom line. Deal. Jiang Chen, without a hint of hesitation, spoke directly. He was acutely aware that a dividend of less than 50% of the net profit was not feasible. Such a statement was merely an expression of his utmost expectations. While a 30% distribution of net profit would still be a remarkable figure, once the 5-year contract concluded and his substantial commercial value was validated by the market, he believed that ANTA would willingly concede to a 50% profit sharing in the next contract. Jiang was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Jiang Chen's prompt agreement. Jiang Chen took the contract, scrutinizing it meticulously. Upon finding no discrepancies, he affixed his signature and seal at the end of the document. Splendid. I knew Mr. Jiang Chen would be forthright. Here as to a fruitful collaboration in the future, Jiang said, rising with a smile. A sense of relief washing over him as the pressure he had felt before vanished entirely. Rest assured, my signing with ANTA will be pivotal in all your corporate development decisions, Jiang Chen remarked with a calm demeanor, confident in his ability to forge a personal brand that would surpass even that of AJ. Jiang was once again taken aback, feeling somewhat dazed. He had long heard of the mythical figure in Chinese basketball, Jiang Chen, renowned for his grandiose persona. Today's encounter certainly lived up to the reputation. One could only hope that, as Jiang Chen had asserted, the 5-year contract worth $100 million would yield boundless benefits for ANTA. Chapter 98. The signing fee arrives. Initiating a frenzied investment the following day, news of Jiang Chen's contract with ANTA Group swept across the Chinese internet, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Well, 5 years for $100 million? When did ANTA become so affluent? They matched Adidas' offer? Incredible. I knew this signing event wouldn't conclude simply. Opening the news today revealed this delightful surprise. I can only imagine Adidas is weeping in the restroom right now. This is quintessential Jiang Chen. He always delivers unexpected surprises until the final moment. I'm curious, how much is $100 million in reality? Jiang Chen is undoubtedly a high-flying elite now. I wonder if he is still in search of a girlfriend. I'd love to bear him children. Fans were abuzz with excitement. In the present day, any movement by Jiang Chen would make headlines, invariably becoming a focal point of news coverage. Not only basketball enthusiasts, but even those indifferent to the sport found themselves occasionally captivated by Jiang Chen's updates and news. It is akin to the public's fascination with Liu Xiang. While many may not fully comprehend the intricacies of Liu Xiang's 110-meter hurdles, they are nonetheless captivated by news concerning him. Presently, the realm of rewards and punishments has emerged as a household name, becoming a topic of discussion among the people of Huaxia during their leisure moments. In the CEO's office at the headquarters of the Adidas Group, the boss furiously hurled the newspaper onto the floor, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who can explain this situation to me? Was it not stated that Jiang Chen was poised to sign with us? Why has he opted for a sports brand from Huaxia? Boss, various indicators suggest that Jiang Chen indeed intended to finalize our agreement. However, unexpectedly, Anta emerged and presented a contract identical to ours, 5 years for $100 million, potentially swaying Jiang Chen's decision," a senior executive lamented, a look of resignation etched upon his face. It is astonishing that after vanquishing Nike, the foremost competitor, the outcome was thwarted by a small sports enterprise from Huaxia. This is truly a plight that is hard to articulate. How infuriating. It is utterly despicable. Jiang Chen demonstrates a complete lack of contractual integrity. I shall ensure that he pays the price for his choices. The boss of Audi exclaimed with indignation. The executive seated opposite the boss fell silent. Inwardly murmuring, it appears that Jiang Chen never actually agreed to sign with Audi. It is merely those sports media babbling nonsensically, speculating that Jiang Chen is the most likely to sign with Audi. This has only created an illusion for the people. The owner of Adidas lit a cigar, took a deep puff to calm his emotions, and then redirected his focus to other matters. After all, as a proprietor managing a plethora of daily affairs, the situation regarding Jiang Chen's contract was merely one among many. However, the fact that it incited such anger in the Adidas owner suggests a particular concern for this issue. Though the eventual outcome was far from satisfactory, this Huaxia player will undoubtedly come to regret it. He has squandered the opportunity to become a global brand ambassador. An executive added, maintaining a final semblance of defiance. Huaxia Kyoto. Within just 2 days of signing the contract with Anta, the first year's endorsement fee was swiftly deposited. As a law-abiding citizen, paying taxes is a duty and obligation for every Huaxia individual. Watching tens of millions of RMB being deducted was a painful experience for Jiang Chen. He now somewhat understands why so many celebrities resort to tax evasion. After taxes were taken out, over 100 million renminbi remained. Investing this sum into established internet giants such as Alibaba and Tencent in China seemed rather meager. Meanwhile, emerging internet companies like ByteDance, Didi Chuxing, and Meituan had yet to make their mark, leaving no viable investment options. Ultimately, Jiang Chen decided to allocate the funds into 3 distinct parts. He first opened an account at the Securities Center and subsequently purchased 50 million renminbi worth of Matai shares. At that time, the world was grappling with a financial crisis, and even China's stock market was not spared. Matai's share price had plummeted from several dozen yuan per share to single digits. Despite the potential for further declines, Jiang Chen was unwilling to wait any longer. Although the stock price had reached a nadir, Matai still boasted a market capitalization of nearly several hundred billion, rendering his investment of 50 million renminbi relatively inconsequential. Jiang Chen vividly recalled that in the years to come, Matai's stock price would soar to around 2,000 yuan per share. Calculating based on a current price of 10 yuan per share, when the stock eventually rose to 2,000 yuan, it would yield a staggering 200-fold increase. If 50 million were to multiply by 200, that would amount to a staggering 10 billion renminbi. A full 10 billion. Jiang Chen calculated this and inhaled sharply in astonishment. Indeed, it is an astonishing figure. By that time, the market capitalization of Matai had already surpassed 3 trillion yuan. In comparison, 10 billion seems utterly negligible. Witnessing such an impressive return on investment, Jiang Chen contemplated pouring all his remaining funds into Matai's stock. However, after a moment of hesitation, he dismissed this notion. After all, Stock trading carries inherent risks. Despite possessing foresight into the market's future trends, prudence remains paramount. The most reliable investment still lies within tangible industries. Thus, Jiang allocated a portion of his funds to acquire several spacious flats in the second ring of Kyoto and purchased a grand villa in the suburban outskirts beyond the fifth ring. This would provide him with a sanctuary upon his return from America, enabling him to bring his parents over for their retirement, all while ensuring continuous appreciation in value. Truly a multifaceted advantage. Subsequently, Jiang had initially intended to invest a portion of his funds in Bitcoin, which, albeit virtual, undeniably holds value. However, upon conducting some online research, he was astonished to discover that Bitcoin had yet to be introduced, having only been launched in 2009. Thus, he would have to wait. There remained numerous lucrative investment opportunities across various industries, all offering exceptional value for money. Yet, he felt disinclined to engage in the complexities of finance, preferring the straightforward joy of playing basketball instead. In the future, he planned to establish an investment company and, as time progressed, invest in whatever opportunities arose. After accomplishing these endeavors, Jiang spent a few more days in Kyoto before returning to his hometown to spend time with the parents of the previous host, fulfilling his filial duties. Initially, he intended to bring the elderly couple to Kyoto for a better life, especially since he had acquired so many properties, which were otherwise left idle. However, they were adamant about staying in their hometown, accustomed to their surroundings. Consequently, Jiang purchased a lovely home for his parents in their hometown, left them a sum of money, and then flew back to Los Angeles. Upon his return, he had a multitude of matters to attend to. The Lakers training camp was set to commence in mid-September, leaving him with little time to finalize everything before the camp began. Chapter 99. Returning to the host family. Embracing another lodger during his university years in Los Angeles, Jiang had lodged with an American family. After signing a minimum salary contract with the Lakers as an undrafted player, he chose to remain with the same host family, as he had not changed cities. After all, with an annual salary of several $100,000, after taxes and equipment expenses, not much remained. In the precious real estate market of Los Angeles, renting a decent apartment would cost tens of thousands of dollars annually. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he hailed a taxi, heading straight to his place of residence. Now, it was time to move on from this chapter of his life. However, he shared a profound bond with the homeowner and another lodger, so he intended to stay a few more days to bid a proper farewell. Sitting in the taxi, Jiang switched to the American network to catch up on recent news. Without exception, all American media were vehemently criticizing the performance of the American Dream Team at the Olympics. They claimed that losing to the Chinese team marked the most humiliating defeat in the history of American participation in international competitions. Even more disgraceful than their failure at the 2006 World Championships and being eliminated by Lithuania in 2004. Some outlets even suggested that the American team deliberately underperformed in the finals against the Chinese team. Furthermore, basketball analysts declared that this defeat was a national disgrace. A myriad of opinions emerged, all unequivocally condemning the American team. In response, all American players opted for silence. While the American Basketball Association took a stand by announcing the dismissal of Coach K from the national team, serving as a convenient scapegoat. Despite this, American fans showed no mercy towards the Dream Team, frequently mocking and deriding them online with harsh words. Undoubtedly, the Dream Team was nailed to the pillar of shame. Some media outlets pointed out that perhaps only by winning the championship at the next Olympics or World Championships could they regain their dominion over the basketball world and quell the anger and bias of the fans. Jiang couldn't help but smile upon reading these articles. Clearly, American fans were indulging in fanciful thinking. Winning the next World Championship or Olympic gold. Did they think the Chinese team was merely a decoration? As long as he was part of the national team, there was no chance for the American team to emerge victorious. It seemed the Dream Team would endure years of fan criticism. With these thoughts, Jiang felt a surge of joy and began to anticipate the upcoming season. He not only aspired to dominate the global basketball scene but also the NBA. What a jest! With his extraordinary basketball skills, it would be a disservice to this system not to become the most formidable player in the world. Chapter 100. The Secrets Within the Hard Drive. A confrontational drive, every man's computer harbors secrets. Could something have been uncovered? Tang Yaqing, who had felt guilty just moments before, suddenly revealed a sly smile and remarked, "So, you have a penchant for black stockings and mature women. No wonder your bedroom trash can is often overflowing with tissues. It seems it contains your brilliance. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him as he faced Tang Yaqing once more. He turned to the American couple and asked, Uncle Leon, why did you give the key to my bedroom door to Tang Yaqing? As the landlord, Leon was the only person, apart from Jiang Chen, who possessed the key to his bedroom. It was obvious that the key allowing Tang Yaqing access to his room had been provided by Leon. Tang claimed it was a request from Jiang Chen, stating that she was meant to retrieve something for him. Uncle Lion spoke in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the conversation between Jiang Chen and Tang Yaqing had been conducted in Huaxiao language, of which he understood little. Suddenly being caught off guard left him somewhat perplexed. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, feeling defeated by Lion's innocence. Tang Yaqing, reveling in her advantage, said with a playful smile, given the contents of your hard drive, I have decided to bestow upon you a gift. Not necessary. Jiang Chen retorted. No, I've made up my mind to order you a girlfriend online. Tang Yaqing chuckled merrily. Enough, especially coming from you, the seasoned driver. Jiang Chen replied with mild irritation. I prefer a girlfriend who feels real. Tang Yaqing laughed heartily. Indeed. Your status has changed significantly. With your newfound wealth, there's surely no need to purchase a girlfriend online. When the time comes, I'll take you to more gatherings filled with beautiful women, so you won't have to rely on your hard drive, which is detrimental to both body and spirit. Enough of this chatter. Shouldn't we be eating? I'm on the verge of starving. Uncle Lion interjected with a furrowed brow, inwardly musing about the pair's antics. Tang Yaqing and Jiang Chen exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Ah, the familiar flavor of camaraderie. The four settled at the dining table and commenced a lavish lunch. During the meal, Jiang Chen recounted events from the past 2 to 3 months. Although they had seen much in the news, numerous details remained elusive. After dining, Jiang Chen dragged his luggage back to his room, and the first task he undertook was to set a password on his computer. Thus, even if Tang Yaqing were to enter this room in the future, she would find it impossible to access the computer and discover the unsavory content within the hard drive. The drowsiness enveloped him as Jiang Chen reclined on the bed to rest. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when he hazily heard a knock at the door. With bleary eyes, Jiang Chen opened the door. Tang Yaqing burst in with fervor, heading straight for the wastebasket by the bed, all the while muttering, Have you been engaging in some clandestine activities during your long silence? Jiang Chen's fatigue vanished in an instant as he spoke in a deep voice. Tang Yaqing, what brings you to my room? Are you here to investigate my conduct? Ignoring Jiang Chen's words, Tang Yaqing's gaze fixated on the entirely empty bin. No need to look. There's nothing in there. I've kept everything for you. Jiang Chen retorted. Uncle Leon sent me to call you for dinner. It's already evening. Tang Yaqing stated before departing the room. During dinner, the group enjoyed lively conversation, yet the atmosphere gradually turned somber. A particular topic lingered unspoken, though everyone was acutely aware that it was an inevitable matter. Are you certain you want to move? Ultimately, it was Tang Yaqing who broke the silence. Yes. It concerns the events of these past few days, Jiang Chen replied, taking a bite of his meal, his words somewhat indistinct. Then may I stay at your villa in the future? I have long grown weary of the small bedroom at Uncle Leon's house, Tang Yaqing remarked, her tone shifting as she blinked her captivating, glistening eyes at Jiang Chen. The artistic style appears somewhat incongruous, does it not? Are you truly willing to part with Uncle Leon and Auntie? Jiang Chen paused momentarily, then inquired, what is there to part with? Uncle Leon and Auntie can always join us. After all, if you are purchasing a villa, it is bound to be an enormous and luxurious one. I have seen the news. NBA stars have villas that can comfortably accommodate dozens of people, Tang Yaqing remarked. Of course, that would be feasible. You are welcome to stay in my villa for as long as you desire, Jiang Chen replied, then turned to ask Uncle Leon again. What was initially intended to be a somewhat somber farewell dinner was completely disrupted by Tang Yaqing, who had even caused Jiang Chen to prepare a farewell speech. Nevertheless, Leon declined Jiang Chen's request. He had grown accustomed to living in this little courtyard and had no desire to relocate. Jiang Chen did not press the matter further. Instead, he generously paid several years' worth of rent, extending the lease on the 2 rooms he shared with Tang Yaqing for a few more years. Although he would soon be moving away, he could still return occasionally, as this place held great sentimental value, marking a particularly challenging period in his life. The following day, Jiang Chen and Tang Yaqing hailed a taxi, making their way directly to the dealership. In a sprawling metropolis like Los Angeles, lacking a vehicle for transportation is indeed quite inconvenient. Initially, he intended to go alone, but Tang Yaqing insisted on accompanying him, asserting that she wanted to witness the lifestyle of the affluent. Jiang Chen was well aware that this was merely a jest. He knew perfectly well that Tang Yaqing was a quintessential rich second generation, as her parents owned a large enterprise in Huaxia. However, she was remarkably low-key and never boasted about her background. Upon arriving at the Mercedes dealership, they immediately garnered considerable attention, primarily due to Jiang Chen's striking height. Additionally, Tang Yaqing's stunning figure drew many admiring glances. She was dressed in a pair of fitted jeans and a body-hugging t-shirt, presenting an utterly flawless appearance. "Hello. How may I assist you?" A beautiful saleswoman approached briskly, her tone courteous. She also took a moment to appraise Tang Yaqing, then glanced down at herself, her confidence momentarily wavering. This is indeed capital. No wonder it garners the favor of Mercedes-Benz owners. "Let us have a G-Class," Jiang Chen stated succinctly, heading straight for his objective. "What configuration would you prefer?" the saleswoman inquired, pleasantly surprised by the customer's generosity. "The highest configuration, of course. It's merely a means of transportation. I have no particular demands," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "A G-Class worth hundreds of thousands of dollars is merely a vehicle?" The saleswoman paused, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she cast a glance at Tang Yaqing. After a brief exchange to confirm preferences regarding specifications and color, she hurried off to process the paperwork. Such esteemed clientele necessitates timely service. Regrettably, were it not for the presence of enchanting ladies around, one might consider offering specialized services to earn some extra pocket money. "Junior, why do you desire a luxury G-Class?" Tang Yaqing inquired with curiosity. "To ensure a better vantage point in the future," Jiang Chen responded with a playful innuendo. "In that case, you have made an erroneous choice. You ought to purchase a convertible, or else your stature will remain unfulfilled." Chapter 101. Luxurious Cars, Villas, and Beauties, Ascending to the Pinnacle of Life. A threat from a senior with a black belt in Taekwondo? Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. As a refined school beauty, is it truly appropriate to drive in such a manner? The speed of the car was such that even he struggled to keep up. Tang Yaqing, witnessing Jiang Chen's predicament, revealed a triumphant smile. A subtle smile, enchanting in its simplicity, blossomed like 100 charms. The smile instantly captured the attention of the entire exhibition hall. "Jiang, you are a player for the Lakers." A voice of surprise echoed suddenly. Finally, someone recognized him. It appeared that his fame in America paled in comparison to that in China. However, this did not deter Jiang Chen's confidence. He believed he could become a household name in Los Angeles within a single season. As the exclamation resonated, more and more fans gathered around. Some fans displayed fervent admiration, while others cast glances filled with disdain. Jiang Chen fully understood the contrasting emotions of the crowd. After all, just 3 months prior, he had performed a miraculous feat, aiding the Lakers in their comeback against the Celtics to claim the championship, thereby becoming a hero in Los Angeles. Furthermore, merely 2 weeks ago, he had led the Chinese team to victory over the highly anticipated Dream Teammate in the Olympic finals, a team that could only secure a silver medal despite fielding its strongest lineup. "Hey, Jiang, I'm your loyal fan. Could you please give me your autograph?" A young fan stepped forward, speaking timidly. "Of course," Jiang Chen replied with a smile, accepting the young fan's pen and jersey. He turned to Tang Yaqing and said, "May I borrow your back for a moment?" With that, he leaned against Tang Yaqing's back, skillfully inscribing his name. "Hey, have you finished?" Tang Yaqing frowned, clearly irritated. He had completed the signature, yet he had not moved away from her back. "Apologies, I just got lost in thought," Jiang Chen said, withdrawing his hand with an awkward smile. "Are you kidding? How dare you take advantage of me? You must be tired of living." Tang Yaqing grumbled while adjusting her crumpled clothing, her cheeks slightly flushed. Soon after, several more female fans approached Jiang Chen for autographs. This time, Tang Yaqing had cleverly evaded the situation, resolutely refusing to turn her back on Jiang Chen. Left with no choice, Jiang Chen had to rely on the backs of several beautiful women to complete his signature. In no time, the saleswoman had efficiently processed the paperwork for his vehicle. Jiang Chen then proceeded to the finance department of the dealership, where he paid with his card. Shortly thereafter, he drove away in his luxurious G-Class, accompanied by Tang Yaqing. As they ventured through Los Angeles, indulging in a day of exuberant exploration until the late hours, when they finally returned to Uncle Lion's residence. The following day, Jiang Chen took Tang Yaqing to the real estate sales center. No, it should be noted that Tang Yaqing had stubbornly followed him, claiming her intent was to observe how the affluent indulged in their spending. Under the alluring glances of the saleswomen at the center, Jiang acquired a lavish villa in the hills of Los Angeles, valued at a staggering $8 million. This villa is a fully renovated property, adorned in a style that resonates with Jiang's personal taste. It is ready for immediate occupancy. This aspect greatly pleased Jiang. Most of the endorsement fees had been allocated for investment, and with the salaries of the Lakers for the new season yet to be dispersed, Jiang was left with no choice but to make a down payment and subsequently manage monthly repayments. This left Tang Yaqing in disdain for quite some time. To fall into a debt crisis after purchasing a villa, can this truly be considered wealth? Jiang, exasperated to the utmost, thought to himself that this Tang Yaqing had quite the sharp tongue. It was no wonder she remained single. It was all due to that mouth of hers. Upon returning to Uncle Lion's residence, Jiang quickly tidied up his luggage and moved out. It was no surprise when Tang Yaqing followed suit, forcibly entering Jiang's car. "Senior, are you not afraid of any unexpected incidents by so boldly residing in a villa with me?" Jiang shook his head, chuckling, his eyes mischievously roving over her impressive assets. "Unexpected incidents? With your debt crisis, aren't there still hundreds of millions awaiting you, senior? Besides, I am a black belt in Taekwondo. If you dare to act arrogantly, I might just knock your teeth out. Furthermore, I'm not truly moving in. I'm merely placing my luggage there for now. When you go for your away matches, I might occasionally stay over. Most of the time, I will still be at Uncle Lion's or at school." Tang Yaqing explained with conviction, her words dripping with disdain for Jiang. "Junior, you wouldn't be unwelcome to your senior, would you? Is our several years of friendship truly worthless? Have you forgotten who sheltered you back in school? Moreover, I must keep an eye on you. Indulging excessively after acquiring wealth could lead to unfortunate consequences. I must represent our nation in supervising your misbehavior. After all, you are a potential star of our country's basketball, and you absolutely cannot afford to falter." Tang Yaqing clenched her fist, her joints cracking audibly. Jiang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Excessive indulgence leading to demise? I possess the combined talents of both Aoyama Atsushi and the God of Fire. Even if the land is overworked, I won't be exhausted. If she wants to stay in a villa, let her, he thought. There was no need to conjure up so many justifications. With representatives like her, the nation would truly be embarrassed. Jiang said nothing further, starting the car and driving away. Continuing this banter with Tang Yaqing would surely prevent him from moving into the new villa by tomorrow. That evening, Jiang officially moved Tang Yaqing into his new villa. The villa boasts a total of 8 bedrooms, ample space for 2 occupants. Without a doubt, Jiang assumed the role of the host, settling into the expansive master suite, while Tang Yaqing spent a considerable amount of time selecting a secondary bedroom situated far from the master. After tidying up for a while, Jiang familiarized himself with his new residence. The villa is replete with entertainment facilities, including a billiard room, a KTV room, a media room, an outdoor swimming pool, and a gym, among others. Additionally, there are rooms such as a wine cellar and a collection room. After exploring for a while, feeling a bit peckish, he ordered a meal and, upon finishing, settled into the living room to watch television. Meanwhile, Tang Yaqing made her way to the outdoor pool for a swim. As she sauntered past Jiang in her swimsuit, he nearly suffered a nosebleed. "This is utterly sensational. Is it truly appropriate for you to flaunt yourself before me?" Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. "What business is it of yours? Besides, I am not lacking in attire, am I?" Tang Yaqing replied with a sense of entitlement. The statement seems to hold some merit. The clothing is indeed worn, albeit rather scantily." He averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to the television. However, the melodic hum of songs and the cascading sound of water from outside flooded Jiang's mind with unsavory images, particularly given the impressive physique of his senior. In the stillness of the night, with only a solitary man and woman present, there was indeed little inclination to watch television. Jiang turned off the screen and retreated to his bedroom, seeking the solace of slumber. He was not the type to take advantage of another's vulnerability, after all. Tang Yaqing, a black belt in Taekwondo, possessed formidable strength. Jiang had witnessed firsthand how she had brought a towering figure of nearly 2 meters to his knees, begging for mercy during their school days. Moreover, their relationship remained one of mere friendship, and as for what the future held, he preferred to let it unfold naturally. For now, his focus was entirely devoted to the impending new season. Chapter 102. The new season approaches. Current top 50 rankings. Barkley's bold claims after enjoying a few days in the villa Mid-September had arrived. Various teams commenced their training camps in preparation for the new season. Chen reported to the Lakers and began practicing alongside his teammates, while Tang Yacheng returned to school as the academic year resumed. With the new season drawing near, the NBA officially began to promote the forthcoming campaign. Undoubtedly, the upcoming clash between the Celtics and the Lakers would be a major highlight of the league. Last season, the two teams had engaged in a fierce 7-game battle, culminating in the Lakers' victory and championship glory. The dramatic turn of events in the finals left the Celtics simmering in anger throughout the summer. Their relentless training was fueled by a desire to reclaim their glory and defeat the Lakers to secure the championship title. Thus, the NBA scheduled the first regular season encounter between the Lakers and Celtics for the Christmas Day showdown. Beyond the rivalry between the teams, the individual competitions among players were also eagerly anticipated. Particularly noteworthy was Jiang Chen, the sophomore sensation from Huaxia, who had delivered astonishing performances in both the finals and the Olympics. Observers were eager to see how he would maintain his form and what remarkable feats he would accomplish in the new season. Shortly thereafter, bookmakers released odds regarding the championship prospects of various teams for the upcoming season. Unsurprisingly, the reigning champions, the Lakers, topped the list, while the Celtics secured the second position. The Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, were ranked third. A few days later, the NBA unveiled its ranking of the top 50 active players for the new season, revealing the list starting from the 50th position and moving upward. Jiang Chen, the highly anticipated sophomore, was placed 30th by the NBA. After all, last season, he had merely been a water boy, occupying one of the league's lowest roles, and his fleeting brilliance in the finals did not fully capture his potential. It was primarily due to his extraordinary performance in the Olympics that the NBA ranked him at 30. Otherwise, he might have found himself even further down the list. Another Lakers player, Gasol, was positioned at 25, while Kobe Bryant was ranked second. The top honor went to the Cleveland Cavaliers star, LeBron James. This highly controversial ranking has sparked heated discussions worldwide. Naturally, the most incensed are the fans from China. Jiang Chen, who single-handedly defeated the dream team of all-stars, has been inexplicably placed at a mere 30th position. Chapter 103, an unexpected encounter with Kobe at 6 in the morning. The Bulls determine their team leader position. As the commencement of the new NBA season approaches, every team is eagerly preparing, brimming with anticipation. Even those languishing at the bottom of the league are readying themselves for a lackluster performance. On the morning following the NBA's official reveal of the top 50 active players, Jiang Chen arrived early at the gym, eager to engage in some training. Although he had acquired the skills of a streetball player, mastering the integration of these techniques required diligent practice. Upon stepping into the training facility, Jiang Chen was greeted by the sound of rapid dribbling. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Kobe Bryant immersed in his dribbling drills. Noticing the time, 6 in the morning, and observing Kobe's drenched appearance, it was evident that he had been training for quite some time. This inevitably reminded him of Kobe's famous quote, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" As one of the greatest basketball players in NBA history, Kobe's exceptional talent was not his only defining trait. It was his relentless dedication and hard work that truly commanded respect. Possessing extraordinary gifts and working harder than ordinary players, how could one not achieve greatness? "Hey, Kobe, do you come here at 4 in the morning?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Kobe paused for a moment, then, somewhat surprised, replied, "How did you know?" "Just a guess. It seems you have maintained your habit of training in the gym at 4 in the morning for many years." Jiang Chen remarked with admiration. To persist for a day or two is relatively easy, but to maintain such perseverance year after year requires immense willpower. 10 years, like clockwork. Kobe chuckled, returning to his training, his eyes ablaze with intensity. As Jiang Chen began his warm-up exercises to prepare for training, Kobe called out to him, "Hey, let's have a one-on-one match." Kobe said in a low voice, his mood seemingly off. "Huh, why? Are you not afraid of losing to me?" Jiang Chen inquired, sensing Kobe's unusual demeanor. "No one has ever beaten me in one-on-one. Not even Jordan. Besides, have you not seen the NBA's official ranking of the top 50 active players? To find myself placed second is an utter insult. I will not allow myself to be looked down upon. Therefore, I must prove to the world this upcoming season that I am the best player in the NBA," Kobe declared passionately, fury evident in his words. Indeed, Jiang Chen realized, how could the proud Kobe tolerate such a ranking? Even as the best player in the world, Kobe continuously sought improvement and aimed to demonstrate his prowess to the world. Being ranked second was simply unacceptable. My friend, I'm afraid your goal might be in vain, Jiang Chen said regretfully. Do you also believe I am unworthy of the top position on this list? Kobe retorted, somewhat angered. No, you certainly deserve it. But the strongest player in the upcoming season will undoubtedly be me, Jiang Chen replied earnestly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. But recalling Jiang Chen's remarkable performance at the Olympics, he soon smiled. It seems the competition for the strongest player this season will be between us. Not only that, but we will also vie for the position of leader of the Lakers. Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Of course, the one with superior skills should lead. My past conflicts with Shaquille were irreconcilable, but I believe Shaquille no longer deserved to be the leader, for I was the more capable player. And thus I should assume that role. At present, it remains the same. You have bested me, and I concede my allegiance to you as the leader, Kobe said earnestly. Yet his face radiated confidence. Very well, let us engage in a 5-game series of bullfighting, best 2 out of 3, with each game to 11 points. The victor shall be acknowledged as the leader. Henceforth, we can determine the captaincy of our team through this method, Jiang Chen enthusiastically proposed. He had never showcased the physical prowess he acquired after merging with the fire god before anyone else. Absolutely. Kobe readily embraced the suggestion, his face alight with fierce determination. With that, they commenced the match. The two decided who would attack first through a free throw. Kobe was the first to gain possession. He stood beyond the 3-point line, dribbling as he sought an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, he accelerated, executing a series of swift changes in direction before faking a move and breaking through on the right side. He then halted abruptly to execute his signature fadeaway jump shot. He possessed unwavering confidence in this technique. However, just as he released the basketball, he witnessed Jiang Chen leap high into the air and swat the ball away effortlessly. Kobe was momentarily dumbfounded, questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him. How high had Jiang Chen just jumped? Was it a meter? Or perhaps a meter and a half? It felt as if he were soaring through the air. Mate, your vertical leap? Kobe inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, my physical abilities have indeed strengthened. I can jump even higher now than I could during the Olympics. Jiang Chen replied with a broad smile. Kobe's eyes widened in astonishment. Has it increased further? How can you speak of it so casually? In your 20s? Your physical gifts can still enhance? Your vertical leap can grow even higher? This is utterly absurd. I must admit, I underestimated your remarkable leaping ability. In the next round, I shall ensure you do not block me again, Kobe remarked, grappling with the predicament. Even my fadeaway jumper was swatted away. What manner of shot could possibly evade Jiang Chen's infernal vertical leap? There was no time for further contemplation. Jiang Chen was poised to initiate his offensive. Kobe immediately closed in for defense. Over the course of several months, they had been both teammates and adversaries, becoming intimately familiar with each other's styles. Kobe recognized that Jiang Chen's signature move was his 3-point shot, thus he resolutely focused on defending against it. Yet, faced with Kobe's defense, Jiang Chen exhibited no hesitation. He leapt into the air, adopting a shooting posture. Kobe's expression brightened, thinking to himself that the young man was perhaps too eager. And this hurried release presented a perfect opportunity for a block. He too jumped, intent on swatting Jiang Chen's shot. However, the airborne Jiang Chen had no intention of shooting just yet. It was only as Kobe began his descent that he swiftly released the basketball with astonishing speed. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. Kobe was once again left in a state of disbelief, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Buddy, your hang time ability. He began, but Jiang Chen interjected, scratching his head nonchalantly. Well, after enhancing my vertical leap, I practiced my hang time a bit. And this is where I am now. Kobe's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though he were but a mere mortal in Jiang Chen's presence. Chapter 104. A masterful fadeaway 3-pointer to triumph over Kobe. The NBA's opening night had commenced. Kobe shook his head, his expression turning grave. The player from Huaxiao standing before him was able to dominate him solely through innate physical prowess. This bullfighting match has become increasingly challenging. Although one cannot claim that my physical prowess is the greatest in history, it certainly ranks among the finest. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Chen, I find myself utterly incomparable. Witnessing Jiang Chen's performance, Kobe truly comprehends the essence of physical talent. The bullfighting continues, and Kobe advances on the offense. In this instance, he employed a greater array of feints and breakthrough techniques. After completely evading Jiang Chen's defense and creating ample space for his shot, he released the basketball. Swish. It was Jiang Chen's turn to attack. Laming dribbled with 4 fingers poised, swiftly changing direction in 2 steps to circumvent Kobe's defense. Then executed an unpredictable shot reminiscent of Aim and Daiki's style. Reclining back, he launched a shot that arched even more dramatically than Kobe's famous fadeaway. The basketball traced an enigmatic curve through the air. Swish. What a splendid shot. It had been ages since I felt such exhilaration during a one-on-one showdown. Kobe couldn't help but express his admiration, his desire to win intensifying as he felt a kinship with Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen initiated his offense, he effortlessly sank another 3-pointer from the perimeter. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Jiang Chen prevailed, securing the first victory with a score of 11-9. After a brief respite, the second round of their duel commenced. Jiang Chen took the lead again with another successful 3-pointer. Kobe responded with a series of feints that caused Jiang Chen to leap, then capitalized on the moment to create a shooting opportunity, easily making his basket. Jiang Chen grinned, acknowledging the challenge of defending against such skill. It had already been established in the Olympics that the formidable defensive prowess of Tomoki Tsukawa struggled to contain an athlete of Kobe's caliber. Now, with the added advantage of the god of fire Daiki's leaping ability and hang time, restraining Kobe remained an arduous task. The initial block in their first round was merely due to Kobe's oversight. Soon, he discerned Jiang Chen's weaknesses, specifically his inability to effectively utilize his jumping and hang time skills for defense. Faced with the inevitability of being unable to defend, Jiang Chen resolved to focus on offense instead. He dribbled back, once more launching a 3-point jump shot. While he could not contain Kobe, Kobe would find it equally challenging to defend against him. The score was 11-8. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's prowess from beyond the arc gave him the advantage, claiming yet another victory and extending the score to 2 o'clock, placing him at match point. As the tensions heightened, Kobe unleashed a more fervent offensive strategy, raising the intensity of their confrontation. He clawed back a point, bringing the score to 9-11, keeping the suspense alive in this contest. In the 4th round, Jiang Chen commenced with an attack, swiftly netting 2 consecutive 3-pointers. After missing a shot, Kobe responded with 2 successful mid-range jumpers, yet Jiang Chen maintained a 2-point lead. Another 3-pointer found its mark, bringing him to match point. In a bid to close the gap, Kobe forced a 3-point shot, which clanged off the rim. Jiang Chen seized the moment. If he made this shot, victory in this duel would be his. Thus, he unleashed his final trump card. After a series of swift directional changes, he retreated to the 3-point line. Leaping gracefully into the air, poised to attempt a 3-point shot. Kobe appeared to have anticipated this move, leaping just a fraction of a second earlier to create a timing differential that would allow him to contest Jiang Chen's shot. As he prepared to block, the basketball suddenly vanished from view, leaving Kobe momentarily bewildered. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ball had not disappeared, but was actually moving backward as Jiang Chen leaned back. Indeed, he was executing the extraordinary high-arc 3-point shot of Kirikawa Shintaro while simultaneously activating the aerial skill of Ryo Imuzuchi, culminating in the ultimate back-leaning jump shot. Under Kobe's astonished gaze, Jiang Chen delicately flicked